Three figures crouched in the dry Texas heat, two weathered men and a scrawny kid, their scopes trained on a distant red house. Telescopes were necessary, binoculars wouldn't cut it at this range. The barren landscape offered no closer hiding spots, just sun-scorched earth and the occasional rattler slithering through the dust. Their only cover was an ancient gully, carved out by forgotten rains, now nothing but cracked dirt and memories of water. They'd rolled in before dawn in a beat-up Ford pickup, kicking up dust as they circled wide to avoid detection. A top, weighed down with rocks, hid the truck from prying eyes. Now, sprawled on their stomachs, they squinted through their lenses, sweat already trickling down their necks. The kid, restless, scribbled notes between swigs of warm water from a dented cooler. Time. One of the men grunted, his voice pinched from squinting. 6:50, the kid answered, flipping open his notebook. Any second now, the other muttered, adjusting his scope. Right on cue, a yellow glow flickered in the kitchen window. The kid jotted it down. Looks 50, kitchen light on. The maid, same as every morning, moved in the shadows, prepping breakfast while their target slept in. The sun climbed, relentless, shrinking shadows and baking the ground beneath them. By 7, the heat was brutal. By 9, it'd be unbearable. But they'd stay put until nightfall, no choice. Bedroom curtains opening, the second man announced. The kid scribbled again. 7:04, she's up. A faint mechanical hum carried across the distance, the well pump kicking in. Shower time, the first man said, lowering his scope. Nothing interesting happened in the shower. 6 minutes later, silence returned. The kid smirked. Can you see anything? Grow up, the other man snapped from his vantage point. 7:12 out of shower. 7:15 probably getting dressed. Oh. The kid smirked again, but kept writing. Bet you $5 she heads to the barn next, the first man said, though nobody took the bet. 4 mornings in a row, same routine. Watchers didn't gamble on patterns, they counted on them. Then, just as predicted, the back door creaked open. The kid grinned. Told you. The men exhaled, settling in for another long, scorching day of surveillance. Some jobs were just like clockwork. The screen door creaked as it swung open. The kid scribbled in his notebook, 7:27 a.m. kitchen door opens. She's on the move. She stepped outside, wearing a faded blue halter dress that clung to her damp skin, her hair pulled into a messy ponytail. The kid squinted. What do you call that kind of dress? Halter top, the guy beside him muttered. 7228 blue halter dress, heading to the barn. She moved carefully, her bare feet avoiding the cracked earth as she crossed the yard. The barn door groaned when she shoved it open, swallowing her into the shadows. 7-29 target, inside. Man, how hot is it out here? The other guy grumbled, wiping sweat from his forehead. Feels like 100, the kid said. Storm's coming. You can smell it. A dust cloud stirred in the distance, a truck crawling up the road. Her ride's here, the second guy said. Right on cue, she reappeared. 7-2T2 target exits barn. The maid handed her a bright blue lunchbox, some cartoon character grinning from the side. She hesitated, tugging at her socks before jogging toward the road. The school bus groaned to a stop, exhaust fumes hanging thick in the air. She hauled herself up, gripping the chrome rails, and vanished inside. The kid watched until the bus dissolved into the heat waves. 7:36 target on bus, en route to school. Back at the house, the maid shut the door. The men lowered their binoculars, collars flipped up against the sun. Meanwhile, 300 miles northeast, Jack Reacher was having a very different morning. He'd just finished brushing his teeth when a flicker in the motel mirrors caught his eye 4 cops stepping out of a cruiser. Pure chance, but Reacher had a knack for spotting trouble. The car door read Lubbock PD. 3 strangers, and one guy he recognized, a hulking blonde with a busted nose and a splinted finger. Funny thing? Those injuries hadn't been there last night. And Reacher had no idea the guy was a cop. The guy looked like every other loudmouth you'd find in a dive bar. Reacher had wandered in hoping for decent live music, but the band was butchering classic rock, so he'd retreated to a stool near the bar, where Espen played silently on a screen above. The place was packed, bodies pressed tight, a woman sipping a cocktail on his right. And on his left, a thick-necked bruiser with a buzz cut, crammed into a too small tank top. Reacher lost interest in the game and scanned the room instead. That's when he noticed the guy's eating habits. Chicken wings, sauce everywhere, dripping down his chin, smeared across his shirt, pooling in a greasy stain between his pecs. Real classy. Reacher barely had time to register the mess before the guy caught him looking. "Who you staring at?" The growl was low, meant to intimidate. Reacher stayed quiet. "Who you staring at?" "Second time." That's when you know it's not just talk. Reacher knew the drill silence makes them think they've got you rattled. But before he could answer, the guy snarled, "You looking at me?" "Nope," Reacher said. "Better not be, boy." The way he spat boy made Reacher peg him as some backwoods foreman, the kind who swung hammers for a living. Definitely not law enforcement. "Don't look at me," the guy repeated. So Reacher did. Not to provoke him, just to assess. Life had a way of throwing curveballs, and one day he might meet someone who could actually give him trouble. But this wasn't that day. He turned away. Then the guy poked him. Hard. Greasy finger right into his chest, leaving a shiny smear. "Don't do that," Reacher warned. The guy jabbed again. Or what? Reacher clenched his jaw. 2 marks now. He started counting in his head. Before he hit 8, another poke. 3. "You deaf?" Reacher snapped. "I said stop." The guy grinned. "What, you gonna cry about it?" Reacher exhaled. "Just keep your hands to yourself." "Or what?" The guy leaned in. "You gonna do something tough, guy?" Reacher restarted his count. 8. 9. "Wanna take this outside?" The guy challenged. 10. "Touch me again," Reacher said, voice flat, "and you'll regret it. That's 4 warnings." The guy hesitated just long enough to make it obvious he wasn't backing down. Then he went for another poke. Bad move. Reacher caught his finger mid-air and bent it back with a sharp crack. Then, because he was annoyed, he leaned in and headbutted him, not full force, just enough to drop him. The guy crumpled without a sound. Reacher stepped back, bumping into the woman beside him. "Sorry, ma'am," he muttered. She barely glanced up, lost in her drink. The bruiser hit the floor with a thud. Reacher nudged him onto his side with his boot, then tilted the guy's chin up to keep his airway clear. No need to turn a bar fight into a tragedy over some greasy fingerprints. Paramedics call it the recovery position, keeps you from choking if you pass out. After settling his tab, he headed back to his motel, barely giving the guy a second thought, until he caught a glimpse of him in the bathroom mirror, now decked out in a cop's uniform. That's when the gears started turning fast. First, he did the math. If he could see the cop could see him, assuming he was looking in the right direction. Which thankfully he wasn't. Yet. Then came the frustration. The signs had been there. Who else would mess with a guy his size unless they had some kind of badge-backed confidence? He should have seen it coming. Now he was stuck, a cop on home turf and him? A walking target. The grease stains on his shirt, the fresh bruise on his forehead, forensics could probably match that to the guy's busted nose. An angry cop with a grudge meant trouble. Loud trouble. A public arrest, maybe a few warning shots fired for drama. Then a cozy little welcome party in some backroom cell, where fighting back only made things worse. And Reacher. No ID, just a toothbrush and a wad of cash. Suspicious as hell. Assaulting an officer in Texas? That land him in a world of hurt witnesses lining up to swear it was unprovoked. A quick conviction, and suddenly he's doing hard time. 7 to 10 years in a place where the welcome committee wasn't exactly friendly. Not exactly his idea of a good time. So, time to vanish. He pocketed the toothbrush, popped the window screen loose, and dropped to the ground. No buses, no taxis, just his thumb and a prayer. 10 minutes tops before they'd start combing the streets. But in this heat? Over 100 degrees before breakfast? Nobody was rolling down their window for a hitchhiker, let alone one with a fresh bruise and a story. Turns out he was wrong. The day had more twists coming. Like the 3 killers, 2 guys, 1 woman, a professional crew out of L. Untraceable through layers of middlemen. A decade in the game, flawless track record. They were ghosts. Bland, forgettable, the kind of people you'd mistake for office drones on a coffee run. But in their world, they were the best. And they were just getting started. They never traveled together, only their targets ever saw them as a group. Each moved separately, with one driving while the other 2 flew, always taking different routes. The driver was always a man, blending in was key, and a woman driving solo across states still drew more attention than a guy. The car was rented at Lax, where the endless rental counters made anonymity easy. They always picked the most forgettable sedan available, some dull beige thing no one would glance at twice. The license and credit card were real, issued to a ghost identity from another state. The driver waited near baggage claim, blending into the crowd as flights unloaded. He looked just like any other traveler, average height, dark hair, a rolling suitcase, and that exhausted, impatient expression everyone wears after a flight. He handled the paperwork, took the shuttle to the rental lot, and found his car. After tossing his bags in the trunk, he hit the road, circling L, for nearly an hour to shake any possible tails. Then he slipped into West Hollywood, pulling into a hidden garage behind a lingerie boutique. Inside, he swapped his luggage for 2 heavy black nylon bags, one weighed a ton, packed with gear that definitely wouldn't pass through airport security. He shut the garage, merged onto Santa Monica Boulevard, then headed east. 2 days of driving lay ahead, all the way to Texas. He wasn't a smoker, but he lit cigarettes anyway, letting them burn down in his fingers, flicking ash everywhere on the seats, the dash, the wheel. By the time he was done, the rental company would have to deep clean the car, wiping away every trace of him. Meanwhile, the second man moved to taller, fairer, but just as forgettable. He melted into the lax evening rush, buying a ticket to Atlanta. Once there, he switched wallets, becoming a whole new person before boarding a flight to Dallas. The woman, their leader, traveled last. Middle-aged, average in every way except for her profession. She left her car in long-term parking, took the shuttle, and used a fake credit card and a real New York license to board her flight. By then, the driver was deep into his journey. After a gas stop, He had veered into the New Mexico desert, swapping the car's California plates for Arizona ones from the heavy bag. He drove another hour before checking into a motel, paying cash, listing a Tucson address. 6 hours of sleep, then back on the road. He reached Dallas-Fort Worth by the second night, parked in Long Term, grabbed his bags, and vanished into the airport crowd. He took the escalator straight to baggage claim and headed for the Hertz rental counter. He needed a Ford Crown Vic, and they always had them in stock. After filling out the paperwork with his Illinois driver's license, he caught the shuttle to the lot and found his car. A no-frills steel blue Crown Victoria. Exactly what he wanted. Tossing his bags in the trunk, he drove to a budget motel near the new stadium on the highway between Dallas and Fort Worth. Checked in under the same fake ID, grabbed a quick meal, and crashed for a few hours. By dawn, he was up and meeting his crew in the brutal Texas heat outside the motel, just as Jack Reacher, over 400 miles away in Lubbock, stuck out his thumb for a ride. And damn if luck wasn't on Reacher's side. First shock. He got picked up in under 3 minutes. His shirt wasn't even damp yet. Second, the driver was a woman. Third, their conversation took a turn he never saw coming. Hitchhiking wasn't what it used to be. After 25 years of thumbing rides across more countries than he could count, Reacher knew the game was dying. Truckers had insurance hassles, and regular folks, they assumed you were a serial killer. Especially him. At 6'5" and pushing 250 pounds, scruffy, unshaven, with hair like a windstorm, he wasn't exactly the poster boy for harmless. Add the fresh bruise on his forehead. Yeah, people usually cross the street. But not today. The pecking order for hitchhiking was simple: young women got rides from older men, easiest, no threat there. But these days, even that was risky with scams flying around. And at the absolute bottom of the list, a guy like Reacher catching a ride from a polished woman in a sleek coupe. Yet here she was, pulling over in a gleaming white car, the sun glaring off the hood as she rolled down the window. 7:22 a.m. Friday. Where to? She asked, like she was running a taxi service. Anywhere, he said, instantly regretting it. Vagueness made people nervous. No one wanted a drifter who might never leave. But she just nodded. Okay, she said. I'm heading past Pecos. A beat of silence. He blinked, then yanked the door open and slid into the Arctic blast of her air-conditioned leather seats. The window hummed shut as he pulled the door closed. Thanks, he said. You have no idea how much this means. She didn't answer. She waved him off with a vague hand motion, barely glancing his way as she checked the rearview mirror for oncoming traffic. People offer rides for all sorts of reasons. Maybe they hitchhiked in their youth and now feel like paying it forward, or maybe they're just the generous type. Or maybe they're craving company, though this woman didn't seem in any rush to strike up a conversation. She waited for a pair of rumbling semis to pass before merging onto the highway, her grip steady on the wheel. Reacher took in the car's interior, a sleek Cadillac coupe, stretched long like a limo, pristine despite being a few years old. The leather seats were bone white, the windows tinted a deep wine bottle green. On the back seat, a nondescript black purse sat next to a worn cowhide briefcase, its zipper gaping open to reveal stacks of legal-looking documents. Feel free to adjust the seat, she said, her voice smooth. Appreciate it, he replied, pressing the seat controls. The motors hummed as the seat slid back and reclined, lowering him slightly, like settling into a dentist's chair. Much better, she approved. She was petite, her seat pulled close to the wheel, her posture poised. He studied her discreetly dark, wavy hair, sharp cheekbones, a confident half-smile revealing neat, white teeth. She had the kind of effortless elegance that spoke of old money, not struggle. Her sleeveless cotton dress, printed with a subtle pattern, looked designer, hugging her toned arms and legs like they'd been buffed to a shine. "So, where to?" she asked, then caught herself with a laugh. "Wait, I already asked." "You weren't exactly specific." Her accent was polished, maybe West Coast. Her hands gripping the wheel flashed a slim wedding band and a platinum ring with a rock the size of a pebble. "Anywhere's fine," Reacher said. "I'll land where I land. Running from something. Should I be worried I've picked up a wanted man?" It was a joke, but the thought wasn't entirely ridiculous. Hitchhiking wasn't exactly a safe bet these days. "Just sightseeing," he said. "Texas? Not exactly uncharted territory. More like a casual road tripper." She chuckled. "You don't strike me as the tourist type. Most sightseers I see roll through in matching tracksuits and tour buses." Her smile was effortless, radiating confidence. Meanwhile, Reacher was acutely aware of his scuffed boots, wrinkled khakis, and the bruise shadowing his temple. The contrast between them couldn't have been sharper, her polished and poised, him rough-edged and road-worn. "You from around here?" he asked, noticing how she'd mentioned the tourists we get earlier. Small talk felt necessary. "South of Pecos," she replied, keeping her eyes on the road. "Over 300 miles out. Like I said, that's where I'm going." "Never made it that far," he admitted. She fell quiet, gripping the wheel as they rolled through an intersection, her thigh flexing slightly as she accelerated. Her teeth tugged at her bottom lip, her gaze sharp. Something was bothering her, but she had it locked down. "You check out Lubbock while you were there?" she asked, shifting the subject. "Saw the Buddy Holly statue." Her eyes flicked to the radio, maybe thinking this guy might want some music. "You into Buddy Holly?" she ventured. Reacher shook his head. "Too soft for my taste." A quick nod. Richie Valens was better. And he was from... Caught his name on the Walk of Fame, Reacher said. "How long were you in town?" "A day. And now you're gone." "That's the idea." "Just drifting," she mused. "Exactly." The city limits flashed by a small metal sign marking the edge of town. Remembering the city police emblem on the cruiser. Behind them, trouble faded into the distance. Up ahead, the Crown Vic rolled onto I-20, the tall blonde guy now driving, while the shorter, darker one took a breather. The woman in the back stayed silent, the weight of Texas pressing down on them. She'd skimmed a guidebook earlier, full of the usual everything's bigger and Texas spiel. Yeah, no kidding. But one fact stuck, side to side. The state was wider than New York to Chicago. That actually meant something. The car hummed along, cool and smooth, better than any motel. No rush, they had time. She eased into a shallow turn toward New Mexico, then cut south again. Her dress had a faint crease, like she'd worn it yesterday. A hint of perfume mixed with the AC's chill. "So, pecan worth the trip?" Reacher asked, breaking the silence. "Pecos," she corrected. "Right, Pecos." She shrugged. "I like it. Mostly Mexican, feels like home." Her fingers tightened on the wheel, tendons shifting. "You like Mexican folks. Same as anyone else, I guess." "You don't like people much, do you?" "Depends on the day." "You like cantaloupe?" "About as much as any fruit." "Pecos grows the sweetest in Texas," she said. which means they swear it's the best in the world. There's a rodeo in July, but you missed it. And just north? Loving County. Ever heard of it? He shook his head. First time in these parts. Least populated county in the U, she said. Well, unless you count some ghost towns in Alaska. But also the richest per capita 110 people, 420 oil leases. Reacher grinned. Drop me off in Pecos. Sounds like my kind of place. It was the real Wild West once, she said. Back when the Texas and Pacific Railroad rolled through. Saloons, outlaws, the whole deal. Even had its own verb. Pecos meant something back then. The phrase to Pecos someone was old Texas slang, shoot them and dump the body in the Pecos River. They still do that these days? He asked. Her lips curled into a grin, less refined but more playful, like she was letting him in on a secret. The tension in her shoulders eased, and suddenly she seemed more approachable. Not so much anymore, she admitted. You got family out there? Nah, I'm from California, she said. Moved to Texas after I got married. Keep her talking, he told himself. She just did you a solid. How long's that been? He asked. Almost 7 years, she replied. Your folks been in California forever. His eyes flicking to the road. Longer than most people can claim, that's certain. The landscape stretched flat and endless ahead of them, and she pressed the gas a little harder, the car gliding smoothly down the straight highway. The windshield tinted the scorching sky an odd shade of green. The dashboard readout flashed, 1:10:10 France friend outside, a cool 60 degrees inside. You a lawyer? He asked. She hesitated, then caught on, glancing at her briefcase in the rear view. Nope, she said. Just a lawyer's client. Silence settled between them again. She drummed her fingers on the wheel, and he shifted, suddenly aware of the awkwardness. So what else do you do? He tried. She took a breath. Wife, mother, daughter, sister, and I've got a couple of horses. That's about it. She glanced at him. What about you? Nothing special, Reacher said. Everybody's something, she pressed. He shrugged. Used to be a few things. Somebody's son, brother, boyfriend. Used to be. Parents gone. Brother gone. Girlfriend moved on. Not exactly a winning conversation starter, he thought. She stayed quiet. Oh, and no horses, he added dryly. I'm sorry, she said softly. That I don't have horses. That you're alone. He shrugged again. Water under the bridge. It's not as bad as it sounds. You never get lonely. Nah. I like my own company. She chewed her lip. Why'd your girlfriend leave? Took a job in Europe. And you didn't go? She didn't exactly. She hesitated. Did you want to go? He took a second. Not really. Too much like putting down roots. And you're not the settling type. He shook his head. 2 nights in the same motel makes me twitchy. Hence Lubbock yesterday, Pecos today, she mused. Tomorrow. No clue, he said, grinning. And that's how I like it. She drove in silence for a while, then finally spoke. So you are running from something. Or toward nothing, he countered. Army brat, then army lifer. Chaos feels like home. She exhaled, grip tightening on the wheel. Got addicted to the instability, huh? Something like that. She frowned. How does someone stay in the military their whole life? Dad was in. Grew up on bases. Never left. But now you're out. Yep. All dressed up with nowhere to go. He watched her process that. tension creeping back into her posture. Her foot pressed the gas harder, the car surging forward like her thoughts. Funny thing about Crown Vic's Ford churns them out up in Canada, but hardly any end up in private driveways. Cops, cabs, and rental fleets snatch them up. If a civilian really wants a full-size cruiser, they'll grab a Mercury Grand Marquis instead, same bones, just dressed up a little nicer. The speedometer climbed. She wasn't just driving now, she was escaping something too. A plain Crown Victoria that isn't painted like a taxi or a cop car instantly makes people assume it's some kind of government ride, maybe FBI, Secret Service, or even a marshal's unmarked cruiser. That subconscious reaction is exactly what the trio in the car were banking on. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, the tall blonde guy pulled off the highway onto a dirt road, surrounded by nothing but open fields and thick woods. He killed the engine, popped the trunk, and the shorter, darker man hauled out a heavy duffel bag. Inside were Virginia license plates, which the woman handed over while the blonde guy swapped them out with a screwdriver, ditching the Texas tags. The small guy yanked off the hubcaps, revealing the plain black steel wheels underneath, stacking the plastic covers like dinner plates before tossing them in the trunk. The woman pulled out 4 cheap antennas, CB, and cell phone boosters, sticking the cell ones to the rear window with adhesive pads. The CB antennas went on the trunk lid, held by magnets, completely fake, but convincing enough. With the trunk shut, the small man took the wheel, spinning the car around in a cloud of dust before merging back onto the highway. Now it looked the part: Virginia plates, basic wheels, a cluster of antennas. Just another federal vehicle on official business. The woman broke the silence, her tone casual. "So, what did you do in the Army?" "I was a cop," Reacher replied. "They have cops in the Army." "Military police," he said. "Same job, just for soldiers." She seemed intrigued, gears turning behind her eyes. "Mind if I ask you a few more things?" Reacher shrugged. "You're the one driving." She hesitated. "Don't want to step on any toes." "Hard to offend me when it's 110 outside and 60 in here." She glanced at the sky, tinted green through the windshield, flawless and cloudless. "Storm's coming," she said. "Has to be with heat like this." "Don't see it," Reacher replied. She smiled faintly. "Where do you live?" "Nowhere," he said. "I keep moving. No home base. What you see is what I've got." "Traveling light," she observed. "As light as possible." A mile passed before she spoke again. "Out of work, usually." "Were you any good?" "As a cop, I mean. Good enough. They made me a major. Gave me medals." She chewed on that. "So why'd you leave?" It felt like an interrogation, like she was vetting him for something. "Budget cuts," he said. "Cold War ended, Army shrank. Fewer soldiers meant fewer cops needed to watch them." She nodded. "Like a small town. Less people, less police." Reacher stayed silent. "I'm from a tiny place," she continued. "Echo south of Pecos. Barely anyone there. Named after the Greek myth. Echo, the girl who faded to nothing when Narcissus ignored her. Fitting, really. It's a county too, but no police department. Just empty." The heat pressed in, the road stretched ahead, and the fake antennas wobbled slightly in the wind. The sheriff was alone, just him, no backup. There was something off in her tone. "Détente issue?" Reacher asked. She hesitated. "It's a very white county. Not like Pecos." He shrugged. And I get the feeling things might get complicated if things escalate." "Have they escalated?" She gave a tight, uneasy smile. You really were a cop, weren't you? Always with the questions. And here I was, planning to grill you. For a while she just drove, her hands steady on the wheel, moving fast but controlled. Reacher adjusted his seat again, reclining just a little more, watching her from the corner of his eye. She was striking, but there was something eating at her. Give it a decade, and those worry lines would be etched deep. So, she finally broke the silence. What was the army like? Different, he said. How? Different rules. Different stakes. It was its own world, structured but chaotic. Like a controlled free-for-all. Like the Wild West, she mused. Close enough. You enjoyed it. Parts of it. She hesitated then. Can I ask you something personal? Go ahead. What's your name? Reacher, first or last? Just Reacher. Another pause. One more question? He nodded. Did you ever kill anyone? In the army? Yeah, he admitted. Some. That's the point, isn't it? At the end of the day. Pretty much. She fell quiet again, wrestling with something. Then, abruptly, there's a museum in Pecos. Wild West stuff, part saloon, part old hotel. Out back there's a grave. Clay Allison's. Ever heard of him? Reacher shook his head. They called him the gentleman gunfighter, she said. Retired, then got crushed under a grain cart. His headstone says, he never killed a man that did not need killing. What do you think? Sounds fair. There's an old newspaper in a case to his obituary. Says, certain it is that many of his stern deeds were for the right, as he understood that right to be. The Cadillac hummed down the highway. Not a bad epitaph, Reacher said. You think so? Better than most. Would you want one like that? Not anytime soon, he deadpanned. She laughed, then sobered. But someday. Would you want to earn words like that? Could do worse. Silence stretched between them. Where's this going? He finally asked. The road. She deflected. The conversation. She eased off the gas, letting the car drift onto the shoulder, tilting sharply into the dust. The angle pinned him against the door, the leather seat offering no grip. She shifted into park, engine still running, AC blasting. Then she turned to him, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. My name is Carmen Greer, she said, and I need your help. It wasn't random picking you up, Carmen continued. Reacher was wedged against the door. The car tilted like a ship taking on water. The seat's slick leather made it impossible to right himself. She braced one hand on the wheel, the other on his headrest, leaning in. Her face was unreadable, 12 inches away, waiting. Her gaze drifted past him, fixed on the dry, cracked earth outside the ditch. The car tilted precariously, and he shifted uncomfortably against the door. You sure this thing can make it back up to the road? He asked, squinting at the blacktop shimmering under the brutal Texas sun. It looked level with the bottom of her window, just barely. She exhaled, fingers tightening on the wheel. I think so. I hope so. Yeah, me too, he muttered. She didn't look away, just studied him like he was a puzzle she was still trying to solve. So why'd you stop for me? He pressed. She quirked a smile, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Why do you think? Honestly, figured I just got lucky. Thought maybe you were the kind of person who helps strangers. A dry laugh escaped her. Nope. I was hunting for someone like you. His brow furrowed. Hunting? I've picked up a dozen guys this month, she admitted, drumming her fingers on the dash. Hundreds more I just drove past. Been crisscrossing West Texas watching who's thumbing a ride. But why? She waved the question off like a fly. You wouldn't believe the miles I've put on this car. Or the gas money. He leaned forward, voice low. Try me. Silence. The kind that stretches too long, thick with things unsaid. The door's armrest dug into his side and he shifted, suddenly wishing he'd caught a ride with some bored trucker instead. Someone with no agenda. Mind if I call you Carmen? He asked abruptly. She nodded. Go ahead. All right, Carmen, he said, locking eyes with her. Spell it out. What's really going on? Her lips parted, then pressed tight. Twice. Like she was rehearsing words that wouldn't come. It's harder than I thought, she finally admitted. Harder than what? Another pause. He reached for the door handle. Tell me straight or I'm walking. Right here. She scoffed. It's 110 degrees out there. Yeah, and you'd fry in 5 minutes. Risk I'll take. The door's jammed, she pointed out. Slope's too steep. Then I'll go through the windshield. A beat. Then quieter. I need your help. Never met you before today. Not face to face, she conceded. But you're exactly what I need. His pulse kicked up. Need for what? She hesitated, then offered a tired, almost bitter smile. I practiced this speech so many times. Now it feels impossible. He waited. You ever deal with lawyers? She asked suddenly. Some. They take your money, waste your time, then say they can't do a damn thing. So fire them. I've had 4, she shot back. All the same. All too expensive. I'm out of options. He eyed the Cadillac's leather interior. Doesn't look like you're hurting for cash. Borrowed, she said flatly. From my mother-in-law. His gaze dropped to the diamond on her finger. My husband's, she said, voice cracking. Ex-husband? So ask him for help. Her laugh was sharp, humorless. Not an option. He crossed his arms. Ever try a PI? Thought about it, she said. Turns out they're nothing like the movies. Just desk jockeys with databases. One guy in Austin quoted me 10 grand a week, wanted to bring in a whole team. For what? She swallowed hard. I got desperate. Started thinking maybe the right person wasn't in an office. Maybe they were on the side of the road. Her eyes flicked over him. I only stopped for the rough ones. Guys who looked like they could handle trouble. Flattering, he deadpanned. Didn't mean it as an insult. Could have been dangerous. She nodded. Almost was twice. But I had to try. Figured I'd find oil rig workers, maybe rodeo guys. Instead, you got me, he finished. The air between them hummed heavy with the unspoken question. And what exactly does that mean? Carmen leaned in, her voice low but urgent. Look, I need guys who can handle themselves, maybe a little rough around the edges, not afraid to get their hands dirty. I can't offer much cash, but I need someone who won't back down. That gonna be an issue? Reacher exhaled, rubbing his temple. Carmen, so far, everything about this is an issue. She fell silent for a beat, then sighed. I talked to a dozen guys before you. Tried to get a read on them, figure out who they really were. None of them fit. But you. She tilted her head, studying him. You're different. Ex-military, ex-cop, no strings attached. You're exactly what I need. He gave her a flat look. Not looking for work. A small, knowing smile tugged at her lips. Even better. Means you're not in it for the money. Just helping because it's the right thing to do. And with your background, it's practically your job to step in. Reacher scoffed. Cops don't just help people. Mostly, we knock heads together. If you want a hero, call the sheriff. Echo, Pecos, wherever you're from. Echo, she corrected softly. And I can't go to the sheriff. He didn't answer, just shifted against the car door, the steep angle digging into his back. The engine hummed, the AC blasting. Carmen was quiet now, her fingers gripping the wheel. Her eyes glistened like she was holding back tears, or maybe just too exhausted to cry. You probably think I'm insane, she muttered. Reacher glanced over. Strong legs, toned arms, that expensive dress riding up just enough to reveal a flash of white bra strap. She looked put together, but her eyes told a different story, tired, desperate. I'm not crazy, she insisted. I've been planning this for weeks. It was a long shot, but with you? I thought maybe... She trailed off, shaking her head. And now I'm blowing it by sounding like some hysterical mess. His mind flashed to a diner and Lubbock pancakes stacked high, crispy bacon, syrup dripping off the edges. He could have been there right now, sipping coffee, listening to some trucker's road stories. Instead, he was wedged in a ditch with a woman who might as well have trouble written across her forehead. Start over, he said finally. But first get us out of this damn ditch. And find me coffee. There's gotta be a place up the road. Her grip tightened on the wheel. You're just gonna ditch me the second we stop. For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Then, with a sharp nod, she slammed the gear shift into drive and hit the gas. The tires spun uselessly, kicking up dust. Front-wheel drive, all the weight in the wrong place. Typical. The tires spun wildly, kicking up a storm of dust and gravel as the car lurched forward, finally gripping the pavement with a jolt. She straightened the wheel and slammed the accelerator, speeding south down the empty highway. I don't even know where to start, she muttered, knuckles white on the steering wheel. He leaned back in his seat, unfazed. Start at the beginning. Works every time. We'll grab coffee, you can lay it all out. She didn't answer, just stared ahead at the heat-warped road, already pushing 70. After a long silence, she shook her head. Coffee's not happening. This can't wait. Meanwhile, 50 miles southwest of Abilene, a Crown Vic sat parked on the shoulder of a desolate county road, its hood slightly raised to let the engine breathe in the scorching Texas heat. The landscape stretched endlessly, nothing but cracked earth and sun-bleached brush, fading into the horizon. The only sounds were the ticking engine and the relentless hum of the desert baking under the midday sun. The driver adjusted the side mirror, scanning the road behind him where the asphalt melted into a wavering silver mirage. He knew exactly what and who was coming. A white Mercedes, speeding toward an appointment its chronically late driver couldn't afford to miss. Simple math gave them the timing. Showtime, the driver muttered, stepping out to slam the hood shut. He slid back in, tugging on a dark blue FBI cap, one of 3 cheap souvenirs from a Hollywood Boulevard vendor. With the transmission in drive, he waited, foot firm on the brake. Then, like a ghost materializing from the heat, the Mercedes burst free of the mirage, closing fast. The Crown Vic rolled forward, timing it just right. As the Mercedes roared past, the sedan merged smoothly into its wake, accelerating. Inside the Mercedes, the driver caught the flash of headlights in his mirror. 2 figures in caps filled the front seat. His stomach dropped as he glanced at the speedometer 90. He eased off the gas, mind racing. Play it cool? Or pull the big shot card? Too late. The Crown Vic pulled alongside, revealing 3 figures, one a woman, just as the realization hit. This wasn't a traffic stop. The killing crew was back on the job. The sedan was loaded with radio gear, antennas bristling like porcupine quills. No flashing lights, no siren, definitely not your average traffic stop. The driver motioned for him to pull over, while the woman in the passenger seat slapped an ID against the window, the bold FBI letters, unmistakable. Their caps matched, their fatigues crisp, their expressions all business. This wasn't about a speeding ticket. Al Eugene exhaled slightly. The Bureau didn't waste time on minor infractions. Maybe it was a security sweep, understandable, given what lay ahead down the highway. He gave a curt nod, tapped the brakes, and guided his car onto the shoulder, dust billowing behind him. The FBI cruiser rolled to a stop, its headlights muted by the swirling dirt. The agents moved with practiced efficiency, not too fast, not too slow. No sudden movements, no unnecessary tension. The best way to handle these things was to keep things smooth, controlled. Less mess, less evidence, less trouble for everyone. Mr. Eugene, the woman called, stepping forward. Al Eugene, right? He climbed out of his Mercedes, squinting in the midday glare. Early 30s, average height, his complexion slightly sallow beneath the southern sun. There was an old-school politeness in the way he faced her, an ingrained deference that made him seem instantly vulnerable. "What can I do for you, ma'am? Is your cell phone working, sir?" He patted his suit pocket. "Should be. Mind if I check?" He handed it over. She dialed, frowned, then shrugged. "Seems fine. Listen, sir, can you spare 5 minutes? We've got an assistant director waiting up the road, urgent business." Eugene checked his watch. "I've got an appointment." "Already handled," she said smoothly. "We called ahead, rescheduled for you." "Just 5 minutes." He hesitated. "Let me see that ID again." She passed him the worn black wallet, the plastic window fogged with age. The badge inside looked official enough, laminated, embossed, the kind of bureaucratic design that screamed government issue. Most people wouldn't know a real FBI badge if it hit them in the face, and Eugene was no exception. "Up the road, huh?" He finally said. "Fine, I'll follow you." "Actually, we'll drive you," she corrected. "There's a checkpoint ahead. Civilian vehicles make them jumpy." "We'll bring you right back." Another shrug. "All right." They walked toward the Crown Vic, the driver holding the front door open. "You ride up here, sir. Class A individuals don't belong in the back seat unless we want our butts handed to us." Eugene puffed up a little at the title, then ducked inside without another word. Whether he noticed they still had his phone or just didn't care, he didn't mention it. The sedan pulled onto the highway, accelerating smoothly. "Up ahead," the woman murmured. The driver nodded. "Got it." In the distance, a dust cloud curled lazily over the road. The car slowed, hunting for the turnoff they'd scouted earlier. Just another routine stop. Nothing to see here. Eugene's heart pounded as he swerved off the road, tires kicking up gravel as the car lurched into a shallow ditch. The vehicle jolted over uneven ground before he slammed to a stop behind a thicket of mesquite, the branches scraping against the roof. Before he could react, cold metal pressed into the base of his skull, 2 pistols perfectly nestled where the bones dipped just enough to cradle the barrels. "Don't move a muscle," the woman hissed. Eugene froze, his breath shallow. Moments later, the roar of an engine thundered past, some kind of heavy-duty truck, kicking up dust that swirled in the dry air. The driver stepped out, his boots crunching on the gravel as he yanked open Eugene's door and shoved a gun into the hollow of his throat. Out. Now. Slow. Eugene barely managed a choked "what?" before the woman cut him off. You'll find out. Move. Hands shaking, he stepped out, 3 weapons trained on him. Away from the car, she ordered. Toward the rocks. This was the moment. Eugene's gaze darted wildly, muscles tensed, adrenaline screaming through him. 1 step. 2. 3. The woman gave a sharp nod. Al. Her partners leaped back just as Eugene turned toward her voice. The gunshot cracked like a whip, echoing across the desert. His body crumpled lifeless before it hit the dirt. The woman crouched beside him, inspecting her work with clinical detachment. Then she stood, arms outstretched, like she was waiting for a tease pat down. Check me, she commanded. The men scrutinized every inch, no blood, no trace. Clear, the shorter one muttered. Clear, echoed the taller. Perfect. They dragged Eugene's body to a narrow fissure in the limestone, just wide enough to swallow a man. With practiced efficiency, they wedged him in, the rocks sealing him away like a tomb. A few kicks scattered dust over the stains, a mesquite branch erasing their tracks. Back in the Crown Vic, the engine purred as they pulled onto the road. As they passed Eugene's dust-coated Mercedes, abandoned and forgotten, the woman Carmen finally spoke. I've got a daughter, she said abruptly. 6.5. Reacher glanced at her. You mentioned being a mom. She tightened her grip on the wheel. Mary Ellen. That's what they named her. They did? My in-laws. I didn't exactly have a say. Reacher stayed silent for a beat. What would you have picked? Carmen exhaled, eyes fixed on the road. Gloria, she murmured. Maybe. The desert stretched ahead, endless and indifferent. She was breathtaking, like something out of a dream. Silence settled between them again. But she's Mary Ellen, he said. She gave a slow nod. Most folks call her Ellie, Miss Ellie, when they're feeling formal. And she's 6.5. Yet we've been married under 7 years. I mentioned that already, didn't I? So you can piece it together. Does that bother you? Running the numbers? More like what those numbers mean. He turned his gaze to the windshield, shaking his head. Doesn't bother me. Why would it? Doesn't bother me either, she admitted. But it makes sense why I wasn't exactly in a winning spot. He stayed quiet. We started off on the worst foot possible, she continued. Me and his people. There was a heaviness in her voice, the kind that clings to memories of disaster, like recalling the moment everything shattered. She tightened her grip on the wheel as the car rolled forward. A bubble of chilled silence in the scorching wasteland. Who are they? He asked. The Greers, she said. One of those old Echo County dynasties. Been around since Texas was swindled into existence. Probably helped swindle it themselves. What's their deal? Exactly what you'd imagine, she replied. Old money Texans, fortunes built and half lost, oil and cattle in their blood, river-dunked Protestants who haven't seen the inside of a church in decades. They shoot things for fun. The father's long gone, the mother's still kicking, 2 sons and enough cousins to fill a phone book. My husband's the eldest Sloop Greer. Sloop, Reacher echoed. For the first time since pulling out of the ditch, a faint smile touched her lips. Sloop, she repeated. What kind of name is that? Some dusty family relic, she said. Probably some Alamo hero, busy fighting my ancestors. Kinda sounds like a fishing boat. What's his brother's name? Schooner. Bodge. Cruise ship? Robert, she said. Goes by Bobby. Sloop, Reacher muttered. First time I've heard that one. Same here, she admitted. Everything about him was new to me. But back then, I liked his name. Made him stand out. Guess it would. We met in California, Carmen said. Both at UCLA. Off his home turf, Reacher observed. Her smile faded. Exactly. Only way it could have happened. If I'd met him out here with all his baggage on full display? Never. Not a chance. And honestly, I hope I'd have had the sense to never come out here in the first place. She trailed off, squinting ahead where the road shimmered under the sun. A dull aluminum shape flickered in the distance, distorted by the heat rising off the asphalt. There's the diner, she said. They'll have coffee at least. Wouldn't be much of a diner if they didn't, he said. Lot of strange things around here, she murmured. The diner sat alone, perched on a slight rise amid a dust-choked parking lot. A faded sign jutted up from the dirt, offering no shade. Two pickups were parked haphazardly, far apart like they'd been abandoned mid-thought. Okay, she said, hesitating as she slowed the car. Now's when you bolt. Figure one of those truck guys will give you a ride. He didn't answer. If you're gonna run, do it later, okay? She pleaded. Please. I don't want to be stranded in a place like this. She eased onto the dirt lot, parking under the sign's narrow shadow like it was shelter. The engine cut out, leaving only the dying wheeze of the AC. Reacher pushed his door open. The heat hit like a blast furnace, so thick it stole his breath. For a moment, he just stood there, silent, letting her take the lead as they crossed the sun-scorched ground. The dirt was cracked and parched, almost like pavement underfoot. Ahead of them stretched a thicket of mesquite, the kind of place where rattlesnakes might lurk, and beyond that, nothing but an endless, searing sky. He kept half a step behind, watching her. Her eyes were downcast, almost closed, as if she wanted to disappear into herself. The dress she wore had slipped to a modest length, just grazing her knees, but the way she moved, fluid, poised, made it look effortless, like she was gliding. The diner's entrance was cramped, cluttered with a cigarette machine and a rack of flyers advertising everything from used trucks to county fairs. The second they stepped inside, the air conditioning hit them like a relief. They lingered for a breath, savoring the cool. Near the door, a cash register sat unattended, while a waitress slumped on a stool, looking like she'd been on her feet for days. Through the kitchen window, a cook flipped something on the grill. Two lone diners sat in separate booths. Forks paused mid-air as they glanced over, then just as quickly looked away. Reacher met each stare for a beat before guiding Carmen to the farthest booth. The vinyl seat stuck to his skin as he slid in, tilting his head back to catch the icy blast from the ceiling vent. Carmen sat across from him, finally lifting her gaze. Her eyes were striking dark, tilted at the edges, framed by lashes that could stop traffic. Her nose was straight, her cheekbones sharp under thick, glossy hair that caught the light like spilled ink. Her lips were soft, just touched with color, and her skin had a warm, golden glow, lighter than his own sun-browned arms. My daughter doesn't look a thing like me, she said suddenly. That's the worst part, I think. The Greer genes bulldozed right over mine. Reacher took a sip of his black coffee, scalding and bitter. So who does she take after? Them, Carmen answered flatly. The waitress dropped off their drinks without a word. Carmen's iced coffee sloshing over the rim, his own in a cheap plastic carafe. She left the check face down between them and walked off. Carmen pressed her water glass to her forehead, then wiped away the condensation with a napkin. "You should know I did love Sloop once," she said. Reacher stayed quiet, though the confession sat uncomfortably in his chest. He wasn't used to strangers pouring out their lives to him. "Does this make you uneasy?" she asked, studying him. He shook his head, even though it did, a little. "You told me to start at the beginning," she reminded him. "Yeah," he admitted. She unwrapped a straw, twisting the paper between her fingers. "Then you should also know it wasn't hard to fall for him. He was tall, charming, always laughing. Back then, in L, everything felt possible. Nothing really mattered." She paused, then added with a wry smile, "And here's the kicker, I wasn't some poor Mexican girl scared his family wouldn't accept me. I was worried my family wouldn't accept him." The irony wasn't lost on Reacher. Life had a way of flipping expectations on their head. "Growing up, I always thought my family was untouchable. We owned a sprawling vineyard in Napa Valley generations deep, dripping with old money and prestige. Art galleries courted our donations. Our name was on museum wings, and even our staff was white collar. So yeah, when I fell for someone outside our world, all I could think was, what will my parents say?" He took a sip of his coffee, bitter and reheated, but it got the job done. "And what did they say?" he asked. "They lost it," she admitted, swirling her iced tea. "At the time, I thought they were overreacting. Now, I get it." She blotted her lips with a diner napkin, leaving behind a smudge of cherry red lipstick. "Then I got pregnant. That really set them off. My folks are old school Catholic, strict, proper. Next thing I knew, I was out. No dramatic scene, no snowstorm, just me and a designer suitcase on the curb." He leaned in. "So what you do?" "We eloped. Just us and a couple of college friends. Was fun at first, young, stupid, in love. But reality hit hard. Sloop. He wasn't exactly hustling for jobs. Turns out his plan was always to coast back into Daddy's oil business. Meanwhile, I'm 8 months pregnant, broke, and realizing I'd gambled everything on a guy who saw sacrifice as a dirty word. The diner's AC hummed as she exhaled. We couldn't afford rent, so guess who won the argument? Next stop, Texas. His family's compound, a mansion stuffed with relatives who looked at me like I was gum on their boofiel. Polite to my face, but their eyes screamed gold-digging wetback. And Sloop. He traded his frat boy charm for fists. First punch landed the night before our daughter was born. Meanwhile, the Crown Victoria shed its disguise like a snake shedding skin. Behind a scrubby thicket off Route 20, the Hertz decals reappeared. Virginia plates hit the dirt, Texas tags snapped back on. The fake hubcaps were kicked into place, antennas peeled off the rear windshield, and the CB radio gear vanished into a duffel. Just another unremarkable rental, ready to disappear into the Lone Star haze. The baseball caps were stuffed in with the guns, hidden away like dirty secrets. Eugene's phone got the rock treatment smashed to bits and tossed into the bushes like yesterday's trash. A handful of gravel from the roadside got a free ride onto the rental car seat, just to make sure any lingering traces of Eugene would vanish with the next vacuum job. The sedan rolled back onto the asphalt, smooth and unremarkable, just another anonymous car with 3 nobodies inside. It made a pit stop at a rest area called Colorado River Oasis, where soda cans cracked open, and a burner call bounced from Vegas to Dallas before landing in some backwater Texas office. The message: mission accomplished. Carmen Greer touched her split lip, her voice steady, but her fingers trembling. First time he hit me, he acted like it was the end of the world. Drove me to the ER himself, begging me to forgive him the whole way. Swore he'd never do it again. She laughed bitter. Turns out, never lasted about a week. After that, it was open season. Too fat, too ugly, too distracted by the baby, pick a reason, any reason. Reacher stayed quiet, watching her. She pushed her half-finished iced coffee away. His family, clueless. His dad was the only decent one, and once he was gone, it got worse. Now it's just his witch of a mother and his jerk brother. And guess what? They still don't know. Big house, big secrets. She twisted the diamond ring on her finger, a shiny apology, a distraction. He buys me things. Horses, jewelry. Makes him look like Prince Charming in front of them. Meanwhile, I'm the klutz who keeps falling off her horse. Reacher's jaw tightened. He's broken bones. She nodded, ticking them off like a grocery list. Ribs, arm, collarbone, jaw. Oh, and 3 teeth had to get them shoved back in. She shrugged, like it was just another Tuesday. You'd be surprised what you can get used to. The silence between them was heavier than the Texas heat. The ER staff probably think I'm the most reckless rider this side of the Mississippi. You think they really buy that? Or they just pretend to, she muttered. What about his family? Same story, she said, exhaling sharply. They'd never take my side. He leaned forward, frustration tightening his jaw. Then why the hell did you stay? Why not just walk away the first time it happened? She shut her eyes, turning her face away, as if the answer was written somewhere else. Her hands pressed flat against the diner table, then flipped over empty, helpless. You don't get it, she whispered. Nobody does unless they've lived it. I had nothing. A newborn, no cash, no one to turn to. Every move I made was watched. Couldn't even use the damn phone without him listening in. Silence. When she opened her eyes again, they were sharp, defiant. And where was I supposed to go? Back home? She scoffed. Yeah, right. Showing up with a blue-eyed baby after everything? I'd rather take the punches. He didn't answer. The hum of the AC filled the space between them, the distant clatter of dishes from the kitchen. Once you stay that first time, you're stuck, she continued, voice brittle. No money, a kid getting older 1 year, 2, 3. There's never a right moment. And every day you stay, it gets harder to leave. Still, he said nothing. She met his stare, desperate for understanding. You've got to believe me, even if you don't get it. You're a guy, someone messes with you, you fight back. You don't like a place, you leave. For me, it wasn't that simple. A bitter laugh escaped her. Sloop offered me a way out once. Said if I left Ellie behind, he'd buy me a first-class ticket anywhere. Even promised a limo straight to Div. She shook her head. But I wasn't walking away without my kid. So he twisted it, said I chose to stay. Like I wanted it. And then the beatings got worse. Not just when he was angry. Just because. The silence stretched. His gaze drifted over her, the stubborn set of her shoulders, the faint scar along her collarbone. She sat rigid, unbroken. Every day? He finally asked. Her fingers twitched. Close enough. 3, 4 times a week. Sometimes more. Feels like every damn day. He studied her, then shook his head. You're lying. Outside, the Texas sun scorched the red ranch house. A maid hurried to her car, kicking up dust on her way to town. Near the barn, ranch hands moved sluggishly, brushing down a handful of horses before retreating from the heat. The bunkhouse stood empty, the whole place simmering in stillness. The maid returned with groceries, and somewhere a notebook snapped shut. The cloud of dust kicked up by her car, tires settled lazily behind her as the men with binoculars adjusted their baseball caps backward to shield their necks from the relentless Texas sun. "You're feeding me a line," Reacher said flatly. Carmen turned toward the window, her cheeks flushing crimson, the color spreading like spilled ink. Anger? Shame? He couldn't quite pin it down. "What makes you say that?" she murmured barely above a whisper. "Evidence," he shot back. "No bruises. No marks. Your skin's flawless, barely any makeup, and definitely not enough to cover up anything. And let's not ignore the fact you're blushing so hard you could power a neon sign. You move like you just walked out of a spa, not a war zone. If he's beating you daily, he must be using a damn pillow." She hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "There's more," she admitted. "The real reason I'm here." Reacher exhaled sharply. "Why should I care?" She grabbed another straw, peeling off the wrapper with deliberate precision, rolling the paper into a tight coil between her fingers. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I needed you to hear me." His gaze drifted to the window, where the sun's glare crept across the Cadillac's hood like a slow-moving sundial. His attention. He remembered waking up that morning, the stale motel air, the cop's reflection in the mirror, the sticky hum of tires on scorched asphalt as she pulled up beside him. "Fine. You've got it," he muttered, still staring at the car. "Lasted 5 years," she said. "Just like I told you. Almost every day. But it stopped 18 months ago. I had to tell it backward, otherwise you wouldn't have listened." Silence. "This isn't easy," she admitted. "Telling a stranger all this." He turned back, meeting her eyes. "And it's not exactly a picnic hearing it." She sucked in a breath. "Are you gonna bolt?" He shrugged. "Almost did a minute ago." Another pause. "Just stay," she pleaded. "At least until we're out of here. Hear the rest first." He studied her, then relented. "All right. I'm listening. Will you help me?" "With what?" She didn't answer. "What did it feel like?" he pressed. "When he hit you." "Feel like?" she echoed. "Yeah. Physically?" She looked away, considering. "Depended where," she finally said. He nodded. She knew the difference. "Stomach," he prompted. "I threw up," she whispered. "Sometimes blood." Another nod. She knew that pain too well. "I swear it's true," she insisted. 5 years. "Why would I lie?" "Then why'd he stop?" She tensed, suddenly aware of the diner's attention. Reacher glanced around, the cook, the waitress, the 2 guys at the far tables, all pretending not to stare. The staff averted their eyes fast. The other 2 lingered, their expressions sharp with judgment. "Can we go?" she asked. "It's a long drive back." "I'm coming with you?" "That's the whole point," she said. He looked back at the Cadillac, the heat waves distorting the air above it. The interior would be an oven by now. "Please, Reacher," she said. "Just hear the rest. If you bail in Pecos, fine. Check out the museum. See Clay Allison's grave. You're exploring Texas, might as well." The shadow finally touched the windshield. He exhaled. "Fine. Thank you," she breathed. No response. "Wait here," she said, sliding out with effortless ease. "Bathroom break. Long drive ahead." She walked away, head down, ignoring the room's lingering stares. The 2 men at the counter tracked her with their eyes as she walked by, their expressions unreadable, before shifting their attention back to Reacher. He didn't give them the satisfaction of a reaction, just flipped the check over and dropped exact change, no tip. If a waitress couldn't be bothered to speak, she probably didn't deserve one. Pushing out of the booth, he headed for the door, feeling their stares follow him the whole way. Outside, he paused by the glass, scanning the empty stretch of highway beyond the parking lot, the heat rising in waves off the asphalt. A few seconds later, he heard her footsteps behind him. She'd fixed her hair and reapplied her lipstick, small details, but noticeable. "Guess I'll hit the restroom too," he muttered. She shot a nervous glance toward the two men still seated inside. "Wait till I'm in the car," she said, voice low. "I don't want to be stuck in here alone." Sloop just kept driving. He watched her hurry to the car, the engine coughing to life as she cranked the AC. Turning back, he made his way to the men's room, a cramped space with cracked tiles, a pair of yellowed urinals, and a sink that looked like it hadn't seen a sponge in years. The paper towel dispenser was empty, a fat roll just sitting on top like an afterthought. He stepped up to the left urinal, catching movement in the reflection of the tarnished chrome pipe above it. The door creaked open, and one of the diner guys leaned against it, blocking the exit. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a faded black tee with some kind of logo Reacher couldn't make out backward. The guy fumbled with the lock behind his back before crossing his arms. "You new in town?" he asked, voice rough. Reacher didn't answer, just kept his eyes on the distorted reflection. "I asked you a question," the guy prassed. "And I'm busy," Reacher said. "Unless you want an impromptu shoe polish job." The guy stiffened, thrown off. Clearly, he'd rehearsed this confrontation, and Reacher's casual dismissal wasn't part of the script. "Someone's gotta lay down the rules," the guy finally growled. Reacher exhaled, counting seconds. "Rules? Yeah. Around here, you don't bring your beaners into decent places?" Reacher paused. "Beaners." The guy took a step closer, his reflection swelling in the chrome. "Latinas. Eat beans al dente." "Latina," Reacher corrected. "And she had iced coffee. No beans in sight. You think you're funny?" Reacher zipped up and turned to the sink, splashing water on his hands. "Nah, just observant. Unlike you, I mean, even this busted paper towel roll's got more brains." He tore off a sheet, crumpled it. "Hell, each scrap's probably got a higher IQ." The guy's face darkened. "You're gonna regret that." Reacher smiled, tossing the towel aside. "Doubt it." The guy might as well have been talking to a brick wall. The insult about Harvard scholarships and GEDs took a solid 5 seconds to register, like shouting into a canyon and waiting for the echo. When it finally hit, the guy's face twisted, and he swung a clumsy haymaker at Reacher's head. It was the kind of punch that looked like it could rearrange teeth if it ever connected. But Reacher's left hand shot up, catching the guy's wrist mid-air with a sharp smack against the bathroom tiles. "You know what's smarter than you," Reacher mused, twisting the guy's arm just enough to make him wince. The gum stuck to this floor. He could have snapped bone if he wanted back in the day. He'd done worse with less effort. But today, he wasn't feeling it. "Lucky for you, I don't crush badges," he said, easing up just a fraction. "Now apologize." The guy blinked, slow as a dial-up connection, before finally choking out, "I'm sorry." "Not to me, genius," Reacher said, jerking his chin toward the parking lot. To her. A little extra pressure, and the guy's wrist made a sound like cracking knuckles. Okay, he gasped. Reacher let go, and the guy cradled his hand like it might fall off. "Keys," Reacher demanded. The guy fumbled them out one-handed, and Reacher tossed them straight into the urinal, unflushed, naturally. Outside, Carmen was watching from the car, her window cracked just enough to show wide, wary eyes. Your fan club president has something to say, Reacher announced, nudging the guy forward. The guy shuffled up, cleared his throat like he was about to sing opera, and blurted, "Ma'am, you'd sure love to have you back real soon. Maybe let me wash your car while you're here." Carmen's baffled stare flicked between them. "What?" Reacher shrugged. "He's improvising. Keys are in the bathroom if he's brave enough to go fishing." The guy bolted like a spooked deer. Sliding back into the Crown Vic, Carmen exhaled. "Thought you were ditching me for a ride with him." "Rather take my chances with you," Reacher said as they rolled past a sun-bleached diner and a weed-choked lot. The road ahead, empty as a bad joke. The sun beat down on a crumbling gas station across from a tiny one-room schoolhouse, heat waves distorting the air like a mirage. A sleek sedan crept through the intersection, hesitated near the school gate, then roared off with a screech of tires. Inside the classroom, Ellie Greer paused with her lunchbox half open, her dark eyes tracking the car until it vanished in a swirl of dust. She was a quiet girl, the kind who noticed everything, like how the maid always packed her sandwiches with too much mustard, just to be spiteful. Reacher squinted at the cracked blacktop stretching endlessly ahead, the midday sun turning the road into a shimmering ribbon. "What went down a year and a half ago?" he asked. Carmen kept her eyes on the highway, her fingers flexing around the steering wheel. The landscape was barren. Rusted water pumps stood like forgotten sentinels, remnants of a time when gasoline was cheaper than water. "Irrigation," she muttered. "Back when this land wasn't just dirt and regret." The Cadillac surged forward, its suspension groaning as it hit a bump. "Hungry?" Carmen asked abruptly. "If we skip stopping, we can grab Ellie from school." "I haven't seen her since yesterday." Reacher shrugged. "Your call." She pressed the gas harder, the speedometer climbing. "Do you believe me yet?" she asked, voice tight. He studied her profile. 13 years as an investigator had taught him to trust nothing, especially not tears in Texas. She let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "Prison," she said. "But not for what you're thinking." Her knuckles whitened on the wheel. "In Texas, a man like him doesn't get locked up for hitting his wife. That's just not how it works here." The irony dripped like sweat. "No, they got him for tax evasion. Oil leases, drilling equipment, all that dirty money he forgot to report." Reacher watched the horizon blur. "And they threw the book at him." Carmen. "Oh, they tried to play nice. Offered him a deal pay-up, promised to behave. But Sloop, too proud, made them drag every last cent out of him themselves." The car hummed, the road humming back as if the desert itself was laughing at the punchline. He kept lying right up until the trial. Wouldn't pay a dime, acted like he didn't owe a thing, which was a joke. Every cent was tucked away in family trusts, locked up tight where no one could touch it. That really set them off, you know. So they went after him. She gripped the wheel tighter. "Oh, they went hard," she said. "Full federal assault. Ever hear that saying about making a federal case out of something? Now I get it. This was a full-blown showdown, small-town boys versus the Eries. Sloop's liar, his high school buddy. And guess who the DA in Pecos County was? His other best friend. They thought they had it all figured out. But to the Oras, they steamrolled them. Total wipeout. 3 to 5 years, judge set the minimum at 30 months. And somehow I got lucky." Reacher stayed silent. She swung past a semi, the first sign of life they'd seen in miles. "I was thrilled," she admitted. "Never felt anything like it. White-collar crime, so they let him walk free until morning." No cuffs, no drama. He came home, packed a bag. We even had this big awkward family dinner, stayed up too late. Then upstairs last time he ever laid a hand on me. Next day, his buddies drove him to some cushy prison near Abilene. A club fed, they call it. Supposedly has tennis courts. You ever go see him? She shook her head. I act like he's dead. The car hummed forward, the horizon a blur of heat. Far off, the Trans-Pecos Mountains loomed, barely visible. Watch the light out here, she murmured. It shifts colors like nothing else. Reacher squinted. The glare was so intense it burned white. 30 months is 2.5 years, she said. I'm banking on the minimum. Knowing him, he's playing nice in there. Probably, Reacher agreed. 2.5 years, she repeated. I blew the first 18 months. You've got a year left. That's enough time to do anything. She fell quiet again, then finally said, Walk me through it. We need to be on the same page. You have to see it like I do. He hesitated. Just talk it out, she pressed. Theoretically, if that helps. He exhaled, considering her side of things. For him, vanishing was instinct. For her, not so simple. You need out, he said. An abusive marriage, only one way that ends. A place to live, a way to make money. That's the baseline. Sounds easy when you say it. Any major city's got shelters, he said. Support systems. They'll watch Ellie while you work. She'd have other kids around. After a while, you could get your own place. During what? Anything. You're educated. You can read, write, that's more than most. How do I even get there? Bus, train, plane. 2 one-way tickets. I'm broke. Nothing? She shook her head. Last dollar vanished a week ago. He eyed her clothes. You dress like someone with options. Mail order, she said flatly. Sloop's lawyer approves every purchase. So yeah, I've got outfits. Just no cash. Sell the diamond. She laughed bitterly. Tried. Turns out it's fake. Stainless steel and cubic zirconia. Jeweler got a good laugh, said, it's worth about $30. Reacher paused. There's gotta be money in the house. Take some. Another mile passed in silence. Then I'm not just running, she said. I'm stealing too. Ellie's legal situation is the real issue here, it always has been. Since she's also Sloop's kid, crossing state lines without his permission would make me a kidnapper. Next thing you know, her face is plastered on every missing child alert, the FBI's on my tail, and I'm locked up while they take her away. The courts don't mess around with custody disputes. It's the top reason for parental kidnappings. Every lawyer I've talked to warned me, I need Sloop's approval. But let's be real, how do I stroll up and ask him if he's cool with me vanishing into thin air with his daughter? Like he'd ever sign off on that. Then don't leave Texas, Reacher suggested. Head to Dallas instead. Her response was sharp, final. I'm not staying in this state. Silence hung between them before she continued, frustration creeping into her voice. His mom keeps tabs on me for him. That's why I couldn't just pawn the ring, even though $30 would have helped. She'd notice, and then she'd be on high alert. One missing dollar, one missing kid, she'd have the sheriff and feds on me before I hit the county line. Texas is huge and buses crawl. A few hours head start? Not enough. Reacher frowned. There's got to be another way. She shot a glance at the briefcase in the back seat stuffed with legal documents. Oh, there are ways, court orders, emergency custody, all that red tape. But lawyers cost money, and I've got none. Pro bono. Good luck getting an appointment before next Christmas. It's a nightmare. He exhaled. Yeah, sounds like it. But a year should be enough time, right? She pressed. 12 months is plenty to figure this out. So cut me some slack for wasting the first 18. I was overwhelmed, okay? I kept telling myself I had time. And now, even starting from scratch today, nobody could say I waited too long. Right? A soft chime interrupted them. The fuel light blinked on the dash. Great, she muttered. We're running on fumes. There's an Exxon up ahead, Reacher offered. 15 miles. She shook her head. I need mobile. There's a card in the glove box. I'm charging everything to my mother-in-law's account. Won't see the bill for a month. Reacher raised an eyebrow. You're broke and out of gas. She yanked her purse onto his lap. Look for yourself. He hesitated. I don't exactly go digging through women's handbags. I want you to, she insisted. You need to see this. Inside, the scent of perfume and makeup lingered. A hairbrush tangled with dark strands, a nail clipper, and a thin wallet. He flipped it open. One crumpled dollar bill. No credit cards. Just her Texas license with a deer in headlights photo, and a plastic sleeve holding a picture of a grinning little girl, blonde curls bouncing, eyes sparkling. Ellie, she said softly. She's adorable, Reacher admitted. Where'd you sleep last night? In the car, she admitted. Motels cost $40. Mine was 20. She shrugged. $1 might as well be $1 million right now. The car's fine, it's got reclining seats. A beat passed before she added quieter, I just need to get her out of here. The morning sun was already blazing as I waited for the diner to get busy, slipping into the restroom to clean up while the staff was too swamped to care. You don't eat? She asked, her foot easing off the gas like she was rationing every drop. I'll cover it, Reacher said. You're doing me a favor. An Exxon sign flashed by 10 miles ahead. She hesitated, then nodded. Fine, but only because I need to get back to Ellie. She hit the gas, trusting the tank would hold out. Reacher did the math. Less than a gallon left, even with that beast of an engine. Then it hit him. Pull over, he ordered. She shot him a look but swerved onto the shoulder, leaving the engine running, AC blasting. Wait, he said. They sat in silence until the truck they'd passed rumbled past. Stay put. He yanked the pocket off his shirt. Cheap fabric, easy tear. What are you wearing? She stiffened. A dress. Underwear. Shoes. Show me the shoes. She hesitated, then kicked them off, handing them over. He inspected them. Nothing. Handed them back. Then he stripped off his shirt and tossed it to her. I'm getting out. Turn around, strip, put this on. Leave your clothes on the seat. Why? Just do it. He stepped out, turning his back to the scorching sun. The asphalt radiated heat, baking his bare shoulders. A car door creaked open. She emerged barefoot, drowning in his shirt, hopping as the road burned her feet. Keep the shoes, he called. She scrambled to put them on. Now walk away. She did, arms crossed like she was holding herself together. He turned back to the car, shaking out her clothes dress, bra, panties still warm from her skin. Nothing. He tore through the car, under seats, in the trunk, beneath the hood, 20 minutes of thorough searching. Nothing. Get dressed, he called. When she returned, clutching his shirt, he slipped it back on. Now I'll help you, he said. Why? Because you're broke. No cash, no cards, not in your wallet, not stashed anywhere. Nobody drives 300 miles with nothing unless they're desperate. And desperate people deserve help. She ducked her head, almost like a thank you. They climbed back in, the AC a relief. As she merged onto the highway, Reacher leaned back. A year's a long time. A year from now, you could be anywhere, fresh start, new life. The road stretched ahead, endless. For the first time, she almost smiled. Is that why you need me? To help you escape? She stayed silent for a long stretch of road, the tires humming over cracked asphalt as the landscape dipped and rose again. Up ahead, a cluster of buildings shimmered in the heat, probably the gas station, maybe a mechanic's shop beside it. Finally, she spoke, her voice tight. Just agree with me right now. A year was enough. So waiting wasn't a mistake. Sure, he said. A year was enough. No regrets. She didn't answer, just gripped the wheel and drove, like hell was chasing her. The first place they passed was a junkyard, rusted hubcaps nailed to a tin shed, a graveyard of cars stacked like ancient ruins. Beyond it, the gas station looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s, with analog pumps and a guy who still pumped your fuel for you. The Cadillac gulped down over 20 gallons, costing Reacher what a cheap motel would have run him. He handed over the cash, waved off the change. The guy barely nodded, sweat dripping down his face in the 111-degree heat. Reacher wondered if the guy had a problem with a Latina driving a white guy in a Cadillac. Gracias, señor, Carmen said, polite but sharp. De nada, señorita, he replied. Her eyebrows lifted. You speak Spanish? Enough to get by. Picked up bits from traveling. French, too. My mother was from Paris. Like she didn't quite buy it. So you're half foreign. Sometimes feels like more. She rolled her eyes and merged back onto the highway, the gas gauge now firmly on F. You should call me Queen Ara, she corrected. I'm married. Yeah, he said. Guess you are. For the next mile, the only sound was the engine. Then she exhaled hard, fingers flexing on the wheel. Here's the thing, she said. I don't have a year. Why not? Because his lawyer showed up a month ago. Said there's some deal in the works. What kind of deal? She shook her head. Nobody tells me anything. But my guess. Sloop's trading names for early release. His buddies are greasing the wheels with the DA. Reacher cursed under his breath. Yeah, she said bitterly. And I had to smile like I was thrilled. Meanwhile, I'm screaming inside. I waited too long. Thought I had time. Now the trap's sprung, and I'm still in it. Reacher stayed quiet. Plan for the worst, that was his rule. How close is the deal? Done, she whispered. So when's he out? Monday, probably. They don't process releases on weekends. 2 days. Reacher let that sink in. I'm scared, she admitted. He's coming home. He nodded. I get it. Do you? Her voice cracked. Monday night it starts again. And it'll be worse. Maybe prison changed him, Reacher offered, knowing it was a weak line even as he said it. Her laugh was hollow. Prison doesn't make monsters nicer. It just gives them new ideas. The truth hung between them, heavy as the desert heat. Carmen tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white. This is gonna be bad, Reacher, worse than before. I can feel it. Her voice cracked with a mix of fear and certainty. Reacher studied her face. What happened? She shut her eyes for a second, still doing 70 down the highway before blurting it out. I'm the one who tipped off the IRS about him. Meanwhile, in a different car, a stolen Crown Vic rolled through a gas station off the interstate. The driver swiped a lifted Amex, wiped it clean, and tossed it in the trash like yesterday's coffee cup. His partner traced a route on a crumpled map, pressing her finger into the paper. We swing by now just to scope it out, she said. The driver nodded, already calculating the next move. Back in Carmen's car, she let out a bitter laugh. Seemed like a genius idea at the time. I knew he'd never cooperate, figured he'd land in jail, or at least get tied up in audits for months. Maybe even cough up some hidden cash. And it worked, mostly. She shook her head. Except the money part. But hey, who needs cash when you've got revenge, right? Reacher raised an eyebrow. How would you pull it off? Pick up the phone. Hers has a whole hotline for disgruntled spouses. Usually it's divorce drama, but I didn't need papers to be furious. Why not just file for divorce now? Reacher asked. Jail time's gotta count for something. She glanced at the rearview mirror where Ellie's backpack sat on the seat. Divorce doesn't fix this. If anything, it puts a target on my back. Sloop could drag me into court, demand custody updates every time I breathe, he'd know. You could stay in Texas, Reacher offered again. She exhaled sharply. I know. But I can't. It's not just him, it's everything. This state's like a scar. I need to peel it off. The road dipped as they left the mesa behind, the limestone cliffs fading in the rear view. Geology lesson over, she muttered, her usual confidence fraying at the edges. Reacher leaned back. So what's the play? You want to run? I can make that happen. Silence. Then quieter, you picked me for a reason. Lucky guess. Or did you screen every drifter in the state? She didn't answer, but he already knew. Rodeo cowboys and oil riggers weren't exactly fugitive experts. She'd rolled the dice on him and hit jackpot. Clock's ticking, he said. We grab Ellie, turn this car around, and hit Vegas first. Fake IDs, cash, a head start. I can't take your money, she protested. Fair's got nothing to do with it, he shot back. You wanna disappear. This is how it's done. The engine hummed. Somewhere ahead, the desert stretched empty and endless, just like their options. The desert stretched endlessly outside the car window as Carmen tightened her grip on the wheel. Going back to Elle. Isn't an option, she finally said, voice steady but edged with something raw. I won't run. I won't live like a fugitive. Ellie deserves more than that. I deserve more than that. Reacher exhaled, rubbing his temple. You're right, but you can't just sit here hoping things magically fix themselves. I'm not hoping, she shot back. I'm a citizen. That means something. I won't throw it away or hide behind fake papers. The highway signs blurred past Pecos, 75 miles as she accelerated, weaving through slower traffic like she was daring the world to keep up. Reacher studied her profile. So, what's the play here? You think I'm signing up as your personal security detail? She didn't flinch. No. That'd be pointless. You'd leave eventually. Everyone does. Damn right I would, he muttered. You think I'm gonna babysit you for decades? Scare some guy off just so he comes back swinging the second I'm gone. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. Almost. Carmen's knuckles whitened on the wheel. I don't need a bodyguard. A beat. I need something else. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Reacher frowned. Spit it out. She swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the road. I want him gone, Reacher, permanently. He barked a disbelieving laugh. You're joking. Do I sound like I'm joking? Her voice was ice. He deserves it. And it's the only way I walk away alive. Reacher turned to the window, watching the reddening mountains loom in the distance. The Trans-Pecos wild and untamed. This isn't 1880, he said flatly. You don't just kill people because they're assholes. Carmen's laugh was bitter. Don't you? Some men need killing. She glanced at him, cheeks flushed. I've tried lawyers. I've tried the system. None of it works fast enough to keep me breathing. The car surged forward, engine growling. Reacher clenched his jaw. Forget it. You're asking me to throw my life away for your mess. I'm asking you to think, she whispered. Just think about it. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desert. Reacher said nothing. The weight of her words hung between them, heavier than the Texas heat. Ellie was the reason I couldn't escape. That's what everyone kept telling me. So I tried to find a way to stay safe. I hired private investigators, but none of them would touch my case. Then I went to a security company in Austin, and they quoted me a ridiculous price, 6 armed guards and almost 10 grand a week. Basically, they told me to get lost. I did everything by the book, Reacher, I really tried. But it's like hitting a brick wall. Then I bought a gun, she admitted. Fantastic, he muttered. And bullets, she added. Cleaned out my last dollar. You're asking the wrong guy, he said flatly. But you've done it before, she pressed. In the military. You told me that. This isn't the same. How? Because this would be murder. Planned, deliberate. An execution. She scoffed. No different than the army. Reacher shook his head. Carmen, it's not even close. Didn't you swear an oath to protect people? Not like this, he repeated. The Cadillac shuddered as she swerved past an 18-wheeler hauling freight toward the Gulf. Hot air whipped around them, making the car sway. Ease up, Reacher warned, gripping the dashboard as the AC blasted icy air straight at him. I can't, she snapped. Ellie's waiting. She finally let off the gas a little, but her knuckles stayed white on the wheel. I won't wreck us, she said, quieter now. Ellie's the only thing keeping me on the road. Without her, I'd have driven off a cliff months ago. The truck rumbled beside them again. I get that this sounds insane to you, she said. But I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times. Every angle, every dead end. This is the only way out. I know how it sounds like I'm some heartless monster. But I'm not. I've just had longer to accept it. Reacher stayed silent. He hurts me, she whispered. Laughs while he does it. You think I enjoy living like this? Call the police. There's one cop in town. And he'd never believe me. They're all buddies. You don't get how things work here. Reacher stared out the window. He's coming back, she said, voice breaking. You know what he'll do to me. Still nothing. I'm trapped because of Ellie. Don't you see that? Her hands trembled. Why won't you help me? Is it money? Or is it because I'm Mexican? His jaw tightened. Right, I'm just some beaner to you, she spat. But if it was your precious Jody, bet she's some blonde, isn't she? You'd do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, he admitted. She's blonde. Imagine her in Europe, getting beaten bloody every day. She calls you begging for help. What do? Kill him. The answer flashed in his mind before he could stop it. Carmen saw it in his eyes. But not for me. Her laugh was bitter. Guess I'm not worth it. The road stretched ahead, empty and endless. You'd do it for her, but not for me. The words hit him like a punch. He hesitated, jaw tight, because she wasn't wrong. Jody Garber. Yeah, he'd move mountains for her without a second thought. But Carmen Greer, that fire just wasn't there. Some things can't be faked. They either burn hot or they don't ignite at all. And with Carmen, it was like trying to light wet kindling. It's not about where she's from, he said, voice low. It's about knowing her. Carmen's grip on the wheel tightened. So, get to know me. You're about to meet my kid. 2 days, that's all I'm asking. Silence. The desert stretched ahead, the sign for Pecos flashing by 55 miles. She pushed harder. You were a cop. Isn't helping people in your blood? Or are you just scared? His jaw clenched. She wasn't letting up. You could do it clean, she pressed. Dump the body where no one would ever find it. You've done worse before. Not happening, he ground out. Then what do you want? Her voice cracked. Money. Sex. Name your price. Pull over. She slammed the gas instead. The car lurched forward, but he wasn't playing. In one motion, he knocked the gear shift into neutral, wrestled the wheel from her, and forced the car onto the shoulder. Gravel sprayed as the tires bit in. The engine screaming before he killed the momentum with a hard shift into park. The desert heat hit him like a wall when he stepped out. Within seconds, sweat soaked through his shirt. Stupid move, middle of nowhere, no water, cars blasting past at 60 miles per hour. Hitchhiking here was a death wish. The sun scorched his skin, the hot wind from passing trucks nearly knocking him off balance. He glanced back. The Cadillac sat idle, but he kept walking. 50 yards later he stopped, thumb out, knowing it was pointless. The road stretched empty ahead, and for the first time in a long time, Reacher felt truly alone. 5 minutes passed with no response, just a semi-truck blasting its horn as it roared past, kicking up a storm of dust and gravel that left him coughing, eyes stinging. When he turned back, the Cadillac was lurching in reverse, tires skidding as it veered toward him. The driver clearly wasn't in control. The rear end swung wildly, nearly spinning into traffic. He jogged toward it, then broke into a run as the car fishtailed to a stop beside him. The window rolled down, and even over the highway noise he could read her lips. I'm sorry. His shirt clung to his sweat-soaked back, grit grinding in his eyes. The roar of passing trucks was deafening. Get in, she mouthed again. He hesitated, then yanked the door open. The interior was the same as before freezing air blasting, leather seats cold under him, the woman shrinking behind the wheel like she expected to be yelled at. I didn't mean any of it, she said, voice barely above a whisper. I'm just desperate. And that thing I said about forget it, he cut her off, rubbing his hands under the AC vent. She swallowed hard. I thought maybe if I offered something in return. He shot her a look. You thought trading favors would get someone to kill your husband? She nodded, shame tightening her grip on the wheel. I've seen movies where it works. Yeah, well, in real life, people go to prison for that. Silence stretched between them. Finally, she sighed. I'll drop you in Pecos. You can't walk out here, it's 100 degrees. He studied the horizon, then shook his head. I'll ride with you. Not to do what you asked. But maybe there's another way to help. She blinked, surprised. You do that? Yeah. And I'd like to meet Ellie. She seems like a good kid. She is, Carmen said softly. But I'm not killing her father. She flinched but nodded. I get it. He leaned back, watching the desert blur past. You ever think maybe you're not the only one who's been lied to? That maybe he's got his own version of the story? She didn't answer, just tightened her hands on the wheel and accelerated. The Cadillac devoured the highway, passing cars like they were standing still. The same trucker who'd left him choking on dust earlier? She overtook him in minutes. By the time they reached their destination, a barren stretch of scrubland under a merciless sun, she was smiling faintly. "This'll work," she murmured, more to herself than him. "Tomorrow. Right here." The engine growled as she turned the car around, heading back the way they came. The Cadillac's tires kicked up a thick cloud of dust that lingered in the dry air before settling back onto the cracked earth. Carmen veered off the highway just before Pecos, cutting south onto a narrow county road that plunged them into pure isolation. Within minutes, civilization vanished, just red rock, open sky, and the kind of silence that made you question if anyone had ever set foot there before. "So, what's Echo like?" he asked. She gave a dismissive shrug. "Picture nothing, then subtract a few people." Back when they were mapping Texas, the census called a place settled if it had 6 people per square mile. "We still don't make the cut." The frontier never left. He glanced out the window. The road twisted through jagged canyons, their walls towering like ancient sentinels, split by long dead rivers that once fed the Rio Grande. The sky stretched overhead, impossibly blue, and the sheer emptiness of it all was almost overwhelming. "It's stunning," he admitted. She snorted. "I hate it. So, where am I staying?" "The ranch. Bunkhouse, probably. They're always short on ranch hands show up breathing, and you're hired. Tell them you're a wrangler. It'll keep you close." "I don't know the first thing about horses." Another shrug. "They won't care. They don't notice much. Hell, they didn't even notice when my husband nearly beat me to death." An hour later, time was running short. Carmen pushed the Cadillac hard, tires screeching around every bend. They climbed a steep ridge, then burst through a gap between 2 rock spires. Suddenly, the world dropped away beneath them, revealing a vast, flat expanse. The road snaked down like a sun-bleached ribbon, intersecting another faint line of pavement 20 miles ahead. A cluster of tiny buildings marked the crossroads, the only sign of human existence in what looked like an untouched desert. "Echo County," Carmen announced. 1,000 square miles, 150 people. "Well, 148 now since I'm here, and my husband's still in jail." Her eyes locked onto a faint dust trail, far below a slow-moving speck, inching toward the crossroads. "School bus," she muttered. "If we don't beat it to town, Ellie gets on, and we lose her." "Town," Reacher echoed. She flashed a dry smile. "You're staring at it. Welcome to downtown Echo." The Cadillac roared downhill, kicking up its own dust storm. The landscape was so vast that even speed felt sluggish. Reacher guessed the bus was a half-hour out, but they were closing fast. "Thanks for coming," Carmen said suddenly, voice softer. "I mean it." "No hay de Wixionora," he replied. Her eyebrows lifted. "So, you do speak more than a few words." He shrugged. "Army had plenty of Spanish speakers. Some of the best soldiers I knew." "Like baseball," she said. "Exactly like baseball." She hit the gas as the road flattened out, swinging into the oncoming lane a mile before the bus. Safe bet out here. Running into another car was rarer than a winning lottery ticket. They tore past the bus, dust swirling in their wake, and stayed left, racing toward whatever waited in Echo. The car rolled to a stop at the dusty crossroads, the kind of forgotten intersection where time seemed to have given up. The town, if you could even call it that, was a sun-bleached relic, its cracked sidewalks and crumbling block walls barely holding back the tide of thorny weeds. A faded wooden diner sagged on one corner, its paint long surrendered to the Texas heat. Across the way stood a one-room schoolhouse straight out of a pioneer museum, its peeling white walls, a stark contrast to the rusted gas station with its two lonely pumps and graveyard of broken-down cars. The fourth corner was just an empty lot, littered with concrete blocks like some developer's abandoned dream from the Kennedy era. Carmen didn't hesitate, steering straight through the intersection before swinging a wide U-turn, tires bumping over shallow ditches. She pulled up beside the school's chain-link fence, the kind meant to keep more than just dogs in. The bus groaned to a stop opposite them, and the teacher, a woman who moved like she'd been fighting the heat all day, herded the kids outside. 17 of them spilled out, laughing and shoving, but Carmen only had eyes for one. Ellie, 7th in line, her blue dress clinging in the humidity. Carmen was out of the car before Reacher could blink, sweeping her daughter into a hug so fierce the kid's lunchbox thumped against her back. Ellie's laughter rang out pure and bright, while Carmen's tears glistened in the sunlight. They clung to each other all the way back to the car, but the moment Ellie scrambled into the driver's seat and saw Reacher, her smile vanished. Her tiny hands froze on the wheel, eyes wide as saucers. "This is Mr. Reacher," Carmen said, voice soft but firm. "He's my friend." Ellie hesitated, then turned to him with the solemnity of a kid who'd just learned the weight of words. "Hello." "Hey, Ellie," Reacher said, keeping his tone easy. "How was school?" She scrunched her nose. "It was okay. Learn anything good?" "Spelling." A pause, then a hint of pride crept into her voice. "Not baby words either. Ball and fall." Reacher nodded like she'd just handed him classified intel. 4 letters. "That's serious business." "Bet you already know them," she challenged. "BALL," he recited. "FALL. Close enough." Ellie's eyes narrowed, then she grinned, triumphant. "The teacher said 4 letters, but there's only 3. The L counts twice." Reacher chuckled. "Sharp kid. Now scoot to the back before your mom melts out there." As Ellie clambered past him, the scent of chalk dust and kid sweat hit his nose, elementary school, in a single breath. Reacher had lost count of how many schools he'd been shuffled through 15, maybe more, scattered across different states, and even countries. Decades had passed since he last set foot in one, yet the memory lingered, the same stale smell of chalk dust and industrial cleaner, no matter where he was. "Mom." Ellie's voice cut through his thoughts. Carmen slipped into the car, cheeks flushed maybe from the Texas heat, maybe from some fleeting moment of joy Reacher couldn't place. "It's so hot," Ellie pressed. "We should get ice cream sodas." From the diner. Carmen's lips started to curve into a smile, then faltered as her fingers brushed the single dollar in her purse. Ellie, oblivious, doubled down. "They're the best when it's hot. Before we go home." The word home landed like a weight. Carmen's expression dimmed further. Reacher broke the silence. "Sounds perfect. My treat." She shot him a look grateful but resentful before turning the key. The car rolled through the intersection and swung into the diner's lot, parking snug against the shaded north wall. A sleek blue Crown Vic sat nearby, too polished to be a cop car, probably a rental. Inside, the AC hummed like an old refrigerator, blasting cold air down from the ceiling. The place was deserted except for a trio by the window. 2 guys, one wiry and dark, the other taller and fair and a pleasant-looking blonde. Sales reps, Reacher guessed, hauling samples between San Antonio and El Paso. Ellie tugged him toward a booth. "This one's the best," she declared. "The others have scratchy patches where they fixed the tears." "Reacher, you're a regular, huh?" She giggled, flashing tiny square teeth. Duh. Then, she scrambled across the vinyl. Mommy, sit here. Carmen hesitated. Be right back, restroom break. Stay with Mr. Reacher, okay? Ellie nodded solemnly as Reacher slid in across from her. Up close, she was a carbon copy of the photo in Carmen's wallet golden ponytail, dark eyes locked on him instead of a camera lens, a nose that turned up just slightly. Her skin was flawless, like she'd never even heard of a blemish. Where'd you go to school? She asked abruptly. All over. Never stayed in one place long. Her brow furrowed. But how'd you remember where the bathrooms were? Kids' brains are like sponges. It's us old folks who get mixed up. I forget stuff, she admitted. Like what my dad looks like. He's in prison. But Mommy says he's coming back. Reacher kept his voice steady. Yeah, I heard that too. She tilted her head. Where'd you go when you were 6.5? Like me. School her whole world. He almost laughed. For her, it was a constant. For him, just another pit stop. At 6.5, the Vietnam War hadn't yet reached its worst. But it was already big enough that his father was stationed somewhere in the thick of it. Reacher figured that year must have been split between Guam and Manila, mostly Manila, judging by the humid air, the palm trees, and the concrete alleys where he used to play hide and seek. The Philippines, he said. Is that near Texas? Ellie asked, squinting like she was trying to picture it. Nope. It's a whole bunch of islands way out in the Pacific, past California, past everything. She frowned. So, the ocean? Yeah, the big blue parts on your classroom map. There's a lot of blue. Tell me about it, he said, grinning. My mom went to school in California, she announced, as if that settled it. Find Texas, then look left, way left. He watched her twist her fingers, puzzling over directions, before her eyes flicked past him. Turning, he spotted Carmen weaving through the diner, dodging a group of salespeople, clogging the aisle. She finally slipped free, slid into the booth, and pulled Ellie into a one-armed hug, tickling her ribs until the girl shrieked. The waitress, finally free from ringing up the sales team, strolled over with her notepad. 3 Coke floats, Ellie declared, like she was placing an order at the White House. The waitress winked. You got it, sweetheart. Carmen shot Reacher a questioning look. He nodded. The mention of Coke floats sent him back not to some American diner, but to a stuffy PX canteen in Berlin, a leftover Quonset hut from the occupation days. No AC, just sticky summer heat, and the sharp fizz of soda hitting his nose. Ellie, ever the critic, scrunched her face. It's dumb. The Coke doesn't float, the ice cream does. They should call it an ice cream float. Reacher chuckled. Like elementary school. When I was your age, I thought elementary meant easy. Turned out it was not easy. Felt like false advertising. Ellie considered this with the gravity of a judge. I don't think it's hard, she said. But maybe it's harder near the ocean. Or maybe you're just sharper than I was. She tilted her head. I am smarter than Peggy. She still spells zoo with a Z. Before Reacher could muster a response, the waitress returned, balancing 3 towering glasses. Ellie's eyes widened, her chin barely cleared the table, and the straw might as well have been a flagpole. Need a boost? Carmen asked. Ride to Furbull. Ellie chewed her lip, weighing options like a general planning a siege. Finally, she scrambled onto the bench in a half-crouch, hands braced on the table and bent like a giraffe at a watering hole. Reacher hid a smirk. Kid's got grit. He turned to his own float. The ice cream had already melted into a greasy island, just like the ones in his memory, only this time the company was better. The soda tasted like pure sugar, as if someone had dumped half a bottle of syrup into carbonated water. The fizz was aggressive, more like cheap seltzer than real cola. Nothing like the crisp, balanced sodas he remembered from hot afternoons in Germany as a kid. You hate it, don't you? Ellie mumbled through a mouthful of her own drink, accidentally spitting a little onto his sleeve. I didn't complain, he said. You're doing that thing with your eyebrows. Way too sweet, he admitted. It's basically liquid candy. Your teeth won't thank you. Ellie grinned, baring her teeth like she was in a toothpaste commercial. Who cares? They're gonna fall out. Peggy lost 2 last week. She slurped the last of her drink, then stabbed at the syrupy sludge at the bottom of her glass until it was liquid enough to gulp down. I'll take yours if you don't want it, she offered. Carmen cut in before he could answer. Absolutely not. You'll be sick before we hit the highway. I won't. Cross my heart. Ellie, bathroom. No. It's a long drive. But I went at school. We have to line up before the bus leaves. The driver freaks out if anyone pees on the seats. She giggled, then caught her mom's look. Not that I would. That's a boy thing. Try again, Carmen insisted. Ellie sighed dramatically, vaulted over her mom's lap and sprinted toward the restrooms. Reacher tossed a 5 on the check. She's something else, he said. Carmen smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Most days, yeah. Sharp as a tack. Too sharp. Makes me look bad sometimes. He let the comment hang, watching her expression darken. Thanks for the drinks, she said finally. No problem. First time I've ever bought a kid a soda, believe it or not. So, no kids of your own? Not even close. No nieces. Little cousins. He shook his head. I was a kid once, but that's about it. Don't remember much, honestly. Stick around Ellie for a day. She'll give you a crash course in everything you never wanted to know. Behind him, Ellie's sneakers slapped against the uneven diner floor, old linoleum, probably hiding pockets of trapped air. Mom, come on, she whined. Mister. Reacher's coming with us, Carmen said. He's helping with the horses. Ellie eyed him as he stood. Fine. But hurry. Outside, the heat hit like a wall. Late afternoon, and the sun was relentless. The Crown Vic was gone. They piled into the Cadillac, Ellie scrambling into the back. Carmen hesitated, fingers hovering over the ignition, eyes closed for a second too long. Then she turned the key. The drive south was slow, barely half the speed from earlier. Ellie didn't protest, probably used to it. The landscape blurred past, sagging power lines, rusted oil pumps, skeletal irrigation rigs, standing silent in dead fields. The wind had stripped the earth bare in places, leaving cracked caliche behind. But farther east, stubborn mesquite and patches of green hinted at hidden water. Every few miles, a lonely ranch gate marked the turnoff to some unseen property. The road stretched ahead, empty and endless. The structures lining the road were stark right-angled frames, roughly 15 feet tall and just as wide, their dirt paths stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Some bore names fashioned from nailed-together wooden slats, while others displayed wrought iron letters in elaborate cursive. A few featured sun-bleached cattle skulls mounted at their centers, the horns splayed wide like the wings of a scavenging bird. Tangled barbed wire, strung between weathered wooden posts, twisted into spirals by time, traced forgotten property lines before vanishing into the distance. The ranch houses peeked through the landscape where the earth flattened white 2-story homes, huddled among low barns and sheds. their windmills and satellite dishes standing silent under the oppressive heat. The sun dipped low, yet the temperature still hovered around 110 degrees. "It's the road," Carmen muttered. "Bakes all day, then radiates it back at you like an oven." In the back seat, Ellie slept sprawled out, her head resting on the briefcase, her cheek pressed against the legal papers that held her mother's escape plan. "Greer land starts here," Carmen said, nodding left. "Our turnoff's about 8 miles ahead." The terrain was mostly flat, sloping slightly toward a broken mesa to the west. The Greer property stood out. Their barbed wire was newer, less frayed, stretching in a stubborn line across the parched grassland. Far beyond, the skeletal remains of oil derricks jutted against the sky, rusted equipment and tin shacks littering the abandoned site. "Greer 3," Carmen said, her voice tinged with irony. "Made the family rich decades ago. Ran dry before Sloop was even born. But they still talk about that gusher like it was yesterday. Best thing that ever happened to them, apparently." She eased off the gas, hesitation creeping in as they neared the final stretch. Ahead, the road shimmered in the heat, and the barbed wire gave way to an absurdly out-of-place picket fence painted a dull, sun-baked red. It hugged the roadside like something from a New England postcard, leading to a matching red ranch gate. Beyond it, the buildings loomed closer than before. A sprawling 2-story house with a tall chimney, flanked by low barns and sheds, all coated in the same eerie shade of red. The setting sun set the whole compound ablaze, the heat distorting the air into wavering bands. Carmen slowed to a crawl as they reached the red fence, finally rolling to a stop just before the gate. Above them, the name Red House loomed in bold, weathered letters. She glanced up, her grip tightening on the wheel. "Welcome to hell," she muttered. The main house dominated the compound, its wide porch and swinging bench looking deceptively inviting. But any hope of driving farther was cut short. A sheriff's cruiser sat crookedly in the path, blocking their way. The sheriff's car was an aging Chevy Caprice, its black and white paint job still fresh over whatever department it had served before, probably some big city precinct down in Dallas or Houston, now repurposed for the quiet backroads of Echo County. The cruiser sat empty, driver's door hanging open, its light bar splashing red and blue across the porch and the front of the house. Carmen's breath hitched. "What's going on?" Her fingers pressed against her lips. "Oh God, tell me he's not back already." Reacher shook his head. "Cops don't chauffeur people home. That's not how this works." Behind them, Ellie stirred awake, blinking at the sudden stillness. No engine hum, no sway of the ride. She pushed herself up, eyes wide. "Who's here?" "The sheriff," Carmen murmured. Ellie scrambled forward, wedging herself between the seats. The scent of school books and crayons clung to her, her face alight with curiosity until panic flashed through her. Did someone call 911? Maybe a burglar stole something. She gasped. Or my pony. Before anyone could stop her, she was out the door, sprinting across the yard, ponytail bouncing wildly. Carmen sighed. Nobody stole a horse, sweetheart. She unbuckled her seatbelt, stepping out into the stifling heat. "I think Sloop's home." Reacher followed, the sun pressing down like a weight. Radio chatter crackled from the cruiser. "Maybe they're looking for you," he suggested. "You've been gone all night." Carmen shot him a look over the Cadillac's roof. "As long as Ellie's accounted for, they don't care where I am." The front door creaked open and the sheriff stepped onto the porch, mid-60s, paunch straining his uniform, gray hair slicked back. He gave Carmen a slow, knowing nod. "Mrs. Greer." Like she was the one who'd caused trouble. "What happened?" she demanded. He waved a hand toward the house. "Folks inside'll fill you in. Too hot for me to say it twice." Then his gaze landed on Reacher. "And you are?" Reacher matched his tone. "I'll let the folks inside explain. Too hot for me to say it twice." The sheriff studied him, unimpressed but unsurprised, before hauling himself into the cruiser and rumbling off in a cloud of dust. Carmen drove the Cadillac toward the motor barn, a long, open-fronted shed, painted the same faded red as everything else on the property, housing a couple of pickups and a Jeep Cherokee. Of course, nothing said small-town law enforcement like a hand-me-down cruiser, and a sheriff who couldn't be bothered to repeat bad news. Some things never changed. The yard held 2 trucks, one freshly parked, the other abandoned on deflated tires, baking under the desert sun for who knows how long. A dusty trail snaked away from the property, disappearing into the endless stretch of barren land. Carmen pulled the Cadillac up beside the Jeep and stepped out, squinting against the harsh light. She seemed out of place here, too delicate for the rough surroundings, like a polished gem tossed onto a scrap heap. "Where's the bunkhouse?" Reacher asked. "Stick with me," she replied, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You've got to meet them first. Can't just waltz in like you own the place." He shrugged and followed her to the porch, watching as she climbed the creaky steps with deliberate care. She knocked and Reacher raised an eyebrow. "No key," he muttered. She shook her head. "Never got one." Footsteps thudded inside before the door swung open, revealing a guy in his mid-20s, broad-shouldered, his face flushed and patchy, like he'd spent too many nights partying. His once-toned arms were softening, barely contained by the rolled sleeves of his grimy white tee. A backward ranger's cap sat crooked on his head, a tuft of hair poking out same shade as Ellie's. "You," he said, barely glancing at Carmen before sizing up Reacher. "Bobby," she answered flatly. The guy's gaze lingered. "And who's this?" "Reacher needs work." Bobby hesitated, then stepped aside with a lazy wave. "Well, come on in." Shut the door, AC's running. The house swallowed them in dim, stale air. The walls coated in faded red paint, peeling like sunburnt skin. Somewhere an ancient air conditioner wheezed, barely making a dent in the heat. The hallway was cluttered with relics of wealth, antique furniture, a massive mirror with a gaudy red frame, and a rifle rack that doubled in the reflection, making it look like an armory. "What the sheriff want?" Carmen called out. "Boo! In here," Bobby replied from deeper inside. "We are inside." But then he spotted the parlor, a cavernous red room that had clearly been a kitchen in another lifetime. The furniture was worn smooth from use, and in the center sat a woman in her 50s, clinging to her youth with tight jeans and a fringe-trimmed blouse. Her hair was an unnatural orange, teased into a style that belonged on someone half her age. As they stepped closer, Reacher caught the faint scent of whiskey beneath the dust. The woman's eyes flicked up, sharp and assessing, like she was already calculating how much trouble he'd be worth. She could have passed for a woman in her 20s who'd been weathered too soon, either by bad genes or bad news. Maybe the sheriff had dropped a bombshell on her. Her expression was distant, distracted, but there was still a spark of toughness underneath, like a storm-battered oak refusing to snap. She carried herself like the Texas land she ran, hardy, unbroken, though worn down by time. "What did the sheriff say?" Carmen pressed again. The woman exhaled, sharp and bitter. "Trouble." That single word hung in the air like a warning. Carmen's eyes flickered with something desperate hope, maybe before the room fell silent. The woman's gaze shifted toward Reacher, sizing him up. "This is Reacher," Carmen said quickly. "He's looking for work. Where's he from?" Her voice was rough as sandpaper, leaving no doubt who called the shots. Carmen hesitated. "I picked him up on the highway. He's handy. Anyhow. He knows horses. Blacksmithing, too." Reacher stared out the window, letting the lie settle. The closest he'd ever been to a horse was watching a cavalry reenactment at some forgotten army base. He knew blacksmithing involved fire, hammers, and a lot of sweat, but that was about it. Horseshoes. He'd seen them nailed over barn doors for luck, some pointing up, some down, but he sure as hell had never shaped one. "We'll discuss him later," the woman cut in. "Got bigger problems right now." Then, as an afterthought, she tossed a stiff wave his way. "Name's Rusty Greer." "Like the ball player?" Reacher asked. "I was Rusty Greer before that boy could swing a bat." She jerked her chin toward Bobby. "You've met my son, Robert. Welcome to Red House Ranch, Mr. Reacher. We'll see if you're worth keeping." Carmen wasn't done. "What did the sheriff want?" she asked again, voice tight. Rusty turned slowly, like a rattler coiling. "Sloop's lawyer's gone missing." Carmen froze. "Al Eugene. How many damn lawyers you think Sloop keeps on retainer?" Rusty snapped, her tone dripping with contempt. The room went dead silent. Carmen's face drained of color, her fingers pressing hard against her lips. "Maybe his car stalled," she whispered. "Cops checked. Engine ran fine. Then where is he?" "Gone. Vanished." Puff. Rusty's grin was cold. "But don't you worry your pretty little head, Sloop's still walking out Monday, just like planned." Sheriff confirmed it. "Nothing's changed." Carmen's breath hitched. She forced a shaky smile. "Good. That's good." Rusty's eyes gleamed. "Oh, it's real good." Carmen swayed slightly, like she might collapse. "What happened to Al?" "How should I know?" "Probably pissed off the wrong people." "Who'd want to hurt him?" Rusty leaned in, her smile turning vicious. "Take a wild guess, sweetheart." Carmen's hands clenched. I do," Rusty cut in. And the way she said it left no room for doubt. The air in the room felt thick with tension as Rusty leaned back in her chair, her smirk unwavering. "Somebody buys them a fancy Mercedes, still ends up behind bars. That's the kind of client Al Eugene takes on," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "No standards? Hell, he might as well be running a con himself. Half his clients are the kind you wouldn't trust with $1, let alone your case." Carmen's face stayed pale. "The wrong kind. You know exactly what I mean." Carmen's jaw tightened. "Just say it. You mean Mexican, don't you?" Rusty's grin didn't falter. "Prove me wrong," she shot back. "When one of them gets locked up, they don't take it like we do. No, they rally the whole damn family, cousins, brothers, all those illegals flooding in, gang tattoos and all. And look where that gets us. Same mess as down in Mexico. You, of all people, should understand." Carmen's eyes flashed. "Why me? I've never even set foot in Mexico." Silence settled like dust. Reacher watched Carmen, standing there like a lone soldier behind enemy lines. The only sound was the rattle of an ancient AC unit struggling in the background. Rusty turned to him, her tone suddenly sharp. "What's your take, Mr. Reacher?" It felt like a trap disguised as small talk. He considered deflecting, but starting a fight now wouldn't help. "Just here to work, ma'am," he said evenly. Rusty wasn't satisfied. "Carmen says you were military police. So, enlighten us. Reacher shrugged. Maybe the guy just snapped and walked off. Happens. Rusty scoffed. And they wonder why you're ex-military. The room went still. Reacher held her gaze. Or maybe white folks caused the trouble. That's statistically likely, given the numbers. Rusty's smile turned icy. That won't win you any friends here, son. Wasn't trying to. Rusty exhaled sharply, then turned back to Carmen like flipping a switch. Where's Ellie? She chirped, suddenly all fake cheer. You pick her up from school. Carmen swallowed hard. She's in the barn. Saw the sheriff and panicked. Thought someone took her pony. Rusty rolled her eyes. Who'd steal a damn pony? She's a kid, Carmen muttered. Well, the maid's got supper ready. Take her to the kitchen, then show your friend to the bunkhouse. Carmen nodded stiffly, like a servant dismissed. Outside, the Texas heat hit them like a wall. Reacher lingered in the shade of the porch. Ellie eats in the kitchen? He asked. Carmen's voice dropped to a whisper. Rusty hates her. Reacher frowned. She's her own granddaughter. Carmen looked away, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. She says her blood's tainted. Don't ask me why, it's just hate. Then why fight to keep her here? Carmen's eyes darkened. Because Sloop uses her as leverage. Against me. The words hung heavy between them, the unspoken truth, louder than the cicadas in the distance. The weapon of choice in his twisted little game. And his mother just goes along with whatever he says. Did she stick you in the kitchen for meals too? Wes, she muttered. She forces me to sit at the table with her. Because she knows I'd rather choke than share a meal with that woman. He hesitated, half in shadow, half in the harsh sunlight. We should have been halfway to Vegas by now, he said, voice low. You had your chance to bolt. For a second, I thought we might catch a break, she admitted, rubbing her wrist absently. With Al Eugene. Figured maybe the whole thing would stall out. Yeah, he agreed, jaw tight. Would have bought us time. She blinked hard, fighting the sting in her eyes. Wishful thinking, she whispered. You could still go, he pressed. Just disappear. She swiped at her face with her sleeve, shaking her head. No, I won't spend my life looking over my shoulder. Silence hung between them. You should played along back there, she said suddenly. With her rant about the border. I'd have known it was an act. We need her to think you're on her side. Not happening. That was reckless. She motioned for him to follow, leading him down the porch steps into the blazing heat. The motor barn loomed ahead, but beyond it stood the real monstrosity, a massive red horse barn the size of an airplane hangar, vents lining the roof. The stench of hay and manure hit him like a wall. City boy, huh? She teased, catching his grimace. You get nose blind to this? Eventually. Behind the barn, 4 fenced corrals stretched out, 2 patchy with dry grass, the others filled with deep desert sand. Makeshift jumps stood ready, poles balanced on oil drums. Farther back sat a long, low building with tiny windows tucked under the eaves. The bunkhouse, she said, pausing. A flicker of something regret crossed her face before she snapped back to the moment. Doors around back. You'll meet Joshua and Billy. Don't turn your back on either. They've been Greer loyalists since the Stone Age. She checked her watch. Maid'll bring food in an hour after Ellie's done, before the rest of us eat. And Bobby? He'll swing by to size you up. Watch him like a hawk, Reacher. Guy's got more twists than a rattlesnake. Got it. She turned to leave, then hesitated. You good? He gave a short nod. She disappeared behind the barn, and he circled to the bunkhouse entrance. The kid scribbled furiously in his notebook, the men with binoculars feeding him details like a play-by-play. Sheriff rolls in. The kid and the stranger return. Kid bolts to the barn. Sheriff peels out. Now she's alone again. Who is this guy? The boy demanded. How the hell would we know? One snapped back. The kid jotted massive. Built like a linebacker. Messy clothes, shirt, pants, no hat. Age. Hard to say. Not ranch material, wrong boots. Then, after a beat, problem waiting to happen? The bunkhouse's lower level was a graveyard of machinery, a pickup with an empty gun rack, 2 rusted tractors. The air reeked of grease and stale gasoline. Up the rickety stairs, the heat was worse, the red-painted walls trapping the suffocating air. At the far end, a door hinted at a bathroom. Reacher's knuckles brushed the wall paint so thick it felt like plastic. Somewhere outside, a horse whinnied. The place was a powder keg, and he was standing right in the middle of it. The dormitory stretched out as one massive open area, 16 beds lined up in 2 rows of 8, each with plain iron frames, thin striped mattresses, and basic wooden nightstands. The 2 beds closest to the bathroom were taken. Each held a lean, shirtless man in jeans and ornate cowboy boots, arms folded behind their heads as they turned to watch Reacher step inside. He recognized the look 17 years of military life had taught him the unspoken rules of walking into a new space full of strangers. The trick was simple: stay silent, pick a bed, and let them make the first move. That way, you size them up before giving anything away. He chose a spot, 2 beds down from the staircase, against the north wall, cooler, he figured, than the sun-baked south side. Back in the army, he'd have tossed down a heavy canvas duffel, stenciled with his name and rank, a silent declaration of territory. Tonight, all he had was a folding toothbrush, which he set on the nightstand like a tiny flag of ownership. I'm here now. Got a problem with that? The 2 men kept staring. Lying down, it was hard to gauge their exact size, but they were compact, maybe 5'6", a wiry 150 pounds each, built like middleweights who'd taken a few too many hits. Their skin told a story. Deep tans on their arms and faces, pale torsos where shirts had blocked the sun. Scars and old fractures marked their ribs and collarbones. Reacher knew those signs. He'd seen them on Carmen, on himself. These guys had either been through hell or spent years getting thrown off bucking broncos. One of them, Billy, pushed himself up to sit, his back just as pale and battered as his front. Storm coming, he muttered. Yeah, figures, Reacher replied. You hired on? Billy asked. Looks that way. Then you'll be doing the grunt work for us. The other guy, Josh, propped himself on his elbows. Reacher gave them both a nod. Name's Reacher, Billy. Hope you like scrubbing toilets. Reacher just shrugged. It handled worse. Billy leaned against the fence, chewing on a piece of straw. Shoveling manure and hauling hay, that's about all you're good for, ain't it? Reacher shrugged. If you say so. You don't exactly strike me as the cowboy type, Billy continued, eyeing him up and down. Too damn tall for one. Bet you'd throw a horse off balance just sitting in the saddle. That a fact? Reacher replied, unfazed. Yep. So who dragged you out here? Mrs. Greer? Carmen Greer, Reacher corrected. Billy exchanged a glance with Josh, who just grinned like he knew something nobody else did. Rusty didn't bring you, Billy said. She ain't got that kind of pull. Josh stretched lazily. We're hidden up a bar down the road later. Wanna tag along? Could be a good way to break the ice." Reacher shook his head. "Appreciate the offer, but I'd rather earn my keep first. Don't like freeloading." Billy chuckled, nodding. "Respect that. Might just work out after all." Josh's grin never faded as Reacher walked back to his bunk, the wooden rafters above him stained a deep, sun-baked red. He shut his eyes, willing the stifling heat to ease up. 40 minutes later, a stout woman, probably Billy's aunt or cousin, judging by the resemblance, brought up supper. She moved with practiced efficiency, ladling thick pork and beans into chipped metal bowls. The molasses made the beans sticky sweet, the pork crispy at the edges. "Not bad for ranch grub." "Tastes all right to me," Reacher said between bites. Josh scoffed. "You kidding? It's hotter than hell in here, and she serves us food that's still steaming." "I'm sweating through my damn shirt again." Billy rolled his eyes. "Quit complaining. It's part of the deal." Reacher tuned them out. He'd eaten worse in mess halls with half the flavor. After scraping his bowl clean, he stacked the dishes and carried them downstairs himself, the evening air thick enough to choke on. The kitchen door creaked open before he could knock. The woman blinked in surprise. "Didn't expect you to bring these back." "Figured I'd save you the trip," Reacher said. She took the stack with a small, appreciative nod. "Well, ain't that thoughtful." Outside, the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, but the heat clung stubbornly. Somewhere beyond the barn, an engine roared to life. Billy and Josh, peeling out in that beat-up truck of theirs, kicking up dust as they vanished down the road. Reacher lingered a moment, listening to the cicadas buzz in the heavy air. Then he turned back toward the bunkhouse, the weight of the day settling into his bones. "You done?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. "More than enough," he replied, pushing the plate away. "Tasted great." She gave a small, self-conscious shrug. "Just ranch grub, nothing fancy." Gathering the dishes, she disappeared into the house, tossing a quick thanks again over her shoulder, less gratitude, more like a polite get lost. So he did, stepping out into the fading daylight, the sun burning orange against his skin. Pausing under the wooden archway, he scanned the horizon. West, nothing but a barren mesa, cracked and lifeless. North, a dirt road stretching 60 miles, a couple of buildings at the far end, and a neighbor who might as well be on another planet. South, no clue. Billy had mentioned a bar, but that could mean anything. 2 hours, 100 miles, who knew? Turning east, he saw Greer land fading into someone else's property, then another's, all the way back to Austin, 400 miles of dust and dry earth. "New guy stops at the gate, stares right at us," the kid had scribbled in his notebook. "Then checks the whole damn horizon. Does he know we're here? Trouble?" The boy flattened himself against the dirt, holding his breath. "Reacher," the voice came from the shadows of the porch. Bobby Greer lounged in the swing, same grimy jeans, same backward cap, same attitude. "Get over here," he called. Reacher hesitated, then walked back, stopping at the foot of the steps. "I want a horse," Bobby announced. "The big mare. Saddle her up and bring her out." Reacher blinked. "Right now. You deaf? I want an evening ride." Silence. "And we need a little test," Bobby added, smirking. "A test of what?" "You wanna work here. Prove you know what you're doing." Reacher exhaled slowly. "Fine." 5 minutes, Bobby said, pushing off the swing and slamming the door behind him. Reacher stood there, the heat pressing down, then turned toward the barn. The big door creaked open. releasing a wave of stale air and something worse. A test. Buddy, you have no idea what you're asking. Inside, flickering yellow bulbs barely lit the cavernous space. The floor was packed dirt, strewn with filthy straw. 5 stalls lined the center, 5 horses, 1 a pony, leaving 4. 2 were bigger than the others. He crouched, squinting up at their undersides. Mares should be obvious, right? Not so much. Shadows and swishing tails made it a guessing game. First one, gelding. Next, McClure. Third, also a mare. Fourth, another gelding. He stepped back, sizing up the 2 mares' massive, gleaming brown beasts, nostrils flaring, hooves shuffling in the straw. Hooves? Hoofs. They watched him sideways, one dark eye each. The left one was bigger, taller, broader, more muscle. All right, big mare it is. Now, the saddle. Each stall had a thick wooden post jutting out, piled with gear. A saddle, sure, but also a tangle of straps, blankets, and enough metal to outfit a medieval knight. Great. He grabbed the saddle, hefting its weight. All right, Bobby. Let's see how this goes. The leather straps must be the reins, he figured, and that metal piece was definitely the part that goes in the horse's mouth. Bit between her teeth, wasn't that the same? He hoisted the saddle off the post, surprised by its weight. Balancing it on his forearm, he grinned. Roy Rogers would be jealous. The mare eyed him with one dark orb, her lips curling back to reveal massive yellow teeth. Not exactly a predator's grin, he thought. Horses weren't built to tear flesh, they were built to run. Like those skittish antelope on nature documentaries, bolting at the first sign of trouble. This one wasn't looking for a fight. She was waiting for someone to take charge. He swung the stall gate open. The horse shifted, ears flicking back, hooves shuffling. Her hindquarters swung toward him like a slow-motion wrecking ball. "Whoa there," he commanded, planting a shoulder into her flank with enough force to stop a charging linebacker. She stilled, nostrils flaring. Good. Respect. He pressed the back of his hand to her nose, mimicking some half-remembered cowboy trick. Her breath was hot, her lips peeling back again, this time revealing a slab of wet pink tongue. "Easy girl," he murmured before hefting the saddle onto her back. Wrestling it into place was like trying to balance a picnic table on a trampoline. The straps dangled, mocking him. Ducking under her belly, he fumbled for the far buckle. The saddle lurched sideways. Damn it. He reset, crowding her against the wall. Bad move. Half a ton of muscle leaned into him, sending him stumbling. The saddle slid. He caught it just in time, glaring into one of those big liquid eyes. Yeah. You win this round. You're doing it wrong." The voice came from above. Ellie perched on a hay bale stack near the rafters, chin propped on her hands like she'd been enjoying the show. "You forgot the blanket," she said. "What blanket?" "The saddle cloth." The mare chose that moment to shove him again. He braced, meeting her stare. "Try me." Ellie swung her legs. "Nobody knows I'm here," she confessed, grinning. "I'm a stowaway." "I'm pretty sneaky when it comes to hiding," she said with a grin. "You think anyone actually knows about this spot?" he asked, glancing around the dusty barn. "My mom might suspect," she admitted. "But the Greers? No way." He raised an eyebrow. "You any good with horses?" She scoffed. "Duh. I can handle my pony without any help." "Perfect," he said, motioning toward the mare. "Then show me how it's done." She hesitated for a second, her usual dramatic pause, before sliding down the hay bales and landing lightly beside him. First, take the saddle off, she instructed, grabbing a cloth from the rack and tossing it over the horse's back. Reacher had to adjust it since she couldn't quite reach. Now put the saddle on top, she said. As he lowered it into place, she ducked under the mare's belly, snagging the straps with practiced ease. Your turn, she said, stepping back. They're kinda stiff. He yanked the buckles tight, but she shook her head. Not yet. She'll puff up first. Horses hate this part. Sure enough, the mare's sides expanded like a balloon, resisting the pressure before finally deflating with a resigned snort. Now tighten them, Ellie commanded. Once the saddle was secure, she handed him a tangled mess of leather. This is the bridle, she explained. He fumbled with it until the shape made sense, then held it up to the mare's head. The horse clamped her lips shut, refusing the bit. Stubborn, he muttered. Ellie, stick your thumb in the gap where her teeth stop. She'll open up. He slid his thumb along her gums until he found the spot, then pressed in. The mare's mouth opened instantly, and he slipped the bit inside. She adjusted it herself, her tongue shifting the metal into place like she was doing him a favor. Now buckle it, but not too tight, Ellie warned. She still needs to breathe. He fastened the straps, careful not to pinch, then looped the reins over the saddle horn. Meanwhile, Ellie ducked under the horse again, adjusting the stirrups with quick, confident movements. Lift me up, she ordered. I need to check everything. He hoisted her effortlessly into the saddle, where she sprawled comically wide over the massive horse. She leaned forward, inspecting each buckle, tightening a few and tucking loose straps neatly away. Good, he asked. She flashed a thumbs up. Now we're ready. She tightened her grip on the saddle, shifting her weight to test its stability. Solid, she murmured, then flashed a quick grin. You nailed it. He reached up, hands circling her waist, and lifted her down. The heat of the day clung to her skin, damp against his palms. Now walk her out, she instructed. Grip the lead near her jaw. If she resists, don't be shy, give her a tug. Appreciate it, kiddo, he said, ruffling her hair. Now scram before someone spots you. She darted back to her perch atop the hay bales as he adjusted the bridle strap. The mare stood stubbornly still until he clicked his tongue sharply. With a sudden lurch, she followed, falling into step behind him. The steady rhythm of hooves echoed clop, clop, clop as he guided her out of the stall, turning toward the sunlight spilling through the barn door. Outside, she matched his stride, her warm shoulder brushing against his arm like an old partner. He could have been mistaken for a ranch hand, the way he moved with her smooth, effortless. Take notes, cowboy legends. Bobby Greer lounged on the porch steps, watching. The mare halted right in front of him, obedient as if she'd done it 100 times. Reacher held the lead while Bobby ran through the same checks Ellie had. Not half bad, Bobby admitted, though his tone suggested he'd expected worse. Took your sweet time, though. Reacher shrugged. First impressions matter. Horses, like people, prefer patience over rushing. Honestly. Figured your only horse experience was yelling at the TV during the Kentucky Derby. The what? Don't play dumb. Just keeping you on your toes, Reacher said dryly. Bobby chuckled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Guess my sister-in-law wasn't spinning tales for once. Shocking. Reacher held his gaze. Why would she lie? Because she breathes, Bobby shot back. Keep that in mind. Reacher didn't bother responding. He just turned and walked away, boots crunching gravel. Behind him, he heard the creak of leather Bobby mounting up, but he didn't look back. Past the barn, past the empty corrals, he rounded the bunkhouse, already mentally mapping the shower he desperately needed. The horse scent clung to him like a second skin. But when he reached the top of the stairs, Carmen was waiting, perched on the edge of his bed with a stack of folded linens in her lap. The sheets were crisp but worn, their edges frayed, hand-me-downs from the main house, no doubt. The white fabric contrasted sharply against her sun-kissed legs beneath the thin cotton dress. "Thought you might need these," she said softly. "Didn't want you rummaging around for them." He paused, one foot still on the stair. "Carmen, this isn't sustainable. They'll see right through me. I might not even make it till Monday." Her fingers traced the seam of a sheet, restless. "I've been thinking," she said, "about Al Eugene. What if Sloop's disappearance looked connected? Bug retaliation? They'd never suspect you." He stepped fully into the room. "That's not how this works. But if it seemed like the same people..." "I'm not a hitman," he cut in, voice low. She fell silent, picking at a loose thread. The sheets were thin, almost transparent in the fading light. Cast-offs just like everything else here. The sheets on the bed might have held Rusty's memories, or Bobby's, or even Sloop's, maybe even Sloop and Carmen tangled up together in them. "You should leave," he repeated, voice low. "Tonight." She shook her head. "I can't." "Then at least stay in Texas. Fight him in court. With what he's done, you'd win custody." Carmen let out a bitter laugh. "With what money? A legal battle like that could bleed me dry." "You can't just do nothing." Her jaw tightened. "I am doing something. Monday night, I'll let him hit me. Then Tuesday morning, I'll come find you wherever you are. Maybe when you see what he's done, you'll finally understand." Silence stretched between them. She tilted her face toward the dimming light from the windows, her dark hair spilling over her shoulders. "Look at me," she whispered. "Really look. Be moved closer. By Tuesday, I'll be bruised. Maybe my nose will be crooked. Maybe my lips will be busted open. Maybe teeth will be gone." Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled. He didn't speak. "Touch me," she said. "Remember how I feel now." His finger brushed her cheek, soft, warm, unbroken. He traced the curve of her face, memorizing it. "Compare this to what you see after," she murmured. "Maybe then you'll help me." He pulled his hand back. Maybe he would. That was her gamble, and his fear. Cold logic versus hot rage. For him, that line was everything. "Hold me," she said suddenly, voice cracking. "I don't remember what it's like to feel safe." He sat beside her, pulling her into his arms. She clung to him, face pressed against his chest. "I'm scared," she admitted. They stayed like that, minutes slipping by unnoticed, until she finally pulled away, her expression hollow. "I need to find Ellie. It's bedtime. She's in the barn. Showed me how to saddle that horse like a pro." A faint smile. "She's a good kid. Saved my hide today," he agreed. Carmen handed him the folded sheets. "Come riding with me tomorrow. I don't know the first thing about horses. I'll teach you. That could take a while." "We don't have a while," she said, gaze drifting toward the window. "We need to go up to the mesa." "Why?" She hesitated. "You've got something to teach me too. In case Tuesday doesn't change your mind. I need to know how to use my gun." He didn't answer. "You can't tell me I don't have the right to protect myself," she said flatly. When he stayed silent, she turned and left, footsteps fading down the stairs. Alone, he made the bed with the worn-out sheets thin, but it didn't matter. The heat clung to the air, stubborn even as night fell. Stepping outside, he faced the horizon where the sun had just vanished, leaving the sky streaked red. The desert cooled slowly, the earth holding onto the day's burn. Then small footsteps crunched in the dirt. Ellie approached, backlit by the dying light, her blue dress dotted with straw, hair glowing like a halo. "Came to say good night," she announced, solemn as a soldier. It reminded him of base housing, of kids shaking hands with their father's comrades before bedtime. He smiled. "Night, Ellie." She gave a little nod and turned, disappearing into the dusk. The little girl tilted her head up at him with a mischievous grin. "I like you," she announced. "Yeah, well, the feeling's mutual," he replied, shoving his hands in his pockets. "You sweating yet?" "Like crazy," she admitted. "Storm's rolling in," he said, squinting at the darkening sky. She rolled her eyes. "That's what everyone keeps saying." A pause, then she added, "Softer now. I'm glad Mommy has you around." He didn't answer, just held out his hand. She eyed it skeptically. "You're supposed to kiss me good night," she informed him as if he'd missed the memo. "That's so. Duh." He exhaled, amused. "All right." He started to crouch, but she shook her head. "Nope. Pick me up." Arms stretched high like she was hailing a cab. For a second he hesitated, then hoisted her onto his hip. A quick peck on the cheek. "Night, kid." "Carry me inside," she demanded, flopping against his shoulder. "I'm exhausted." So he did, past the horse pens, across the dusty yard, where Carmen leaned against the porch column, arms crossed. "There's my escape artist," she said. "Mommy, please let him come in," Ellie begged, twisting in his grip. Carmen hesitated. "He doesn't live here, Mija." Reacher shrugged. "Just the hired help." Ellie dropped her voice to a stage whisper. "We'll sneak through the kitchen. The maid won't tell. She's allowed inside." Carmen shot him a look. "You good with this?" He gave a half smile. "Worst case, we get yelled at." Ellie wriggled down, grabbed her mom's hand, and marched them toward the back door. Inside, the ancient dishwasher chugged like a dying engine. The maid barely glanced up, just kept slamming plates into the rack. Reacher spotted the bowls he'd brought her earlier, clean and stacked. Ellie tiptoed dramatically, leading them through a stifling hallway, up creaky red stairs that groaned under his boots. The second-floor closet spilled them into a narrow corridor, everything wood, everything painted, that same eerie red. Her room was a sauna, curtains drawn tight against the sun's wrath. "We'll be right back," Carmen said, nudging Ellie toward the bathroom. The kid eyed Reacher suspiciously until he planted himself on her tiny bed, short enough his knees practically touched his chin. The sheets were dotted with cartoonish creatures that might have been llamas or badly drawn dogs. As they disappeared, he scanned the room. Rickety bookcase, a nightstand with a chipped lamp, a dresser that looked like it had survived a tornado. Outside, the wind kicked up, rattling the window like it wanted in. Somewhere down the hall, Ellie giggled, the sound bouncing off the walls. Reacher leaned back, bracing for the storm, both the one in the sky and whatever came next. The furniture was crafted from pale, sun-bleached wood, its surface adorned with whimsical hand-painted patterns that gave it a playful charm. It had that artsy boutique vibe, something you'd find tucked away in Austin, or maybe even shipped in from Santa Fe. Some shelves were lined with books, while others overflowed with a chaotic mix of stuffed animals, wedged in wherever they'd fit. The hum of the ancient air conditioner filled the room, its rhythmic thumping oddly comforting, despite doing little to cut through the stifling heat. Upstairs, the trapped air fell like an oven, easily hitting triple digits. Ellie shuffled back into the room, suddenly shy in her pajamas, cotton shorts, and a tee dotted with what might have been bunnies. Her damp hair clung to her flushed cheeks, and she gnawed absently on her knuckle before climbing onto the bed. She curled up near the pillow, leaving plenty of space between them, careful not to crowd him. "All right, kiddo, sleep tight," he said. "Kiss me," she murmured. He hesitated, then pressed a quick kiss to her forehead, warm and faintly soap-scented. She burrowed deeper into the pillow. "Thanks for being our friend," she whispered. He shot Carmen a glance. "Did you put her up to that?" But her expression gave nothing away. "You good finding your way back?" Carmen asked. He nodded. "See you tomorrow," she said, lingering in the doorway as he slipped out. The house was quiet now, just the dishwasher humming in the kitchen. Stepping outside, the night air was thick, hotter than before. The sunset had faded, leaving the horizon ink black, but far to the southwest, heat lightning flickered like distant camera flashes. No rain, no clouds, just dry electricity dancing across the sky. Then movement, a pale t-shirt, the glint of a face under a ball cap. Bobby Greer, leaning against the fence. "Enjoy your ride?" Reacher asked dry. Bobby ignored the jab. "Waited to make sure you came back out." "Why wouldn't I?" Better question why go in at all. "Looked cozy in there, all three of you." Reacher just kissed the kid goodnight. "Got an issue with that?" Bobby exhaled sharply. "Walk with me. We need to talk." They moved in silence through the yard, the stars overhead impossibly bright in the pitch-black expanse. Reacher tilted his head back, letting the vastness of the universe put things in perspective. In the grand scheme of things, what did any of it matter? Maybe nothing. Maybe he should just crack Sloop's skull and be done with it. "My brother had problems," Bobby finally muttered. "Yeah," Reacher said. "Heard he played fast and loose with the ears." Bobby's jaw tightened in the dark. Agents are all over the place these days. "You think that's how they caught him? Just poking around?" Bobby shot him a look. How else would they? He fell silent for a moment, taking a few steps ahead before adding, "Either way, Sloop's been locked up. Getting out Monday from what I hear." Reacher nodded. "Yeah, and he won't exactly throw a welcome party when he finds you here getting cozy with his kid, making nice with his wife." Reacher kept walking unfazed. "I'm just here to work. Right as a ranch hand. Not a babysitter. Even ranch hands get downtime, don't they?" Bobby's voice turned sharp. "You'd better be smart about how you spend it." Reacher smiled. "So what? I need to stay in my lane?" "Damn right," Bobby snapped. "And your lane ain't next to my brother's wife or his kid. Since when does a man need permission to be friendly?" Sloop won't see it that way when he walks in and finds some drifter buddying up to his family. Reacher stopped dead in the shadows. "Here's the thing, Bobby, why the hell should I care what makes your brother happy?" Bobby halted too, squaring up. "Because this is family business. And in West Texas, we handle our own. You don't get that, you won't last long here. Might even find yourself leaving in a hurry." Reacher chuckled. "Who's gonna make that happen? That washed-up sheriff with the busted-up cruiser? Guy might stroke out just thinking about it." Bobby shook his head. "Around here, we don't wait for the law. Never have. We take care of things ourselves." Reacher took a step forward. "So that's your play? You want to try it now?" Bobby stayed quiet. Reacher grinned. "Or maybe you'll send a housekeeper after me. Bet she swings a mean frying pan. Josh and Billy follow orders. Those two? The maid's got better odds. Or you, if you've got the guts. Those boys wrestle bulls that weigh more than your truck. You really think they'd sweat over you?" Reacher started walking again. "Relax, Bobby. All I did was say goodnight to the kid. No need to act like I declared war." She's lonely. So's her mom. What am I supposed to do? Ignore them? You're supposed to keep your distance, Bobby snapped. I warned you she lies about everything. Whatever sob story she's feeding you, it's probably crap. Don't be the latest idiot falling for it. As they rounded the corner toward the bunkhouse, Reacher frowned. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm blind? She's gone half the month, sneaking out every chance she gets, dumping the kid on us. Where's she going? Some cheap motel in Pecos, screwing some poor sap who buys her my husband doesn't understand me act. Fine, her business, but bringing some guy back here? 2 days before Sloop gets out? Passing you off as some random ranch hand? That's next level crazy. Reacher's voice dropped. You said I wouldn't be the first. What's that about? Exactly what it sounds like. Ask Josh and Billy, they chased off the last one. Reacher stayed silent. Bobby smirked. Don't trust her. Half of what she says is lies, and the other half? She ain't telling you. Why doesn't she have a house key? She had one. Lost it. Place ain't even locked, we're in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna break in? Then why's she always knocking? Bobby scoffed. Drama. Acts like we're shutting her out. Total BS. If we hated her, why'd Sloop marry her? Reacher didn't answer. Look, work if you want, Bobby said. But stay away from her and the kid. For your own good. Reacher paused. Mind if I ask you something? Bobby froze mid-step, his face twisting in confusion. Huh. Reacher tilted his head slightly. Your ball cap, it's backward. Just figured I'd mention it in case it wasn't on purpose. Bobby's fingers twitched toward his head like he might check, but he stopped himself. I wear it like this, he snapped. Reacher shrugged. Fair enough. At least your neck won't fry out here. Bobby's jaw tightened. You got a real smart mouth, you know that? Stay the hell away from my brother's family. He spun on his heel and stomped off toward the house, boots kicking up dust. Reacher watched him go, the silhouette shrinking against the flicker of distant lightning. The barn swallowed him up, but the angry crunch of his footsteps lingered before fading into the night. Reacher didn't waste time. He hit the sack early. His philosophy was simple. Sleep when you can, because you never know when you won't. Life didn't hand him schedules. Days blurred together, and if he could bank 12 hours of shut-eye, he'd take it, ready to roll for the next 36, if needed. The bed was too short, the mattress lumpy as a sack of potatoes, and the room felt like a sauna under a damp sheet. Outside, the night screamed with insects, a chaotic symphony of clicks and whines. If he focused, he could almost pick out individual bugs, but when he zoned out, it all melted into one relentless buzz. Somewhere beyond the barn, coyotes yipped, their calls lonely and raw. The horses stirred, hooves thumping briefly against dirt before settling again. A gust of wind rattled the window, and Reacher imagined bats swirling into the sky, their wings beating the thick air. He drifted off, staring at a patch of stars through the grimy glass, the kind of view you only got miles from civilization. Meanwhile, the crew from Pecos ate up the highway, chewing through 70 miles in an hour before pulling into a truck-stop motel. The woman had rules, never the first stop, always the second. Late arrivals only. Call it superstition or strategy, either way, it kept them under the radar. The fair-haired guy paid cash for 2 rooms, one downstairs, one up. Rest up, she told the others. We're not done yet. Reacher stared at 2A. When Josh and Billy's pickup groaned into the yard. The engine noise faded as they killed it in the shed below, followed by heavy footsteps on the stairs. They stumbled past his door, reeking of sweat and whiskey, before collapsing onto their bunks. The familiar sounds of exhausted men, wet snores, creaking springs filled the room. He'd spent years in barracks. This was nothing new. By the time he woke, the insects had gone quiet, and the stars had bled into dawn. The early summer sun had barely risen, but the Texas heat was already pressing down like a heavy blanket. He squinted at his watch. 6:10 a.m. Night disturbed day. Back in London, Jody would have been up for hours, probably wandering through the Tate Modern or debating whether to order scones at some quaint cafe. Meanwhile, Carmen Greer, just inside the main house, was 2 days away from waking up to the nightmare of Sloop's return. And Ellie, curled on her small cot, blissfully unaware her world was about to flip upside down. He tossed aside the tangled sheet, grabbed his clothes, and padded barefoot to the bathroom. Josh and Billy were sprawled out, still in yesterday's clothes, boots and all, snoring softly in the stale air of last night's beer. The shower started warm, washing off the sweat, then he cranked it cold, though the water barely chilled, as if it had soaked up heat from the scorched earth on its way through the pipes. He soaked his clothes in the sink, a trick he'd learned years ago from Pacific Island sentries. Wet fabric clung to his skin like a makeshift swamp cooler, a brief relief against the rising temperature. Outside, the sky blazed purple, not a cloud in sight. The dust underfoot still radiated yesterday's heat. The usual crew gathered slowly, same as the past 5 mornings, until the routine shifted. New plan, the second guy announced. We're meeting some new contacts up at Koyanosa Draw for instructions. Face to face. With who? The first man asked, frowning. Not him, right? Nah, just the guys we're working with now. The kid stayed silent. The first man shrugged. Fine by me. Plus, they're paying us, the second added. Even better. The truck rumbled north as Reacher circled the bunkhouse, the ranch eerily quiet under the oppressive sun. Curious, he ducked into the barn. Horses stood motionless, heads drooping, knees locked, sleeping upright. The old mare from last night cracked an eye at him, unimpressed, before drifting off again. Hay bales lined the walls, but a side room held sacks of feed from a San Angelo supplier, probably vitamin-packed supplements. A hose coiled near a faucet, ready to fill the troughs. He moved on toward the house, peering into the kitchen. Empty. Same as when he'd left. Nothing stirred. Then, just as he turned toward the road, a distant engine growled unexpected, out of place. Someone was coming. Fast. The screen door creaked open behind him, and Reacher turned to see Bobby Greer stepping onto the porch. Same faded t-shirt. Same worn ball cap, except now it sat properly on his head, the brim shading his eyes. A sleek 92 bolt-action rifle rested in his grip, one of the polished pieces from the hallway rack. Bobby hoisted it onto his shoulder and paused. Was just about to wake you, he said. Need a driver. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Where to? Hunting, Bobby replied, jerking his chin toward the pickup. 2-man job. You drive, I shoot. From a moving truck? Bob strode toward the motor barn, stopping beside the newer truck with its heavy-duty roll bar. You cruise the range, he explained, slapping the metal frame. I ride in back, steady against the bar. Full rotation, clean shots. Sloop's idea, he was a natural at it. Reacher folded his arms. What's the target? Armadillos. Bobby gestured toward the desert, where a dusty trail snaked between sun-bleached rocks. Plump ones, too. Makes killer chili. You ever try it? Reacher shook his head. Damn shame, Bobby scoffed. Back in my granddaddy's day, they called it Texas turkey, kept folks alive when money was thin. Now the eco-freaks want to protect M. But on our land. Fair game. Not my thing, Reacher said flatly. Bobby's grin turned sharp. Scared you'll miss. Scared I'll hit something smarter than you. The air between them tightened. Bobby's grip shifted on the rifle. You work here, you follow orders. Then let's talk terms, Reacher countered. Starting with pay. $200 a week. Room and board included. Reacher stayed silent. The number was laughable, but money wasn't why he was here. Problem? Bobby taunted. Or are you just here for Carmen? Reacher shrugged. Deal. But hunting's off the table. Called it a moral line. Bobby's jaw twitched. Fine. But don't think I won't keep you busy and far from her. Vaughn's where I'll be, Reacher said, turning away. Later, Ellie found him there, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders, tiny overalls cuffed at the ankles. She balanced a plate of scrambled eggs, forks jutting from her pocket like engineer's tools. Mommy says don't forget, she announced, words carefully rehearsed. Writing lesson after lunch. Meet her here. Then she darted off, leaving Reacher to eat alone. He returned the plate to the kitchen and wandered to the bunkhouse. No sign of Josh or Billy, no orders, no hassle. Perfect. Stretching out in the heat, he let his mind drift. The Koyanoza Draw stretched barren and wide, a relic of flash floods that rarely came. Scattered along its banks stood the skeletons of failed homesteads, their wood bleached bone white. One in particular caught his eye, a sagging gray house, its empty barn standing sentinel in the dust. The weathered barn stood doorless, its gaping western wall framing a view of the distant ranch house. Positioned just right, the structure hid its shadowy interior from prying eyes, unless you were standing in the dusty yard out front. Inside, the Crown Victoria purred quietly, its engine running to circulate stale air through the Texas heat. A rickety exterior staircase climbed to the hayloft, where a woman perched on the small landing, scanning the winding dirt road through squinted eyes. She spotted the approaching pickup 2 miles out, a dust devil swirling behind its speeding tires. Only when she confirmed it traveled alone did she descend, signaling the waiting men below. They emerged from the car like clockwork, sweat beading on their foreheads as they stood motionless in the sweltering barn. The growl of the truck's engine grew louder before it finally rounded the corner, tires crunching gravel. With practiced efficiency, they guided it inside, like runway marshals, one man walking backward, arms gesturing, the other waiting at the passenger side. The driver, lulled by the false security of arrival, killed the engine and rolled down his window, grinning like a man about to collect easy money. His passenger did the same. Neither saw the muzzles flash. 2 silenced rounds tore through their skulls, painting the cab in crimson. The kid in the middle barely had time to register the horror before a third shot punched through his ribs. The woman nudged the shooter aside, adjusting each window to leave a precise inch gap, enough for flies to feast, but not enough for coyotes to drag evidence into the open. Reacher woke from a short nap just as Josh and Billy returned, their boots heavy with dust. They ignored him, scrubbing up for lunch like nothing had happened. Bobby mentioned you chased off some guy, Reacher said casually. Joshua. What guy? Billy feigned ignorance. Some friend of Carmen's, apparently. We ain't the damn welcome committee, Billy scoffed. Joshua jabbed a finger. You're the cop here, not us. Reacher's gaze sharpened. You been talking about me? Joshua clammed up, but Billy cut in. Gotta go. Later, Carmen slipped into the barn like a ghost, balancing a steaming dish of armadillo chili. She didn't speak, just pressed the meal into his hands and vanished. The meat was tough, drowned in store-bought hot sauce, but hunger made it tolerable. After scraping the plate clean, he returned it to the kitchen, where Bobby loomed on the porch like a prison guard. "Horses need feed," he barked. "You're riding with the boys after siesta. Load up the truck." Reacher nodded, then wandered to the barn, sinking onto a bale of straw. The horses blinked at him, their tails flicking lazily at flies. One munched hay, strands clinging to its muzzle like a messy beard. When Carmen reappeared, she'd swapped her dress for worn jeans and a sleeveless plaid shirt, her straw hat clutched like a shield. She looked small, terrified, and Reacher knew whatever was coming. It wouldn't end with lunch. "Bobby still has no clue you tipped off the ears," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Figures he'd assume it was just bad luck. Maybe Sloop's just as clueless. She adjusted her hat, her expression tight. "Oh, Sloop knows." "How?" A dry laugh escaped her. "Honestly, he doesn't, not for sure. But he needs it to be me. Who else fits the bill? No proof, just his gut. And the joke's on him, he's right. But he never told Bobby. Never would. Too proud to side with them, even if they all hate me equally. It's this messed up game they hide it from him, but make damn sure I know they know. You gotta leave. Clock's ticking 48 hours. She nodded, squinting at the horizon. 48 on the dot. They'll spring him at 7 a. Drive straight through the night. 7 hours of open road, and bam, he's home by Monday afternoon. Just in time to ruin my lunch. Then get out. Today. Can't. You should, he insisted. This place? It's like some twisted time warp. Like the rest of the world just stopped. She barked a laugh, bitter as burnt coffee. Try 7 years of it. My entire adult life, give or take a few bad decisions. With practiced ease, she slung her hat and bag onto a rusty nail, then moved to the stalls. Her hands flew over the saddles, tightening straps, adjusting buckles, her wiry arms flexing with each motion. 2 horses prepped in half the time it took him to fumble with one. "Damn, you're fast," he admitted. "Gracias," she shot back, flashing a grin. "Perks of being the designated ranch hand." He frowned. "And they still buy the clumsy act?" "People see what they want to see." She led his gelding out, dwarfed by its massive frame. Even in baggy jeans, she looked breakable, her waist barely wider than his grip. "You move like a pro," he said. The horse snorted, tossing its head as he took the reins. "Walk him out first," she instructed. He hesitated. "Shouldn't we have, like, chaps or something?" "Real riders wear gear." She rolled her eyes. "This ain't a rodeo, city boy. It's Arizona we'd melt." Her mare followed obediently as she swung into the saddle with a single fluid motion. He mimicked her, hauling himself up awkwardly. The horse's back felt like a damn picnic table, wide and unforgiving. "Right foot in," she called. He wriggled into place, reins clutched like a lifeline. "Now relax," she teased. "And nudge him. Gently." One kick, and the gelding lurched forward. He white-knuckled the saddle horn, swaying like a drunk on a skateboard. After a few steps, he caught the rhythm, left, right, left, each sway a little less terrifying. "Not bad," she said, nudging her mare ahead. "He'll follow. Sweetest one we've got." "Yeah," he thought, gripping tighter as sweat dripped down his neck. "Sweet, just like carrying a fridge in a sauna." Carmen nudged her horse forward with a click of her tongue, effortlessly guiding it around his before leading the way across the dusty yard. The rhythmic sway of her hips matched the horse's gait, her thighs flexing beneath worn denim as she balanced with practiced ease. The brim of her hat cast a shadow over her eyes, and the reins rested loosely in her left hand, while her right dangled free sunlight catching the cheap blue sparkle of her ring. Without hesitation, she crossed the road, not bothering to check for traffic, not that there was any. Just heat waves distorting the horizon and the occasional shimmer of false lakes in the distance. His own horse followed, hooves clattering as it stepped up onto the limestone ledge, a foot-high rise that marked the start of the rocky plateau. The ground sloped upward, uneven and cracked with deep fissures and eroded pits that looked like they'd been blasted open by artillery. The horses navigated them carefully, sure-footed enough that he didn't have to think about steering, which was a relief, since he had no idea what he was doing. "Keep an eye out for rattlers," Carmen called over her shoulder. "Fantastic," he muttered. "They'll spook the horses. If that happens, just hold on tight and yank the reins." "Really fantastic," he repeated, scanning the ground where scraggly bushes clung to life in the rock's crevices. The smaller holes looked like perfect snake hideouts, but the glare made it impossible to see inside. After a while, he stopped trying. His legs were already stiff from the saddle, and the heat wasn't helping. "How much farther?" She turned slightly, as if she'd been expecting the question. "Just over the ridge. Then we drop into the gulches." The terrain leveled out into smoother limestone slabs, and she slowed enough for his horse to pull alongside, but not quite even, keeping him just behind, just out of view of her face. "Bobby mentioned you had a key," he said. "Did he?" Her voice was flat. "Said you lost it." "That's a lie. They never gave me one." He stayed silent. "They made a whole show of it," she added. "Like it was some kind of test." "So he was lying." She nodded, still facing ahead. "I told you don't trust a word he says. Also said, the door's never locked. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. And that you don't have to knock." "Another lie," she snapped. "Ever since Sloop left, if I don't announce myself, they grab a rifle first, then act all apologetic like, 'Oops, sorry, just being cautious with strangers sneaking around.' Total theater." He didn't respond. "Bobby's a liar, Reacher," she said again, sharper this time. "Seems that way. He also told me you brought another guy down here once. Said Josh and Billy ran him off, except they claimed they didn't know anything about it." She went quiet for a long beat. The only sound was the steady clop of hooves on stone. "No, that part was true," she finally admitted. "Met a guy in Pecos a year back. Started seeing him there, at his place. Then he wanted more." "So you brought him here?" "His idea. Thought he could find work, stay close. I knew it was stupid, but I went along with it. Actually worked for a couple weeks until Bobby found out." "What happened?" "He left." "Then why would Josh and Billy deny it?" "Maybe they didn't know. Maybe Bobby handled it himself." "This guy wasn't like you. He was a teacher, out of work. Not exactly a fighter. And he just vanished. Saw him once after, back in Pecos. He was scared. Wouldn't even look at me." "Did Bobby tell Sloop?" "Promised he wouldn't. We had a deal." "What kind of deal?" She exhaled, slumping slightly in the saddle as the horse plodded on. "The usual kind," she said, voice hollow. Carmen hesitated before answering, her fingers tightening around the reins. "If I did what he wanted, he swore he wouldn't say a word." Reacher studied her face. What exactly are we talking about here? She looked away, jaw clenched. Something I'd rather not describe. Trust me, you don't want the details. Got it, he muttered. Yeah, you do. And did he keep his end of the deal? She let out a bitter laugh. No clue. The creep made me go through it twice. Made my skin crawl just being near him. He swore up and down he'd stay quiet, but let's be real, he's a liar. Probably spilled everything to Sloop the second he got the chance. I knew it was a long shot, but what other option did I have? Reacher exhaled sharply. Bobby thinks that's why I'm here. Figures we're tangled up in some affair. Carmen nodded. Wouldn't surprise me. He has no idea Sloop lays hands on me. And even if he did, he'd never expect me to fight back. They rode in silence for a while, the horses plodding forward under the brutal sun. The landscape stretched endlessly dry, cracked earth under a sky that offered no mercy. Finally, Reacher spoke again. You need to leave. How many times do I have to say it? Her grip on the reins tightened. I'm not running. They reached the crest of the hill, and Carmen's horse halted abruptly. Reacher's did the same, sidling up beside hers. The view from here was stark. Nothing but sun-scorched plains, jagged gulches, and the distant compound sprawled like a toy set a mile behind them. The heat was relentless, pressing down like a weight. Careful on the way down, she warned, nudging her horse forward. Reacher followed, struggling to keep his balance as his mount picked its way over loose gravel. The descent was rough, every step jolting him in the saddle. Carmen dismounted smoothly at the bottom, stretching her legs while he fumbled with the stirrups. So, she asked, watching him awkwardly slide off the horse. Reacher winced. Now I get why cowboys walked like they had a permanent limp. A flicker of amusement crossed her face before she turned serious again. She secured the horses with a heavy rock, then reached into her saddlebag. When her hand reappeared, it held a small, gleaming pistol. You said you'd teach me, she reminded him. Reacher held up a hand. Hold on. He moved along the gulch floor, studying the ground with narrowed eyes. Someone's been here. 3 people plus tire tracks. A truck maybe? Carmen frowned. Where? He pointed to faint impressions in the dirt. Stopped right here. They crawled up to the edge on their knees. Dropping to the ground, he inched forward until he could peer over the ridge. They were watching the house. How can you be sure? Nothing else worth spying on out here. She knelt beside him, the gun cold in her palm. It's too far. They'd need binoculars. You ever catch a flash of light? Sun hitting glass in the mornings? A shiver ran through her, despite the heat. Carmen's hands trembled as she stared at the ground. No, she whispered, her voice tight. Not ever. Reacher crouched beside the disturbed earth, tracing the grooves with his fingers. These tracks are fresh, maybe a day old tops. A cold shiver ran through her. Sloop, she muttered. He's convinced I'll take Ellie. Now I know he's getting out. He's got people watching me. Reacher straightened, scanning the bowl-shaped depression in the desert. Check the tire marks, he said. They came back multiple times. The sand told the story, layers of treads crisscrossing like a messy braid. At least 4 separate passes, maybe 5. The right front tire was practically bald on the outer edge. Carmen's breath hitched. But they're gone now. Why? Beats me, Reacher admitted. Carmen turned away, then thrust the pistol toward him. Teach me how to use this. His eyes flicked from the tracks to the gun. A Lorsen L22 cheap chrome, pink faux pearl grips barely longer than his palm. Fresh out of some Mira Loma factory, probably never fired. Did you get a good deal? She pressed. $80. Where? Pecos. Some gun shop. Was it legal? She nodded. Paperwork and all. Is it any good? Reacher weighed it in his hand. For $80? Sure. If you like glorified cap guns. The salesman said it was perfect. For what? For a woman. Her jaw tightened. I didn't tell him why I needed it. He popped the empty magazine. Where's the ammo? Carmen hurried to her bag, pulling out a box of 92 rounds. 50 tiny bullets lined up like soldiers. Show me how to load it. Reacher shook his head. Toss it. Right here, right now. Why? Because this is a bad idea. Guns and kids don't mix, Carmen. One slip and Ellie, I'll be careful. The house is full of rifles anyway. Rifles aren't the same. She can't even reach the trigger on those. Carmen's grip tightened. She hasn't found it yet being the key word. Her eyes flashed. She's my daughter. My choice. Reacher stayed silent. I keep it hidden, she insisted. By the bed. She never goes in there. And if you actually use it? What then? Carmen swallowed. She's too young to understand. Later, she'll see it was the only way. Reacher's voice turned sharp. No, I mean right after. When you're in cuffs. Who takes Ellie then? It's self-defense. They won't arrest me. Who says? You think some overworked public defender's gonna magic you out of a murder charge? Even if you win, it's a year in court. A year of Ellie stuck with Rusty. Or worse, foster care. Carmen flinched like she'd been struck. Rusty would dump her there anyway, she whispered. A gust of wind kicked up sand between them, gritty and relentless. Somewhere in the distance, a hawk screamed. She wouldn't keep the girl if Sloop wasn't in the picture anymore. Just ditch the gun out here, he said, shaking his head. It's a bad call. But she took it back, holding it like something fragile, rolling it between her hands like a toy. The fake pearl grips caught the sunlight. No, she said firmly. I need to learn. For me. That's my choice, not yours. He exhaled, then shrugged. Fine. Your call. But guns aren't a joke. Pay attention. She handed it over. He balanced it on his palm, barely the length from his thumb to his middle finger. First thing, he said, running a finger along the barrel. This thing's tiny. 2.5 inches. Store guy tell you that? She nodded. Said it fit in my purse. Yeah, well, that also means it's useless past arm's length. You wanna hit something? Get close. Like really close. Otherwise, you'll miss by a mile. Got it. Second thing, he said, plucking a bullet from the box. This ain't a cannon. Small bullet, weak powder. One shot won't do much. So you empty the whole clip. Fast. He loaded the magazine, racked the slide, and clicked the safety on. Cocked and locked, he said, handing it back. Don't point it at me. Ever. She gripped it awkwardly, angling it away. Try it, he urged. She fumbled with the safety, then squeezed the trigger. The gun jerked, kicking up dust 10 feet away. The horses flinched, but held their ground. Works, she muttered. Safety back on, he ordered. Then he stripped off his shirt, draping it over a rock like a target. Aim for the body. Biggest target. She raised the gun, hesitated. I can't shoot your shirt. Relax, he said dryly. I doubt you'll hit it. She pulled the trigger nothing. Forgot the safety. Twice. Then she remembered, flipped it off, and fired. The shot echoed, but the shirt stayed untouched. Guess I was right. Now try again. And this time breathe. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the trigger. The shot went wild, 20 feet off target, sailing high and wide. Eyes open, Reacher said, his voice steady. Imagine you're pissed at that shirt. Point at it like you're calling it out in an argument. This time she kept her gaze locked on the target, squared her stance, and leveled her arm. Another shot closer, but still 6 feet left and low. My turn, he said, taking the tiny pistol from her. The grip barely fit his hand, the trigger guard cramped his finger. He lined up the sights, focusing where the pocket had been torn. 2 quick shots, his hand didn't waver. The first bullet punched through the opposite armpit, the second hit low center. She tried again. 3 more shots, all misses, 1 high right, another wide left, the last kicking up dirt, 7 feet short. Frustration tightened her jaw as she lowered the gun. What to learn? He asked. I need to get closer, she admitted. Damn right, he said. And don't beat yourself up. A snub nose like this. It's a last-ditch weapon. Even I missed by a foot from 15 yards, and I used to clean up in army pistol competitions. 2 years straight, nobody touched me. She exhaled. Okay. He crouched, reloaded 1 in the chamber, 9 in the mag, then set it down. Leave it unless you're dead certain. Could you really use it? I think so. Thinking won't cut it. You've gotta know. Close enough to press it into his ribs and empty the clip. Hesitate and he'll take it. Maybe turn it on you. Maybe hit Ellie running in from her room. Her voice was quiet. Last resort. Exactly. Once it's out, there's no halfway. She stood frozen, then finally picked it up and tucked it away. He grabbed his shirt bullet holes hidden under his arm and below his belt, then policed the brass, an old habit. The shells clinked in his pocket like loose change. On the ride back, the silence between them was heavy. At the ridge she reined in, staring down at the red house compound in the distance. The sun hung low, casting long shadows. Reacher's horse stopped just behind hers, framing her silhouette against the horizon. You ever get scared? She asked suddenly. No, he said. How? He tilted his head, remembering. Learned it young. Had an older brother always ahead of me. Wanted to do everything he did. Scary comics, late-night TV. There was this space show, black and white, maybe overseas. Spaceship like a spider-legged sub. One episode, this hairy monster chased the crew. His voice trailed off, the memory flickering like an old film reel. The memory hit him like a freight train, some creature straight out of a nightmare, all matted fur and gnashing teeth, lunging at those poor astronauts as they scrambled into their ship. The hatch barely sealed in time, but the image stuck with him for years. And you were scared? Carmen asked, her voice cutting through the Texas heat. Even though she couldn't see him, he nodded. 4 years old, convinced that monster was lurking under my bed. Had this towering antique frame, and I swore I could feel its claws scraping the floorboards, waiting to drag me under. His jaw tightened. I'd scream for my dad, then clam up when he showed up, too embarrassed to admit I was terrified of something that wasn't even real. So, how'd you get over it? A dry laugh escaped him. I didn't get over it. I got pissed. One night I snapped, yelled at the thing to bring it on. Told it I'd tear it apart if it dared show itself. He shrugged. Fear is just fuel if you flip it. Those astronauts should have stood their ground. You back down, you lose. Every damn time. Carmen's grip on the reins tightened. Is that your answer for everything? Works for me. The horses picked their way down the slope, their hooves kicking up dust. Reacher shifted sore from the ride. Horseback wasn't his thing, probably never would be. Bobby thinks we've been sneaking off to some motel in Pecos, he said abruptly. Thinks it's a scandal, bringing you here before Sloop gets back. Carmen's lips twisted. Wish that's all it was. She glanced at him, sunlight catching the gold in her skin. Would you have wanted that? He studied the way she moved with the horse, effortless. Could have been worse, he muttered. By the time they reached the barn, Josh and Billy were propped against the wall like bored sentries. Their truck idled impatiently. All three of you for a feed run, Carmen whispered. Bobby's playing chaperone, Reacher said. Trying to kill the fun he's imagining we're having. She rolled her eyes and slid off her horse. I'll brush them down. Josh tapped the steering wheel. You coming or what? Reacher took his sweet time, washed up, splashed water on his face, let them stew. When he finally climbed into the truck, Billy shoved him into the middle seat like a kid on a road trip. The engine roared, but Reacher's smirk stayed put. Let them try to rush him. Josh kicked his feet inside and yanked the door shut. Billy squeezed in beside him, and Josh hit the gas, peeling out toward the gate. At the intersection, the truck veered left, and that's when Reacher realized things were about to go south in a way he hadn't expected. He'd counted the feed bags stacked in the storeroom, dozens of them, each 30 pounds, stamped with the supplier's logo. San Angelo. North and east, not south. They should have turned right. But they didn't. Which meant Bobby wasn't just sending him on a pointless errand, he was sending him on a one-way trip. Josh and Billy had their orders, and Reacher knew exactly what that meant. A smirk tugged at his lips. They had no clue he'd memorized the feed bags, studied Texas maps for days, or that a wrong turn would tip him off. So how were they planning to do it? Scare him off like Carmen's teacher friend? Good luck with that. But thought almost made him laugh. Adrenaline surged through him, sharpening his focus, loosening the stiffness in his legs. He rolled his shoulders, wedged between Josh and Billy like a loaded spring. How much longer? He asked, keeping his voice casual. Hour and a half tops, Billy muttered. The truck barreled down the empty highway, nothing but sun-baked scrubland and cracked limestone stretching for miles. No cars, no signs of life, just heat and silence. Perfect place to dump a body. Let the desert do the work. Or maybe they were taking him to that bar they'd bragged about yesterday. Maybe they had backup waiting. Reacher exhaled, amused. If that was their play, they'd better hope their buddies were a hell of a lot tougher than these two. Then his mind flashed back high school, New Jersey, his first day. He'd been ready for a fight, determined to make an impression. Hit first, hit hard. Old habits died hard. But right now, he wasn't some kid in a locker room. He was a man with a plan, and these clowns had no idea what was coming. The desert blurred past. The road stretched on. And Reacher, he was just getting started. The first morning at his new school, some tough kid decided to test Reacher, big mistake. 10 minutes later, that kid was on his way to the ER with injuries that would keep him sidelined for weeks. Turned out the school was actually pretty upscale, nestled in a nice part of town, and Reacher's over-the-top reaction had everyone staring at him like he was some kind of wild animal. For the first time, he felt a pang of guilt. That moment changed him. He learned to size things up before throwing down, and sometimes he even gave fair warning. "We heading straight back?" he asked, sharp as ever. It was a tactical move. They couldn't lie without tipping their hand, and they couldn't agree if they had other plans. Grabbing a couple beers first, Billy said, "Where?" "Same place as yesterday." Reacher shrugged. "I'm broke." "Payday's not till Monday." "Our treat," Josh cut in. "Feed store open late on a Saturday." "Big order, they'll stay open," Billy assured him. "Maybe a new supplier, maybe a change in routine." Reacher filed it away. "You guys must be regulars," he said. "Years of loyalty," Josh replied, flashing a grin. "So after this, we're going straight back?" Reacher pressed. "Sure thing," Billy said, smirking. "Wouldn't want to mess with your beauty sleep." "Good," Reacher said, letting the silence stretch. "Because that's how I like it." The unspoken threat hung in the air across me now. "And you'll regret it." Billy stayed quiet. Josh just chuckled and kept driving. The landscape blurred past, flat and endless as they rolled south. Reacher knew from maps that the Rio Grande was looping toward them, carving through ancient riverbeds. Josh kept the speed steady at 60, Billy gazing absently out the window. The road stretched ahead, empty and dull. Reacher leaned back against the gun rack, perfectly at ease. Waiting was second nature to him. Years in the military had taught him that. The real action was always preceded by long, tense stretches of nothing. The farther they drove, the rougher the road got. The truck jolted over potholes, rear wheels bouncing without weight in the bed. Vultures perched on telephone poles like ominous sentinels. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows. A bullet-riddled sign announced Echo, 5 miles. Thought Echo was north, Reacher said. "Where Ellie goes to school." "Split town," Billy explained. "Half up there, half down here. 160 miles of nothing in between." "World's longest town," Josh added. "Bigger than L, if you measure it end to end." They rounded a curve, and a cluster of low-slung buildings emerged in the distance, backlit by the dying sun. Rusted signs along the shoulder advertised what was coming: another gas station, a general store, and a bar called the Longhorn Lounge, owned by some guy named Harley. The bar came first, a squat building of weathered wood and corrugated iron, hunched in the middle of a dust bowl. A dozen pickups were parked haphazardly out front, noses pointed at the door like they were lining up for a pit stop. And right there, closest to the entrance, sat the sheriff's old cruiser, looking like it had been dumped. Josh pulled in, killed the engine, and pocketed the keys. The bar's windows glowed with neon beer signs, half hidden behind grimy glass and faded checkered curtains. Time to see what this place was really about. The moment the car doors shut, the world outside faded into a hum of bar chaos, industrial fans whirring, a jukebox bass line rattling the walls, the low murmur of voices punctuated by clinking glass, and the sharp crack of pool balls. Not a bad turnout for a weekday. Josh and Billy stepped out in sync, while Reacher slid from the passenger side, squinting against the late afternoon sun still baking the pavement. Heat radiated up through his boots, clinging to his skin like a second layer. "All right," Billy said, cracking his knuckles. "Drinks are on us." Inside, the lobby smelled like stale beer and old varnish, a relic of a payphone plastered with faded numbers and half-peeled notes. The bar door had a grimy yellow window, warped enough to blur the figures inside. Billy shoved it open, and Reacher followed, instincts kicking in like a soldier stepping onto a battlefield. Bars were where trouble brewed: too much testosterone, too much liquor, and too many egos colliding. His eyes swept the room. 3 exits, windows too narrow for escape, and a crowd of sun-leathered locals in denim barely glancing up from their drinks. No sheriff in sight, but an empty stool at the bar had a fresh bottle waiting, like a reserved seat at a show. Then came the weapons check. A rusted six-shooter mounted above the bar, its plaque boasting, "We don't dial 911." Probably a few concealed pistols in the room, but Reacher wasn't sweating those. Glass bottles. Overrated. Hollywood made them look deadly, but real ones just thudded uselessly against tables unless you swung them like a club. The real threat. The pool table. 4 guys circling it, cues in hand, another dozen racked nearby. A pool cue was the perfect bar fight weapon, solid maple, weighted just right to crack skulls. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the sour tang of spilled beer, the jukebox blaring near the tables, where Billy flagged down the bartender. 3 bottles later, they wove through the crowd, Reacher claiming the seat with his back to the wall, eyes tracking every exit. Josh took his right, Billy his left, sliding a beer across the tabletop, pocked with old cigarette burns. Somebody's bad habit had left its mark. The sheriff shuffled in from the back hallway, adjusting his belt buckle like he'd just finished up some personal business. His eyes flicked toward Reacher for half a second, no reaction, no greeting, before he slumped onto the last empty bar stool, turning his back on the whole room. Billy lifted his beer bottle in a mocking salute. Good luck. Reacher didn't bother responding, just took a slow swig of his own drink. The beer was ice cold, bubbling with carbonation, the bitter tang of hops sharp on his tongue. Billy suddenly pushed back from the table. "Gotta make a call," he announced, weaving through the crowd toward the exit. Josh immediately slid into the empty space, crowding Reacher like a vulture circling prey. Outside, the faint glow of a payphone flickered through the grimy window. 2 minutes and 40 seconds later, Billy was back, leaning down to whisper something in the sheriff's ear. The lawman nodded twice, drained his beer, and stood throwing one last glance at Reacher before disappearing out the door. "Sheriff's got urgent business," Billy announced, smirking as he dropped back into his seat. Reacher stayed silent. "Did your call go through?" Josh asked, like he was reading from a script. "Sure did," Billy said, grinning. "Don't you want to know who I called?" Reacher shrugged. "Why would I care?" "Ambulance," Billy said, tapping his bottle against the table. "Gotta call 'em early when they're coming all the way from Presidio. Takes hours sometimes." Josh leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We kinda lied earlier. There was another guy, some schoolteacher, messing around with the Mexican woman. Bobby didn't like that, not with Sloop locked up. So we handled it." Reacher kept his face blank. "Thought we were going to the feed store." Billy barked a laugh. "Feed stores in San Angelo. We're here because this is where we brought the last guy. And what's that got to do with me?" "Bobby thinks you're cut from the same cloth," Josh said. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "He thinks I'm sleeping with her." Josh nodded. "Damn right he does." "And you two geniuses agree?" "Billy, why else would you be hanging around? You ain't no cowboy." "Maybe we're just friends." "Bobby says different," Billy shot back. "And hey, we get it. She's a looker. I'd tap that myself if she wasn't Sloop's. Gotta respect family even if they're beaners. That's how it works here." Reacher stayed quiet, letting the silence stretch. Billy wasn't done. "That teacher, we took him out back with a butcher knife. Couple guys held him down while we educated him. Begged like a dog, pissed himself, swore he'd leave town. We still nicked him a little just for fun. Blood everywhere. Told him if we ever saw him again, we'd finish the job." He grinned. Guess what? We never did. Josh nodded, proud. Worked like a charm. Only mistake was not calling the ambulance sooner. Guy nearly bled out before they got here. Reacher took another slow sip of beer. The room felt heavier, the air thick with unspoken threats. Somewhere outside, a truck engine rumbled to life, but nobody in the bar even flinched. Josh flashed a cocky grin. Lesson learned, next time we'll make reservations. Consider this a courtesy call just for you. You should be thanking us. Reacher raised an eyebrow. You actually sliced the guy. Damn right we did, Josh shot back. Wow, real heroes, Reacher said dryly. We handle business. Family comes first. And you're just admitting this to me? Josh scoffed. Why not? Who the hell even are you? Reacher shrugged. Definitely not your kindergarten teacher. Josh's smirk faltered. What's that supposed to mean? It means if you try to carve me up, you'll be the ones riding in the ambulance. You really think so? Reacher nodded. The horse I rode in on left bigger messes than you two ever could. He locked eyes with each of them, calm and steady. That quiet, unshakable confidence? It changes everything in moments like this. And Reacher had plenty of it. Years of bar brawls and back alley scraps had taught him a thing or two. Last chance, he said. Walk away now or crawl out later. Josh chuckled, glancing around the room. Funny thing is, pal, we've got a whole crew here. You, not so much. Didn't ask for your guest list, Reacher said. But he could feel the shift, the low hum of conversation dying, eyes darting, the pool game slowing. The air thickened with tension. Billy cracked his knuckles. We don't spook easy. Occupational hazard. Rodeo boys, Reacher thought. Bobby's words echoed in his head. They wrestled bulls that could crush a car. You're just another Tuesday to them. He'd never been to a rodeo, but he knew the drill. Riders perched on fences, waiting for the gate to burst open. 8 seconds of chaos, bones snapping under hooves, horns ripping flesh. These guys had guts, sure. But they also had a routine countdowns, adrenaline spikes, predictable rhythms. Enough talk, Reacher said. Let's settle this outside. He shoved past Josh before either could react, cutting through the crowd toward the back exit. The sea of bodies parted, then closed behind him. He heard their boots scuffing the floor, their breathing syncing up like they were back in the chute waiting for the bell. 20 steps to the door. 30 seconds to the fight. 29. 28. Reacher's stride never broke. 27. 26. His arms hung loose, ready. 25. 24. Then move. He snatched the last pool cue from the rack, spun, and swung like a batter, aiming for the bleachers. The crack of Billy's skull echoed over the jukebox, blood arcing through the air as he dropped. Josh lunged, arm raised, snapped the cue, shattered his forearm. He howled, and Reacher followed through, driving the splintered wood into his jaw. Teeth clattered to the floor. 4 hits. 4 down. The room went dead silent. Even the jukebox seemed to pause. Reacher tossed the broken cue aside. Anyone else? Reacher slammed the pool cue down with brutal force, cracking it against Josh's arm with a sickening crunch. The impact sent Josh sprawling, tangled with Billy as Reacher loomed over them, swinging again 4, 5, 6 times each strike landing with precision against ribs, collarbones, knees. 9 hits in under 7 seconds, a whirlwind of raw power. Strike first, strike hard, no waiting for a fair fight. The bar patrons flinched back, then inched forward cautiously, but Reacher wasn't sticking around. He snatched the truck keys from Josh's pocket, tossed the cue aside with a clatter, and shoved his way through the stunned crowd. No one dared stop him. Some friendships, it seemed, only went so deep in Echo County. Outside, the Texas heat hit him like a wall, sweat instantly slicking his skin. He climbed into the truck, fired up the engine, and peeled out, tires kicking up dust as he headed north. The bar door stayed shut, no pursuit. The sun dipped below the horizon an hour into the drive, darkness swallowing the road by the time he reached the ranch. But the red house blazed with light, 2 unfamiliar cars parked out front, the sheriff's battered cruiser, lights flashing, and a garish lime-green Lincoln glowing under the porch lights, like something washed up from a swamp. Moths swarmed the bulbs, their frantic dance casting shifting shadows. Inside, voices buzzed, excited, tense. Carmen stood near the rifle rack, stiff in a sleeveless red and black dress, her face unreadable. Across the room, a man in a wrinkled seersucker suit preened near the mirror, his sunburned face stretched into a politician's grin. Reacher hesitated on the porch, but the creak of wood betrayed him. Bobby whipped around, eyes widening, then dragged him into the shadows. "What the hell are you doing here?" Bobby hissed. "I work here," Reacher deadpanned. "Or did you forget? Where are Josh and Billy?" "They quit." Bobby blinked. "They what?" "Changed careers." Sudden epiphany about workplace satisfaction. Bobby's jaw worked silently before he managed. "Why?" Reacher shrugged. "Maybe they didn't like the benefits package." Before Bobby could sputter a reply, the commotion inside spilled onto the porch. Curious faces peering into the night. Rusty Greer stepped out first, with the sheriff and a man in a seersucker suit trailing behind. Carmen lingered inside, hovering near the rifles, her expression blank. The group froze when they spotted Reacher Rusty, looking uneasy, the sheriff confused, and the suited stranger sizing him up like an unexpected obstacle. "What's happening?" Rusty demanded. Bobby shrugged. "This guy claims Josh and Billy walked out on us." "That's ridiculous," Rusty snapped. "They wouldn't just leave." The man in the suit stepped forward, oozing politician charm, hand outstretched. "Hack Walker," he announced, voice dripping with practiced sincerity. "Pecos County DA and a family friend." "Sloop's oldest buddy," Rusty added absently. Reacher shook his hand, feeling the man's grip tighten just enough to assert dominance. "Jack Reacher," he said. "I work here." That have flashed a grin, part warmth, part calculated appeal. "You registered to vote yet?" "Because I'm running for judge, and I'd love your support." He chuckled like it was all just good-natured politics, but his eyes stayed sharp, watching for reactions. Reacher pulled his hand back without comment. "Hack's been amazing," Rusty gushed. "And he's got incredible news." "Hal Eugene finally showed?" Reacher asked. "No," Rusty said, practically glowing. "Something even better." Hack waved a humble hand. "Now this isn't about votes, you know. I'd do this for Yref regardless." "And we'd vote for you regardless," Rusty cooed. Reacher's gaze flicked past them to Carmen, still standing alone in the foyer, her face unreadable. "You're springing Sloop early," he said flatly. "Tomorrow, I'm guessing." Hack beamed like he'd just won an award. "Damn right. They swore they couldn't process releases on a Sunday, but I convinced M. First time in the system's history, but hey, records are made to be broken." "Hack's driving us up tonight," Rusty said. "We'll be there at sunrise, right outside the gates." "You all going?" Reacher asked. Carmen's voice cut through, quiet but firm. "I'm staying with Ellie." She'd drifted onto the porch. gripping the railing like it was the only thing keeping her upright. Hack flashed a salesman's smile. Bring her along. Plenty of room. Carmen shook her head. I don't want her seeing her father walk out of prison. Rusty scoffed. He's only your husband. Carmen didn't flinch, but a shiver ran through her despite the stifling heat. Without another word, she turned and vanished inside. Bobby cleared his throat. Guess I'll stay too. Keep things in order. Reacher studied him, then the sheriff, both subtly blocking the doorway. So why'd they really quit? Bobby pressed. Mine doubly a body pressed. Reacher shrugged. Let's just say they didn't leave by choice. The night air thickened with unspoken tension as the porch lights flickered, casting long shadows across their faces. Somewhere in the distance a coyote howled, fitting, Reacher thought, for a night full of wolves in polite disguises. The whole mess started in some dive bar, you know, the kind, Sheriff. Those two idiots decided to mess with the wrong guy. You saw us there, didn't you? The sheriff gave a slow nod, like he was weighing every word. They got what was coming to 'em after you left, Reacher said. Picked a fight and got wrecked. Bobby's face twisted. With who? Some random dude? Exactly. Some guy just trying to enjoy his beer. Bobby wasn't letting it go. Who was he? Reacher shrugged. Big. Quiet. The kind you don't mess with unless you've got a death wish. Bobby's jaw clenched. Was it you? Reacher almost laughed. Why would they come at me? What's your theory, Bobby? Got some reason they'd want trouble? Silence. Bobby just glared, then stormed inside, slamming the door hard enough to ravel the windows. The sheriff stayed put, looking uneasy. Sounds like they got messed up bad, he muttered. Reacher nodded. Hospital bad. Maybe worse. Might want to check on 'em. Then spread the word some strangers don't take kindly to being messed with. The sheriff shifted on his feet. Bobby mentioned folks around here handle their own business, Reacher added. Said Wyrer got this whole Wild West thing going. Cops stay out, right? The sheriff exhaled. Something like that. Good to know, Reacher said, watching him leave. The sheriff's car sputtered down the driveway, the engine coughing like it was on its last legs. The smell of gas hung in the air before fading into the Texas heat. Reacher circled to the kitchen, where the screen door was propped open, probably so the cook could eavesdrop. She stood frozen near the plastic strips hanging in the doorway, eyeing him like he might bite. Hey, he said, flashing an easy grin. He knew better than to piss off the person who controlled the food. She didn't answer. Let me guess, he said. Only 2 plates tonight. Bobby'd tell you I wasn't coming back? A tiny nod. Wrong. It's Josh and Billy who won't be eating. So I'll take theirs. Both. I'm starving. She hesitated, then shrugged. I'll bring 'em down. Nah, I'll eat here. He pushed through the strips, stepping into the chili-scented kitchen. What's on the menu? Steaks. Perfect. I'll take beef over roadkill any day. She almost smirked, pulling 2 plates from the warmer rib eyes, mashed potatoes, fried onions. She set them side by side, silverware arranged like a challenge. Billy was my cousin, she said quietly. Reacher picked up the fork. Small world. Reacher exhaled slowly. Josh definitely had it rough. The woman's jaw tightened. He was still family distant, but blood. Sorry for your loss, Reacher said, though he didn't sound particularly moved. She scoffed. They were idiots, both of them. Reacher, not exactly the brightest tools in the shed, huh? The Greers, though? She leaned in, voice dropping. They're dangerous. Whatever game you're playing with that woman from Mexico, don't forget who you're dealing with." With that, she left him to his meal. He finished eating, rinsed the plates, and stacked them in the sink before heading to the barn. The stifling Texas heat clung to the air inside, thick and oppressive. He settled onto a hay bale, ignoring the horses shifting nervously behind him. Eventually they settled, their breathing slowing into deep, sleepy huffs. Outside, footsteps creaked on the porch, then crunched across the dry dirt. A car door slammed, an engine roared to life, and headlights sliced through the darkness as Hack Walker's Lincoln pulled away. The porch light caught Rusty Greer's teased hair, turning it into a glowing pink halo. Reacher watched until the taillights vanished, leaving only the hum of crickets and the flutter of moths around the lights. He waited, arms crossed, wondering who'd come for him first. Carmen, probably. But it was Bobby who stepped out, his cap backward like some wannabe cowboy. He barely made it past the porch before Reacher blocked his path. "Horses need water," Bobby muttered. "Stalls need cleaning." Reacher didn't blink. "Then get to work." Bobby froze. "Excuse me. You heard me. I'm not doing it." Reacher's grin was cold. "Then I'll make you." Bobby's face twisted. "What the hell is this?" "Consider it a wake-up call," Reacher said. "The second you sent Josh and Billy after me, you signed up for a whole new set of rules. Now, when I say jump, you don't ask why, you just leap." "Got it. You belong to me now." Bobby stayed rooted, defiance flickering. Reacher swung slow, deliberate, forcing Bobby to duck right into his left hand, which snatched the cap clean off his head. "Go take care of the horses," Reacher ordered, "and sleep in there with them. If I see you before sunrise, I'll snap your legs like twigs." Bobby hesitated, eyes darting like a cornered animal. "Who you gonna call, kid?" Reacher taunted. "Your maid." "The sheriff." Silence. The vast emptiness of Echo County pressed in, miles of nothing in every direction. Finally, Bobby exhaled. "Fine." He trudged toward the barn while Reacher tossed the cap into the dirt and strolled back to the house, moths swirling around him like confetti. Unseen, 2/3 of the killed team watched from the shadows. They'd learned from the last group's mistakes. The woman had already dismissed the idea of approaching from the west. No way the Crown Vic could handle the desert, and hiding a mile out was just plain stupid. The cover of night made their approach easier. The plan was simple: drive just short of the house, drop off 2 guys, then circle back while they moved in on foot. They'd slip behind the jagged rocks, creeping toward the red gate before hunkering down in shallow dips near the road. These 2 weren't military, but they weren't amateurs either. Their gear? Basic commercial night vision binoculars, nothing high-tech, just enough to catch heat signatures in the dark. The infrared lenses distorted Reacher's outline as he moved, making him flicker like a mirage in the desert heat. Inside the ranch house, the air was stifling. Carmen sat rigid at the red kitchen table, her hands flat against the wood, staring at nothing. "I got played twice," she muttered. "First they promised me a year, then nothing. Then 48 hours, turns out it was barely a day." "You've still got time," Reacher said. 16 hours, she corrected. "Enough for breakfast alone, but he'll be back by lunch." 16 hours is enough to disappear, he pressed. Carmen shook her head. "Ellie's out cold. I can't drag her into a car and spend the rest of my life running from cops." Reacher stayed silent. "I'm done running," she said, voice steady. "This time I'm standing my ground. If he touches me again, I'll walk, no matter what it takes." "Good for you," he said. "You think I can do it?" Anyone can do anything if they want it bad enough. Her jaw tightened. I want it. A beat passed. Richa glanced around the room, eyes lingering on the peeling red paint. Why red? Cheapest color in the 50s, she said flatly. Nobody wanted it too communist. Rich folks love cutting corners. Classy. Carmen exhaled. Last chance, huh? Just grab Ellie and vanish? Bobby's still here, Richa pointed out. He'd hear the engine. Call the sheriff before we hit the county line. Then we disable the cars. Or I could toss him in a trough. A bitter laugh escaped her. But you won't. Figure of speech, he admitted. She stood abruptly, grabbing his hand. Come see Ellie. Upstairs, the fan's hum filled the hallway. Ellie's door creaked open, revealing her sprawled under the glow of a nightlight. The kid was out, cold shirt riding up, hair wild, one foot dangling off the bed. Carmen's grip on Reacher's hand tightened, just for a second, before she let go. Carmen's lips parted slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. She's 6.5, she murmured. She deserves her own space, a real bed, a real home. I can't keep dragging her around like we're on the run. He stayed silent, his expression unreadable. Do you get it? She pressed. He gave a half-hearted shrug. Truth was, he didn't. At 6.5, he'd been living exactly like a fugitive, no roots, no stability. His childhood was a blur of military bases, sudden relocations, and nights spent in unfamiliar rooms with unmade beds. He remembered waking up for school only to be hustled onto a plane, landing in some new country where even his mother struggled to remember their exact location. Had it messed him up? Maybe. Or maybe it just made him who he was. Your call, he finally said, his voice flat. Carmen tugged him back into the hallway, quietly shutting Ellie's door behind them. Now, she said, her tone shifting, let me show you where I stashed the gun. Tell me if you think it's safe. She led the way down the corridor, the hum of the air conditioner filling the silence. A gust of warm air spilled from a vent overhead as he followed, watching the way her dress swayed with each step. The heels she wore accentuated the tension in her calves, the tendons behind her knees flexing subtly. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, blending into the intricate red and black pattern of her dress. She turned left, then right, stepping through an arched doorway. Another staircase loomed ahead, descending into shadow. Where are we headed? He asked. Separate wing, she replied. An addition Sloop's grandfather's doing, I think. The stairs emptied into a narrow hallway that stretched toward a sprawling master's suite, more like a small house than a bedroom. A dressing area, a spacious bathroom, a sitting room with plush furniture. Beyond that, a wide archway led to the bedroom itself. In here, she said, striding ahead. The room was dim, the only light filtering through an east-facing window where the hum of insects buzzed against the screen. A massive king bed dominated the space, flanked by nightstands and an antique dresser opposite the footboard. Something old, solid, probably oak. Texas ironwood, Carmen supplied, catching his glance. Grows tall if you let it. You'd have made a good teacher. Always explaining things. A faint, wistful smile touched her lips. I thought about it once. Back when I had choices. She moved to the top right drawer, pulling it open. Inside, neatly folded lingerie, delicate, fragrant, lay beneath the weight of the pistol. The mother-of-pearl grips looked almost decorative against the silk. I moved it, she said. Like you said. Too low before Ellie could have reached it. He stepped closer. You could have just told me where it was. She hesitated, then met his gaze. He'll expect sex, won't he? She asked bluntly. When he didn't answer, she continued, 1.5 years in prison. But I'm saying no. Silence stretched between them. It's my right, isn't it? She pressed. Yeah, he said. Even married. Most places. Another pause. And it's also my right to say yes, she added, softer now. Right. He held her stare. Depends on the reason. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Because I want to. The air between them hung heavy, charged with something unspoken. I want to sleep with you, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Why? He asked, watching her carefully. She exhaled, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Because I want to. That's reason enough, isn't it? He stayed silent, waiting. And maybe, she added, shrugging, I want to sting Sloop a little. Just in my head where he can't see it. Still, he said nothing. Before he comes back, she pressed, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. And since Bobby already assumes we are, why not make it true? Why take the heat without the reward? The quiet stretched between them. Just one night, she murmured. Something for me. Before everything goes back to the way it was. He studied her, the way her gaze darted away, the way her shoulders tensed like she was bracing for rejection. It won't change anything, she insisted. Not about Sloop. Not about what you've decided. He nodded slowly. It wouldn't. She swallowed hard, her expression unreadable. So, for a moment he saw it, the raw, desperate instinct in her. The same kind he'd seen in soldiers staring down the barrel of inevitability. The last-ditch urge to feel alive before the world came crashing down. No, he said. She didn't flinch, but her fingers stilled. Then stay with me, she whispered. Just stay. Meanwhile, under the cover of darkness, the killing crew crept closer to Pecos. They moved like shadows, slipping out of their first motel hours after checking in for a second night. The woman preferred it this way: 6 fake names, 2 sets of overlapping receipts, enough confusion to blur their trail. They took I-10 east, past the I-20 junction, then veered south toward Fort Stockton until the first cluster of budget motels appeared. The kind catering to travelers, just passing through Balmaria. No frills, no fuss, just anonymity and the kind of people who didn't ask questions. The woman had an eye for these places. She picked the second motel they passed, nodding to the small, dark man to handle the cash transaction for 2 rooms. Reacher woke with the first light of Sunday, the sofa beneath him, stiff and unfamiliar. The bedroom window glowed with dawn, the sheets rumpled and damp. Carmen wasn't there. The shower hissed behind the closed bathroom door, the scent of coffee drifting through the air. He stretched, rolling his shoulders, and wandered toward the bedroom. Her dress lay discarded on the floor. He glanced out the window, same relentless heat, same hazy sky. The coffee machine sat on a credenza, 2 mugs waiting upside down like they were in some roadside motel. He poured himself a cup and drifted toward the closets. Hers was neat, dresses and blouses hanging in orderly rows, shoes lined up like soldiers. Sloop's was a different story: suits, stacks of chinos, t-shirts wrapped in plastic. The shoes on the floor, size elevens, coated in a fine layer of dust. Reacher nudged a suit jacket aside, checking the label. 44 long. A man around 6'2", maybe 200 pounds. Not a giant, but big enough. Big enough to loom over Carmen, to make her flinch when he raised his voice. The shower cut off. He took another sip of coffee and stepped back, leaving the closet door slightly ajar. The odds weren't exactly in his favor. A photo frame lay face down on a pile of neatly folded shirts. He flipped it over, revealing a glossy 5x7 picture framed under a cream mat, the edges encased in polished wood. 3 young men stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces caught in that awkward transition between boyhood and adulthood, 17, maybe 18. They leaned against the rounded fender of a vintage pickup, grinning at the camera like they'd just set it on a rock and were waiting for the timer to snap. The kind of moment where everything still felt possible, futures wide open. One of them was Hack Walker, leaner, more defined, with a full head of hair. The other 2 had to be Al Eugene and Sloop Greer teenage buddies frozen in time. Eugene was shorter, softer, around the edges, while Sloop was practically a carbon copy of Bobby. The shower cut off abruptly. He set the photo back, slid the closet shut, and retreated to the sitting area just as the bathroom door swung open. Carmen emerged in a swirl of steam, wrapped in 2 plush white towels, one cinched around her body, the other twisted into a makeshift turban. She caught his eye, and for a second neither spoke. "Morning," she finally said, her voice flat. "Same to you," he replied. She tugged the towel free, damp hair tumbling down. "Except it's not, is it? Not a good morning. More like the opposite." He shrugged. "Could be worse. He might already be walking out those gates right now." A glance at his watch, nearly 7. "Any minute." "Shower's free if you want it," she said, adjusting the towel. "I need to check on Ellie." He nodded and stepped into the bathroom, a sprawling space lined with faux marble tiles that shimmered gold under the lights. It reminded him of some over-the-top Vegas suite. He took care of business at the sink, then peeled off his clothes and stepped into the shower, a monstrosity of bronze glass with a rainfall head the size of a dinner plate and jets blasting from every corner. The water hit like a tidal wave, hot then cold, pounding so hard he could barely hear himself think. He scrubbed fast, rinsed quicker, and shut it off before he drowned. Wrapped in a towel, he found Carmen buttoning up a crisp white blouse, gold bangles glinting at her wrists. The contrast made her skin glow. "Efficient," she remarked. "That shower's a force of nature." "Sloop's idea," she muttered. "I can't stand it. Feels like drowning in a car wash." She turned in front of the mirrored closet doors, scrutinizing herself. "You look good," he offered. "Mexican enough." She plucked at her sleeves. "No jeans today. I'm done pretending I'm some ranch hand's daughter from Amarillo." "Still looks good." 7 hours, she said, exhaling. 6 if hack speeds. He didn't argue. "I'll track down Bobby." She stretched up, pressing a quick kiss to his cheek. "Thanks for last night. Helped more than you know." Silence hung between them. "Breakfast in 20, she added, then slipped out, her footsteps fading down the hall. He dressed and navigated the maze of rooms past an unfamiliar living room, through the rifle-lined foyer before pushing open the front door. The heat hit him like a wall. The day had barely started, and already it was relentless. The morning sun slanted in from the east, throwing sharp diagonal shadows across the uneven ranch yard. The light made every divot and mound look exaggerated, like the terrain of some alien planet. Reacher strode toward the weathered barn, its red paint faded to a dull pink. Inside, the familiar wall of heat and animal musk hit him, though the stalls were surprisingly tidy, the horses groomed, their water buckets full. He found Bobby curled up in an empty stall, buried in fresh straw like some disgraced prince. "Rise and shine, kid," Reacher called, watching as Bobby blinked awake, momentarily disoriented before reality crashed back in. His clothes were rumpled, bits of hay sticking to him like he'd been rolled in glue. "Enjoy your 5-star accommodations?" Reacher asked. Bobby scowled. They'll be back soon. Then what? Reacher said with a sly smile. You think I'm gonna admit I made you muck stalls and sleep with the livestock? Nah. But here's the real question. Are you gonna tell them? Silence. Didn't think so, Reacher said. Stay put till noon. Then maybe I'll let you shower before the big reunion. What about food? Not happening. I'm starving. Reacher shrugged. Plenty of oats in the barn. Help yourself. Back in the kitchen, the housekeeper was flipping pancakes, her movements brisk. This is all you're getting, she warned. Lunch is gonna be a production. Works for me, Reacher said, wandering into the eerily quiet living room. No sign of Carmen or Ellie yet. The house was a maze clearly built in stages, with no real logic. The maid bustled in, setting the table with a clatter. Bobby's not eating in here, Reacher told her. Why not? Barn duty. Horse might be sick. She huffed but slid a plate of pancakes toward him. Fine. Someone's gotta take it to him. I'll handle it, Reacher said, grabbing the food and heading back out. Bobby was sitting exactly where he'd left him, sulking. What's this? He muttered. Breakfast. Courtesy of my sudden generosity. But there's a catch. Bobby eyed him warily. What? You're inviting me to lunch. And dinner. Make it look like we're best pals. You're joking. Reacher leaned in. You want to eat? Walk without crutches? Then play along. Bobby exhaled sharply. Her husband's coming home. This is over, right? Don't assume, Bobby. This isn't about Carmen. I just need a word with Sloop. About what? Just do it. Bobby rolled his eyes but took the plate. Whatever. Back inside, Carmen and Ellie were at the table, Ellie bouncing in a yellow sundress, her damp hair curling at the ends. Daddy's coming today, she announced. Reacher nodded. So I heard. Carmen stayed silent, staring past them like the walls held answers. The maid served up stacks of pancakes, 2 for Ellie, 3 for Carmen, a towering 4 for Reacher before vanishing again, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. Ellie tugged at her mother's sleeve, her voice insistent. I was thinking of skipping school tomorrow. Can I still do that? Carmen didn't answer right away, her gaze drifting to Reacher as if he'd said something. Her expression was empty, like someone who'd just been handed bad news they couldn't process yet. It reminded Reacher of an old army buddy who'd gone for an eye exam only to be told he'd lose the eye by morning. The guy had spent the whole night staring at the ceiling, knowing exactly what was coming. The waiting was worse than the pain. Mom. Hello? Ellie pressed. Carmen blinked. Yeah, sure. Wait, really? Ellie's face lit up. You're not even listening. Are you excited too? Carmen murmured, distracted. Ellie didn't wait for more. She shoveled down the rest of her breakfast like she hadn't eaten in days, then bolted from the table, her tiny sneakers pounding across the hardwood, before the screen door slammed behind her. Reacher watched Carmen push food around her plate, her fork hovering like she'd forgotten how to use it. You still want me to talk to him? He asked. She nodded absently. He should know it's not just between us anymore. You want me to look him in the eye when I do? Yeah, she said, her voice firmer now. Let him see what he's dealing with. You've got that stare like you're already 3 steps ahead. Let him feel it. Reacher shrugged. We've been over this. I know. She stood abruptly and left, leaving him alone with the quiet hum of the ranch. He wandered outside, the porch swing groaning under his weight as he settled in. The morning air was crisp, the road stretching north like a dusty snake between limestone ridges and power lines. No cars, no movement, just empty space. He propped one boot on the railing and let his eyes drift shut. Soldiers knew how to wait. Sometimes that meant sleeping through the tension. An hour later, Carmen's hand on his shoulder jolted him awake. She'd swapped her usual clothes for starched jeans, a plaid shirt, and lizard skin boots like she was dressing for a role. Her hair was pulled back tight, makeup carefully applied. "Changed my mind," she said. "Don't talk to him yet." Reacher sat up. "Thought you wanted this handled." "I do. But if he finds out someone else knows, it might set him off faster. It's better if it comes from me first." He studied her. "You sure?" "Tonight," she insisted. "I'll tell him it's over. Then tomorrow we'll see." Reacher exhaled. "Your call. But dressing like his version of you? That's not fighting." Her jaw tightened. "It's strategy. Or surrender." She didn't answer, just turned and disappeared inside. Reacher leaned back, eyes on the horizon. The road stayed empty. The waiting wasn't over yet. The porch swing creaked as he sat, the horizon shrinking with his lowered viewpoint. The Texas heat was already thickening the air, making the distant landscape ripple like a mirage. Carmen shook him awake an hour later, her face now bare of makeup, though she still wore the same cowgirl outfit. "You don't approve of how I'm handling this," she said, more statement than question. He dragged his hands down his face, as if scrubbing away exhaustion. "This needs daylight," he replied. "He should understand others are aware. If not me, then his family, someone." Her voice tightened. "I can't tell them." "Yeah, figured. So what's left?" "Let me confront him." "Not yet," she insisted. "Promise me you won't." He exhaled. "Your call. But promise me something. Talk to him yourself tonight. No delays. And if he so much as raises his voice, you scream like hell. Bring the whole house down. Yell for the cops. Make a scene. Nothing shuts down a bully faster than an audience." "You really think that'll work?" "Denial's harder when half the county's heard you." She bit her lip. "He'll say I imagined it. But he'll know we don't buy it." Silence stretched between them until he added, "Promise me, Carmen. Or I'm stepping in now." "Fine," she whispered. "I promise." He leaned back, but sleep was impossible. His mind raced with calculations. Abilene to Echo County, 6 hours tops if Sloop drove like a prosecutor who'd never met a speed limit he respected. With a 7A release, they'd be back by 1 p. Federal minimum security? More like a motel checkout clipboard, handshake gone. His watch confirmed noon had slipped past when Bobby trudged up from the horse barn, stiff-legged, squinting against the sun. The man didn't speak, just vanished inside, leaving the door to slam behind him. By 12:30, Ellie appeared, her yellow dress crusted with dirt, hair tangled from her makeshift rodeo. "I was a racehorse," she announced, breathless. "Jumped every fence." Reacher beckoned her over, brushing sand from her shoulders. "Hit the shower, kid. Looks sharp for your dad." She frowned. "Why?" "First impressions matter." After a dramatic pause, she sprinted inside. Bobby emerged at 12:45, polished in new jeans and gator boots, his Rangers cap 99 Division Series, a losing year turned backward. "Yankees wiped you out that season," Reacher remarked. Bobby's glare was answer enough. Then the door swung open. Carmen, makeup reapplied, gripped Ellie's hand like a lifeline. The girl's damp ponytail swung as she climbed onto the swing beside her mother. No one spoke. Reacher moved to the rail, scanning the road where heat haze swallowed the power lines. 5 miles out, nothing yet, but the air hummed with waiting. The car rolled up in a slow-moving storm of dust, its outline barely visible through the heat haze. At first, it was just a distant smudge on the horizon, a yellow-brown blur twisting with the curves of the road. The closer it got, the clearer it became. A lime-green Lincoln leading the charge, kicking up dirt like it had something to prove. By the time it reached the red picket fence, the dust cloud stretched nearly a mile behind it, stubbornly clinging to the air before finally surrendering to the wind. The car lurched to a stop, brakes groaning, and 3 figures emerged, like actors stepping onto a stage. Hack Walker was behind the wheel, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Rusty Greer sat stiffly in the back, her expression unreadable. And then there was Sloop, pale from prison, a little heavier, but unmistakably Bobby's brother. The resemblance was almost eerie, same sharp jawline, same cocky grin. Bobby charged forward, arms wide, and the two of them collided in a back-slapping, whooping reunion that would have fit right in at a tailgate party. Ellie hesitated, uncertain, until Sloop crouched down and beckoned her. For a second she just stood there, knuckles pressed to her lips. Then she launched herself at him, squealing as he spun her in the air. Carmen's breath hitched. She forced a smile, stepped forward, and let Sloop pull her into an embrace that was more performance than passion. Their kiss was just long enough to avoid awkwardness, but not long enough to fool anyone. Behind them, Bobby and Rusty exchanged glances before breaking away from Hack. Rusty's eyes flicked toward the porch, sharp and assessing, while Bobby's expression darkened with something like suspicion. Carmen whispered, "Maybe you should talk to him." Reacher didn't move. "Make up your mind." She exhaled, squared her shoulders, and stepped into the sunlight, just as Rusty's fanning hand stilled, her gaze locking onto Reacher like she'd just spotted a rattlesnake in the grass. "Bobby mentioned he asked you to join us for lunch," she murmured, as they reached the porch. "That was real kind of him," Reacher replied. "Sure was. But today's just family, no outsiders." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "No outsiders?" "Not even Hack sticking around," she added, as if that settled it. Reacher stayed quiet. "Sorry," she said. "The maid will bring your food down to the bunkhouse like always. You boys can catch up tomorrow." Reacher took a slow breath before nodding. "Got it. Wouldn't want to crash the party." Rusty flashed a tight smile, while Bobby looked anywhere but at him. They disappeared inside, leaving Reacher to descend the steps into the blistering yard. The sun hammered down like an open oven door. Over by the Lincoln, Hack Walker was prepping to leave, flashing his campaign trail grin. "Hell of a day, huh?" he called. "I've had worse," Reacher said. "Storm's coming." "So they say." Walker nodded. "Reacher, right?" Reacher returned the nod. "Abilene go smooth." "Like butter," Hack said, rubbing his neck. "But damn, Texas never ends. You forget how far everything is till you're driving it." "These folks deserve their family time. I'm hitting the sack before I drop." "Maybe see you later then." Hack grinned, slipping into the car. "Don't forget to vote come November. Preferably for me." "Same sheepish look as last night." He paused, waving at Sloop through the windshield. Sloop smirked, miming a pistol shot with his fingers. Hack revved the engine, spun the car around, and kicked up dust as he vanished down the road. Reacher turned back just as Sloop ambled up, gripping Ellie's hand in one fist and Carmen's in the other, squinting against the glare. Carmen was silent. Ellie chattered nonstop. They brushed past Reacher without a glance, climbing the steps 3 across. At the door, Sloop twisted to let Ellie dart inside first, then yanked Carmen after him. The slam sent a puff of dust swirling off the porch. For the next 3 hours, the bunkhouse was dead quiet, except for the maid's brief visits, lunch delivered, plates cleared, and Reacher killed time watching the shuttered house from the bathroom window, seeing nothing. Then, late afternoon, voices carried from behind the horse barn. He followed the sound and found Sloop pacing, sweat-darkened shirt clinging to his back, while Carmen stood rigid, her face flushed from heat or something worse. "Ellie, let's check on your pony," Carmen said, suddenly. "But I already did this morning," Ellie protested. Carmen stretched out her hand. "Well, I didn't. Humor me." Confused, Ellie took it. As they walked away, Carmen threw a sharp glance back at Reacher. Sloop watched them go before turning, finally noticing him. "Sloop Greer," he said, thrusting out a meaty hand. Up close, he was Bobby with 10 extra years and a meaner glint in his eye. The kind of guy who enjoyed turning screws. Reacher shook the offered hand soft, like a man who'd never thrown a real punch in his life. Jack Reacher stood motionless as Sloop Greer approached, his expression unreadable. "Jack Reacher," Sloop said, smirking. "How was prison?" For just a fraction of a second, surprise flickered in Sloop's eyes before vanishing behind a mask of cool indifference. "Impressive control," Reacher noted. "Pretty awful," Sloop admitted, then shot back. "You ever been locked up?" "Fast on his feet," Reacher said with a sly smile. "Only on the side with the keys." Sloop gave a slow nod. "Bobby mentioned you used to be a cop. Now you're just drifting." "Gotta make a living somehow," Reacher said. "Didn't have a trust fund waiting for me." A pause. Then Sloop tilted his head. "Military, right? Army?" "Yep. Never had much respect for that life myself." "Figured as much." "Oh yeah. How?" Reacher shrugged. "Heard you skipped out on paying for it." A brief flare of anger, instantly smothered. Prison had taught Sloop to keep his emotions buried deep. "Too bad you ruined your tough guy act by folding early," Reacher added. "You think so?" Reacher nodded. "If you can't handle the sentence, don't commit the crime." Sloop's lips curled. "You left the army. Maybe you couldn't hack it either." Reacher grinned. "Perfect setup." "Didn't have a choice," he said. "They kicked me out." "Why's that?" "Broke the law." "How?" Reacher leaned in slightly. "Some gutless colonel was beating his wife. Sweet woman. He was careful, never left proof. But I wasn't about to let that slide. Not my style. Men who hit women, they don't deserve to walk." He paused. "Caught him alone one night. No witnesses. Now he eats through a straw and wipes his own drool." Sloop went dead silent, his face darkening like a storm cloud. "Walk away now," Reacher thought, "and you're admitting it." But Sloop didn't move. Just stood there, eyes glazed, before snapping back with eerie calm. "Well, that makes me feel better about dodging taxes," he said. "Might have ended up in your paycheck." "You got a problem with that?" "With both of you," Sloop spat. "You and that colonel." Then he turned and walked off. Reacher headed back to the bunkhouse, where the maid brought him dinner before vanishing into the night. Outside, the desert hummed with insects, the air thick and unrelenting. He lay on his cot, sweat pooling beneath him, listening to the distant howl of coyotes and the eerie screech of a mountain lion. Then footsteps light, urgent. Carmen burst in, breathless, one hand pressed to her chest like she'd been running. "Sloop talked to Bobby," she gasped. "For a long time." Reacher sat up. "Did he hurt you?" Her fingers brushed her cheek. No, she lied, then corrected herself. Just once. Not bad. I should snap his arms. He called the sheriff. Who? Sloop. Just now. After talking to Bobby. About me. She nodded. He wants you gone. Reacher waved it off. Sheriff won't do anything. You sure? Already settled that. Carmen hesitated. I have to go back. He thinks I'm with Ellie. Want me to come? Not yet. Let me talk to him first. Reacher's voice hardened. If he touches you again, scream. Loud. I'll come running. She nodded and slipped out. I will, she promised. You're sure about the sheriff? Positive. But he was wrong. 90 minutes later, the growl of an engine cut through the night. A Texas Ranger cruiser rolled up, dust swirling under its tires, coming to a stop behind the bunkhouse. Reacher sighed. The sheriff hadn't lifted a finger, just passed the problem up the chain. Reacher swung his legs off the bed and headed downstairs, the wooden steps creaking under his weight. As he reached the bottom, a blinding spotlight from the parked cruiser sliced through the dark, cutting past rusted tractors and pinning him in its harsh glow. The doors swung open, and 2 Texas Rangers stepped out, nothing like the local sheriff. These guys were polished, disciplined, built like they spend more time in the gym than at the donut shop. Both stood at average height, their uniforms crisp, their military buzz cuts sharp enough to draw blood. The sergeant had that no-nonsense stare, while the Hispanic trooper cradled a shotgun like it was an extension of his arm. Something I can help you with? Reacher called, keeping his voice steady. Move to the hood, the sergeant ordered. Reacher spread his hands and walked forward, the heat from the engine radiating through the metal as he leaned against the fender. The trooper kept the shotgun trained on him while the sergeant ran a quick pat down. All right, in the car, the sergeant said. Reacher didn't budge. Mind telling me why? Property owner says you're trespassing. I work here. Not anymore, the sergeant shot back. Now you're just a guy who needs to leave. Reacher smirked. Since when do state troopers handle evictions? Small town life, the sergeant said, shrugging. We pitch in when the locals take a day off. Trespassing's that big of a deal? Nah, but Sunday's the sheriff's golf day. Moths swarmed the spotlight, their wings brushing against Reacher's arm dry, fluttering weights. Fine, he said. I'll walk. Then you're a vagrant, the trooper cut in. County law says no loitering after dark. Reacher exhaled. So where's the scenic route? Pecos. County line. They owe me a paycheck. The sergeant jerked his chin toward the cruiser. We'll swing by the house. Reacher glanced at the shotgun, then at the sergeant's hand resting on his sidearm. In his mind, he saw the Greer brothers smug, victorious. But it was Rusty's smirk that stuck. There's a problem, Reacher said. The daughter-in-law's getting knocked around. Husband just got out of prison. She filed a report. She's too scared. Sheriff's buddies with the family, and she's an outsider. The trooper shook his head. No complaint, no case. You're hearing it now, Reacher pressed. From you, not her. Reacher clenched his jaw. She needs someone here. Owner want you here? No. Then get in the car. The sergeant yanked the door open, then hesitated. Come back tomorrow, he muttered. No law against asking for your job back. Reacher's gaze flicked to the shotgun again. Business end pointed right at him. The Ithaca in the sergeant's holster was a beast of a gun, its barrel so wide Reacher could have fit his thumb inside. His eyes flicked to the Glock strapped snug in oiled leather, quick release, half a second tops. Get in the car, the sergeant ordered. Fine. But I'm not thrilled. Most of our guests aren't, the sergeant shot back, shoving Reacher's head down as he crammed him into the back seat. The air was icy, thick with the stench of bleach and a cheap pine-scented air freshener dangling from the rear view. A steel mesh divider separated him from the front, and the door handles were gone, replaced by riveted aluminum plates. The vinyl seat stuck to his skin as the sergeant and trooper climbed in, radio chatter buzzing beneath the radar unit bolted to the dash. Outside, the Greers minus Ellie stood in a smug line on the porch. Rusty, Bobby, Sloop, and Carmen, who wasn't smiling. The car rolled to a stop at the steps, and the sergeant rolled down his window. "This guy says you owe him money," he called. Bobby's grin didn't waver. "Tell him to take us to court." Reacher leaned forward, pressing against the grill. "With Carmen," he barked. "Sie hay unkratlama, lama direct ibente a G sorveres." The sergeant whipped his head around. "What was that?" "Nothing." "So, what's the plan with your cash?" "Forget it," Reacher muttered. The window hissed shut and the car pulled away. Through the rear window, Reacher watched the Greers turn to watch all except Carmen, frozen, staring at the empty spot where the car had been. The sergeant took a right onto the highway, and soon the house vanished behind them. "What you yell back there?" the sergeant asked. Silence. The trooper snorted. "Spanish. Told the woman to call us if there's trouble." Awful accent. Reacher stayed quiet, sprawled across the seat as they retraced the 60 miles back to the crossroads, Ellie's school, the shuttered diner. The gas station dark and empty. The sergeant kept a steady 55, dragging the trip past an hour. Then the radio crackled to life. "Blue 5, respond." The trooper grabbed the mic. "Copy over. Domestic disturbance at Red House Ranch, 60 miles south of Echo. Possible violence." The sergeant groaned. "You've gotta be kidding me." "On our way," the trooper confirmed, hanging up. He twisted in his seat, grinning. "Guess she understood you after all." "Not so bad with the Spanish, huh?" Reacher said nothing. The sergeant chuckled. "Cheer up, pal. Looks like you might get your wish." "Finally, we can act on this," the sergeant muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. Reacher shot him a cold stare. "I told you this would happen. You should have listened. If she's hurt bad, that's on you, buddy." The sergeant stayed silent, just slammed the brakes and swung the cruiser in a wide arc across the empty road, kicking up dust. He punched the gas, hitting 100 on the straight stretches and barely slowing for the curves. No lights, no siren, no need. The odds of running into another car out here were worse than hitting the Powerball jackpot. They made it back in just under 2.5 hours, 95 minutes up, 55 tearing back down. The first thing they spotted was the sheriff's beat-up cruiser tossed haphazardly in the yard, door hanging open, emergency lights still flashing. The sergeant skidded to a stop behind it. "What the hell?" he muttered. "It's his day off." No one was outside. The trooper swung his door open, and the sergeant killed the engine, stepping out. "Let me out," Reacher demanded. "Not a chance," the sergeant snapped. "Stay put." They moved toward the porch, boots thudding on the wooden steps before pushing inside. The door creaked shut behind them. Reacher waited and waited. The car turned into an oven under the desert sun, the only sounds the crackle of the radio and the buzz of cicadas. 12 minutes later, the trooper reappeared alone, trudging back to the cruiser like he was carrying bad news. He grabbed the mic. She okay? Reacher asked. The trooper gave a tight nod. Physically, yeah. But she's in deep trouble. Why? Turns out she was the one who pulled the trigger. He's dead. We just arrested her. The trooper keyed the mic, calling for backup and an ambulance, then rattled off a report: gunshot wounds, homicide, the whole grim checklist. Hey, Reacher cut in. Stop calling it homicide. It was self-defense. He was beating her. That needs to be clear from the start. Not my call. Or yours. Reacher leaned forward. What you say now matters later. Call it homicide, and she's screwed before she even gets a chance. You know how this goes. I don't have that kind of pull. Bull. You do. How would you know? Because I was you once, military cop. I've called in reports. I know how the game works. The trooper stayed quiet. She's got a kid, Reacher pressed. She needs low bail, and she needs it fast. You can help make that happen. She shot him. Should have thought about consequences first. He was beating her. It was self-defense. The trooper's jaw tightened. Now you're just pissing me off. Reacher held his gaze. You know what it's like for her. The trooper's eyes flashed. What? Because we're both Hispanic? That why I should cut her slack? I'm saying be accurate. She needs help, not another person turning on her. The trooper slammed the mic down and stormed off. Reacher watched him go, then turned toward the rocky hills outside the window. Regret twisted in his gut. I knew this would happen. Should have taken the gun from her up on that ridge. Or handled it myself. The state troopers remained inside the house, leaving Reacher with nothing but the oppressive Texas heat and the eerie silence of the night. Distant coyote howls mixed with the hum of cicadas and the occasional flutter of unseen wings. Nearly 90 minutes passed before backup finally rolled in another black and white cruiser, this time with a white trooper at the wheel and a Hispanic sergeant riding shotgun. They strode inside without hesitation, leaving Reacher alone again with the suffocating stillness. Lights flickered on and off in the windows like a bad omen. Eventually, the Echo County sheriff emerged, looking like he'd been through hell, his shirt soaked with sweat, his steps unsteady as he fumbled down the porch stairs to his car. He peeled out, leaving behind a tangled mess of police vehicles. Another hour dragged by before the ambulance arrived, its red and gold paint job catching the glow of its own emergency lights as it rumbled through the gate. The Presidio Fire Department insignia stood out starkly in the dark. The medics moved with the sluggish energy of men who knew they weren't saving anyone tonight. They unloaded a gurney, exchanged tired nods with the sergeant, and disappeared inside. Reacher imagined the grim procession navigating tight hallways, maneuvering Sloop Greer's stiff body onto the stretcher, wrestling it back through the cramped space. When they finally reappeared, the white sheet wrapped around the corpse barely concealed its bulk. The gurney wheels folded with a metallic snap as they loaded it into the ambulance. Outside, the cops and medics lingered in the yard, their postures slack, the adrenaline long gone. Reacher recognized the look that hollow disappointment cops get when the worst has already happened, and all they can do is clean up the mess. The ambulance pulled away, its taillights fading into the night. Then came Carmen. She emerged between two troopers, her damp hair clinging to her face, her wrists cuffed behind her. She moved like a ghost, pale, silent, utterly defeated. The officers fumbled their way down the steps, their grip on her elbows awkward, like they weren't sure whether to guide her or restrain her. At the cruiser, the sergeant pressed a hand to her head, guiding her into the back seat. She didn't fight it. just slid in, her posture stiff, her legs folding in with an unexpected grace despite the cuffs. Rusty and Bobby watched from the porch, Rusty's satin robe shimmering under the harsh porch light, her hair a tangled mess. She looked like she'd been dragged out of bed, or maybe she hadn't slept at all. Reacher exhaled, sweat trickling down his neck. The night wasn't over yet. The porch light cast a harsh glow on Rusty's white nightgown, her legs ghostly against the fabric. Bobby stood behind her, barefoot in jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt, both of them frozen against the railing, faces drained of color, eyes hollow and fixed. The backup officers climbed into their cruiser and fired up the engine, while the first pair slid into the front of Reacher's car, waiting for the lead vehicle to roll forward before following it toward the gate. Reacher glanced back. Rusty and Bobby craned their necks, tracking the cars like they were watching a slow-motion disaster. The cruisers paused, then swung right in unison, speeding north into the dark. Then Ellie burst onto the porch, her rabbit pajamas rumpled, clutching a stuffed bear in one hand, while the other pressed tightly against her mouth, knuckles white. Inside the cruiser, the air turned crisp after a mile, the wire grill separating Reacher from the front seat, offering a narrow view through the windshield, like watching a film projected onto the night. The backup car swayed ahead, headlights cutting through the dust-choked blackness. Carmen was invisible, maybe slumped low, her head obscured by the police lights mounted along the rear shelf. "Where are they taking her?" Reacher demanded. The sergeant took his time answering. "Pecos County Jail." "But this is Echo County." The cop snorted. "You think a town of 150 people runs its own courthouse? Pecos handles the small fry. Always has." Reacher fell silent for a beat. "That's a problem." "Why?" "Walker's the Pecos DA. And Sloop Greer's best friend. He'll be prosecuting the woman who shot his buddy." The sergeant shrugged. "Phalabum. Hack's not stupid. If it looks bad, he'll pass it off, recuse himself, right? Probably hand it to one of his ADAs. Both happen to be women, so self-defense might actually get a fair shake." "It doesn't need a fair shake," Reacher snapped. "It's obvious." "Hack's running for judge," the sergeant countered. "Pecos has a lot of Mexican voters. He won't risk looking biased." "Hell, for a Mexican woman shooting a white guy in Echo? Getting tried by a female ADA in Pecos. She hit the damn jackpot." "She's from California," Reacher said flatly. "But she looks Mexican," the sergeant shot back. "And that's what matters when you're chasing votes." The cruisers sped on, overtaking the lumbering ambulance near the Crossroads Diner. "Morgue is in Pecos too," the sergeant added. "Oldest building in town. Guess they needed it back when the place was still wild." Reacher exhaled. "Carmen mentioned that. Said it was the real deal. You sticking around?" "Yeah. Gonna make sure she's okay. She told me there's a museum some gunslinger's grave." "Clay Allison's," the sergeant said. "Legend had it he never killed a man who didn't deserve it." Reacher met his eyes in the mirror. "Sounds familiar." She could name it the Clay Allison defense. Sounded just dramatic enough to work. "Why not?" Reacher shot back. "No matter how you spin it, that was self-defense." The sergeant stayed silent, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror again. "At least she'll get bail," Reacher pressed. "She's got a kid waiting. Needs to be out by tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The sergeant scoffed. "With a dead body involved? Good luck. Who's representing her?" "No one yet." She got cash for a lawyer? Not a dime. The sergeant exhaled hard. Damn. What? Reacher demanded. Kid's age? 6.5. A heavy pause settled between them. Spit it out, Reacher snapped. No lawyer. That's a disaster. Kid'll be in 2nd grade before she even sees a judge. They'll assign her one, won't they? Sure, eventually. But this is Texas. You ask for a lawyer. You don't get one, you get a waiting game. They'll drag it out until indictment. And guess what? Hack Walker's little conflict of interest magically disappears. Lock her up, let the system forget about her. No lawyer means no one's watching. By the time they get around to charging her, Hack will be sitting on a bench in a robe instead of prosecuting cases. Problem solved. Recuse himself. Whatever. Point is, she's screwed without her own attorney. The trooper in the passenger seat finally spoke up. Twisting around. Told you, he muttered. Didn't matter what I called it over the radio. The sergeant shot Reacher a look. Forget sightseeing. You want to help? Go find her a lawyer. Beg, borrow, or steal one. Silence swallowed the car for the rest of the drive into Pecos County. They rolled under I-10, trailing the backup cruiser through miles of empty desert darkness until they hit I-20, 100 miles west of where Reacher had bailed out of Carmen's Cadillac days earlier. The sergeant slowed, let the other car vanish ahead, then pulled onto the shoulder just shy of the cloverleaf. Patrol duty starts here, he announced. Time for you to exit. Can't you drop me at the jail? You're not under arrest, and we're not Uber. So where the hell am I? The sergeant jabbed a finger forward. Downtown Pecos. 2 miles that way. Jail's where? Before the railroad tracks. Courthouse basement. The sergeant shoved his door open, stretched, then yanked Reacher's door wide with exaggerated courtesy. Reacher stepped out into the thick night heat, the stars smothered by haze. The occasional car whined over the overpass, leaving pockets of eerie quiet between. The roadside was littered with crushed beer cans, tangled in scraggly mesquite. Stay out of trouble, the sergeant said, slamming the door. The cruiser crunched back onto the road, merging onto the highway eastbound. Reacher watched the taillights shrink into the distance, then turned and walked north under the overpass toward the neon glow of Pecos. Streetlights pooled on the pavement as he passed motels that got fancier the farther he got from the highway. A rodeo arena loomed on the side, posters still clinging to the fence from last month's event. There's a rodeo in July, Carmen had said. But you missed it. He stuck to the road. Sidewalks were cluttered with empty market stalls, the air thick with the sweet, sticky scent of cantaloupe. The town felt half asleep, like it was holding its breath. She'd called it the sweetest in all of Texas, which to the locals meant the sweetest anywhere. He imagined pre-dawn trucks rumbling in, piled high with fruit still damp from the fields, or maybe just hosed down for that market-ready shine. Families squeezed into cabs, unloading their harvest, gambling on whether this season would keep them fed or leave them scraping by. But what did he know? His whole image of farming came from movies. Reality was probably tangled in subsidies and corporate contracts. Past the cantaloupe stands, 2 eateries sat dark and locked, a donut shop and a pizza joint. Sunday night in the middle of nowhere. At the end of the strip, a crossroads sign pointed straight to the museum, but he veered right toward the courthouse. Not that he cared about architecture. He slipped around back where the real business happened. Jails never put their front doors on Main Street. The rear lot was lit by yellow bulbs, swarmed by moths, the asphalt still radiating heat. Razor wire fenced it off, signs threatening tow trucks for trespassers. A beat-up Chevy sat in the corner. The jail entrance was a scarred steel door, marked no admittance, a security camera watching with its unblinking red eye. He knocked, stepped back to give the camera a clear shot. Silence. He knocked again. The door clicked open to reveal a bailiff, a heavy-set woman in her 50s, sandy dyed hair, a utility belt weighed down with a gun, pepper spray, and a nightstick. She looked tired but sharp. "Yeah," she said. "Carmen Greer in there?" "Yep." "Can I see her?" "Nope. Not even 5 minutes. Not even one." "When then?" "You family? Friend? Lawyer?" "No. Saturday. 2 to 4. Almost a week." He needed a way in. Mind writing that down? Maybe toss in the list of approved items I can bring her? She shrugged, turned, and let him follow into the icy blast of the AC. The lobby had a high desk like a fortress wall, cubbyholes behind it, stuffed with belongings: Carmen's rolled-up lizard belt, her fake ring, and a ziplock. To the right, a barred door led to a tiled hallway. "How's she holding up?" he asked. The bailiff snorted. "Pissed. Mostly about the cavity search. Screamed like we were murdering her." "Like I enjoy that part of the job?" She slid a mimeographed sheet across the desk. "Mall. Saturday. 2 to 4. Don't bring anything not on that list, or you're not getting in." "Where's the DA's office?" She jerked a thumb upward. "Second floor. Front entrance. Opens at 8:30. Bail bondsman around here? You ever seen a courthouse without, em? Left at the crossroads." "What about lawyers?" "You want cheap or expensive?" "Free." Her grin widened. "Same street. Just bondsmen and public defenders," the woman said with a shrug. "Not even a quick visit." Reacher pressed. "Saturday," she repeated. "You can talk to her then." "Not even 30 seconds?" "Not a chance." Reacher exhaled, then threw in an unexpected detail. "She's got a kid. A little girl." The woman barely blinked. "Yeah, breaks my heart too." "You know how often I check on her?" Every 15 minutes, I'm guessing." "Bingo." "Suicide protocol, though honestly, your friend doesn't strike me as the type. Tough as nails, that one. But rules are rules. Tell her Reacher stopped by." "Who?" "Just tell her. And that I'm not going anywhere." The woman gave him a knowing nod, the kind that said she'd dealt with 100 guys like him before. "Oh, I'm sure she'll be delighted," she said, sarcasm dripping. Reacher walked back toward the strip of budget motels, the kind that lined every highway in America. The memories hit him, those early days in the service, pulling guard duty in military lockups. He wished he could say he'd been better than the woman behind the desk, but the truth was he'd followed the same cold protocol. He kept walking until the neon signs advertised rooms under $30. He picked one, roused the half-asleep clerk, and got a key to a room at the far end. The place had seen better decades. The carpet was sticky, the walls yellowed, and the air smelled like mildew and stale sweat, like they only cranked the AC when someone was paying. But after years of sleeping in worse, this was fine. He tossed and turned until dawn, then took a lukewarm shower that barely rinsed off the grime. Breakfast was at a donut shop near the courthouse, the kind that bragged about Texas-sized pastries, bigger, pricier, and twice as greasy. He downed 2 with black coffee, then went hunting for clothes. Reacher had a system: buy cheap, wear it, trash it. No laundry, no storage, no hassle. He found a discount store already open, the kind that sold everything from bulk paper towels to steel toe boots. The chinos were generic, labels snipped out, maybe factory rejects, maybe stolen. He grabbed a pair, paired them with the loose khaki shirt, and talked the clerk into letting him change in the employee bathroom. He transferred his few belongings, wallet, cash, and the 8-shell casings from Carmen's Lorsen. They clinked in his palm before he dropped them into his new pocket. His old clothes went straight into the trash. $30 for the outfit. Not bad. Sure, $10 a day for clothes sounded crazy until you factored in the cost of a washer, dryer, a house to put them in, property taxes, repairs, and all the other nonsense. Suddenly, disposable fashion made perfect sense. He loitered outside until 8 a.m., leaning under an awning to avoid the rising heat. Right on schedule, the night shift bailiff, a heavy-set woman in a dusty Chevy, pulled out of the lot. Reacher crossed the street, heading back to the courthouse. Night shift wouldn't budge? Maybe the day crew's softer. Everyone knows day workers have it easy. Working behind the scenes with minimal public interaction had given these guys a serious power trip, like they owned the place. But the day shift guy wasn't any better. A younger, leaner version of his counterpart, he delivered the same robotic responses. Can I see her? No. When? Saturday. How is she? As well as can be expected. It sounded like a rehearsed hospital press briefing. The only people getting full access? Lawyers. So Reacher took the hint and hit the streets to find one. The Red House had turned into a ghost town after last night's chaos. No ranch hands, no mysterious stranger, no Carmen Greer. And obviously no husband. Just 3 left: the old woman, the middle son, and the granddaughter. Monday morning, but the kid wasn't on the school bus. She drifted around the barn like a lost puppy, same as the others, dazed, sluggish, easy prey. Up on the slope behind a boulder, 2 men had a perfect vantage point. The woman had dropped them off before heading back toward Pecos. When do we move? They'd asked. When I say, she snapped. Reacher left at the Pecos crossroads, following a rundown strip parallel to the railroad tracks. Bail bonds, pawn shops, and storefront legal offices lined the street, exactly where the night shift clerk had pointed him. Each law office had the same grimy setup. Desks facing the windows. Stacks of files. Sticky notes plastered everywhere. At 8:20 a.m., the places were packed. Families huddled in waiting areas, kids fidgeting, all Hispanic. The lawyers were a mixed bag, some young, some old, all looking like they were one missed coffee away from a breakdown. He spotted an empty chair in the back of one office. The lawyer behind the desk was a 20-something white woman with sharp dark hair, a deep tan, and a sports bra under a leather jacket. Buried under paperwork, she was on the phone, voice cracking. He sat without an invite. She barely glanced at him, too busy arguing in halting Spanish. We won the case, but he won't pay. Just refuses. A pause. We go back to court. Another pause. A year. Maybe 2. The silence on the other end was deafening. Her expression said it all. Justice moved slow, if at all. The frustration burned in her chest, hot and suffocating. She swallowed hard, fighting back angry tears as she muttered, "I'll call back later," before slamming the phone down. Pressing her palms flat against the cluttered desk, she squeezed her eyes shut and forced slow, deliberate breaths through her nose, some half-remembered stress exercise from law school that wasn't doing a damn thing right now. When she finally looked up, Reacher was watching her from across the mess of case files. "Rough day?" he asked. She gave a bitter half-shrug, half-nod. Winning in court doesn't mean much when the other side just refuses to play fair. Richa leaned forward. Let me guess some rich jerk thinks the rules don't apply to him. A rancher, she spat. Drunk at dawn, plowed his pickup into a family's truck. My client's parents, 2 kids, got banged up bad. Couldn't work their fields during harvest. Lost everything. Jury awarded them 20 grand, but the guy's laughing it off, betting they'll starve before he ever writes a check. Insurance, she scoffed. You think farm workers can afford premiums? They barely scrape by as it is. So now we're stuck drag it back to court. Wait another year while they eat dust or let him win. Reacher exhaled. That's cold. Cold? Her voice cracked. This family's eldest son was shot by Border Patrol 12 years ago when they were crossing. Just a kid. They buried him in the desert and kept walking. And now, they're supposed to trust the system? She dragged a hand through her hair, suddenly exhausted. I'm the idiot selling them that lie. For a second, the room felt heavier, the ancient AC unit wheezing like it might give up. Then she shook it off, straightening. Anyway, you didn't come here for my sob story. What do you need? Reacher tilted his head toward the window. Friend of mine's in lockup across the street. Shot her husband last night after he put her in the hospital one too many times. Alice's pen froze over her legal pad. He dead? Very. She scribbled Reacher at the top of the page, then paused. Your name or hers? Mine. Hers is Maria. Alice Amanda Aaron, she offered automatically, and Reacher snickered. Stick with that, you'll own the alphabet. A faint grin tugged at her lips. Someday. Right now, I'm just serving my time. Pro bono martyrdom. Guilt, she corrected. For having a Harvard degree while my clients eat ramen in trailers. She flipped to a fresh page. Let's get your friend out of jail. Alice came from a world where dropping 20 grand on a Park Avenue co-op's monthly fees was just another line item, not the difference between survival and disaster in a Texas winter. Good for you, Alice, he said. Now tell me about your friend. She's Mexican-American, married to a white guy, Carmen Greer. Her husband's name was Sloop. Sloop. Yeah, like the boat. Alice scribbled it all down. The abuse stopped for a year and a half because he was locked up for tax fraud. He got out yesterday, started up again, and she shot him. Got it. Finding evidence or witnesses won't be easy. He kept the abuse hidden. Any injuries? Bad ones. But she always blamed them on horses, said she fell off. Horses. Reacher shrugged. Who knows? Shame, fear, maybe just trying to keep up appearances. But trust me, the abuse was real. Alice stopped writing, staring at her legal pad. This won't be simple. Texas isn't exactly progressive on domestic violence cases. We'd need solid proof medical records, expert testimony. And since she's broke, we'd need doctors willing to work pro bono. That takes time. It was self-defense, not manslaughter. I believe you, but the system doesn't care about what's right, just what it can prove. His prison record helps, though. Maybe we can plead it down, get probation. She needs bail. Today. Alice looked up like he just asked her to sprout wings. Bail. Forget it. Not happening. She's got a kid. A 6-year-old girl named Ellie. Alice wrote the name down, then sighed. That doesn't move the needle. Everyone in here's got kids. She gestured at the towering stacks of case files. 1 kid, 5 kids, doesn't matter. There are only 2 ways to get bail in a case like this, she continued. First, we put on a full trial at the hearing, which we can't do because I'm buried in cases. Second, we convince the DA not to fight it. But Hack Walker was Sloop's best friend. His office will block us at every turn. Reacher scanned the chaotic office. Every lawyer was drowning in paperwork. Alice's desk, with only 2 stacks, was practically empty by comparison. So what now? He asked. I'll take the case, that's what we do here. I'll call Hack's office, visit Carmen. But bail? Not a chance. She leaned back, arms crossed. Unless you've got a miracle up your sleeve, she's staying in jail. Reacher's jaw tightened. Then we'll find another way. Alice smirked. Oh, so now you're a lawyer too? No. Just someone who knows when the system's broken. She exhaled, rubbing her temples. Fine. But don't get your hopes up. Justice moves slow if it moves at all. A new thought struck him. What if we find someone who saw the abuse? A neighbor, a friend? Alice shook her head. If they didn't come forward before, they won't now. Dead men don't make good enemies. Reacher stood, the chair scraping against the floor. Then I'll start digging myself. Alice raised an eyebrow. Good luck. You'll need it. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. One more thing, does Carmen have any family who can take Ellie? Not that I know of. Why? Because if she rots in jail, that kid's going into the system. Alice's expression darkened. Yeah, and we both know how that ends. The weight of it hung between them. Then Reacher walked out, the door clicking shut behind him. Reacher leaned back in his chair, letting the silence stretch between them. Alice's hesitation was palpable, her fingers tapping absently on the desk. Not good enough, he finally said, his voice low but firm. You've got clients waiting, Alice. Time to get moving. She exhaled sharply. I can't, not yet. You heard me the first time. He studied her for a beat, then flashed a grin. How about a trade? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. She arched an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Simple. I get your pepper farmers their 20 grand today. Then you start on Carmen Greer's case. Today, Alice scoffed. You some kind of repo man now? Nah, just adaptable. Doesn't take a genius to shake a guy down. That's illegal, Reacher, unless you've got a license tucked in that shirt pocket. He shrugged. Picture this, I walk back in here with a check in hand. Problem solved. Her lips twitched, but she shook her head. That's crossing a line. Compared to what? Letting your clients twist in the wind? She fell quiet, her gaze drifting past him, fingers hovering near her phone. He could practically see the gears turning, imagining the relief in her client's voice when she called with the news. Who's the rancher? He pressed. She stiffened, eyes flicking to her desk drawer. I can't tell you. Ethics. I'm offering. You're not asking. A long pause. Then abruptly she stood. I need a minute. She strode off, her denim shorts showing off legs longer than he'd expected, her tan glowing under the office lights. Not bad at all. The second she disappeared through the back door, Reacher was on his feet. He yanked open the drawer, flipped through the top file, and snatched a deposition sheet. The defendant's name and address were right there, bold as brass. He folded it neatly into his pocket, slid the file back, and dropped into his chair just as Alice returned. Any chance I can borrow wheels? He asked casually. She blinked. You don't have a car. Not currently. With a sigh, she fished keys from her jacket. Yellow Beetle out back. Maps in the glove box, unless you already know your way around. He pocketed the keys and stood. Catch you later. Outside, the sun was brutal. Alice's VW sat alone in the lot, its New York plates gleaming. The glove box held more than maps. Nestled inside was a sleek Heckler & Koch P7M10, nickel finish catching the light. 10 rounds of traitors rows of tem. 40 caliber, precision engineered. A far cry from the cheap Lorsan he'd seen before. Reacher smirked. Park Avenue parents must have had a meltdown over this one. The Beetle. Sure, a safe graduation gift. But the gun. That'd raise some eyebrows over martinis at the penthouse. She's heading where to work? With underprivileged communities? Of course she'd need protection. Naturally, they'd have done their homework, scoured the market, and bought her the absolute best, just like they'd have sprung for a Rolex if she'd needed a watch. Out of reflex, he disassembled the piece, inspected the mechanism, and put it back together. Brand new, but clearly broken in 4 or 5 test fires, maybe more. Someone had put in serious range time, probably in some high-end private facility tucked beneath a Manhattan skyscraper. He smirked, slid it back into the glove box beneath the road maps. Then he cranked the seat all the way back, fumbled with the ignition, and fired up the engine, letting the AC blast. He pulled the maps out, spread them across the passenger seat, and fished a crumpled address from his shirt pocket. The rancher's place was northeast of town, maybe an hour's drive if he pushed it. The VW's clutch was unforgiving. He killed it twice before getting the rhythm down. The whole thing felt ridiculous. The suspension was stiff, and some quirky little bud vase clung to the dash, holding a wilted pink flower that perked up as the cabin cooled. A faint floral scent lingered in the air. His first driving lesson had been at 15 illegally, in a hulking Marine Corps truck with a cab so high it felt like piloting a tank. This was the polar opposite. The map laid out 7 exits from Pecos. He'd rolled in from the south, which was a dead end for his needs, so 6 options remained. His gut said west. The town's energy seemed to cluster east of the main intersection, so that direction was a hard no. He steered clear of the courthouse crowd, veering toward El Paso instead, following a gentle curve until bingo. Exactly what he needed, sprawled ahead, like a neon graveyard. Every decent-sized town has its strip of dealerships huddled together, and Pecos was no exception. He cruised past the row of flashy lots, U-turned, and scoped out the options. 2 stood out, both boasting foreign car specialists and free loaners in garish letters. He picked the one farther out, a no-frills operation with a lineup of beaters sporting discount flags on their windshields. The office? Does a repurposed trailer. Behind it, a grimy garage with hydraulic lifts and oil-stained concrete. 4 mechanics loitered, one buried under a vintage British roadster, the other 3 killing time. He rolled the yellow VW straight into the bay. The idle trio ambled over, one looking like the boss. Reacher asked him to soften the clutch $40. No haggling. Then he requested a loaner. The guide led him to a sun-bleached Chrysler LeBaron convertible, its white paint long faded to desert tan. Reacher grabbed Alice's gun, wrapped in the maps like a gift, and tossed it onto the passenger seat. "Need a tow rope," he said. The mechanic blinked. "What for?" "Not towing anything. Just want the rope." The guy shrugged, fetched a coiled length of it, and Reacher dumped it in the footwell. Then he took off, steering the LeBaron back toward town before cutting northeast. Suddenly the day didn't seem so bad after all. Only an idiot would roll through rural Texas in a flashy yellow car with New York plates and a tiny flower vase on the dashboard while chasing unpaid debts without a license. He pulled over in the middle of nowhere, fished a penny from his pocket, and swapped out the Chrysler's plates, tossing them onto the passenger side floor beside the coiled rope. The bolts went into the glove box before he hit the road again, scanning for his target. 3 hours north of the Greer property, the landscape shifted, still wide open, but greener. Irrigation kept the grass alive, mesquite had been cleared, and fields of something leafy stretched out. Peppers? Melons? He couldn't tell. Wild indigo dotted the roadside with the occasional prickly pear cactus standing guard. Not a soul in sight, just heat waves rippling on the horizon. The paperwork listed the rancher as Lyndon J. Brewer, with an address that was just a route number, a 40-mile stretch of road vanishing into New Mexico. Same kind of lonesome blacktop as the one leading to the Greers, lined with sagging power lines and ranch gates every dozen miles. Problem was, ranch names didn't always match the owners, like how the Red House never advertised the Greer name. Luck struck when he hit a crossroads with a row of mailboxes nailed to a sun-bleached plank. One stood out, Brewer scrawled in black on a white box with Big Hat Ranch underneath. 15 miles later, he spotted the entrance, a fancy white iron archway that looked like it belonged in some old money southern city. He blew right past it, stopping instead at the next power pole. Stepping out, he craned his neck. A transformer sat at the top, wires splitting off toward what had to be the ranch house. Just below, the phone line ran parallel. He grabbed Alice's gun from under the maps and the rope from the floor. One quick knot later, he was swinging the pistol like a pendulum, aiming for the gap between the wires. First try missed. Second try perfect. The gun sailed through, snagged the rope, and he reeled it back down. A sharp yank, and the phone line snapped free, slithering to the ground like a dead snake. He tossed the rope back in, dusted off his hands, and finally turned the car toward that wide arch. A mile-long driveway led to a house, straight out of a Western epic, 4 towering columns, a sweeping balcony, and a gravel lot raked smooth as a pudding green. He popped, killed the engine, and tucked in his shirt some gym trainer once told him it made his shoulders look broader. Probably nonsense, but old habits died hard. Reacher tucked the pistol into his back pocket, letting the outline print clearly against the fabric. He pushed the sleeves of his crisp button up past his elbows, flexing as he gripped the steering wheel of the LeBaron hard enough to make the leather groan. With arms thicker than most men's thighs, he figured he might as well put them on display. Stepping out, he took the mansion's front steps 2 at a time and jabbed the doorbell. Somewhere inside, a chime echoed. Just as he was about to ring again, the door swung open to reveal a petite woman in a gray maid's uniform, Filipino, if he had to guess, barely reaching the doorknob. "Here for Lyndon Brewer," Reacher said. "Does he expect you?" Her English was flawless, her tone cautious. "Wouldn't be here if he didn't." Her lips twitched like she was biting back a laugh. "Name?" "Rutherford B. Hayes breath." That got her. A grin broke through. 19th President. Ohio man. Served after Grant. Family pride, Reacher lied smoothly. "But I'm not here for history. Tell Brewer I'm from Lone Star Trust in San Antonio. His granddaddy left a cool $1 million in forgotten stock." Her eyes sparkled. "He'll love that." She vanished up the grand staircase, her hands skimming the polished banister. The foyer could have hosted a pickup game gleaming wood, a towering grandfather clock, even a gilded chaise that looked like it belonged in a museum. Reacher prodded the velvet cushion, half expecting it to collapse under his weight. When the maid returned, she led him upstairs to a balcony stretching the length of the house. Ceiling fans stirred the thick Texas air. Brewer lounged in a wicker throne, lemonade sweating on the table beside him. Sun-ravaged and bull-necked, he looked like a retired linebacker gone soft. Mr. Case. Brewer boomed all country club whites and forced cheer. Reacher dropped into a chair, uninvited. Kids. 3 sons. All grown. Wife. Houston. Brewer's smile tightened. Why the interrogation? Bank policy. Reacher leaned in. About that stock, it doesn't exist. Brewer's face cycled through shock, greed, then fury. Then what the hell do you want? The Texas heat pressed down. Somewhere, a cicada screamed. Reacher cracked his knuckles. A conversation. Reacher leaned back, his voice calm but edged with something darker. It's just business, he said. People come to me when they need cash sometimes. They'd rather keep it quiet from the help. Brewer scoffed, adjusting his silk tie. I don't need a loan, Hayes. You sure about that? Positive. Funny. Word on the street says otherwise. Brewer's jaw tightened. I'm the one who lends, not borrows. Then why'd we hear you're struggling to pay up? Reacher said. It took Brewer a second too long to catch on. His face drained of color, his fingers twitching toward the bulge in Reacher's jacket. Then, with a shaky hand, he grabbed a silver bell from the table and rang it frantically. Maria. Call the cops now. The maid slipped in silently, eyes darting between them before hurrying to the study. A phone clicked uselessly. Lines are dead, she called out. Reacher didn't blink. Take a break, Maria. Go downstairs. Brewer's voice cracked. What the hell do you want? 20 grand. In a check. You're not a banker. Wow, Sherlock. What tipped you off? Brewer's chest scraped as he tried to stand. Reacher's arm shot out, shoving him back down hard enough to rattle his teeth. Stay put. You owe people. Who? Those illegals? Brewer sneered. Reacher's stare turned icy. Not them. Your family. Wife, kids, picture them having a real bad year. Car accidents, broken bones, maybe a kitchen fire. One disaster after another. Never knowing when the next one hits. You're bluffing. Am I? Reacher grabbed the crystal pitcher, probably some overpriced import, sniffed a lemonade, then hurled it over the railing. Glass shattered below. Oops. Next time it's your kid taking that dive. Brewer's hands shook. I'll have you locked up. Reacher laughed, flipping his own chair over the edge. Funny how the law suddenly matters to you. Cut the check. You can spare it, rich guy like you. It's about principle. Brewer spat. Reacher leaned in. Yeah. Here's a new principle you lost. Pay up. Karma's a funny thing, isn't it? Reacher scooped up the delicate silver bell from the table, probably some fancy French antique, judging by the intricate filigree etching. About the size of a shot glass, give or take. He gripped it between his thumb and fingers, squeezed until the metal groaned, then flattened it in his palm like a beer can. With a smirk, he stuffed the crumpled mess into Brewer's shirt pocket. Your skull's next, he said. Brewer stayed silent. Now hand over the check, Reacher growled, voice low. Unless you're itching for a bad day. Brewer hesitated, counting the seconds like a man delaying his own funeral. Finally, he exhaled. Fine. He shuffled to the study, Reacher shadowing him, eyes locked on the desk drawers, no surprises. Make it out to cash, Reacher ordered. Brewer scribbled the check, numbers perfect, signature shaky. Bounces, and so do you, Reacher warned. Off the balcony. Go to hell, Brewer muttered. Reacher tucked the check away, strolled to the foyer, and paused by the grandfather clock. With a nudge, he sent it crashing to the floor, silencing its ticks forever. Outside, the Texas sun was a merciless griddle. The two men had spent 3 hours watching the property, the old lady and her son holed up inside, the kid darting between the barn and the house like a moth avoiding a flame. When the maid called her for lunch, they took their cue. Skirting the rocks, they hit the dusty roadside just as their ride rolled up a Crown Vic, AC blasting, ice-cold water bottles waiting. "We're set," the woman said, after their debrief. "Damn right," the darker man agreed. "Let's not drag our feet," the fair one added. Reacher slapped the plates back on the LeBaron once the Brewer house vanished in the rear view. In Pecos, he reclaimed Alice's VW from the shop, tossing the mechanics $40 despite suspecting they'd done jack to fix the clutch. He parked behind the legal mission, maps and pistol still tucked in the glove box. Inside, Alice was mid-phone call, dressed like she'd raided a lawyer's closet, black high-waisted pants, matching jacket, the whole outfit screaming courtroom. A nervous family huddled at her desk. She spotted him, covered the receiver, and hissed, "We've got trouble. Hack Walker wants you." "Me? Why? Just go." Her voice had that "I've seen a ghost" edge. "He'll explain." "Explain what? You talked to him?" She nodded. 30 minutes. And Reacher. "It's bad." He dropped the check on her desk. 20 grand, crisp and damning. Alice froze mid-sentence, breath catching. "Thanks," she whispered, like the word cost her something. Maybe she'd changed her mind about their deal. He tossed her keys onto the desk and stepped back into the Texas heat, turning toward the courthouse. The Pecos County DA's office took up the entire second floor, a cramped, outdated space, with rattling window AC units blasting cold air. The entry led through a narrow hallway, past a wooden gate, into a cluttered bullpen where 2 secretaries worked. One was a seasoned woman who looked like she'd been there since the building went up. The other, a fresh-faced kid who might have been a summer intern. "Mr. Reacher?" the kid asked, perking up like he'd been waiting all day for someone interesting to walk in. Reacher nodded. "Hack Walker's expecting me." The intern gestured toward the corner office. "Go right in." The door had a plaque, Henry F. Walker, District Attorney. Inside, the blinds were drawn, and the room smelled like stale coffee and old paperwork. Walker sat behind a desk buried under files, clutching a small wooden photo frame like it was the only thing holding him together. His usual booming voice was gone, replaced by something hollow. "Take a seat," he muttered. Reacher dragged the chair sideways. No way his legs were fitting under that desk, and waited. Walker turned the frame toward him. The same photo from Sloop Greer's closet. 3 young men leaning against a beat-up truck, grinning like the future was theirs. "Me, Sloop, and Al Eugene," Walker said. "Now one's dead and the other's vanished." Reacher stayed quiet. Walker rubbed his temple. "We were tight. Out here, you don't just have friends, you have brothers." And now, he trailed off, staring at the photo like it might give him answers. Reacher leaned forward. "Why do you call me here?" Walker exhaled. "Honestly, I don't know. Maybe just to talk to someone who gets it." "Gets what?" Walker's laugh was dry. "How fast everything can fall apart." Outside, the AC units groaned like they were tired too. Walker studied Reacher for a long moment before speaking again. The hum of the office AC units filled the space between them, cycling like distant highway traffic. "So tell me," he finally said, "when you look at me, what do you actually see?" Reacher didn't hesitate. A prosecutor with an election coming up. Walker raised an eyebrow. That's it. Not sure there's more to say. A dry chuckle escaped Walker's lips. You always this blunt. Only when I'm being polite. The tension between them thickened like summer heat. Walker exhaled, rubbing his temple. Let me lay it out for you. I'm three things: a man, a DA, and a guy who wants to be a judge. And Al Eugene. He's not some back-alley shyster. He's one of the few lawyers in this state who actually gives a damn about people who can't afford one. Reacher stayed silent, arms crossed. Walker leaned forward. Texas doesn't hand out public defenders like candy. If you're broke and accused, you wait. And wait. Carmen's case. You had to hunt down a lawyer yourself, because the system would have left her rotting in a cell for months. Al takes those cases when nobody else will. Yeah, some of his clients are scumbags, but the law's supposed to protect scumbags too. That's the whole point. Reacher's jaw tightened. He thought of Rusty Greer's sneer when she'd called Eugene crooked. Let me guess, Walker cut in. Whoever fed you that line was some well-off white guy who thinks lawyers should only defend people who look like them. Bingo. Walker smirked. Didn't even need to hear you say it. Rich folks see a lawyer fighting for the wrong kind of client, and suddenly he's dirty. That's clean. You could audit his career back to day one and not find a single shady move. His finger tapped the photo between them. He's my friend, and I'm proud of that as a man and as a DA. Reacher gave a slow nod. Fine. Maybe I misjudged him. Now, Sloop Greer? Walker's expression darkened. That's a different story. But first, let's talk about what being a DA really means. Reacher scoffed. What, you're giving me the campaign speech now? Not campaigning. Educating. Walker's voice sharpened. I've put plenty of bad guys away, some for life, some straight to death row. But every single one deserved it. No shortcuts, no favors. That's how the law should work. Great sermon. Still not voting. Walker smirked again. I know. Checked your registration. That's why I'm telling you this, not to win your vote, but because it's the truth. Texas judges. They've got power. They handpick court-appointed lawyers, set the fees, control the whole game. It's a patronage system, plain and simple. So, who do you think they're gonna choose? Some idealist like Al? Or their golf buddy who kicks back a cut? The AC whined louder, like the whole room was holding its breath. The system's rigged, plain and simple. Some politically connected hack gets handed a cushy judgeship as a thank you for campaign donations, not because they're qualified. Next thing you know, they're funneling taxpayer cash to their buddies at some shady law firm. The firm sends over some clueless rookie who barely glances at the case, pockets 99% of the fee for doing nothing, and some poor sap winds up behind bars because his so-called defense was a nap and a half-hearted objection. I've seen it all: lawyers showing up drunk, dozing off mid-trial, not even bothering to check if their client had an alibi. There was this one guy locked up for life over a child rape charge. Turns out, he was already in county jail 50 miles away, waiting on a car theft trial. The proof was right there in the records, but his lawyer couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Not exactly a shining example of justice, Reacher muttered. Walker leaned forward. That's why I'm doing two things. First, I'm running for judge so I can fix this mess. Second, right now in this office, we play both sides. One of us builds the case, the other tears it apart. We go hard because if we don't, nobody will. And I'd lose sleep if we half-assed it. Richa crossed his arms. Carmen Greer's defense is airtight. Walker's expression darkened. It's a disaster. For me as a man, as a DA, and as a candidate. I have to recuse myself, but it's still my office. And this, a Hispanic woman facing the death penalty? The media'll crucify me. The Times already thinks we're backwater hicks. This'll follow me forever. So drop the case. It was self-defense. You really believe that? It's obvious. Walker laughed bitterly. I wish it were. For once, I'd bend the rules to make this disappear. But here's the problem: self-defense only flies if it's spur of the moment. Carmen. She bought that gun the second she heard Sloop was coming home. That's premeditation. Reacher paperwork doesn't lie. Reacher stayed silent. Walker exhaled. I knew her. Sloop was my friend, so I saw it all. And let's just say there are complications. Like what? Walker held up a hand. I'm gonna speculate here. And you. Don't say a word. This could land you in a tight spot, Walker said, leaning back in his chair. Reacher raised an eyebrow. How so? Walker exhaled. You'll find out soon enough. First, let's talk about her story. She fed you the whole Napa Valley Vineyard air act, didn't she? Claimed she met Sloop at UCLA, got knocked up and had to marry him, right? Then the sob story about the beatings, the riding accidents cover-up, and how she was the one whose sixth year is on him. Silence. Reacher's face gave nothing away. Here's the thing, Walker continued, drumming his fingers on the desk. Legally, everything she told you is hearsay, technically inadmissible. But a good lawyer could argue. It shows her state of mind, especially with Sloop's return hanging over her. Most DAs would fight it, but not us. We'd let it in. And if you testified, you'd paint a brutal picture. A jury might feel sorry for her, overlook the premeditation, and boom, not guilty. Reacher crossed his arms. So what's the catch? The catch is you on the stand. Gross examination. And trust me, it won't be pretty. Walker hesitated, then leaned in. Let me take a few shots in the dark here. Don't answer. Just nod if I'm warm. Reacher gave a slow, indifferent tilt of his head. My guess? She didn't just happen to pick you up. She scouted you, planned it. Probably offered you more than just a ride, maybe a little incentive to do her dirty work. Walker's gaze sharpened. And when that didn't work, she doubled down. Tried again. Reacher's jaw tightened, but he stayed silent. See the problem? Walker spread his hands. If you testify, all that comes out. Premeditation goes from understandable to cold-blooded. Unless you lie, which I doubt you do, or we softball the questions. But if we don't, her case crumbles. And it gets worse. Reacher's voice was flat. How? Because if she lied to you about anything, her whole story unravels. We'd start small, ask you where she's from, what she told you. And then, Walker smirked. Turns out there's no vineyard. No UTIA. She's not some wine heiress, she's a South Central girl who used to work frat parties. Not as a guest. Reacher stared at him. So she reinvented herself. That's not a crime. Walker snorted. No, but lying under oath is. And if the jury hears she fabricated her entire life, they'll assume she fabricated the abuse too. Next stop, death row. He paused. Still think you're in an easy position. The room went quiet. Outside, a car alarm blared sudden, jarring. Reacher didn't flinch. "Funny," he finally said. "All this time I thought Sloop was the problem." Walker just smiled. "Yeah, life's full of surprises." Sloop first saw her on stage, part of her act involving a slick trick with a Lone Star bottle, the kind of move that makes a man look twice. Somehow, he was hooked. Classic story really, let me rescue you from this life. And honestly, hard to blame him. She had that spark, gorgeous, sharp, the kind of woman who could spot a Texas trust fund from across a crowded bar. So she played her hand. Moved in, forgot her birth control, and suddenly there was a baby on the way. Sloop, ever the Southern gentleman, did what he thought was right. She played him, and he let her. Reacher scoffed. "Bull." Walker barely flinched. "Believe what you want, but here's the kicker, none of it changes the facts." She was smart. Knew the shelf life of a dancer isn't long, and let's be real, it wasn't exactly a glamorous gig to begin with. Sloop was her golden ticket. For years she milked him jewelry, thoroughbreds, you name it. Reacher's jaw tightened. Even if that's true, it doesn't give him the right to lay hands on her. Walker held up a finger. But here's the thing he never did. Not once. I knew the guy. Was he perfect? Hell no. Lazy, cut corners in business, had that rich kid arrogance. But one thing Texans don't do? Hit women. Ever. It's like an unwritten law. So either she's lying about that too, or I'm the world's worst judge of character. Reacher crossed his arms. Your word means squat. You were his buddy. Fair, Walker admitted. But where's the proof? No records, no witnesses, not even a whisper in their social circle. And trust me, I've prosecuted enough domestic cases to know when something stinks. This, nothing. Just her word against a dead man's reputation. He leaned in. Oh, and that eeriest tip she bragged about? Total fiction. They nailed Sloop because of a random audit on some other schmuck's books. She had no clue Al Eugene confirmed it the second the feds came knocking. Reacher exhaled sharply. So she lies. Doesn't mean she wasn't abused. Walker shrugged. Could be. But if it happened, it was invisible. And in Texas, where everybody's up in each other's business. That's one hell of a magic trick. A beat passed. The ceiling fan hummed. Then Reacher muttered, or one hell of a nightmare. Walker just nodded. Exactly. Walker exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples like the weight of the world was pressing down. I'd stake everything I own that she's lying, he muttered. Carmen had gotten to him too, that much was obvious. But Reacher wasn't buying it. She's got a gift for spinning stories, he said flatly. Lives half her life in make-believe. Trust me, I've seen her in action. She's a liar, plain and simple, and she murdered him in cold blood. Then why are we even having this conversation? Reacher countered. Walker hesitated, his fingers drumming against the desk. Tell me straight, can I trust you? Reacher smirked. Does it matter? The room went dead silent. Walker just sat there, eyes locked on the blank wall, seconds stretching into minutes. The hum of the AC filled the space, punctuated by muffled phone rings and the occasional screech of a fax machine from the hallway. Finally, Walker leaned forward. Yeah, it matters. A hell of a lot. To Carmen. To me. You've got me all wrong. I'm not some bitter ex-friend trying to salvage a dead man's name. The truth. I'm looking for a way to save her. Maybe even fake one if I have to. Play up the abuse angle, downplay the premeditation. I'm this close to doing it, Reacher, because if I can swing it, I don't have to charge her at all, and maybe, just maybe, I still have a shot at that judgeship. The silence settled back in, thick and heavy. Reacher broke it first. I want to see her. Walker shook his head. Not happening. You're not her attorney. Rules can bend. Walker groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Don't push me. Right now, I'm tempted to toss the rulebook out the damn window. Reacher stayed quiet. Walker's gaze was distant, his jaw tight. I need to know why she did it, he admitted. If it was something ice-cold money, revenge, then I've got no choice. She's done. But if there's even a shred of justification, I need your help. If those medical records hint at abuse, we might be able to spin this in her favor. Still, Reacher said nothing. Walker exhaled sharply. Fine, I'll be honest, I'm trying to save my own skin too. The election. Both of us. And Ellie. That kid doesn't deserve this. Sloop adored her. Reacher arched a brow. What exactly are you asking? Walker leaned in. If we go down this road, I'd need you to lie on the stand. Back up her story about the beatings. Tweak the rest to keep her credible. Silence. That's why I need to trust you, Walker pressed. That's why I'm laying it all out. So you know what you're signing up for. Reacher crossed his arms. I don't do that kind of thing. Neither do I, Walker admitted. And just talking about it makes me sick. But desperate times. Reacher let the words hang before finally asking, why would I even consider it? Walker smirked. Because you like her. You pity her. You want to help her. And helping her helps me. How's this supposed to work? I'll recuse myself early. One of my assistants takes the case. I'll dig into what she can actually prove, prep you so you don't get caught. That's why you can't see her now. Jail logs everything. It looked like we're scheming. Reacher scoffed. I don't know about this. Neither do I, Walker admitted. But if the medical records are shaky enough, and we get depositions from you and her, maybe we can get the charges dropped before trial. Lying under oath is still perjury. Think about Ellie. Reacher's expression darkened. And your campaign? Walker didn't flinch. I won't pretend otherwise. I want that judgeship. But not for some power trip. I actually want to fix things, Reacher, work my way up, change the system from the inside. It's the only way guys like me get anywhere. I'm not some slick lobbyist or politician. That crap makes me cringe. Reacher stayed silent, weighing it all. Walker stood pacing behind his desk. Give me a day or two to think it through. Walker exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Yeah, I'll handle it from here. You positive about this? Do I look positive? Walker snapped. This whole situation is a nightmare. Sloop's gone, no magic wand's gonna fix that. Yeah, dragging his name through the mud sucks. But Carmen? She's still breathing. And that man loved her in ways people wouldn't get. The backlash he took from his own family, from every judgmental jerk in town, was insane. You think he'd hesitate to trade his reputation for her life? Hell, he'd trade mine, ours, anyone's. That's how far gone he was for her. Silence hung between them until Reacher cut through it. She needs bail. Walker shook his head. Not happening. Her kid needs her. That's the real problem, Walker shot back. A few days with Grandma won't break Ellie. It's the next 50 years we gotta figure out. Just give me some damn time. Reacher pushed to his feet. This stays between us, right? Walker scoffed. Should have led with that, huh? Reacher gave a curt nod. Call me when you've got something. He strode out, the door clicking shut behind him. Alice fanned herself with a legal pad, the office's ancient AC wheezing uselessly overhead. Straight answer, can abuse really fly under the radar like that? No red flags to friends. Reacher peeled his sweat-soaked shirt off his back. Beats me. Not my area. Not mine either. The midday heat had turned the mission into a sauna. Only the desperate braved the streets. Alice had swapped her slacks for shorts, her skin glistening like she'd been dunked in oil. Reacher's shirt was a lost cause. Alice arched an eyebrow. Total catch-22. If you know about abuse, it's not hidden. If it's hidden, you assume it's not happening. Like, I'd bet my rent my dad's not hitting my mom. But who knows? What about yours? Reacher smirked. Doubt it. Marine through and through, built like a fridge. Then again, my mom? She could have been the one swinging. Alice leaned forward. So, Carmen and Sloop, you buying her story? No question, Reacher said. She's got a truth problem, but not about this. Alice's gaze sharpened. Zero doubts. None. Great, she deadpanned. So now our impossible case just leveled up to mythic difficulty. Love that for us. Reacher shrugged. Hard doesn't mean dead. You get the legal quicksand here, right? Abuse or not, she's toast. Premeditation screws her either way. And her credibility's deader than disco. Only reason she's got a shot is Walker's judicial ambitions. Yep, Alice groaned. And you're cool banking on that? Not even a little. Good. Because Hack Walker could trip over a scandal tomorrow, secret family. A weird thing for raccoons, who knows? Counting on him staying clean as a sucker's bet. Reacher grinned. So we build her a real defense. Alice tossed her pen down. Oh, is that all? You're sharper than I gave you credit for, he admitted. I thought you were about to say sharper than I look. Honestly, more attorneys should dress like you. Stay away from the witness stand, she warned. It's better for her case. No depositions either. Without you testifying. The gun is the only real evidence of premeditation. We can argue that buying it doesn't automatically mean she planned to use it. Maybe she had another reason. Reacher stayed silent. They're analyzing it now, she continued. Ballistics and prints. 2 sets, probably hers and his. Could suggest a struggle, maybe even an accident. He shook his head. The second set is mine. She wanted lessons. We went up to the Mesa Saturday, the day before he came back. She froze. Jesus, Reacher, you cannot take the stand, got it? Wasn't planning on it. What if they subpoena you? Then I'll lie. Think you can pull that off? 13 years in law enforcement, lying isn't exactly new territory. And the prints? I'd say I found it abandoned, handed it back to her. Make it seem like she had second thoughts after buying it. Comfortable with that. If it keeps her out of prison. Absolutely. You. She nodded. In a case like this? Yeah. The lies about her past don't bother me. People reinvent themselves all the time. The real fight is over premeditation. Most states get it abused. Women don't always act in the moment. Sometimes they wait for the right opportunity, like when he's passed out drunk. So, where do we start? Where we have to, Alice sighed. And it's not great. The evidence is stacked against her, her room, her gun, her dead husband. That's first-degree murder unless we dismantle it. We downplay premeditation and prove the abuse through medical records. Already filed the paperwork joint subpoena with the DA. Hospitals usually respond fast, so we'll have them by morning. If the records show signs of violence, that's half the battle. Then she testifies, owns up to her past, but spins it as someone trying to change. Could earn sympathy. You're not bad at this. She grinned. For a rookie, 2 years out of law school. Try 6 months. But you learn quick down here. Clearly. With the right jury, we'll get enough not guilty votes to sway the rest. Might take a few days, especially if it's this sweltering. Reacher peeled his damp shirt off his back. This heat's gotta break soon. She snorted. I'm talking about next summer if she's lucky. Could be the one after. His eyes narrowed. You're joking. Wish I was. Longest wait here was 4 years between arrest and trial. And Ellie. Alice exhaled. Hope those medical records tell one hell of a story. If they play along, we might convince Hack to drop the charges completely. He's got plenty of wiggle room. Reacher shrugged. Wouldn't take much to nudge him. Not with the mood he's in. See, there's a silver lining. This mess could be wrapped up in 48 hours. When are you heading over to see her? Later today. First, I'm hitting the bank to cash a check for 20 grand. Then stuffing it all in a paper bag and driving out to make some folks very happy. Reacher smirked. I don't even want to know how you pulled that off. Just ask nicely. Seriously, don't tell me, she insisted. But you should tag along. Play bodyguard. Not every day I haul a small fortune through the desert in a grocery sack. Plus the AC in the car works. Fine, Reacher agreed. The bank teller barely blinked at the cash request, just counted out the bills 3 times, neat and methodical, before stacking them in the brown paper bag Alice handed her. Reacher carried it to the parking lot, though the streets were practically deserted in the brutal afternoon heat. The few people out moved like zombies, sluggish and drained. The VW's interior was an oven. They had to blast the AC with the doors open before they could even slide inside. Even then, it was still scorching, but compared to outside, it felt downright refreshing. Alice took the wheel, smooth and confident, better than him, not stalling once. Storm's coming, she predicted. That's what everyone keeps saying, Reacher replied. But I don't see it. Ever been in heat like this before? Close. Saudi Arabia was drier, the Pacific was wetter. It's its own special kind of misery. The sky ahead was a bleached-out blue, the sun a blinding smear with no clouds in sight. He squinted until his face ached. This is insane, Alice muttered. I knew it'd be hot, but this is next level. Then she asked about his time overseas, and for once, he didn't mind sharing. The early years were easy childhood, West Point, the military grind, medals and promotions. The recent years? Less straightforward. The drifting, the lack of direction. He saw it as freedom, others called it something else. He let her draw her own conclusions. She returned the favor with her own story, Harvard instead of West Point, law instead of the Army, but the same driven trajectory. At 25, she was climbing the ladder, just like he had been. So what's next? He asked. Back to New York, maybe D. She said. Policy work's calling my name. Gonna miss the gritty stuff? Probably. But I'll keep a toe in pro bono cases, fundraising. That's where the real money comes from anyway. As they drove, the heat pressed in like a weight. the road ahead shimmering. For the first time in a while, Reacher didn't mind the company. The conversation shifted as they drove through the dusty back roads of Texas. Big corporations in major cities, some actually have a conscience, she remarked, gripping the wheel. Glad to hear it. Someone's gotta step up, he replied. Damn right. He leaned back in his seat. Think Heck Walker can actually change anything? She gave a half shrug, eyes still on the road. Don't know him personally, but his rep's solid. And let's be real, things can't get much worse. The whole system's a mess. I mean, I believe in democracy, capital D and lowercase, but electing judges? Sounds good on paper. In reality, total disaster. Do you ever see what it costs to campaign down here? Not a clue. Let me break it down. We're talking Pecos County, that's where the votes are. Posters, newspaper ads, a few janky local TV spots. You'd have to try to spend more than 10 grand. But these judges, they're raking in hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. And guess what? If they don't use it all, they don't have to return a dime. Just stash it for future expenses. Basically, they're collecting bribes up front, law firms, oil execs, lobbyists, all buying favors in advance. Run for judge in Texas and you hit the jackpot. Serve a few terms, play nice, and boom, retire straight into a cushy firm or a boardroom seat. It's not about justice. It's about becoming royalty overnight. He exhaled sharply. So, back to Walker, will he actually fix anything? If he wants to, sure. Right now, though, he's Carmen Greer's best shot. That's what matters. The car slowed as they wound through ranchland, the air so dry it felt like the scrub could ignite any second. Alice glanced over. Her lies bother you? He hesitated. Yeah and no. Nobody likes being played. But put yourself in her shoes. She decided he had to go, then made it happen. So, it was premeditated? Should I even be telling you this? Alice shot him a look. I'm Team Carmen. He nodded. She planned it. Said she vetted 100 guys, tested a dozen, then picked me. A slow grin spread across Alice's face. Honestly, that makes me feel better. Proves how desperate she was. Nobody goes through that much trouble unless they're backed into a corner. Exactly, he agreed. The car bumped onto a dirt path, passing under a rickety gate just sun-bleached 2x4s barely holding together. The name on the crossbar was illegible. Scorched into oblivion. Ahead lay a patch of failed farmland, rows of cracked dirt, jury-rigged irrigation, abandoned wire frames. The whole place screamed of sweat and shattered hopes. A small white house sat in the distance, its paint peeling under the relentless sun. A lone windmill creaking behind it, like a ghost of what could have been. The rundown farmhouse stood under the blazing sun, its peeling paint and sagging porch telling a story of hard times. A rusty irrigation pump jutted from the barn roof, and a beat-up Ford F-250 sat abandoned in the dirt. Alice pulled her Volkswagen right up to the front door, which was shut tight against the heat. The Garskas live here, she said, grabbing a grocery bag from the back seat. Trust me, they're home. 20 grand in cash had a way of changing everything. The moment Alice dumped the money onto their chipped kitchen table, the entire family froze. 5 of them huddled together. Their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The parents, weathered but strong, stood with their 3 grown kids, a daughter in her mid-20s and 2 wiry sons barely out of their teens. Alice flashed a grin. Guess he had a change of heart, she said in Spanish. decided to pay up after all. For a second, nobody moved. Then, like a dam breaking, the plants came pouring out phone lines, electricity, diesel for the pump, repairs for the truck. The kind of things most people took for granted, but for them, it meant survival. Reacher hung back, scanning the cramped kitchen that doubled as a living space. A faded photograph on the wall caught his eye, a teenage boy in a white confirmation robe, his shy smile frozen in time. The black frame and dusty mourning cloth said everything before the mother even spoke. "That's Raoul," she said softly, appearing beside him. "My oldest, taken just before we left Mexico." Reacher already knew the story, but he let her say it anyway. "Border Patrol," she continued, her voice steady but her hands trembling. 12 years ago. They chased us like animals, split us up in the dark. Raoul led them away from his little sister. They didn't even ask questions, just shot him and left. The room felt heavier suddenly, the weight of her words pressing down. Reacher had heard worse, but that didn't make it easier. He wasn't the only one, she added, her gaze distant. Back then, that stretch of desert was a hunting ground. Some nights you could hear screams for miles. Then, just like that, she straightened her shoulders and forced a smile. "Enough of that," she said, motioning toward the kitchen where laughter was starting to bubble up. "We've got tequila. You should join us." The shift was jarring grief to gratitude in a heartbeat. But that's what survival looked like. You carried the weight, then you kept moving. The Greer family had kept a special bottle reserved just for this moment. Shot glasses lined the table as the daughter, now a young woman, the same girl Raoul had rescued years ago, poured the amber tequila. Her younger brother passed the drinks around while Reacher waited, glass in hand. The elder Gautier raised his in a toast, his voice cutting through the chatter. "To our lawyer," he declared, nodding at Alice. "For proving that old French writer Balzac wrong laws aren't just spiderwebs trapping the small while the powerful slip through." Alice flushed slightly, but Gerster wasn't done. He turned to Reacher, his expression earnest. "And to you, my friend. We wouldn't be here without you." Reacher shrugged it off with a quiet de nada. The tequila burned going down, sharp and raw, and the weight of Raoul's absence hung in the air. After one round, Reacher and Alice excused themselves, leaving the family to their celebration. Outside, the sun had turned the VW's interior into an oven. They waited, sweating, until the AC finally kicked in. As they drove back toward Pecos, Alice exhaled a rare lightness in her voice. "That felt good. Like I actually did something that mattered." Reacher shot her a glance. "You did. Only because you bulldozed the way. You handled the legal heavy lifting," he countered. "But thanks." She shifted gears, her tone turning serious. "The Border Patrol investigation. It went nowhere. No indictments, just a lot of paperwork and whispers." Reacher smirked. "Classic. Investigations like that aren't about justice. They're warning someone higher up, telling them to knock it off before things get messy. But people died, Reacher, some of them brutally. And nobody answered for it." "Ever read Herbert Marcuse?" he asked abruptly. Alice rolled her eyes. "Harvard grad, remember? Philosopher, not exactly dinner party material." Reacher nodded. "He said the law exists to protect the system, not the people. Ugly truth, but it's how the world works." She grimaced. "That's depressing." "Just reality." By the time they reached Pecos, the heat had cranked up to unbearable. Alice parked right outside the legal mission, but even the short dash inside felt like sprinting through a sauna. Inside, her desk was littered with sticky notes, urgent messages, scribbled reminders. She skimmed them before shoving them into a drawer. I need to check on Carmen at the jail, she said. But Hack Walker wants to see you. Ballistics and Prince are back. Sounds like he's sweating over something. Reacher smirked. I bet he is. They braced themselves before stepping back into the furnace. At the courthouse, they split Alice toward the jail. Reacher up the stifling staircase, sweat soaking his shirt before he even reached the top. The intern at the desk jerked a thumb toward Walker's office without a word. Inside, Walker was hunched over a report, his expression tight. She did it, he said, not looking up. Ballistics match. It's her gun. Reacher dropped into the chair across from him, silent. Walker finally met his eyes. Your prints were on it, too. Reacher said nothing. If he was going to lie, he'd pick his moment carefully. Walker leaned back in his chair, tapping the file with his finger. You're in the system, Reacher. Military prints standard procedure. Reacher shrugged. Comes with the uniform. Here's the thing, Walker continued. Maybe you stumbled on that gun lying around. Saw a kid nearby. Figured you'd do the responsible thing, pick it up, stash it somewhere safe. Maybe, Reacher said, his voice flat. Walker flipped a page, his expression tightening. Except it's worse. Way worse. You a churchgoer, Reacher? Not my style. Should be, Walker shot back. You ought to be on your knees thanking somebody, state troopers. Hell, even Sloop for calling in the sheriff. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Why's that? Because if you'd been in that bunkhouse instead of locked up in a cruiser, you'd be my prime suspect right now. Bull. Walker smirked, flipping another page. Your prints are all over that gun, the shells, the mag, even the ammo box. You loaded it, probably Tess fired it too. Sure, Carmen bought it. But let's be real, it was your weapon. You prepped it for her. Reacher stayed silent. You get it now. Walker pressed. You should be burning candles for those cops. If they hadn't hauled you in, I'd be coming for you. Easy motive, jealousy. Bobby told me you spent the night in that bedroom. Think a jury'd buy your word over an ex-working girl's. Doubt it. I slept on the damn couch. Walker chuckled. Sure you did. And I bet you tucked yourself in with a glass of warm milk, too. Point is, you could have done it, slipped in, grabbed the gun, put a bullet in Sloop, slipped out. But you didn't. Because you were cuffed in the back of a squad car. Lucky break. He leaned in, voice dropping. Real lucky. A white shooter. Man, I'd love that. Toss you into death row, balance out the demographics. Make me look like the fairest DA in Texas. Election. Won in a landslide. Reacher didn't bite. Walker exhaled, rubbing his temples. But it wasn't you. It was her. And now my case is circling the drain. Burroughs Amos Cree meditation. She planned this down to the damn minute. Even roped in an ex-army shooter to train her. Two-time pistol champ instructor Hal, Reacher, you built that weapon for her. What am I supposed to do with that? Same as you planned, Reacher said. Wait for the medical reports. Walker went quiet, then nodded. They're coming tomorrow. And here's the kicker, I hired a defense expert to review them. Normally we don't touch those guys. But I need someone to convince me there's a sliver of truth in Carmen's story. Otherwise, cutting her loose makes me look insane. Then relax, Reacher said. Tomorrow's the end of it. Hope so, Walker muttered. Al Eugene's office is sending over financials too. If there's no money trail and the docs back her up, maybe I sleep easy. Reacher's mouth twitched. She was broke. Not a dime to her name. Walker's phone buzzed a new detail, unspoken in the original, but he ignored it, staring at the file like it held all the answers. Or none at all. The issue weighed heavily on her, one of those persistent, nagging problems that just wouldn't go away. Walker gave a slow nod. "Perfect," he replied. "Her mess just might clean up mine." The office fell silent except for the hum of the AC, its icy blast leaving Reacher's skin clammy. "You need to step up your game," he said bluntly, "especially with the election coming." Walker scoffed. "And do what, exactly?" "Give people something they want. Reopen the Border Patrol cases, those killings from years back. I ran into a family yesterday, still grieving their son. That kind of thing sticks with folks." Walker hesitated, then shook his head. "That's old news. The investigation was airtight. Happened down in Echo before my time, but I've read the files. A few bad apples went rogue, and the whole thing scared the rest straight. They probably bailed Border Patrol churns through staff fast. Could be flipping burgers in Alaska by now." Reacher leaned forward. "Doesn't matter. People remember. 20 deaths in a year? Survivors are still around, and they vote." "It'd be a circus," Walker shot back. "Wasting taxpayer money on a dead end. I've got some integrity, Reacher. Grandstanding won't change the past. 12 years is an ancient history. In Echo, it is. Right now, I'm focused on last night, not some cold case." Reacher exhaled. "Your call." Walker checked his watch. "I'll reach out to Alice tomorrow once we have what we need. Could wrap this up by noon." "Hope so." "Yeah," Walker muttered. Stepping outside, Reacher was hit by a wall of heat so thick it felt like breathing through a wet blanket. The air was scorched, lifeless. He wiped sweat from his forehead as he crossed the street, ducking into the Mission where Alice sat alone, her expression unreadable. "Back already?" he asked, surprised. She barely glanced up. "Saw her. And she refused me. Flat out." Reacher frowned. "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. Her only words were, 'I refuse to be represented by you.' No explanation, no nothing. Why the hell not?" Alice threw her hands up. "No clue. She was calm, coherent, just shut me down. I didn't push too hard. If she starts yelling in front of witnesses, I lose all credibility. Figured I'd try again later." "Did you mention me?" "Of course. Dropped your name like confetti. Zero reaction. Just kept repeating her refusal like a broken record." Reacher rubbed his temple. "Any idea what's going on?" Alice sighed. "Beats me. I mean, I'm no high-powered attorney, but this isn't exactly a corporate boardroom. Maybe she took one look at me, sweaty, disheveled, and thought, hard pass. But in a place like this, doesn't add up." A flicker of unease crossed Reacher's face. Something wasn't right. And in his experience, when things didn't add up, trouble wasn't far behind. The Pecos County Jail wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet for its newest inmate, a Hispanic woman who barely blinked when her court-appointed lawyer showed up. "You'd think she'd be thrilled I even bothered," Alice muttered, tossing her briefcase onto the table. But no, total indifference. Reacher leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "Any idea why?" "Beats me. Maybe she's got trust issues. Or maybe she just hates lawyers." "So, what's next?" Alice sighed. "Now I play therapist. Gotta convince her to take me seriously before she digs herself into a hole. If she refuses, well, good luck to her when some half-baked public defender shows up 6 months from now, probably some buddy of the judge who couldn't win a case if his life depended on it." Reacher stayed quiet for a beat. Didn't mean to drag you into this mess. Not on you, she said, waving him off. Try again around 7, he suggested. Night shift's got a busybody running the desk. Day guys more laid back might give you a shot at pushing her a little. Let her scream if she wants to. Alice smirked. Sounds like my whole day, up, down, sideways. Like some cursed theme park ride. Welcome to adulthood, Reacher deadpanned. She snorted. Where you hold up? Cheapest motel on the strip. Room 11. Registered under Millard Fillmore. Seriously? Old habit. Fake names keep things interesting. She raised an eyebrow. And Fillmore was? Some forgettable president before Lincoln. New York guy. Alice chewed her lip. Think I should show up in full lawyer mode? Suit, heels, the whole circus? Reacher glanced down at his own rumpled shirt. Doubt it. I look like I wrestled a laundry pile and lost, and she didn't say squat. True, Alice admitted. When you walked in this morning, I pegged you for a client. Maybe a drifter with a parking ticket problem. Hey, this is a fresh outfit, he protested. Straight out of the bargain bin. She gave him a once-over, but kept her thoughts to herself. Later, Reacher hit up the pizza joint near the courthouse, the only spot in town with AC strong enough to fog up the sidewalk. He snagged the last table, downed ice water like it was going out of style, then ordered an anchovy pizza, extra salty. His body was practically begging for electrolytes. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, a call was being routed through Dallas and Vegas to a nondescript motel room. A man's voice, clipped and precise, relayed a new target's details: name, age, description, likely haunts. The woman on the other end didn't write anything down. She never did. Memory like a steel trap, courtesy of years in the business. When she named her price, there was a pause, just long enough to make her wonder if the guy would haggle. But he didn't. Just a curt "oh" before the line went dead. Smart. Cheap clients were always trouble. Back at the pizza place, Reacher lingered over coffee and ice cream, stretching the AC as long as possible. When he finally braved the heat again, it hit him like a furnace blast. Back in his motel, he cranked the shower to lukewarm, rinsed his clothes in the sink, and gave them a good shake before draping them over a chair. The wrinkles would have to fend for themselves. Jack cranked the AC up to full blast and stretched out on the lumpy motel bed, checking his watch again. If Alice didn't show until after 8, that might actually be a good thing. It'd mean Carmen was finally taking this seriously, and they'd need time to talk. He shut his eyes, trying to force himself to relax, but the stifling heat made sleep impossible. Then, at 7:20, a hesitant knock jolted him awake. He stumbled off the bed, wrapping a too small towel around his waist, and shuffled across the grimy carpet to the door. Alice stood there, her expression tight. She didn't say a word, just shook her head. His gaze flicked past her to the fading daylight and her yellow sedan parked crookedly in the lot. He stepped aside and she followed him in, her lawyer outfit back in place, black slacks, blazer, the whole polished look. Except for that sliver of tan skin between her high-waisted pants and sports bra, she looked every inch the professional. Not that Carmen would care about a little exposed midriff. I tried everything, Alice said, frustration edging her voice. I asked if it was me, did she want someone older? A man, a Latino attorney. Jack exhaled. And she said she doesn't want anyone. That's insane. Tell me about it. Alice dropped onto the bed, elbows on her knees. I walked her through the whole nightmare lethal injection, the gurney, the witnesses. Nothing got through. It was like talking to a brick wall. Jack grimaced, adjusting the towel. "Let me get dressed." He grabbed his damp jeans from the chair and ducked into the bathroom. The fabric clung uncomfortably as he yanked them on. When he came back out, Alice had shed her blazer and was staring at the floor. "I pushed hard," she admitted. "Even raised my voice. But she just shut down. She's refusing counsel, Jack. We can't force her." He rubbed his temples. "Is that even legal?" "Unfortunately, yes. You can't make someone accept a lawyer. And no, it doesn't automatically mean she's incompetent, otherwise every guilty defendant would pull this stunt." Jack paced, the carpet gritty under his bare feet. "So what now?" Alice straightened. "We work around her. Deal directly with Walker. Cut the charges without her input. If we can get him to back off, she's free whether she likes it or not." He shot her a look. "That's messed up." "Welcome to my world," she muttered. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, two men pushed open their motel door, the scent of pepperoni and beer trailing behind them. Their female teammate was already inside, pacing like a caged animal. "Got a side gig," she announced before they could ask. "Where?" The taller one grunted. "Pecos." The darker man frowned. "Smart move. The pay's worth it. Timing. After we wrap this one up." The tall one shrugged. "Fine by me. Who's the mark?" "Just some guy," the woman replied. "I'll fill you in after we handle the other job." She moved toward the door, pausing to glance back. "Stay put and get some rest. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day." Alice wrinkled her nose. "This place is a dump." Reacher scanned the room. "You think?" "It's depressing. I've slept in worse." She hesitated. "You hungry?" His stomach was still full from the greasy pizza and ice cream, but the sliver of skin peeking between her shirt and jeans was hard to ignore. The curve of her lower back didn't help either. "Sure," he said. "Where to?" Alice bit her lip. "My place. Eating out here's a pain. I'm vegetarian. I usually just cook for myself." "A vegetarian in Texas," he mused. "You're definitely not from around here." "Tell me about it," she sighed. "So, what do you say?" "My AC actually works, unlike this sweatbox." He grinned. "Home-cooked food and real air conditioning?" "Sold." "You okay with vegetarian?" "I'll eat anything that doesn't eat me first." "Then let's go." He tugged on his damp shirt while she grabbed her jacket. After locking up, they headed to her car, a beat-up sedan baking in the parking lot. She drove a few miles west, past strip malls and gas stations, until they reached a cluster of stucco apartments wedged between two highways. The complex looked like it had given up on life, the buildings sun-bleached and sagging under the Texas heat. Her unit was in the middle, a narrow townhouse squeezed between identical ones. She parked on a cracked concrete slab, weeds clawing through the gaps. Inside, though, it was an oasis, cold air, blasting from the vents, making the walls hum. The living room was small, with a kitchenette in the back and a staircase leading up. The furniture was cheap, but the shelves were packed with law books, Texas penal codes, constitutional analysis. A cordless phone sat on a side table, 4 speed dial buttons, labeled Work, J Home, J Work, M and D. Nearby, a silver-framed photo showed an elegant older couple, probably her parents, posing against what looked like a New York skyline. The man had sharp features, the woman a refined version of Alice's own face. Reacher smirked. "Park Avenue, huh?" She reappeared 10 minutes later, hair damp, wearing frayed Harvard soccer shorts and a threadbare tee that clung just right. No bra, no shoes, just effortless confidence. "You play?" he asked, nodding at the shirt. My partner did, she said, watching his reaction. Still does. She's a woman, Judith. And yeah, she still plays. Any good? At soccer or as a partner? Soccer. Decent. Does it bother you? That she's decent at soccer? No. That I'm gay. He shrugged. Should it? Some people care. Not me. She tilted her head. I'm also Jewish. Reacher grinned. Let me guess your folks bought you that Glock under your bed? Her eyes flicked up. You found it. Nice choice. Yeah, well, a gay Jewish vegetarian from New York. They figured I needed the firepower. Reacher laughed. Smart parents. I'm shocked they didn't just hand you a bazooka or a flamethrower while they were at it. She grinned. Trust me, they considered it. You're really committed to this redemption thing, huh? Must be like my time patrolling Beirut armed to the teeth just to grab a coffee. Alice chuckled, shaking her head. Honestly, it's not that intense here. Texas has its charm, good folks, wide open spaces. You'd be surprised. What about Judith? What's she up to? Also a lawyer. Currently knee-deep in Mississippi. Same mission. Alice nodded. 5-year tour of duty. Well, maybe there's hope for lawyers after all. She tilted her head. And you're really fine with this? Just dinner, small talk, then back to your lonely motel room? Exactly what I signed up for, he lied. The food was surprisingly good, some kind of dense, nutty loaf, held together with cheese and onions, packed with enough protein to fuel a marathon. They sipped wine, mostly stuck to water, and talked until the clock nudged past 11. I can drive you, she offered, barefoot and relaxed on the couch. He waved her off. I'll walk. Need to stretch my legs anyway. It's a sauna out there, she warned. I'll survive. She didn't argue. They planned to meet at the mission in the morning, and he stepped into the night. The air so thick, it felt like wading through gravy. 40 minutes later, he was back at the motel, his shirt plastered to his skin. By dawn, he'd rinsed his clothes and pulled them on damp. The desert heat baked them stiff as cardboard before he even reached the law office. The sky was a relentless blue, empty as a wiped slate. Alice was already at her desk, sleeves rolled up in a sleek black dress, scribbling notes while a quiet Mexican man spoke in low Spanish. Behind him, Hack Walker's intern fidgeted with a neon orange FedEx envelope. Reacher fell in line and Alice finally glanced up, flashing a hold on gesture before wrapping up with her client. The man left. The intern dropped the envelope on her desk. Carmen Greer's medical files. Originals. Walker wants a meeting at 9:30. We'll be there, Alice said, dragging the packet closer. Reacher took the vacated chair as she frowned at the envelope's slimness. With a flick of her wrist, she dumped 4 faded green folders onto the desk, each labeled with Carmen's name and dates spanning 6 years. The oldest was practically bleached by time. Reacher scooted his chair beside hers. She arranged the files chronologically, cracked open the first one, and nudged it between them, her shoulder brushing his. All right, she murmured. Let's dig in. The top report detailed Ellie's birth, every contraction timed, every epidural logged. Fetal monitors beeped in the margins like a tense soundtrack. By 4:20 p.m., the medical team had confirmed everything was progressing smoothly. The delivery room staff rotated shifts at 6, and labor stretched well into the next afternoon. To speed things along, they administered medication, and by 1000 p.m., an episiotomy was performed. Ellie arrived at 1:25, no complications, a textbook birth with the placenta delivered normally. The incision was stitched right away, and the baby checked out perfectly healthy. No notes about facial injuries, a busted lip, or damaged teeth. The second report, dated 15 months later in spring, detailed 2 fractured ribs. An X-ray showed the left side of her upper body, ribs stark white, 2 with faint hairline fractures. Her left breast appeared as a smooth shadow. According to the doctor's notes, Carmen claimed she'd been thrown from a horse and slammed into a ranch fence. Standard treatment, tight binding and rest. What's your take? Alice asked. Reacher shrugged. Could mean something. The third report, 6 months after that, described a nasty bruise on her right shin, allegedly from a fall during a jump, her legs smacking against a pole. The doctor meticulously recorded the injury, a slanted oval, 4 by 5 inches. No fractures, just painkillers prescribed before discharge. The fourth report, 2.5 years later, roughly 9 months before Sloop's arrest, showed a snapped collarbone. New names filled the file. The ER staff had completely turned over. The attending physician didn't question Carmen's story about tumbling off her horse onto rocky terrain. Just cold, clinical notes, and an X-ray revealing the clean break. Alice lined up the reports face down on the desk. Well, Reacher stayed silent, shaking his head. Well, she pressed. Maybe she went to another hospital, he offered. Alice scoffed. We checked everywhere. Routine procedure. Out of state? Covered that too. Standard protocol for domestic cases. Different name. Social security numbers don't lie. He exhaled. This isn't everything. She told me about a broken arm, a fractured jaw, 3 teeth knocked out. Alice hesitated. Maybe she embellished. To guarantee your help. Reacher rubbed his temples, thinking like the investigator he used to be. 2 options. 1, the hospital screwed up. Unlikely. Agreed. So 2, she lied. Alice chewed her lip. Or exaggerated. To lock you in. He checked his watch, 9:20 p.m., and slid the reports back into the FedEx envelope. Let's see what Hack says. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the hit squad rolled south from Pecos in uncharacteristic silence. The third lingered in the motel, uneasy. 12 years in the game, and they'd never stayed in one place this long. The risks were piling up. The team had always operated with precision, fast, efficient, and silent. But today was different. No usual morning chatter, no playful teasing before the job. Just tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts. They prepped the car on time, gathered their gear, and barely touched breakfast, eyes glued to their watches. Finally, the woman broke the quiet. 9:20, she said. Let's move. Walker's office was already occupied when they arrived. A heavy-set man in his 70s sat sweating under the relentless hum of the AC, which was fighting a losing battle against the sweltering heat. Papers fluttered on the desk as the cold air blasted, but the room still felt like an oven. The visitor dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief while Walker sat motionless, jacket off, head in his hands, staring at medical reports like they were hieroglyphics. He finally looked up, gesturing vaguely. This is Cowan Black, he said, voice flat. Forensics expert, defense consultant, probably his first time stepping foot in a DA's office. Alice stepped forward, offering a handshake. Honored to meet you, sir. Your reputation precedes you. Black gave a curt nod. Reacher was introduced, and they arranged their chairs in a loose half-circle. Reports came in early, Walker said, tension sharpening his tone. Everything from Texas, nothing from the neighboring states. I sent you copies. Dr. Black's been reviewing them. Now he needs the x-rays. Reacher handed over the FedEx packet. Black spilled the contents, just as Alice had, and pulled out the film's ribs, leg, collarbone. He held each up to the window, studying them with the focus of a man who lived for details. After a long silence, he slid them back into their folders with surgeon-like precision. Walker leaned in. So, Doctor, any initial thoughts? His voice was tight, courtroom ready. Black picked up the first file, Ellie's birth records. Routine obstetrics, he rumbled, his voice rich and authoritative, the kind that commanded a jury's attention. Impressive for a rural Texas hospital, but nothing unusual. Unless you count the husband's role in conception, there's no sign he harmed her. And the others? Black switched files, pulling out the rib X-ray. Ribs aren't just armor, he said. They're designed to flex, to absorb impact. Otherwise, they'd shatter like glass. He traced the film with a finger. Here, ligaments stretched, torn. This wasn't an accident. This was deliberate force. A beat of silence followed. Then Walker exhaled, rubbing his temples. So we've got proof. Black's expression darkened. Oh, you've got more than proof. You've got a pattern. The impact was brutal, a wide, heavy object, striking with enough force to fracture 2 ribs, despite the natural cushioning of the chest. The weapon wasn't sharp or narrow. It was something thick and solid, like a wooden fence post or a metal pipe. Walker frowned. Could it have been a kick? Black scoffed. Not a chance. A boot toe leaves a small, concentrated mark more like a blade than a blunt weapon. The damage would be different. No stretched ligaments, just clean breaks. What about a knee? Black shook his head. Same issue. A knee strike is circular, compact. The bruising pattern wouldn't match. Walker rubbed his temple, frustration creeping in. So, no way a person could have done this? Unless they had a leg made of steel and could swing it like a baseball bat, no. Black flipped through the medical report again. And that shin bruise. Textbook impact from something long and rounded like a pipe, or again a fence rail. Walker exhaled sharply. What if he swung a pipe at her? Black raised an eyebrow. You'd need a circus act standing on a chair, holding a 6-inch pipe with both hands, lining up the perfect angle. Even then, the physics don't add up. Walker clenched his jaw. But is it possible? Not in this universe, Black said flatly. And I'd swear to that in court. Silence settled between them, broken only by the hum of the AC. Walker finally asked, what about the collarbone? Black scanned the notes. Classic fall injury. The collarbone's nature's fuse box. It snaps to save your neck or skull. Skaters, bikers, anyone taking a hard landing knows the drill. Walker pressed. But could something else cause it? Rarely. Maybe a missed swing with a bat or a falling beam, but Carmen wasn't a firefighter, and there's no bat in the evidence. The room felt heavier. Walker leaned back. All right, he muttered, the word hanging in the stale air. Here's how I'd rewrite this scene while keeping the core tension and dialogue, but making it more engaging for a YouTube audience. The office fan rattled weakly against the oppressive summer heat as Walker leaned forward, frustration tightening his jaw. Doc, I need you to tell me straight, was there any sign this woman was physically abused? Anything at all? Black exhaled, rubbing his temple. No, not unless you're willing to ignore medical facts. Come on, stretch the truth a little. Just give me something to work with. Can't do it. Records show a normal pregnancy and a bad fall from a horse. That's it. Walker clenched his fists, then forced a laugh. Doc, I gotta say you've spent years driving DAs crazy with wild theories in court. Now, when I actually need one of your creative interpretations, you're suddenly Mr. By the book. Black's expression didn't waver. Here's the thing, I only speak up if there's real doubt. And in cases like this, there isn't any. If I were advising her lawyer, I'd say the same thing. Her story doesn't hold up. Walker groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Unbelievable. The one time I want you to pull some magic out of thin air. Black stood, gathering the files. Sometimes, Walker, people are just guilty. With a tired wave, he stepped into the hallway, letting the door slam behind him. Silence settled over the office. Alice and Reacher exchanged glances as Walker slumped at his desk, muttering, "Get out!" Just go. Outside, the heat hit like a furnace blast. Reacher grabbed Alice's elbow before she could cross the street. "You know any decent jewelers in town?" She blinked. "Yeah, why?" "That ring of hers, let's get it appraised." "If she lied about that, what else is she hiding?" Alice hesitated, then shrugged. "Fine. But if you're wrong, you're buying lunch." A quick stop at the evidence locker secured Carmen's belt and ring. As they walked, Reacher smirked. "Army rule trust, but verify." "Twice." Alice rolled her eyes. "You're exhausting." But she followed him anyway, the sun glaring down as they turned toward Main Street. Leaving the rundown part of town behind, Alice and Reacher strolled for about 10 minutes before spotting a jewelry store nestled between high-end boutiques. The window display was cluttered, more chaotic than classy, but the hefty price tags suggested the owner had an eye for quality. Or maybe just wishful thinking. "What's our play here?" Alice asked. Reacher shrugged. "We say it's from your grandma's estate. Keep it simple." Inside, the shopkeeper was an elderly man with a stooped posture, his sharpness dulled by time, but not gone. His gaze flickered with suspicion when they walked in cops, then dismissed the idea just as fast. Alice didn't fit the profile, and Reacher sure as hell didn't, a fact he'd exploited more than once. The old man's next thought was obvious. How much can I get away with? Reacher had seen that look 1,000 times. Alice slid the ring across the counter, spinning a story about inheriting it and considering a sale. The jeweler squinted through his loop, muttering about the 4 C's: color, clarity, cut, carat. The diamond caught the light, throwing bright sparks across the glass case. He measured it with a precision card, settling on 2¼ carats. "Not flawless, but close," he admitted. "How much you want for it?" "Whatever it's worth," Alice said. The man offered 20 grand. Alice blinked. "1,000. Look," he sighed, raising his hands like he was already under attack. "Some fancy Dallas store might charge double, but this is Pecos. I've got overhead. 25's my final offer, fair for both of us." Outside, Alice tucked the ring into a bag like it might burn her. "If he's offering 25, it's gotta be worth 60, Reacher said. "Minimum." Guy's probably got a rap sheet longer than his receipts. "Definitely more than $30, Alice muttered. "So much for it being fake." Reacher didn't correct her, she meant you, not us. Polite to a fault. They trudged back toward the railroad tracks, the Texas sun turning the pavement into a griddle. Half an hour of sweat and silence later, Reacher stopped her outside the mission. "One last shot," he said. "Why?" "Army habit. Double check, then triple check." She exhaled, impatient. "What now?" "You're driving. There's a witness." "Who?" "Ellie. The kid from Echo." Alice froze. "She's 6. And sharper than most adults." If something went down, she'd know. For a long second, Alice just stared through the mission's grimy windows, weighing her next move. The diner was packed. Every booth filled with weary faces, people slumped over their coffee cups, looking like the Texas heat and life itself had drained them dry. "This isn't right," she muttered. "I should walk away." "One more stop," he pressed. "Take the car. Go by yourself." He shook his head. "I need your legal mind. Plus, they won't let me near that school without you. You've got clout. I've got, well, nothing." She exhaled sharply. "This'll eat up the whole day." How long would it have taken to squeeze cash out of that rancher? "How many hours of your precious time?" "We don't charge by the hour." "You get my point." A pause. Then gruntingly, "Fine. A deal's a deal. Last favor. Swear." The yellow beetle hummed along the deserted highway south of Pecos, dust kicking up behind them. He squinted at the unfamiliar landscape last time he'd come this way. It'd been in the back of a cop car at midnight. So why again? Alice asked, fingers drumming the wheel. "Because I used to investigate things." "Got it. Investigators investigate. But don't they, stop once they've got answers?" "The investigators don't get answers. They get hunches." "I thought facts were your thing." "Facts are the garnish. The real meal is gut instinct." "You ever meet someone and just know they're lying?" "That's the job." "Gut feelings don't rewrite history," she shot back. "True, but they point you where to look. You've been wrong before." "Plenty. And now." "Not this time." Alice rolled her eyes. "Because you know people, right? Better than most." "Uh-huh. Like how you knew Carmen Greer played you." Silence. He fiddled with the FedEx envelope on his lap, flipped it, fanned himself with it, studied every inch of the damn thing. Sender. Recipient. Urgent. 2 vite 9 inches. Mike's pound these. With a scoff, he tossed it over his shoulder. "She had no cash on her," he muttered. Alice didn't reply. Just drove her silence thick with pity. "What?" he snapped. "We should turn back. This is pointless." "Why?" "What's Ellie gonna say?" If Carmen had a broken arm, sure, a kid would remember the cast. Same with the wired jaw. But we've got her medical records right here. No fractures, no surgeries. Unless you think they set bones with duct tape out here? He stared out at the hazy mountains. "We're already halfway. Maybe she remembers something else." "Or maybe," Alice said dryly, "you just want to see her." "What's next, buying a crib?" Alice was the one getting the short end of the stick in all this, so there was no point dwelling on Carmen anymore. The silence between them stretched until they reached the dusty intersection with its worn-out diner, the run-down school, and the lone gas station. Alice pulled the VW into the same spot Carmen had parked in days before, the tires crunching over gravel as they stepped out into the blistering heat. "You should let me come with you," Reacher said, squinting against the sun. "Ellie knows me. We can bring her out to the car and talk there." They pushed through the sagging wire gate into the schoolyard, then stepped inside the old building. The air was thick with the scent of chalk and old wood classic schoolhouse nostalgia. But they were back outside just as fast. No Ellie. And according to the teacher, she hadn't been there yesterday either. "Can't blame her," Alice muttered. "Kid's been through hell." Reacher just nodded. "Let's move. It's barely an hour south." "Fantastic," Alice deadpanned. They climbed back into the VW, and this time Alice drove faster than Carmen ever had, chewing through the empty miles in silence. Reacher spotted the landmarks, the rusted oil rigs of Greer, 3 looming in the distance like forgotten skeletons. Almost there, he said. Alice eased off the gas as the red picket fence emerged from the heat haze. She swung the car through the gate, the suspension groaning as they jolted across the uneven yard. The place was eerily quiet, but the vehicles were all there: Cadillac, Jeeps, pickups parked in the barn like sleeping predators. They stepped out cautiously, using the car doors as shields, though from what, neither could say. The air was thick, scorching well over 110 degrees. Reacher led the way up the porch steps into the shade and knocked. The door swung open fast. Rusty Greer stood there, a DD-2 rifle dangling carelessly from one hand. She studied Reacher for a long beat before finally speaking. "You," she said flatly, "thought you might be Bobby. Lost track of him?" Reacher asked. Rusty shrugged. "Went out. Ain't back yet." Reacher glanced at the barn. "All the cars are here." "Someone picked him up," she said. "Didn't see who. Just heard them." Silence. Then Rusty smirked. "Didn't figure I'd ever see you again." "This is Carmen's lawyer," Reacher said, nodding toward Alice. Rusty gave Alice a once-over. This is the best she could afford. "We need to see Ellie," Alice cut in. Rusty's smile turned icy. "Ain't here." "Where is she?" Reacher demanded. "Family services took her this morning." Alice stiffened. "And you just let them?" Rusty's grip on the rifle tightened. "Why wouldn't I? Now that Sloop's gone, she's nothing to me." Reacher's jaw clenched. "She's your blood," Rusty scoffed. "Never was too happy about that." "Where'd they take her?" Alice pressed. "Some orphanage, I guess," Rusty drawled. "Doubt anyone he'll want her, though. Half-breeds don't get adopted easy. Decent folks don't take in beaner trash." The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the faint crackle of the earth baking under the sun. Reacher's voice was low, dangerous. "Hope you rot." He turned and stalked back to the car, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the frame. Alice slid in beside him, firing up the engine. "Get me the hell out of here," he growled. She hit the gas, kicking up a storm of dust behind them as they left the Greer ranch and its poison far behind. The drive north to Pecos was silent, the tension between them as heavy as the desert heat. By the time they pulled into the legal mission's parking lot, the afternoon sun had baked the place into near emptiness. Only a skeleton crew remained, sweat-dampened and sluggish. Alice's desk was buried under a stack of messages, 5 of them from Hack Walker, each one escalating in urgency like a ticking time bomb. "Ready to face the music?" Alice asked, flipping through the notes. Reacher shook his head. "Keep the diamond out of it. This thing's already over." And it was. The second they stepped into Walker's office, Reacher saw it in the man's posture, the loose shoulders, the satisfied smirk. Like a predator who'd already cornered his prey. Papers cluttered Walker's desk, split into uneven stacks. Without a word, he slid a single sheet toward Alice. "Miranda waiver," he said. "She's refusing counsel, swears it's her own choice. Claims she never wanted you in the first place." Alice's jaw tightened. "I questioned her judgment before." Walker shrugged. "Well, now there's no question. You're here as a courtesy, both of you." He tossed the smaller pile across the desk. "Bank records, printed in crisp black ink. 5 accounts under the Greer Non-Discretionary Trust, numbers 1 through 5. 2 checking, 3 money markets. The total? To cool 2 mil. Courtesy of Al Eugene's office, Walker said. Now check the last pages. Alice flipped to the clit together. Sheets legal jargon outlining Carmen's iron grip on Sloop's fortune. Full control unless he croaked or lost his mind, in which case every penny defaulted to her. Clear enough? Walker asked. Alice nodded, but Reacher stayed silent, his gut twisting. Then came the taller stack. Her confession, Walker said, voice dripping with faux sympathy. Alice froze. She confessed. On tape. Noon today. My guy went straight to her after the bank docs landed. Couldn't find you, not that she cared. Signed the waiver, spilled everything. We even did a second take upstairs, just for the cameras. He leaned back smug. It's ugly. Reacher skimmed the transcript, his pulse kicking up. Ugly didn't cover it. Carmen's voice or the cold approximation of it on paper laid bare a past she'd buried. L. Your legitimacy, street walking. Then stripping, rebranded as sex work. The words were clinical, detached, like she'd rehearsed them. But Reacher knew better. This wasn't a confession. It was a surrender. And Walker, he was already counting his win. She clung to Sloop like a lifeline, exactly as Walker had predicted. To her, he was nothing more than a walking ATM. But Texas wore her patience thin. The slow days, the endless heat, she needed an escape, and she wanted it cushioned with cash. When Sloop's ear mess landed in her lap, she saw opportunity. The trusts were irresistible. She even toyed with the idea of arranging his death behind bars, something she'd heard whispers about from her shady connections. But federal minimum security wasn't that kind of joint. So she bided her time. The second she caught wind of his release, she grabbed a gun and started hunting for backup. Her plan: spin a web of lies about abuse to justify what came next. Rita's name came up as a last resort. When he turned her down, she decided to go solo. She'd already laid the groundwork with fake bruises and sob stories, banking on self-defense or a sympathy plea to skate free. But then reality hit. Hospital records don't lie. With no proof of abuse, her only play was to confess and beg for mercy. Her shaky signature marked every page of the statement. Alice, always a deliberate reader, finished a full minute after Reacher. "I'm sorry," she murmured, the words hanging heavy in the air-conditioned hum of the room. Reacher clenched his jaw. "What about the election?" he asked, grasping for one last thread. Walker just shrugged. "Texas law doesn't play nice with paid killers. We've got enough evidence to bury her, and a signed confession? That's gold. Honestly, it works out better for me. Skip the trial, save taxpayer money, push for life instead of the needle. She'll look like the devil herself in court. And me, I get to be the reasonable guy. The whites might grumble, but the Latino vote? They'll love it. Funny how things flip, huh? She was the victim, I was the bad cop. Now, she's the monster and I'm the hero. Works for me." Silence settled again, broken only by the relentless drone of the AC. Alice finally spoke up. "I've got her things, a belt and a ring." "Stick 'em in storage," Walker said. "We're transferring her out soon." "Where to?" "State pen." "She's not staying here." "No, I meant where's storage." "Same building as the morgue." "Don't forget the receipt." Reacher followed Alice out, his body moving on autopilot. The Texas heat, the stink of exhaust, the buzz of the street, none of it registered. He felt weightless, detached, like his mind had checked out. Alice kept talking, but her words dissolved into static. All he heard was that nagging voice in his head. You were wrong. Dead wrong. He had heard it before, but it never got easier. His whole career hinged on being right more often than not, and this was a strike against him. Not for pride's sake, because he took his job seriously. Reacher. Alice's voice cut through. You're not listening. What? I asked if you wanted to grab food. No, he said flatly. I want to ride. Out of here. Far away. Maybe Antarctica. Heard it's lovely this time of year. She stopped walking. Seriously? You're double-checking the case? No. I'm done. The bus station's on the way back, right? I'll take that. No more hitchhiking. Never know who's behind the wheel. The morgue loomed ahead, a squat, metal-sided building that could have passed for a garage. Nothing about it hinted at what waited inside. The employee entrance at the back of the building was a no-frills affair. 2 concrete steps with chipped steel railings leading up to a heavy metal door. Stepping inside was like walking into a freezer. The industrial AC units roared non-stop, turning the space into something closer to a meatpacking plant than a government facility. Which, in a way, it was. Through an open set of double doors to the left, Reacher caught a glimpse of the morgue, gleaming stainless steel tables, harsh fluorescent lights bouncing off sterile white tiles. Alice dropped the lizard skin belt onto the reception counter and rummaged through her purse for the ring. These are personal effects for Texas versus Carmen Greer, she told the attendant, who disappeared briefly before returning with a shallow cardboard tray labeled Greer in thick black marker. Inside, a Lorsen pistol sat in an evidence bag alongside 92 shell casings and a pair of small, misshapen bullets, each in its own separate pouch. One was tagged intracranial 1, the other intracranial 2, complete with reference numbers and signatures. Reacher leaned in. Is the pathologist around? The attendant shrugged. Always is. Good. I need to talk to him. Now. No argument. Just a lazy point toward the double doors. Alice hesitated, but Reacher pushed through, scanning the room until he spotted a small office tucked in the far corner. Behind the glass door, a man in green scrubs was buried in paperwork. Reacher knocked. The pathologist glanced up, waved him in. Help you? He asked, barely looking up. Only 2 bullets and Sloop Greer. Reacher cut straight to it. The guy finally met his eyes. Who's asking? Working with the defendant's lawyer. She's outside. The defendant. No, the lawyer. A beat. Then the pathologist exhaled. Yeah, 2 bullets. Took me forever to dig 'em out. Mind if I see the body? Why? Concerned about a possible miscarriage of justice. That usually got their attention. No pathologist wanted to be blindsided on the stand. The guy stood, leading Reacher through a back door into a dim hallway that ended at a heavy steel door like something out of a butcher's freezer. Bundle up, the pathologist muttered. It's colder than a witch's heart in there. Inside, the air was sharp enough to sting. Fluorescents buzzed overhead, illuminating a wall of stainless steel drawers, 9 across, 3 high. 8 were occupied. The pathologist checked the tags, then yanked one open with a metallic scrape. Had to crack his skull like a walnut, he said, almost conversational. Brains were practically mush by the time I fished these out. Sloop Greer lay stiff and gray, skin like cold putty. His eyes were open, vacant. 2 precise holes punctuated his forehead, spaced about 3 inches apart, neat, bluish, almost artistic. Textbook? Need to work, the pathologist remarked. Clean entry, minimal mess. Someone knew what they were doing. Reacher studied the wounds, then the body. Something didn't add up. You sure there weren't more? The pathologist crossed his arms. You calling me lazy? Just thorough, Reacher said. But his gut said otherwise. The rounds went in just fine, but they sure as hell weren't coming back out. Too sluggish. Not enough kick behind them. Just bouncing around inside like loose change in a dryer. Still, mission accomplished, right? Reacher shut his eyes for a second, then cracked a grin wide enough to split his face. Damn straight, he muttered. Mission definitely accomplished. A sharp rap echoed against the steel doorframe knuckles on metal, hesitant but firm. Reacher blinked back to reality. Alice stood in the doorway, arms wrapped tight around herself like she was holding in the cold. What are you even doing? She called out, breath fogging between them. Reacher exhaled, watching his own breath twist in the air. What comes after quadruple check? He shot back. Quintuple check, she said, frowning. Why? And after that? Sextuple, she sighed. But seriously, why? Because we're about to be checking everything, he said, voice dropping low. Something's way off here, Alice. Come see for yourself. She hesitated, then crossed the tile floor like she was walking through molasses. What's the problem? Tell me what you see, Reacher said, nodding toward the body. Alice forced her gaze down like it took actual effort. 2 headshots, she said flatly. How far apart? 3 inches, give or take. Notice anything else? She shook her head. Just the holes. Reacher nodded. Exactly. So, look closer. Clean entry wounds, right? She leaned in, squinting. No tearing, no burns. Which means the gun wasn't pressed to his skull, Reacher said. A contact shot? That hot gas blasts under the skin, hits bone, and blows back out, leaves a star-shaped mess. Ever seen one? The pathologist chimed in, nodding. Starburst splitting. Not present here. Next up, Reacher continued. Muzzle flash. A near miss shot couple inches out. Leaves a scorch ring. See any? Burn rims missing too, the doc confirmed. And after that soot, a shot from half a foot away? Leaves a greasy smudge. Nothing here either. Alice crossed her arms. So what's your point? Unburned powder, Reacher said. Tiny black specks hammered into the skin tattooing. A foot and a half out? You'd see it. But these holes, pristine. No residue, no burns, no stippling. Shooter was at least 3-4 feet back. Minimum. The pathologist cleared his throat. Try 8.5. Reacher shot him a look. You ran ballistics. Crime scene layout, the doc said. Victim was pinned against the window wall, bed between him and the shooter. She could have been any closer than the opposite side firing diagonally across a king size. Do the math. Reacher grinned. You'll swear to that in court? Absolutely. And that's the closest she could have been. Alice's brow furrowed. What's this proving? Reacher turned to her. That Carmen didn't pull the trigger. How? Simple. How big's a man's forehead? 5 inches wide and 2 inches tall? So, not a chance she could have nailed a target that tiny from over 8 feet away. How would you know? Because I watched her at the range the day before. First time she ever fired a gun. Total disaster. Couldn't hit a truck from point blank. I told her she'd have to press it against his ribs and empty the whole clip. Alice crossed her arms. You're burying her with that kind of testimony. Nobody asked for it. She didn't do it, Alice. Physically impossible. Maybe she got lucky. Once, sure. But twice. Those shots were tight side by side. After the first hit, he'd already be dropping. So, the second had to be immediate. A split-second double tap. That's precision work. Alice hesitated, tapping her fingers against her elbow. Or she was lying the whole time. Played helpless so you'd do the dirty work for her. Ever think of that? Reacher scoffed. No way. I've seen enough shooters to know skill doesn't just vanish. You can't fake incompetence like that. And you can't fake skill either. Silence hung between them. It wasn't Carmen, Reacher insisted. Hell, I couldn't have pulled it off with that cheap piece she bought. 2 headshots, rapid fire? Whoever did this is better than me. A smirk tugged at Alice's lips. And that's saying something? Damn right, he said, dead serious. But she confessed. Why? Beats me. Upstairs, Ellie pressed her hand against her mouth, the skin raw from biting down. She'd eavesdropped from the staircase when the strangers talked to her grandmother. New family. The words stuck in her head. The Greers had already made it clear no more daddy, no more mommy, no more pony. The truck took the horses at dawn, and she didn't cry. Somehow she knew it was all connected. When the strangers let her talk to her mom on the phone, her mom sobbed and whispered, "Be happy with your new family." But were these people her family? Or just the delivery service? She didn't dare ask. Back in Walker's sweltering office, easily 20 degrees hotter than the morgue, sweat dripped down Hack's temples. This is a mess waiting to happen. You really want to stir this up? Alice wiped her forehead. You think? Walker leaned forward. Even if Reacher's right, which is a stretch, since he's basing this on her performance, and we know she lied about everything else, what's that leave us with? A conspiracy? She tried to recruit him. Now you're telling me she got someone else. They show up, grab her gun, execute the whole thing? He shook his head. That's a hell of a story to sell. If this scenario played out the way Reacher suspects, then Carmen orchestrated a paid hit hiring someone to do her dirty work. That's premeditated murder for profit. And in the eyes of the law, it's a whole different level of cold-blooded. Push that angle, and she's staring down the needle all over again. A lone gunshot in the heat of the moment? That almost seems forgivable next to a calculated conspiracy. Stick with the original story, her confession, the single shot, and I'd be fine locking her up for life. But start unraveling some shadowy plot. That's pure malice, and suddenly we're back to execution territory. Alice stayed silent, her expression unreadable. You see where I'm going with this? Walker pressed. There's no upside. None. It only makes her situation 10 times worse. And let's not forget, she already admitted to pulling the trigger. If she's lying now to cover up a bigger scheme, that just proves she knew how bad a conspiracy would look. And we can't ignore that. We'd look like idiots if we did. Reacher just shrugged, but Alice finally spoke. So we drop it? She asked. Walker nodded. If digging deeper helped her, I'd be all over it. But it doesn't. So for her sake and, yeah, for my career's sake, I won't lie, we let it go. Alice exhaled, fanning herself with a folded bus schedule she'd grabbed from the depot counter. You're really okay with that? As a prosecutor, someone might be walking free because of it. Walker scoffed. If. That's a mighty big word. Look, I love putting bad guys away, but I'm not wasting a jury's time on one guy's gut feeling about someone's shooting skills. Especially when that someone is Carmen, a woman who's lied her way through life. For all we know, she's been handling guns since she was a kid in some East L. Barrio. You think a Texas jury would bat an eye at that? Reacher stayed quiet, but Alice gave a reluctant nod. Fine, she muttered. Not like I'm her lawyer anyway. Walker smirked. What would you do if you were? She rolled her eyes. Probably the same thing. No point dragging her into a worse mess. With a sigh, she pushed herself up from the chair, the Texas heat making every movement sluggish. She nudged Reacher's shoulder with a resigned look. What else is there to do? Before heading for the door. Reacher followed, leaving Walker to stare at an old photo on his desk, 3 boys grinning by a beat-up truck. Outside, the sun was brutal. They crossed the street to the bus depot, a sad little patch of asphalt with a few benches under flimsy white shades. The air conditioner in the ticket hut rattled like it was on its last legs, the woman inside flipping lazily through a magazine. Walker's not wrong, Alice admitted, squinting against the glare. He's doing her a favor. This fight's already lost. Reacher didn't answer, just studied the departure board. Next bus out, Topeka, Kansas, stopping in Oklahoma City. Due in 30 minutes. Ever been? Alice asked. Close enough, he said. Leavenworth's not far. He bought a one-way ticket, tucking it into his pocket. Good luck, Alice, he said. 4 years from now, I'll check the yellow pages for your law office. She laughed, hesitating for a second hug and shake, before settling on a smile and turning away. Reacher watched her go until she disappeared around the corner, then found the shadiest bench and sat down to wait, the hum of the distant highway, the only sound in the quiet depot. The uncertainty still gnawed at her. The people who'd brought her here had given her a comfortable room, clean sheets, warm blankets, even a nightlight. It felt like a home, but something was off. They moved with purpose, always jotting notes or whispering in hushed tones. Their kindness was genuine but distant, like nurses checking vitals. The sterile white walls and the faint smell of antiseptic only deepened her suspicion. Are you doctors? She finally blurted out, unable to shake the comparison. The answer came swiftly. No. Her stomach twisted. Then, are you my new family? Another shake of the head. Not us. But soon. How soon? A few days. For now, you stay with us. She watched them bustle away, their clipboards clutched tight. The Greyhound roared into the station right on schedule, its silver sides streaked with grime from the highway. Exhaust fumes curled around the tires as the engine rattled, the AC vents blasting icy air into the Texas heat. Reacher waited until the last passenger stepped off before boarding, his ticket crumpled in his fist. The driver barely glanced at him. 2 minutes, the man muttered, already unbuckling. Gotta hit the restroom. Reacher grunted and claimed a window seat, stretching his legs across the empty space beside him. The tinted glass softened the glare of the setting sun, but the spent bullet casings in his pocket dug into his thigh. He fished them out, rolling them between his fingers like poker chips still warm, still smelling of gunpowder. Just as the driver returned, Reacher stood abruptly. Changed my mind, he announced, already moving down the aisle. The driver blinked. Tickets canceled. No refunds unless you mail. Don't care about the money, Reacher cut in. Just open the damn door. Outside, the bus's growl faded as it turned toward the highway. Reacher didn't look back. The law office was packed, tense whispers, shuffling paperwork, the occasional wail of a restless child. Alice was deep in conversation with a young mother when she spotted him. "Bus trouble?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Need a legal answer," he said. "Fast." She leaned back. "Shoot." If a guy confesses to his lawyer, how hard can cops push for details? "Attorney-client privilege," she replied instantly. "They can't touch it." Reacher nodded, then jerked his chin toward her phone. "Mind if I borrow that?" Alice hesitated, then slid a phone book across the desk. "Bottom drawer. A Boline's in there." As she turned back to her client, Reacher flipped to the emergency listings. The state police picked up on the second ring. "I've got intel on a crime," he said, voice low. The line clicked to hold. Somewhere in the background a cop laughed, and a radio crackled to life. "Sergeant Rodriguez," a gruff voice answered the call. Reacher leaned against the cracked vinyl seat of the diner booth, keeping his tone steady. "I've got intel on a possible homicide," he said, adjusting the lie as he went. "Mind if I ask who's speaking?" "Chester A. Arthur," Reacher replied smoothly. "Pecos County Attorney." The name rolled off his tongue like he'd used it 100 times before. Rodriguez didn't miss a beat. "All right, Mr. Arthur, what have you got?" "That Mercedes abandoned south of Abilene last Friday. Belonged to a lawyer named Al Eugene. He's officially missing now. Keys clacked in the background." "Got it. What's your angle?" "Client of mine swears Eugene was snatched from his car and executed right near the scene." Rodriguez's tone sharpened. "Your client's name?" "Attorney-client privilege," Reacher shot back. "And honestly, I'm not even sure I buy his story yet. That's why I need you to dig. If his details line up, maybe I can convince him to talk." Alice, sitting across from him, had abandoned her coffee mid-sip, eyes locked on him like he'd just sprouted a second head. Rodriguez pressed. "What exactly is he claiming?" "Says Eugene was forced into another vehicle, driven a mile or two north, then dumped in some hidden spot left side of the road. Bodies stashed where nobody'd stumble on it." Alice mouthed, "What the hell?" But Reacher ignored her, pushing forward. "You need to sweep that stretch brush, rock crevices, old pump houses. Anywhere a car could pull off." Rodriguez sounded skeptical. "We already canvassed the immediate area." "Not far enough," Reacher countered. "My guy's specific, 1 to 2 miles north. Left side." A pause. Then, grudgingly, "You got a contact number?" "I'll call you," Reacher said. "Give me an hour." He hung up before Rodriguez could argue. The diner's hum filled the silence. Alice's stare could have drilled through steel. "Care to explain?" she finally hissed. Reacher exhaled. "We should have dug into Eugene's disappearance sooner." "Why?" "Because Carmen didn't kill Sloop. That's our one solid fact." Alice rolled her eyes. "That's a theory, not a fact." "Trust me, it's fact." His voice dropped, edged with certainty. "I know a frame job when I see one. And this? Textbook." She crossed her arms. "So if not Carmen, who? Think about it. Eugene vanishes. Sloop gets popped. Both tied to the same shady deal that sprung Sloop from prison. That kind of leverage doesn't come cheap. Someone had a lot to lose." Alice frowned. "Carmen literally suggested that exact play to you. Kill Sloop, blame the deal." Reacher shook his head. "Nah. She's a liar, but not that kind of liar. This was a pro hit. No way she'd be dumb enough to let it go down in her own bedroom with her own gun. That's amateur hour. Alice chewed her lip. Then how? 2 separate hits. Eugene first hidden where he wouldn't stink up the place for weeks. Then Sloop, staged to look like a crime of passion. Clean, efficient. And Carmen. She just got lucky. Alice leaned in. You really believe that? Absolutely. Pro's plan. They don't leave trails. And they sure as hell don't let their patsy wander around hitching rides with strangers days before the job? He paused, letting it sink in. This wasn't personal. It was business. Alice opened her mouth, then froze as the diner's door banged open, a gust of dry Texas wind carrying in the faintest hint of gasoline and trouble. She might have been with Ellie when it happened. Or maybe she stepped into the bedroom and saw the aftermath. Could have even been in the shower. Her hair was still damp when they cuffed her. Then she would have heard the gunshots. Not with that shower. Sounds like a thunderstorm in there. And assembly dam. One dre detere bum. 92. Barely louder than a whisper. How do you know where they'll dump Eugene's body? If you're even right? Put myself in their shoes. They had their own ride out in the sticks, probably faked a breakdown or a flat. Lured him in, shoved him into their car, took off. But they wouldn't keep him in there long. Too dangerous. 2, 3 minutes tops. That's a mile or two from where they started. Why north? And why the left side? I drive way up first, double back, scope the shoulder. Pick a spot, measure 2 miles back, turn around, and wait. Plausible, she admitted. But the Sloop thing? No way. They just rolled up to that house in Echo, middle of nowhere, snuck in while she was showering? I could have pulled it off, he said. And I'm betting they're at least as good as me. Maybe better. Definitely better shots. You're insane, she said. Maybe, he shrugged. No, definitely, she shot back. She confessed. Why would she do that if she had nothing to do with it? We'll crack that later. For now, we wait an hour. He left Alice buried in paperwork and stepped back into the sweltering heat. Figured he'd finally check out the Wild West Museum. By the time he got there, it was shut too late in the day. But he spotted an alley leading to a back lot. A low gate blocked the way, easy enough to hop. Behind the building stood relics of the past, a tiny jail cell, a replica of Judge Roy Bean's courthouse, and a hanging tree. The trio made a grim little timeline: arrest, trial, execution. Nearby, Clay Allison's grave sat neatly kept, the headstone polished. Robert Clay Allison, 1840 to 1887. Never killed a man that did not need killing. Reacher had no middle name. Just Jack Reacher, born 1960, still kicking. He wondered if he'd ever get a headstone. Probably not. Nobody left to arrange it. He wandered back to the alley, hopped the gate, and found himself facing a squat concrete building with storefronts below and offices above. One window bore the faded gold lettering, Albert E. Eugene, attorney at law. A couple of other firms shared the space, the budget lawyers, Reacher guessed. Close enough to the courthouse for convenience, but not as fancy as the high-priced ones or as desperate as the free legal aid. Though Eugene drove a Mercedes. Maybe he hustled hard. Or maybe he was just drowning in debt, clinging to appearances. At the crossroads, the sun hung low, painting the sky in streaks of orange. Dark clouds piled up in the south, and a warm gust tugged at his shirt, kicking up dust from the sidewalk. He stood still, letting the wind press the fabric against his skin before it faded, leaving the heat to settle back in. The clouds lingered, smudges against the horizon. Back at Alice's office, she was still buried in work. A middle-aged Mexican couple sat across from her, patient but weary. The paperwork had multiplied. She nodded toward his usual spot beside her. He squeezed in, grabbed the phone, and dialed Abilene from memory. The man introduced himself as Chester Arthur and requested to speak with Sergeant Rodriguez. After a tense minute on hold, Rodriguez answered, and from the urgency in his tone, Reacher immediately knew they'd discovered Eugene's body. "We need your client's name, mister," Arthur Rodriguez demanded. Reacher cut straight to the point. "What did your team find?" "Exactly where you said, 1.5 miles north. Left side, wedged in a limestone crevice. Single gunshot to the right eye." Naughty too?" Rodriguez scoffed. "Not a chance. From what I'm hearing, it was a 9mm or bigger. Messy exit wound, most of his head's missing." Reacher stayed silent, letting the details sink in. Rodriguez pressed on. "Got an estimated time of death? Hard to pin down in this heat. Coyotes got to him first, chewed up the parts the medical examiner usually checks. But if someone said Friday, we wouldn't argue." Reacher didn't respond. "I need names," Rodriguez insisted. "My guy didn't pull the trigger," Reacher countered. "I'll talk to him. Maybe he'll call you." He hung up before Rodriguez could protest. Alice and her clients were staring at him, clearly understanding enough English to follow the grim update. "Which president was Chester Arthur?" Alice asked, trying to lighten the mood. "Between Garfield and Grover Cleveland," Reacher replied. "Ale of two from Vermont." "Who was the other?" "Calvin Coolidge." Alice exhaled. "So, they found Eugene." "Yep. Now what?" Reacher's jaw tightened. "Now we warn Hack Walker." Alice frowned. "Warn him? Think about it. 2 out of 2 is bad enough, but I'm betting it's 2 out of 3. Hack, Al, and Sloop, they were a trio. Carmen said they all worked the deal together. Hack brokered it with the feds. He knew everything they did. That makes him next." Alice turned to her clients. Switching to English. "Sorry, we have to go." They found Hack Walker in his office, briefcase snapped shut, ready to leave for the day. The dimming light through the windows cast long shadows as they delivered the news. His face went pale, sweat beading as he sank into his chair. For a long moment he just sat there, then nodded slowly. "I always knew," he muttered. "But I was hoping." Reacher offered a quiet, "I'm sorry." Hack swallowed hard. "Do they know why? Or who?" "Not yet." Walker's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Why'd they tell you before me?" Reacher figured out where to look, Alice explained. He pointed them in the right direction. She laid out Reacher's theory, the deal, the dangerous knowledge, the pattern. Hack listened, color gradually returning to his face. Then he shook his head. "No, that can't be right. The deal was nothing. Sloop caved, agreed to pay taxes and penalties. That's it. Al reached out to the EREs, they barely blinked. Routine stuff, handled by junior staff. The prosecutor signed off, I just sped it up. Nobody gets killed over a NURS settlement." He paused, then stiffened, his expression shifting to something darker. "You should leave now." Alice frowned. We're sorry for your loss. We know you were close." But Hack wasn't thinking about grief. His voice dropped low. "We shouldn't keep talking." Reacher narrowed his eyes. "Why not?" "Because we're going in circles, and we're ending up somewhere we don't want to be." "Are we?" Tack leaned forward, his tone suddenly sharp. "Think about it. Nobody ends up dead over some boring tax issue. Or do they? Sloop and Al were about to strip Carmen of her trust money and hand most of it over to the Greers. Now they're both gone. Simple math, 2 plus 2 equals 4. The more we talk, the stronger her motive looks. 2 bodies, not just one. At this point, I can't ignore the possibility of a setup. And honestly, I hate even going there. Reacher cut in, sharp. There was no conspiracy. If she'd already hired someone, why bother pulling me into it? Walker shrugged. To muddy the waters. Throw suspicion off herself? You really think she's that clever? I do. Then prove it, Reacher shot back. You've got her bank records. Show me the payment. Walker hesitated, then dug out his keys and unlocked a desk drawer, pulling out a stack of financial documents. Reacher held his breath as Walker flipped through them, page by painstaking page. Finally, he slapped them back down, expressionless. Alice snatched them up. Scanning the debit column, nothing but small, scattered withdrawals. The biggest, $297, most under $100. Add up the last month, Reacher said. Alice did the math. About 900 total. Reacher nodded. Even if she saved every penny, 900 doesn't buy a professional hit. Not the kind we're dealing with here. Walker stayed silent. We need to talk to her, Reacher insisted. Can't, Walker said. She's already on her way to prison. Reacher's jaw tightened. She didn't do this. She's innocent. Then why confess? Reacher shut his eyes for a beat, then opened them, steady. Someone got to her, forced her hand. Who? No idea. But we can find out. Reacher leaned forward. Get the visitor logs. See who came to see her. Walker wiped his forehead, then grabbed the phone and barked an order. 3 minutes later, the bailiff hustled in, out of breath, carrying a thick ledger. Walker flipped through it, then jabbed his finger at the entries. Carmen had one visitor twice. The same assistant Di, first for a 2-minute chat where she clammed up, then a 12-minute session that ended with her confession. That's it. Reacher demanded. The bailiff nodded. Guaranteed. What about phone calls? Alice pressed. The bailiff sighed. Her lawyer called nonstop Monday and Tuesday morning. Huge hassle kept dragging her back and forth to the phone. Who was the lawyer? Alice asked. Confidential, the bailiff said. But it was a guy. Sounded like your average Joe voice was kind of muffled, though. Reacher exchanged a glance with Alice. Something didn't add up, and they were running out of time to figure it out. The line crackled with static, making the caller's voice hard to decipher. Same guy each time? Alice asked, leaning forward in her chair. Pretty sure, Reacher muttered. The office fell silent. Walker gave a distracted nod, and the bailiff took it as his cue to leave. The sound of footsteps faded through the outer office, followed by the heavy click of the lobby door. She never mentioned having a lawyer, Walker said, frowning. Insisted she didn't want one. Same here, Alice agreed. Reacher's jaw tightened. We need to ID this caller. Get the phone records. Walker shook his head. No can do. Attorney-client privilege. Reacher shot him a look. You honestly believe that was a lawyer? You don't. Not a chance. Somebody was threatening her, forcing her to lie. Think about it. First interview, she clammed up. Next day, she's confessing. Only difference? Those calls. Walker hesitated. What kind of threat could make someone admit to murder? Meanwhile, the abduction team was way out of their comfort zone. Kidnapping? Routine. Keeping a kid alive? Not in their job description. They'd played the part, perfectly dressed like social workers, rolling up in an official-looking sedan, flashing fake paperwork. The grandmother barely glanced at the documents before handing the kid over like she was relieved. And the girl? No fuss, no tears. Just wide-eyed obedience, like she was trying to impress them. Smooth. Too smooth. Normally, they'd have wrapped things up quick, one bullet, ditch the body, vanish. But this job required keeping her alive. Hidden. For days, maybe. It made them twitchy. Pros don't like unknowns. "Call family services," Reacher snapped. "Now." Walker blinked at him, then jolted into action, yanking open a drawer and flipping through a binder. He dialed, got nothing, then tried an emergency line. A pause. Then, in a hollow voice, "They've got no record of her." The room went dead silent. Walker exhaled, eyes shutting briefly. "All right. We need every agency on this state, police, FBI. And we need to move fast." His fingers drummed the desk. "Time's not on our side. The tension in kidnappings never lets up. Victims could vanish anywhere, anytime. That's why I need you both in Echo immediately to squeeze every detail out of Rusty. Descriptions, leads, whatever she's got." Reacher scoffed. "Rusty won't give us the time of day. She's got a temper hotter than a Texas summer. What about the local sheriff? That guy. Useless. Probably 3 sheets to the wind by now. You're on your own." "This is a dead end," Reacher muttered. Walker yanked open a drawer, pulled out 2 shiny badges, and slapped them on the desk. "Raise your right hands," he ordered. "Repeat after me." He mumbled through some half-baked oath, and Reacher and Alice stumbled through it, catching what they could. Walker nodded. "Congrats, deputies. That badge works county-wide. Rusty has to talk now." Reacher just blinked. "Seriously, you can still deputize people like it's 1885? "Damn right I can," Walker shot back. "Now move your asses. I've got calls to make." Reacher pocketed the badge, standing taller, officially back in the game, after 4 long years. Alice followed suit. "Meet back here ASAP," Walker called as they left. "And don't screw this up." 8 minutes later, they were back in the beat-up yellow VW, speeding toward the red house for the second time that day. Meanwhile, the woman let the phone ring 4 times, digging through her bag for the voice modulator. But she didn't need it. The message was one-sided, crisp, detailed, repeated twice for emphasis. She hung up, tossing the gadget back in her bag. "It's tonight," she announced. "What is?" the tall man asked. "The Pecos job. Things are falling apart up there. They found Eugene's body." "Already?" "Damn right already," she snapped. "So, we move fast. Tonight. Before this whole thing goes up in flames." "Who's the mark?" "Jack Reacher, some ex-military drifter." "Got a description?" "There's a lawyer chick mixed up in it too. She's collateral." "We handle them during the babysitting gig?" The woman shrugged. "And we keep the main job running till it's not. Then we clean house." The men exchanged glances. Ellie watched silently from the bed. Reacher was lousy company on the drive. For 90 minutes he barely spoke, just hunched over maps under the VW's dim dome light, tracing the jagged lines of Echo County's southern border. The straight east-west county line made no sense 50 miles from the Rio Grande. Why'd she lie about the ring? He finally muttered. Alice kept her eyes on the road, foot heavy on the gas. She lied about everything. This was different, Reacher insisted. How? Like comparing steak to salad. Alice frowned. You lost me. The ring's the only piece that doesn't fit. The only thing. Everything else adds up. The ring's the outlier. The power poles whipped past, flickering in the headlights. You know what's happening, don't you? Alice said. I disagree differ. Richa ignored her. You ever done CAD work? No. You? Nope. So? You know what it is? She rolled her eyes. Vaguely. They build whole houses on screen. Walk through 'em, paint the walls, whatever. Like a digital dollhouse. The digital model lets them spin it 360 degrees, inspecting every detail, front, back, even underneath. If it's a vehicle, they can toggle between daylight and nighttime lighting, watching how the shadows shift. They can slam it into a wall, test its durability, tweak the physics. It's hyper-realistic, but still just pixels. A simulation, not the real deal. Alice exhaled sharply. So what? I can visualize this mess like a 3D blueprint, every angle, every flaw. Except that damn ring. That's the glitch in the system. Reacher shot her a look. Care to elaborate? Waste of breath, he muttered. Not until I crack it. Will Ellie be all right? That's the plan. Hence the road trip. You really think her grandma's got answers? His shoulders lifted slightly. Doubt it. Then why are we driving halfway across the state? Silence. He popped the glove box, shoved the maps inside, and pulled out the HK pistol. Magazine out, round count confirmed 10 shells, untouched. He slammed it back in, racked a slide, and thumbed the safety. The weight settled into his jacket pocket. Alice's grip tightened on the wheel. You expecting trouble? Counting on it, he said. Got extra rounds? She shook her head. Never thought I'd need M. His jaw flexed. You good? She pressed. Peak condition, he said. Like right before that deadbeat client stiffed you post-trial. A smirk tugged at her lips. Hell of a rush. That's your fix, huh? Guess so. He leaned back. This is mine. The hunt. Walker handed me that badge, and suddenly click. Everything snapped into place. I'm a predator, Alice. Always have been. Her eyes flicked to him. You've pieced it together, haven't you? Beyond the ring. Try me. Nothing. Seriously, she insisted. Ever ridden a horse? Please. I'm from Manhattan. Closest I've gotten to nature is the shrubbery on Park Avenue. Took my first ride with Carmen yesterday. You're way the hell up there like balancing on a skyscraper. And, ever wipe out on a bike? In New York traffic? Suicide. Rollerblades. Back when neon spandex was a thing. Took a spill once, road rash for weeks. He nodded. That dinner you cooked. Homemade. Obviously. You measure everything? Unless you want a disaster. So you've got a kitchen scale? Yeah, why, the scales of justice, he murmured. She swerved the car toward him. Reacher, what the hell? His gaze cut left. The red fence blurred past in the headlights. We're here. Story time later. She cranked the wheel, tires crunching gravel as the beams lit up the barn. Aim for the truck, he ordered. The light spilled over a shiny new pickup, a dusty Jeep, and between them a relic. A Chevy, 2 decades old, sagging on flat tires, paint baked to a ghost of its former self. Alice killed the engine. The night air clung, thick with humidity and the buzz of restless insects. Eerie silence. They approached the derelict truck, its roll bar rusted, springs shot. Well, she prompted. Reacher ran a hand along the fender. Pretty sure this is the truck from Walker's photo. New detail. A moth thudded against the headlight, wings frantic, casting jagged shadows over the license plate, faded numbers just legible under the grime. Tone shift, and let me guess, Alice deadpanned. It's secretly the key to everything, and also haunted. Reacher's mouth quirked. Only one way to find out. The three of them, him, Sloop, and Eugene, were leaning against the truck's fender in the photo. Honestly, all trucks look alike to me, she said. Sloop had the exact same picture. Does that mean something? He shrugged. They were tight. They turned away. Alice slipped back into the VW and cut the headlights. Then he guided her toward the porch steps, up to the front door. A sharp knock. A pause. Bobby Greer swung the door open, eyebrows raised in surprise. "Guess you made it back," Reacher said. Bobby's face twisted into a scowl, like he'd heard that line before. "My boys took me out," he muttered, "helping me cope with the loss." Reacher flipped open his palm, revealing the chrome badge. The old badge trick, it never got old. Not quite the same thrill as flashing his old Army SID credentials, but it did the job. Bobby froze, his hand halfway to shutting the door again. "Police," Reacher said. "We need to talk to your mother." "Police. You." Hack Walker swore us in. "Full jurisdiction in Echo County. Where's your mom?" Bobby hesitated. He leaned out, sniffed the air like a hound catching a scent, then squinted at the darkening sky. "Storm's coming," he said. "Rolling in from the south." "Bobby, where's your mother?" Another pause. "Inside," he finally said. Reacher nudged Alice past him into the dim red foyer, rifles mounted on the walls, a mirror reflecting the dim light. The house was cooler, the old AC groaning upstairs, fighting the heat. They moved through to the back parlor. Rusty Greer sat at the table, same chair as before. Same outfit, skin-tight jeans, a fringed blouse, her hair shellacked into a stiff, helmet-like halo. "Official business, Mrs. Greer," Reacher said, flashing the badge again. "We need answers." "Or what, tough guy?" Rusty sneered. "You gonna slap cuffs on me?" Reacher dragged out a chair and sat across from her, locking eyes. "I haven't done a damn thing wrong," she snapped. Reacher shook his head. "Actually, you've done everything wrong." "Like what?" "Like my grandma would have fought to her last breath before letting anyone take her grandkids. Literally. Over her dead body, she'd have said. And she'd have meant it." Silence. Just the slow, relentless tick of the ceiling fan. "It was for the kids' own good," Rusty muttered. "And I didn't have a choice. They had paperwork." "You ever handed off a grandkid before?" "No." "Then how do you know the papers were legit?" Rusty shrugged, lips pressed tight. "Did you even check?" "How could I?" She shot back. "They looked official. All that legal jargon aforementioned hereinafter, state of Texas." "They were fake," Reacher said. "It was a kidnapping, Mrs. Greer. Coercion. They took your granddaughter to use as leverage against your daughter-in-law." He studied her face, waiting for realization, guilt, anything. Something flickered there, he couldn't quite place it. "We need descriptions," he said. "How many were there?" She stayed silent. "How many people, Mrs. Greer?" "Two. A man and a woman." "White?" "Yeah." "What need they look like?" Another shrug. "Average?" "Like social workers. City types. Drove a big car." "Hair?" "Eyes?" "Clothes?" "Blonde, maybe. Cheap suits." "The woman had a skirt. Blue eyes, I think." Guy was tall. Their car. Don't know cars. Big sedan. Not fancy, not a Cadillac. Color? Gray or blue. Not dark. You got any humble pie in that kitchen? Why? Because I ought to shove it down your throat till you choke. Those blonde, blue-eyed social workers? They're the ones who murdered Al Eugene. And you handed them your granddaughter. Her face drained of color. Murdered. Al's dead? 2 minutes after they dragged him out of his car. Her lips trembled. What about she choked, unable to finish? What about Ellie? The words stuck in her throat. Reacher kept his voice low, but firm. Not yet. That's what I'm betting on and praying for. You should be too, because if they lay a finger on her, you know what's coming next. She stayed silent, lips pressed tight, shaking her head in refusal. I'll come back here, he continued, and shatter your spine like dry kindling. I'll prop you up just to hear it crack. The forced bath was humiliating. One of the men, short, with thick black hair covering his arms, leaned against the bathroom door, eyes locked on her the entire time. Her mother's warning echoed in her head. Never let anyone see you like this, especially a man. But there was no escape. No pajamas, no belongings, just his mocking voice. Who needs pajamas in this heat? She dried off with a thin towel, avoiding his stare, her body trembling. The urge to pee burned, but she refused to give him that satisfaction. Squeezing past him, she felt his breath on her neck. The other two, a man and a woman, tracked her every move until she collapsed onto the bed, yanking the covers over her head, biting back tears. Alice turned the wheel, guiding the car north into the empty Texas night. The AC blasted, fighting the thick heat. What's on your mind? She asked. Where Ellie is, Reacher muttered. You really think the same people who killed Eugene took her? Logistics say yes. No way they'd hire separate teams out here. Either killers dabbling in kidnapping or kidnappers trying their hand at murder. My money's on the first Eugene's death was too clean. Amateurs couldn't pull that off. All they did was shoot him. Reacher scoffed. They controlled him. Got him to stop, lured him out, kept him quiet. That's skill. Then they put a bullet through his eye, a shot that small? That's not just accuracy. That's pride. The car fell silent except for the engine's growl. Alice tightened her grip. So now they've got a kid, and they're out of their depth. Exactly. They're used to quick jobs, not babysitting. A family of 3, man, woman, kid draws less attention, but they're sweating it. 3. Standard setup. Driver, shooter, lookout. Army taught me that. She hesitated, then stayed put, though her fingers twitched. Why not do for Carmen what you've done before? His jaw clenched. Still asking myself that. Another mile passed before she spoke again. Why keep Ellie? They got the confession. Reacher glanced at her. You tell me, counselor. When's a confession set in stone? Never. It can always be undone. A beat. Then quieter. Then they're not done with her yet. The car rolled on through the Texas night, the hum of tires on asphalt filling the silence between them. If she pleads no contest to the indictment, that could be a turning point, Alice said, drumming her fingers on the steering wheel. How fast could that go down? Tomorrow, no problem. The grand jury's always in session. It'd take 10 minutes tops. I thought Texas justice moved at a crawl. Only if you fight it. The headlights swept past a blink, and you miss a town just a school, a gas station, and a diner vanishing in the rear view. The sky ahead was clear. Stars still sharp, but dark clouds were piling up behind them. She could walk free tomorrow, Alice muttered. Or not. They might worry she can ID them. That kid doesn't miss much she watches, she thinks. So, what's our play? We find her first. Reacher yanked open the glove box, pulled out the maps, and unfolded a detailed layout of Pecos County across his knees. The dome light flicked on, casting a dim glow. Where do we even start? Alice asked. I've hunted down deserters before, Reacher said. You get inside their heads, figure out where they'd go. That simple. Sometimes. The car sped on, the quiet stretching between them. But they could be holed up anywhere, Alice pressed. Old barns, abandoned houses, nah, they're in motels. Why? Because image matters to them. They conned Al Eugene, fooled Rusty Greer, or close enough. They need showers, clean clothes, working outlets for their damn hair dryers. There's 1,000 motels out here, Alice said. Reacher nodded. And they're switching spots. Basic tradecraft. So, how do we pick the right one tonight? He tilted the map into the light. We think like them. Figure out what we do, and they'll do the same. That's one hell of a gamble. Or the only play we've got. Are we starting now? No. We're heading back to your office. Why? Because charging in blind against pros like these, with a kid in the mix? Bad idea. Then what? We split them up. Lured 2 out, maybe grab 1 for questioning. A prisoner who talks. Exactly. How? Bait them. They already know we're onto them. They'll come for us, try to clean up loose ends. They know? Alice's grip tightened on the wheel. Who told them? Reacher didn't answer. Just studied the map, tracing the faint, red lines of roads cutting through miles of nothing. He closed his eyes, picturing the landscape. When they pulled into the lot behind the law office, shadows stretched long and deep. Alice fumbled with the key to the back door while Reacher scanned the darkness. Inside, the old building was stuffy, the AC off for the night. Reacher stood still, listening for the slightest shift in the air, that primal sense of someone waiting. Nothing. Call Walker, he said. Tell him we're here. He made Alice sit back to back with him at a borrowed desk, his pistol resting in his lap. Safety off. Then he dialed Rodriguez in Abilene. The sergeant sounded exhausted. Check the Bar Association, Rodriguez grumbled. No Texas lawyer named Chester A. Arthur. Reacher leaned against the wall, phone pressed to his ear. Vermont born and raised, he said. Just lending a hand down here, no strings attached. A scoff crackled through the line. Yeah, right. Silence stretched between them. Reacher broke it. Here's the deal names for answers. Simple. Answers for who? You, for starters. 17 years in the Rangers, what's that taught you about Border Patrol? Enough to get by. Then give me a straight yes or no dodging. 12 years back, that Border Patrol investigation. Was it all just for show? Rodriguez hesitated, then exhaled a single syllable. Reacher cut in before he could elaborate. I'll call you back. He hung up and turned to Alice, who was tapping her foot impatiently. Walker in the loop. Fully briefed, she said. Wants us to sit tight till he's done with the feds. Reacher shook his head. Bad idea. Standing still makes us easy targets. We move, meet him, then hit the road again. Alice bit her lip. Are we actually in trouble here? Nothing we can't outmaneuver, he said. She stayed quiet, arms crossed. You nervous? He pressed. Terrified, she admitted. Can't afford to be, he said. I need you sharp. Why's the ring lie throwing you off so much? Because everything else is second-hand. The ring. I saw it. That changes things. Still don't get why it matters. It matters because my entire theory's built on logic, and that lie just kicked the legs out from under it. Why are you so set on trusting her? No cash on her when she ran. That says something. Alice rolled her eyes. What's this grand theory of yours? Remember Balzac. Marcuse. She nodded. Mutt did. Reacher smirked. Add Ben Franklin to the mix. And something Bobby Greer once said about armadillos. Alice stared. You're insane. Maybe, he admitted. But theories need testing. And we've got the perfect setup. How? We wait. See who shows up hunting us. She didn't answer. Let's go find Walker, Reacher said. Outside, the Texas heat clung to them, thick and suffocating. A humid wind rolled in from the south, carrying the scent of rain. The courthouse loomed ahead, its windows reflecting the storm-darkened sky. Walker's office was a disaster, papers everywhere. Phone books stacked like a crumbling fortress. He looked exhausted, rubbing his temples. It's chaos out there, he said. FBI, state troopers, roadblocks, choppers, over 150 boots on the ground. And now this storm's rolling in. Perfect timing. Reacher thinks they're holed up in some motel, Alice said. Walker nodded grimly. If they are, they'll flush me out. This kind of manhunt. No mercy. Reacher glanced around the office door, windows, the mess of files. We still useful here. Walker shook his head. Leave it to the pros. I'm clocking out for a few hours. Then we'll head to Alice's place, Reacher said. Call if anything breaks. Walker gave a tired salute. You'll be the first to know. The woman adjusted her jacket. Cool and calculated. FBI covers again. Easiest play. The driver frowned. All three of us. What about the kid? She didn't hesitate. You stay with him. Silence. Then abort horizon. 4 hours, she said. Clean break. She held his gaze. Eyebrows arched, no mistakes. The clock was ticking. She crouched down and yanked open the bulky suitcase. All right, time to move, she muttered. They repeated the same routine as with Al Eugene, just at double speed, since the Crown Vic sat exposed in the motel parking lot, instead of stashed in some remote desert pull-off. The flickering lot lights barely cut through the darkness. The place deserted, but that didn't stop the uneasy prickle at the back of her neck. Wheel covers came off, tossed into the trunk. Antennas snapped onto the rear window and trunk lid. Blue windbreakers zipped over their shirts. Extra mags stuffed into pockets. They tugged their souvenir caps low, checked their Glocks racking slides, flicking safeties, tucking them away. The blonde guy slid behind the wheel while she hesitated at the door. 4 hours, she repeated. Clean sweep. He gave a tight nod as the door clicked shut behind her. His gaze flicked to the kid sprawled on the bed. Clean sweep meant no loose ends, especially the breathing kind. Reacher grabbed the H&K, the Texas maps, and the FedEx packet from the VW, hauling it all into Alice's house. The AC hummed, blasting icy air that made him wonder how much she was shelling out to keep the place this frigid. Where's the scale? He asked. She brushed past him, crouching to yank open a cabinet. With a grunt, she hefted a vintage-style kitchen scale onto the counter, big as a dinner plate, with a domed plastic face and chrome trim. The red needle twitched under the not legal for trade stamp. This thing accurate? He asked. Alice shrugged. Seems fine. My nut roast never complains. The chrome bowl sat perched above the dial. He tapped it, watching the needle jump before settling back to 0. He dropped the empty H&K into the bowl with a metallic clink. 2 pounds, 6 ounces solid, but not unexpected. He reassembled it, then rummaged through her pantry, pulling out a garish yellow 5-pound sugar bag. The needle hit dead on. Next, a pack of walnuts. 2 pounds, just like the label said. Close enough, he muttered. The maps weighed in at £1.03 pound. The FedEx packet, £1.01 pound. Combined with the maps and the loaded gun, the total tipped just over 5 pounds. Bullet math could wait. Let's roll, he said. But we're hitting a gas station first. Long drive ahead. He eyed her dress. You got anything less delicate? Probably, she said, already heading upstairs. Screwdriver, he called after her. Under the sink. He knelt, finding a toolbox that looked like it belonged in a kid's lunchbox, bright red plastic, barely big enough for a wrench. Perfect. He popped the toolbox open and grabbed a yellow-handled screwdriver, mid-sized and sturdy. Moments later, Alice reappeared, now dressed in loose cargo pants and a sleeveless black tee, the fabric frayed at the shoulders. Ready? She asked. Judith and I, he replied, we've got history. She smirked, but stayed quiet. Hope your car's insured, he added. Tonight might get rough. No response. She just locked up and followed him to the VW. As she pulled out of the complex, Reacher scanned the shadows, alert. They stopped at a 24-hour gas station, its neon glow cutting through the night. He covered the fuel, then said, back to the courthouse. There's something I need. Silence. She turned east, parked behind the building. The street door was bolted tight. Now what? She asked. The air was thick, clinging still, pushing 90 with no breeze, the sky choked with clouds. I'm kicking it in, he said. Alarm's probably wired. Definitely is. I checked earlier. Perfect. You want the cops coming? Counting on it. You trying to land us in cuffs? They'll take their sweet time. We've got maybe 4 minutes. He stepped back, then lunged forward, slamming his boot above the handle. The wood splintered but held. Another kick, and the door flew open, smacking the hallway wall. A blue strobe flared outside, the alarm blaring like a fire drill. Get the car running, he ordered. Wait in the alley. He took the stairs 2 at a time, barely slowing as he kicked open the outer office door. Dodging past desks like a tailback, he lined up and smashed through Walker's door. Glass shattered, blinds twisted, shards raining down like hail. The office was stifling, dark. He squinted at the filing cabinets, their labels a chaotic mix of dates and letters. The first B drawer was too recent. The next, 6 years back, still not far enough. The siren wailed closer, the strobe syncing with his pulse. Third drawer. His fingers raced over tabs, backtracking. 2 minutes 50 in. Then bingo. A thick stack of files, buried deep. He yanked it free, left the drawer gaping, and bolted. Down the stairs, past the wreckage, the alarm screaming in his ears. Almost too easy, he thought, grinning. The cops would be pissed, but they'd be late. Again. Reacher scanned the empty street from the hotel lobby, before slipping into the alley and sliding into the VW's passenger seat. Move, he said, slightly winded, which caught him off guard. Alice gripped the wheel. Where to? South, he answered. The red house. She frowned. What's there? Answers. Alice hit the gas, and within seconds, pulsing red lights flared in the rearview. Pecos PD arriving just a beat too late. Reacher smirked in the darkness, then jerked his head forward as a Crown Vic with steel rims and 4 antennas cut left ahead of them, vanishing into the shadows near Alice's street. The brief flash of a streetlight confirmed it. Cop specs. "Step on it," he muttered, flipping open the stolen file under the dome light. The Border Patrol's dirty laundry spilled out 12 years old, but still rancid. The Texas-Mexico border stretched forever, and where towns dotted the U, side patrols swarmed. Everywhere else, a no-man's land of sun-baked desert. Standard procedure was to let migrants trek for days, then scoop them up when they were too weak to run half-dead from thirst, their life savings stolen by coyotes, who promised vans waiting beyond some imaginary ridge. Most patrols played ambulance, handing out water to those who hadn't collapsed. Until one year, when the rules changed. Random sweeps turned lethal trucks roaring out of the dark, rifles picking off runners in a twisted game of cat and mouse. The file didn't say why, just that it happened. Alice swerved around a pothole and Reacher's jaw tightened. Somewhere ahead, that Crown Vic was lying in wait. And the Red House. It held more than answers. It held ghosts. The truck would vanish back into the night, its engine growling like a beast, headlights flickering over the rough terrain as dust swirled in its wake. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by whispers of horror. Not all encounters ended quickly. Some victims were hauled away, subjected to unspeakable brutality. A teenage boy's body was discovered lashed to a cactus with barbed wire, his skin stripped in places. Others were burned, decapitated, or left mutilated. 3 girls were taken over 4 months, their autopsies revealing horrors no one should endure. No official reports were filed. Fear of authorities kept the survivors silent. But word spread through the community, whispers among relatives and advocates. Lawyers quietly gathered evidence, piecing together a pattern. Eventually, the truth couldn't be ignored. A half-hearted investigation began, confirming 17 murders, with 8 more suspected bodies never found or buried hastily by grieving families. Young Raul Garcer was among the missing. A map in the case file outlined a pear-shaped zone, roughly 100 square miles, where most attacks occurred. The southern edge dipped into Echo County, meaning the victims had already trekked 50 miles or more, exhausted, defenseless. Border Patrol launched a full investigation. 11 months after the first rumors, but after one final attack, the killings stopped. Without fresh evidence, the case stalled. Increased patrols and stricter protocols were enforced, but no answers came. Years passed. The files were sealed, the outrage faded, and life moved on. "So?" Alice asked. Reacher stacked the papers, shut the file, and tossed it into the back seat. "Now I know why she lied about the ring." "She didn't lie," he corrected. "She believed it was a cheap fake because some shady jeweler in Pecos told her so. Classic scam, lowball her, resell it for a fortune. Same thing happened to some of these migrants. Their first taste of America." Alice frowned. "He didn't try that with us." "Of course not," Reacher said, clicking off the dome light. "You're a sharp lawyer. I'm a 6'5" ex-military guy." She was a scared, desperate woman alone in a strange town. Easy target. Alice exhaled. "So what now?" Reacher stretched, his shoulders pressing against the dashboard. "Now we're ready. Everything's falling into place." She stomped on the gas, tearing through the sleepy little town again, covering the last 60 miles in just 43 minutes. Not bad for a tiny yellow import with a flower vase dangling by the wheel. Reacher barely had time to brace himself before she skidded to a stop under the porch lights, kicking up a storm of dust that glowed like desert fog in the dead of night. Keep the engine running, Reacher ordered, already moving. He pounded on the door, no answer. The knob turned easily. Of course it was unlocked. Out here, who even locked doors? Inside, the foyer walls glared red under the dim light. Arms out, he said, yanking 6. Neaty 2 rifles from the wall rack and stacking them in her arms like firewood. She wobbled under the weight. Toss 'em in the car. Footsteps thudded upstairs, then creaked down. Bobby Greer stumbled into view, blinking sleep from his eyes, barefoot in boxers and a wrinkled tee. His gaze locked onto the empty rack. The hell you think you're doing? Commandeering your arsenal, Reacher said. Echo County Sheriff's orders. Deputy's privilege, remember? Bobby scoffed. Ain't got no more guns. Cut the crap, Bobby. No self-respecting backwoodsman like you stops at 92 plinkers. Where's the real firepower? Bobby hesitated, then shrugged. Fine. He shuffled to a side door, flicked on a light, revealing a study plastered with old oil rig photos. Another rack held 4 gleaming Winchester 30-37 shot lever actions with polished wood stocks, the kind that make a gunsmith weep. Ammo? Reacher demanded. Bobby yanked open a drawer, pulling out a box of cartridges. Got some hot loads too, he muttered, tossing another box on the pile. Homemade. Hits like a freight train. Reacher smirked. Bring it all to the car. He hauled the Winchesters out while Bobby lugged the ammo. Alice waited in the VW, the nitty-twos piled behind her like a messy picnic. Reacher propped the bigger rifles upright, then turned back to Bobby. Jeep's mine now. Keys in it. Bobby nodded, squinting against the dirt under his bare feet. Don't let your mom wander, Reacher warned. Anyone outside gets treated as a threat. Got it? Bobby trudged back inside without another word. Reacher leaned into the VW, meeting Alice's wide-eyed stare. What's the plan? She whispered. Prepping for company. 10 rifles worth of company? Only need 1. The rest. Keeping 'em out of the wrong hands. Her knuckles whitened on the wheel. They're coming here? 10 minutes tops. So we just hide in the desert? Yep. And shoot at them? Only if they shoot first. She shook her head. I can't do this, Reacher. It's insane. I don't even know which end of a rifle to point. You won't have to, he said. But someone's gotta see what happens next. The tension was thick in the air, heavier than the storm clouds gathering overhead. You need to spot them before they spot us, he said, voice low but firm. This depends on you. Alice clenched the steering wheel, her knuckles white. I can barely see a thing out there. It's pitch black. We'll make it work, he replied, already moving. She glanced at the sky. Rain's coming. Good. It'll cover our tracks. This isn't how it's supposed to go, she insisted, frustration edging her voice. This is what law enforcement is for the cops, the feds. You can't just take matters into your own hands. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of ozone and the promise of a downpour. Rules of engagement, Alice, he said, forcing calm into his tone. I won't fire unless they do first. Army protocol sound familiar? We're going to die out here. You'll be safe. You're staying back. Then you'll die, she shot back. You said they're professionals. Professionals at close-range hits. Out here, in the dark with bullets flying back at them? That's a whole different game. You're insane. 7 minutes, he muttered, checking his watch. She hesitated, then threw the car into gear, her foot hovering over the clutch. He gave her shoulder a quick squeeze. Stay tight behind me, got it? Without waiting for an answer, he sprinted to the Jeep, yanked the seat back, and fired up the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness as he reversed, swung around, and hit the dirt road at speed. In the rear view, the VW's beams bounced erratically, struggling to keep up. The first raindrop smacked the windshield huge, like a coin dropped from the sky. They tore through the night, 5 miles of rough terrain flying by under their wheels. No moon, no stars, just an oppressive blanket of clouds that teased rain but held back, spitting only occasional, fat drops. The Jeep jolted over rocks and ruts, Alice's VW lagging behind, its headlights jerking wildly in his mirrors. The landscape shifted as they pushed south open, desert giving way to rising mesas, the track narrowing between jagged limestone and dense mesquite. Soon it was little more than twin ruts carved into hard earth, twisting like a dry riverbed. Then, suddenly, the ground leveled out onto a broad limestone slab, barren as a plate on a dead lawn. Reacher circled the mesa once, then again, headlights sweeping the edges. Perfect. No cover, no escape routes, just a flat killing field. He grinned, calculating the timing in his head. This'll work. At the far end, he braked hard. Alice pulled up beside him, her face pale in the dashboard glow. He jumped out, ducking to her window. The night air clung to them, hot and damp, the wind restless with the storm's approach. The wind howled, and the first real downpour began. The rain came down in slow, heavy drops, almost as if they were daring him to sidestep each one. Alice hit the switch, rolling down the window with a quiet hum. "You good?" he asked, glancing over. "For now," she replied. "Flip it around and back it up to the edge," he instructed. "All the way right where the trail starts." She handled the car with practiced ease, reversing smoothly until the rear tires kissed the drop-off, perfectly aligned with the path they'd taken. The Jeep pulled up beside her, and he popped the tailgate open. "Cut the engine and lights," he called. "Grab the rifles." One by one, she handed him the Winchesters, their weight familiar in his hands. He lined them up in the Jeep's cargo space before tossing the .82s into the brush without a second thought. Next came the ammo factory, fresh Winchester rounds, and Bobby Greer's hand-loaded specials. He set them down carefully, then killed the engine. The rough idle faded into silence, leaving only the whisper of mesquite and the distant hum of insects. The night was thick with darkness, broken only by the occasional raindrop tapping his shoulders. He cracked open the ammo boxes. The factory shells gleamed, pristine, while Bobby's were rougher around the edges, recycled brass with a story. He plucked one out, holding it up to the dim interior light. Extra power, Bobby had bragged. Like that was some kind of achievement. Of course he'd overdone it. What else would a guy like Bobby do? Probably stuffed enough powder in these things to blow a barrel apart. But Reacher just grinned, pocketing a handful anyway. Muzzle flash. Exactly what he needed. He loaded the rifles methodically, one with a single hand load, another stacked with Bobby's reckless creations, a third alternating between factory and custom, and a last filled with nothing but standard rounds. Alice watched, arms crossed. "I thought we only needed one gun," she said. "Plans change," he replied, shutting the tailgate. She climbed into the Jeep beside him, her skepticism obvious. "So where now?" "Picture this mesa like a clock," he said, backing away from the parked car. "We came in at 6 o'clock. Your car's at 12 facing backward. You'll be at 8 on foot. One shot, then move to 7. You promised I wouldn't have to shoot." "Changed my mind," he said, shrugging. "Just pull the trigger. Don't even aim." I just need the noise and the flash. And then you watch. I'll be busy. I need you to tell me who I'm shooting at. This feels wrong. Or maybe it's the only thing that makes sense. She scoffed. You ever seen Clay Allison's grave? You ever read a history book, Reacher? Clay Allison was a complete madman, the kind of guy who'd shoot his own bunkmate just for snoring too loud. No morals, no conscience, just pure chaos. Not exactly the hero type. Reacher just shrugged. Too late to turn back now. Alice crossed her arms. You really think ambushing them is the answer? It's simple, he said. We hit them first, or they hit us. Your call. She exhaled sharply. Fantastic. Silence. Then, squinting into the darkness. How am I even supposed to aim out here? Leave that to me. And when do I shoot? You'll know. He parked the jeep near the cliff's edge, popped the trunk, and grabbed the first rifle. After a quick scan of the terrain, he sprinted to a jagged outcrop, positioning the gun with the barrel aimed just ahead of the distant VW. The lever action clicked smooth as silk, a well-oiled machine. This one's locked and loaded, he said. This is your 8 o'clock spot. Stay low, take the shot, then move to 7. Keep your head down. They might shoot back, but trust me, they won't hit a thing. Alice didn't answer. I mean it, he added. You'll be fine. You sure about that? Even Superman couldn't land a handgun shot in the dark from this far. Luck's a fickle thing. Not tonight, Reacher said. Tonight, luck's on our side. Just pull the trigger when you're ready. She crouched behind the rock, inches from the rifle. Good luck, he muttered before hopping back into the jeep. He gunned it across the mesa, skidding to a stop at the 4 o'clock position. Throwing it in reverse, he backed off the ledge, the tires crunching into the brush. He killed the engine, grabbed the last rifle, and propped it against the door. 2 more guns in hand, he scrambled back up the rock, sprinting to the 2 o'clock spot. He set the third rifle down, then bolted for the VW. Inside, he unscrewed the dome light, cracked the door slightly, and paced out 20 feet. The second rifle went down at roughly 12:17, give or take. Then he dropped flat, pressing against the VW's undercarriage, the tire's rubber smell thick in his nose. Rain pattered his shoulder, slow at first, then heavier. The air buzzed with tension, like the sky was holding its breath. 8 minutes, maybe 9, 11. Headlights flickered in the distance, not lightning, but a vehicle lurching through the dark. The engine growled, 8 cylinders working hard, the sound rising and falling as tires fought for grip. The storm was coming. So were they. And Reacher. He just needed 5 more minutes. The suspension was stiff, definitely a heavy-duty truck. Probably Bobby's, the same one he'd used to chase down that armadillo. Reacher pressed himself deeper beneath the VW's undercarriage as the engine roar swelled, the headlights cutting erratic arcs through the mesquite. The beams flickered wildly, painting the horizon with a dull haze before sharpening into twin spears of light. The truck crested the mesa at full throttle, its engine shrieking like it was airborne. The headlights flared skyward before slamming back down as the vehicle landed off course, tires skidding on limestone. It corrected, accelerating straight toward him 40-50, then 70 miles an hour, closing the gap in seconds. The headlights flooded over the parked VW, the yellow paint above Reacher glowing like a neon sign. At the last possible second, the truck screeched to a halt, tires locking, rubber howling as it fishtailed to a stop 30 yards away. Dust and raindrops hung in the air, the sudden silence broken only by the idling engine. Then darkness. The headlights dimmed to faint orange embers before dying completely. The insects stopped buzzing. No movement. No sound. Did they see me? Reacher's pulse hammered. Come on, Alice. Now's the time. Pull the damn trigger. Nothing. He clenched his jaw, ready to lunge, then boom. A muzzle flash erupted to his right. A supersonic round whining overhead before the deafening crack echoed across the desert. Reacher rolled free, yanked the VW's door open, and flicked the headlights on before diving into the brush. He came up in a crouch, eyes locking onto the truck, now illuminated in the harsh glow. 3 figures, a driver, and 2 in the bed, gripping the roll bar. All 3 jerked their heads toward Alice's position, frozen for a heartbeat before snapping into action. The truck's lights flared back to life, the 2 vehicles locked in a blinding standoff. The figures in the bed wore caps and blue jackets, one smaller, likely a woman. Shoot the women first. Standard doctrine. She had to be the shooter's small hands, perfect for Carmen's Lorson. Then he saw the caps. FBI. His stomach dropped. What the hell? Then it clicked. Brilliant. Fake badges, a tricked-out Crown Vic, the same setup they'd used on Al Eugene. And now they were unloading rounds into the VW's headlights, their pistols barking in rapid succession. Reacher exhaled. Game on. The sharp crack of 9mm gunfire echoed through the night fast, rhythmic bursts from what had to be high-capacity pistols. Empty brass casings pinged against the pickup's roof as bullets tore through the VW's windshield, shattering glass and punching holes in the metal frame. The car's headlights flickered out, plunging everything behind the truck's blinding high beams into darkness. He could feel their focus shifting back toward Alice's last position, muzzle flashes flickering as rounds whined past him. Then silence from the left side. The woman, reloading already. 13 rounds, his instincts told him. Has to be a SIG or a Browning. He belly crawled to the mesa's edge, shifting left until his fingers closed around the rifle he'd stashed earlier, a Winchester, loaded with Bobby Greer's custom rounds. He fired blind, the recoil nearly knocking him backward as a massive muzzle flare lit up the night like a camera flash. No idea where the bullet went. He worked the lever, ejected the spent casing, and scrambled right toward the wrecked VW. Fired again. 2 more blinding flashes, spaced deliberately to make it seem like someone moving left. A smart shooter would lead the target, and they did. Bullets smacked into the rock near the car, but he was already reversing direction, circling back clockwise. He dropped the rifle and sprinted low to the next position, another Winchester, this one with a mixed load. First shot, factory round. He steadied, aimed into the blackness just behind and above the truck's lights, and squeezed the trigger. Now they think there's 3 of us out here. His ears rang, vision swimming, but he heard the woman shout, then the truck's lights cut out. He fired again, this time a hand load, the muzzle blast briefly illuminating the mesa. He dodged right, lined up the next shot factory round, and heard a scream. One down, but the wrong one. Too big. The man. He shifted aim slightly left, racked the lever click. Jammed. Then chaos. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning as it fishtailed in a tight arc and bolted north. At the same time, rapid pistol fire erupted near the VW. The woman was on foot now, spraying bullets blindly in the dark. The truck's taillights flicked back on, bouncing wildly as it vanished over the mesa's edge, shrinking to a dim glow on the horizon. Silence. Just the soft hum of insects returning, the rain easing from a downpour to a steady drizzle. He held out his hand, feeling the cool mist gather on his skin. The night smelled like gunpowder and wet earth, and somewhere out there she was still waiting. The rain intensified with terrifying speed, as if some invisible force was cranking up the pressure on a celestial fire hose. Water streamed down his face, forcing him to swipe it away before tossing the useless rifle aside. The dry earth beneath his fingers had already turned to slick mud. He edged left, retreating toward the jeep, hidden in the brush maybe 100 feet away. The downpour worsened, relentless, like the sky was determined to make up for a decade of drought in one night. The sound of rain hammering the mesquite around him was deafening, a chaotic symphony of hisses and drumbeats. Silver lining. The storm drowned out any noise he made. No way a guy his size 6'5", 250 could tiptoe through a desert thicket without snapping twigs like toothpicks. The rain was his ally there. The downside? Visibility was tanking fast. They could practically collide before realizing they were face to face. A lever-action rifle wasn't cutting it too slow, too clunky, and with rain pouring straight into the ejection port, it'd be a miracle if it fired at all. He reached the jeep at 4 o'clock, grabbed the spare rifle leaning against it, already drenched. A quick shake, then he fired 5 spaced shots fanning from 12 to 3 across the mesa. A gamble. Maybe he'd get lucky. More likely, he'd just announce his position and reveal he was down to his last rounds. Smart move? Probably not. But he wasn't playing it safe. He shoved the rifle under the jeep and slogged west, stopping 40 feet from the cliff's edge. Alice's HNK came out of his pocket, safety off. He smeared mud over his arms and face, waiting for the inevitable lightning. Summer storms in the desert were never shy with theatrics. Any minute now, the sky would split open with flashes bright enough to turn night into day. His khaki clothes and mud camouflage might help, assuming the rain hadn't already washed it all away. Spoiler, it had. The downpour was biblical now, filling sinkholes, carving rivers around his boots. The noise was unreal, like standing under a waterfall. Breathing became a struggle. Every gasp brought a mouthful of water. He cupped his hand over his jaw, sputtering as the storm laughed at his efforts to stay hidden. Then movement to shadow? Or just the storm playing tricks? He tightened his grip on the pistol. Lightning would tell, if it ever showed up. He stood 30 feet from the ledge when the first bolt of lightning split the sky, a jagged white streak, tearing through the darkness like a skeletal hand clawing at the earth. The thunder followed, a deep growl that shook the ground beneath him. He dropped low, scanning the shadows, but saw nothing. Where is she? His mind raced. If she thinks she's clever, she'll be behind me. But he didn't turn. Life was one big gamble, and he had her figured sharp in an office, smooth in conversation. But out here? Alone in the storm. She was out of her depth. Another flash lit the sky, closer this time. He caught movement 70 feet to his left, crouched against the ledge. The white letters on her cap stood out in the brief glare, FBI. Her gun was already raised, arm locked straight. The muzzle flashed, but the storm swallowed the sound. Rain hammered down now, relentless, turning the ground to sludge under his boots. Water streamed off him like he'd jumped into a river. Inside the motel, Ellie jolted awake as the downpour roared against the metal roof. A shadow shifted in the corner, the man with hairy arms, watching her. "Hey, kid," he said. "Storm keeping you up?" She blinked at the ceiling. "It's loud." Outside, Reacher stayed still. "She'll expect me to move, so I won't." The next lightning strike would tell him everything. But damn, Reacher's run. Pros close in. The real pros? They stay put, playing the same game. The rain was brutal now, worse than the time he'd been caught in a jungle monsoon. His clothes were plastered to his skin, his gun slick in his grip. Didn't matter. A soaked HK would still fire. And so would hers. The next bolt of lightning split the sky farther south, but it was closer now, a jagged streak of white-hot energy that sizzled through the storm clouds. He glanced left. The woman had edged nearer, hugging the mace's shadow, now just 60 feet away. Close, but not close enough. Her shot rang out wild and rushed, missing him by a solid yard. Her arm had swung wide from the south. Had she assumed he'd retreat? The thought almost made him chuckle. Mildly offended, he steadied his aim and fired back, the deafening thunder swallowing the gunshot. Probably a miss. 8 rounds left. Time to think. What's her next move? She'd misjudged him before, so now she'd doubled down. She'd expect him to close the gap, so she'd do the same go for the kill shot fast. He stayed low, motionless. Triple bluff. His barrel traced an invisible path where she'd likely be moving. Then, lightning, sooner than he'd hoped. The storm was barreling in, the flash blinding, thunder shaking the ground. He squinted through the glare. Dawn. A flicker of blue fabric darted backward. He fired on instinct just as darkness swallowed everything again. 7 left. He grinned. Just one more. The thunder rattled her, sounded like the time her uncles had hammered tin sheets onto the barn roof, the metal groaning under each strike. But this was like the sky itself was being torn apart. She ducked under the sheets, the room flashing like a strobe. Scared? The man asked. She nodded, the fabric rustling against her hair. Don't be, he said. Big girls don't fear storms. She stayed silent. He checked his watch. Predictable. She was good, but not brilliant. Using the mace's edge like a crutch, playing a game of in and out, trying to be unpredictable. Clever, but not clever enough. She'd come close, then retreated. Next, she'd push in again, then closer still. She wanted him to expect retreat, wanted him off balance, wanted to be near. A headshot specialist like her? 10 feet was her sweet spot. He exploded from his crouch, sprinting backward in a wide arc, crashing through brush like a spooked deer. Mud splattered, branches snapped, noise didn't matter. The storm drowned everything. He just needed speed. Rounding the ledge, he slowed, breath ragged, pressing against the limestone. She'd be 30 feet ahead now, right where he wanted her. He moved smoothly, like he was strolling down a city block, loose and ready. The small, dark man checked his watch again. Under the sheets, Ellie didn't move. Over 3 hours, he muttered. Ellie stayed silent, her small frame barely moving under the thin sheet. The man leaned in slightly, his voice low. You know how to read a clock. She tugged the sheet down just enough to reveal her face, her eyes wide. I'm 6.5, she whispered, as if that explained everything. The man gave a slow nod, then extended his arm, turning his wrist to show his watch. 1 hour left, he said. What happens then? He didn't answer, his gaze drifting away. Ellie studied him for a long beat before yanking the sheet back over her head. Outside, the storm raged, lightning split the sky, illuminating the barren desert for miles. Thunder followed instantly, shaking the ground. Reacher hit the dirt, scanning the darkness. She was gone, vanished. The storm swallowed the landscape again, leaving him blind. Would he even hear the shot over the thunder? Or would the bullet find him first? He flattened himself into the mud, rain pelting him like nails. Time to reassess. Had she circled around, mirroring his own move? If so, they'd just swap positions in the dark. Or maybe she'd found cover a ditch, a crevice, or worse, the Jeep. One glance back during a lightning strike and she'd have spotted it. Of course she'd assume he'd return to it eventually. How else was he getting out of this wasteland? He stayed low, mind racing. The flanking maneuver? Unlikely. She wasn't military, just a shooter with a grudge. No soldier would aim for the eyes. Too risky. So the Jeep. He shifted in the mud, lifting his head just as another lightning burst lit up the sky like a flare. The Jeep sat far in the distance, too far for her to be an immediate threat. He turned, crawling south, inch by inch, clearing each patch of ground. The rain had changed the desert. The air smelled of wet earth and something else. Perfume. Sharp, unmistakable. Was it hers? Or some desert flower blooming in the storm? No, definitely perfume. He froze, listening. Just wind rustling through the mesquite. The rain eased slightly, a damp breeze carrying the scent straight to him. Total darkness. He raised his gun but couldn't even see his own hand. Blind in the storm. Which way was she facing? Not east, just the mesa's edge there. South or west, and he had the advantage. But if she was looking north, they could be staring right at each other, 5 feet apart in the blackness. He adjusted his grip, gun steady. When the next lightning came, who'd pull the trigger first? The air in his lungs burned as he held it, bracing for the next strike. The storm had shifted, no more jagged cracks of thunder, just a deep, rolling growl that seemed to vibrate through the earth. Rain hammered down, flinging mud into his face, turning the ground into a churning mess. New rivulets of water snaked around him, soaking his clothes, his skin numb from the cold. Then crack. A blinding flash split the sky, turning the desert into a stark, whitewashed nightmare. 3 feet away, the woman lay motionless, face down in the mud. Her body was limp, her legs twisted awkwardly, arms pinned beneath her. A Browning high power lay half buried in the sludge, twigs already piling up against it. He lunged for it, fingers scraping through the muck before flinging it into the darkness. The light faded, but the afterimage burned in his vision as he groped for her neck. No pulse. Cold. Deflection shooting. His third bullet, pure instinct, had cut her down as she scrambled away. She'd practically thrown herself into its path. His fingers stayed pressed to her lifeless skin, afraid to lose her in the blackness. His left arm trembled. Just the angle, he told himself. Then the laughter hit, wild and unstoppable, rising like the storm. 20 minutes of stalking a corpse. Accidentally. He wheezed until rainwater choked him, coughing violently. The man stood, crossing the room to the credenza. His gun gleamed on the polished wood. He grabbed it, then crouched to pull a suppressor from his black nylon bag. Twisting it onto the barrel, he returned to his chair. "It's time," he said, resting a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, burrowing deeper under the sheet. The need to pee clawed at her. "You said 1 more hour," she shot back, gripping the fabric tight. "It hasn't been an hour. I'll tell her your boss." His expression went flat. A flicker toward the door, then back. "Fine," he said. "You tell me when the hour's up." She yanked the sheet over her head, hands clamped over her ears. Even through the fabric, lightning pulsed red this time. The next flash was weaker, a dull flicker. He rolled the body over, ripping her jacket open. The bullet had torn through her left armpit, leaving a tidy entry and a brutal exit. Oh, sooty round wasn't subtle. It wrecked everything in its path: heart, lungs, spine. Rainwater sluiced through the wounds, thinning the blood into pink swirls. Her chest cavity pooled with water, gaping like a textbook cross-section. Medium build. Blonde hair matted with mud under the FBI cap. He pushed the brim up. Her eyes were open, rain collecting in them like tears. Familiar somehow. Where had he seen her before? The flash of lightning faded, leaving behind the ghostly after-image of her face, pale, stark, and inverted like a photo negative. The diner. The milkshakes. Friday afternoon, school just let out. A Crown Vic with 3 people inside. He'd assumed they were some corporate team. Wrong. Dead wrong. Game over, he muttered, shoving Alice's pistol back into his jacket. He trudged north through the downpour, barely able to see through the rain stinging his eyes. He smacked straight into the Jeep before realizing he'd reached it. Running a hand along the hood, he fumbled for the door, yanking it open and slamming it shut, then opening it again, just to watch the dome light flicker on, a tiny victory in the chaos. Getting the Jeep back onto the limestone ridge was a battle. The gravel that should have given traction was now slick sludge. He cranked the high beams, set the wipers on full blast, and punched it into 4-wheel drive, tires spinning wildly before finally gripping and hauling them up the slope. A sharp turn later, he laid on the horn twice. Alice emerged from the mesquite, drenched, her hair plastered to her skull, water streaming off her like she'd just climbed out of a lake. "Guess this is the storm they warned us about," he said as another jagged bolt split the sky, thunder shaking the Jeep. She scoffed, shaking her head. This is nothing. Just a warm-up. Tomorrow's the real show. Won't be here to see it." Her eyebrows shot up. "You're leaving?" He nodded. "You good?" "I wasn't sure when to take the shot." "You did fine." He threw the Jeep into gear, swerving south, headlights sweeping the mesa like a searchlight. 30 feet from the wrecked VW, the first body lay crumpled in the mud. Reacher killed the engine, jumped out, and crouched beside it. The guy hadn't gone down easy, gut shot, jacket torn open where he'd clawed at the wound. No hat. Big guy. Reacher squeezed his eyes shut, replaying the diner. The woman, 2 men, one broad and blonde, the other wiry and dark. Back in the Jeep, the seat was soaked. 2 down, he said. Driver got away. You get a look at him? Alice stayed silent, her fingers gripping the dash. They came to kill us, she whispered. Yeah. So who was driving? She shook her head. I didn't see, just a blur. Lights were only on for a second. Felt longer to him. But she was probably right, might have been less than a heartbeat. I've seen them before, he said. Friday, at the crossroads. After they took Eugene, 3 of them. Woman, big guy, small, dark guy. 2 are accounted for. So was it the little one behind the wheel? Alice exhaled sharply. I don't know. But my gut says no. He didn't seem small. Reacher flexed his hands on the wheel. Mine too. Which means we've got a problem. The rain hammered harder, like the sky was laughing at them. Maybe blonde, Alice suggested. Makes sense, Reacher agreed. They left one guy behind to watch Ellie. Then who was driving? The client, the one who hired them, Reacher said. Had to be. They were down a man, and they needed someone who knew the area. Alice frowned. He got away. Reacher smirked. He can run, but he won't get far. They walked over to the smashed-up VW, now nothing more than scrap metal. Alice barely glanced at it before turning away with a shrug. Reacher grabbed the maps from the glove box, swung the Jeep around, and headed north. The drive back to the red house was brutal. Crossing the mesa was manageable, but beyond it, the desert track had turned into a nightmare. The rain hammered down on the hardened earth, refusing to soak in. What had once been a dry riverbed was now a raging current, water surging over the tires. Mesquite bushes, ripped from their roots, tumbled past like driftwood. Whole trees barreled downstream, slamming against the Jeep before swirling away. Hidden sinkholes lurked beneath the flood. But the storm was fading fast, dwindling to a drizzle as the eye moved north. They nearly missed the motor barn in the darkness. Only the faint flicker of candlelight from the house windows gave it away. "Power's out," Alice muttered. "Lightning must have taken down the lines." Reacher hit the brakes, skidding in the mud as he angled the Jeep to flood the barn with headlights. "See anything familiar?" Bobby's pickup sat in its usual spot, soaked and streaked with mud, water dripping from the bed. "Great," Alice sighed. "Now what?" Reacher glanced in the rear view, then turned to watch the northern road. A distant glow of headlights pulsed through the rain-smeared windshield. "Company's coming," he said. He pulled Alice's gun from his pocket, checked the chamber, never assumed, then tucked it away. "Let's go greet the Greers." He drove through the muddy yard, parking at the foot of the porch steps. The rain had nearly stopped, leaving the ground steaming in the headlights. The air was thick with humidity, the buzz of insects creeping back in, hesitant and distant. Inside, the hallway glowed with candlelight, warm and oddly welcoming. Reacher guided Alice into the parlor, where dozens of candles flickered on saucers, wax pooling beneath them. A Coleman lantern hissed on the credenza, casting sharp shadows. Bobby and Rusty sat at the red table, bathed in the uneven light. The flames softened Rusty's features, making her look younger. Bobby just stared blankly, his face shifting with the dancing light. "Cozy," Reacher remarked. Rusty shifted uncomfortably. "I've always been afraid of the dark," she admitted. "You should be," Reacher said. "Darkness hides things." She didn't answer. "Got a towel?" Reacher asked, water dripping onto the floor. "Kitchen," Rusty muttered. Alice grabbed a thin striped towel, drying her face and shirt. Reacher did the same before stepping back into the parlor, the weight of the gun in his pocket, a silent reminder this wasn't over yet. The dim glow of candlelight flickered across the room as Reacher studied the two men in front of him. "Why are you two awake at this hour?" he asked, glancing at his watch. "It's past 3 in the morning." Bobby and Rusty exchanged a glance but stayed silent. "Your truck was out tonight," Reacher pointed out. Bobby shrugged. "Not us. We stayed put just like you said." Rusty nodded in agreement. "Neither of us left. We've been here the whole time." Reacher smirked. "So you're each other's alibi?" That'd get a real laugh out of a jury. Before Bobby could protest, the distant hum of an engine cut through the quiet. Tires rolled over rain-slicked pavement, then crunched on gravel as a car pulled up to the house. A door slammed, boots thudded up the porch steps, and Hack Walker strode in, his face shadowed by the swaying candlelight. "Good timing," Reacher said. "We don't have long." Walker's eyes narrowed. "You broke into my office?" Reacher didn't flinch. Curiosity got the better of me. "About what?" "Details," Reacher said. "I like knowing how things fit together. You could have just asked. I'd have shown you the files. You weren't around." Walker's jaw tightened. "That doesn't excuse breaking in." "You're in deep trouble for this." Reacher almost laughed. Trouble had always been his shadow. "Take a seat, Hack," he said, gesturing to an empty chair. Walker hesitated, then sat beside Rusty, the lantern casting sharp angles across his face. "You got something for me?" Reacher leaned forward, palms flat on the table. 13 years as a cop taught me one thing: lies get messy. But so does the truth. If something looks too neat, I get suspicious. Carmen's story had rough edges, but a couple didn't add up. Like what? She had $2 million in the bank, but traveled 300 miles with a single dollar? Slept in her car, skipped meals? That didn't track. Walker scoffed. She was acting. That's what she does. Reacher arched a brow. Ever heard of Copernicus? The astronomer. Yeah, he figured out the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Exactly. He made us question how likely it is that we're seeing something extraordinary. If Carmen was the greatest con artist alive, pulling off that kind of performance, the odds would be astronomical. More likely, she was just average and her story had holes. Walker crossed his arms. So, what's your point? The money didn't make sense, and neither did Al Eugene's messenger. What? His office is a stone's throw from the courthouse. Why send a courier when you could walk it over in a minute? Especially for a friend. A beat of silence passed before Walker leaned in. You think someone faked those records? Reacher's grin was razor thin. I think someone's playing a very sloppy game. The dim candlelight cast eerie shadows across the red-walled room as Walker leaned forward. People send messengers every day. It's nothing unusual. Besides, it was way too hot out to walk. Reacher gave a slow nod. At the time, it didn't seem important. But then, another detail didn't add up: the broken collarbone. Alice frowned. What about it? Reacher turned to her. When you wiped out on your rollerblades, did you snap your collarbone? No, Alice replied. Just shredded my palm. Road rash for days. Instinct, right? You stuck your hands out to catch yourself. Of course, she said. You don't even think about it, it just happens. Reacher shifted back toward Walker, the flickering light carving deep lines across his face. I rode Carmen's horse for the first time last Saturday. Let me tell you, it's a long way down from that saddle. If Carmen fell hard enough to break her collarbone on rocky ground, why weren't her hands torn up too? Walker shrugged. Maybe they were, and the hospital missed it. Reacher scoffed. That report was meticulous. Cow and Black even mentioned how thorough they were. No way they'd skip over lacerations. Maybe she wore gloves. Not a chance, Reacher shot back. She told me nobody wears them here too damn hot. And if gloves had saved her from road rash before, she'd have shoved a pair in my face before I even got near that horse. A candle on the far end of the table sputtered out, sending up a thin trail of smoke that twisted into the air. Walker crossed his arms. So, what's your point? She's lying. Big time, Bobby muttered. Rusty's voice cut in, sharp and defensive. My boy would never hit a woman. Never. Reacher held up a hand. One at a time. He could feel the tension thickening, elbows shifting, boots scuffing the floor. He locked eyes with Bobby first. You call her a liar because you hate her. Because she's Latina, because she had an affair, and because you've got some twisted loyalty to your brother. Then he turned to Rusty, his tone icy. We'll get to Sloop soon enough. But right now, shut it. Walker stiffened. What's this about? Reacher didn't blink. He pulled Alice's gun from his waistband and set it on the table, the barrel aimed straight at Walker's chest. Walker's breath hitched. What the hell are you doing? The safety clicked off with a sharp snick. The lantern hissed softly in the silence. I figured out the diamond, Reacher said. And once I did, the rest fell into place. Especially you handing us those badges and sending us straight to Rusty. Walker's face paled. You're not making sense. Oh, I am. It was all a magic trick. You knew exactly what Carmen told me. The truth. So you flipped it. Made me doubt everything. Like when she said she was from Napa and you acted like she was lying. But she wasn't. You were. The room went dead silent. Even the candles seemed to hold their breath. She claimed she'd call the Aries, but you already knew she hadn't, like you, had some inside track to the truth, peeling back layers of her usual deceptions. Except the real liar was you. The whole thing was a performance, slick as a Vegas magic act, wrapped in this noble act of saving her. And I bought it. For way too long. Save her. Please. My voice sharpened. Your whole game was squeezing a fake confession out of Carmen for a crime she didn't commit. Simple, brutal. You snatched Ellie today to force her hand. Only problem? Me. I wasn't going anywhere. I brought Alice in, and suddenly we were in your way, so you spun this slow, sympathetic unraveling of Carmen's credibility. Almost flawless. But here's the thing, Hack, if you were that good, you wouldn't be wasting your talents in Pecos. Copernicus had a point about odds, didn't he? Silence. Just the flicker of the lantern, 5 people breathing in the stale, powerless air. The AC was dead. You're delusional, Walker muttered. Am I? I leaned in. You played me perfectly, acting all torn up about Carmen's lies, even tossing in that judge ambition to make yourself seem believably flawed. Meanwhile, you're on the phone with her, muffling your voice, pretending to be her lawyer, threatening Ellie if she talked to a real one. That's why she shut Alice out. Then you whipped up fake financials on your own printer. Because hey, who's gonna question a stack of official-looking papers? Drafted phony trust deeds, fake family services docs. And the second your goons had Ellie, you fed Carmen that scripted confession, recycling every lie you'd sold me. Walker scoffed. To play him 10. This is insane. I shrugged. Prove me wrong. Call the FBI. Ask how the search for Ellie's going. Bobby cut in. Bobby cut in. Phones are dead. Storm knocked him out. Convenient. I'd kept the gun steady. Turning to Rusty. What'd the FBI ask you? She blinked. Bis sadis. What FBI agents? Exactly. I smirked. Hack told us he'd called in roadblocks, helicopters, 150 cops. But if he had, the first stop would have been here. Sketch artists, evidence techs, this is the crime scene. Rusty is the only witness. Bobby frowned. I saw FBI guys in the yard. You saw hats, I corrected. 2 of them. Bet they're not wearing M now. Walker stayed quiet. Big slip, Hack, I said. Sending us down here with those lousy badges. You're a DA, you knew Rusty wouldn't talk to me. So why send us? Because you needed us out of the way. And you wanted eyes on us. So your hired guns could move in. What hired guns? The ones you brought in. The lantern hissed, casting jagged shadows. Funny how storms always show up right when you need an alibi. A new detail hit me Walker's cufflinks, glinting even in the dim light. Custom, expensive. Not something a small-town DA splurges on. Unless he's got other revenue streams. I adjusted my grip. Time's up, Hack. Let's talk about who's really paying you. The guys in the FBI jackets, the ones you hired to take out Al Eugene and then Sloop, were solid. Top-tier operators. But here's the thing about pros, they've got futures to protect. Eugene. Easy. Middle of nowhere, no witnesses. But Sloop. That was messy. Fresh out of prison, holed up at home. You had to pull it off right there, which meant risk. So you cut a deal they'd pin it on Carmen, and you'd make sure their tracks were covered. Even threw in a little side gig for them, playing kidnappers to sell the story. Walker scoffed. This is insane. Reacher leaned in. You knew Carmen bought a gun. Paperwork crosses your desk, remember? And you knew why Sloop turned their bedroom into a nightmare. So where's she stashing it? Closet shelf, nightstand, underwear drawer. Basic logic. Your guys probably scoped the place, waited for her to hit the shower, slipped in with gloves, held Sloop at gunpoint till they found hers, and pulled the trigger. 30 seconds, tops. Sprint back to their car, gone. This house is a maze, but your family friends who gave them the layout made sure they'd vanish clean. Walker shut his eyes, looking drained under the flickering candlelight. But you screwed up, Hack, Reacher said. Guys like you always do. The financials. Too clean. No expenses. What? She suddenly turned frugal. And the messenger's slip-up, real reports would have stayed in the courier envelope like the medical files. You wanted them to look legit. Walker's eyes snapped open. The medical reports don't lie. Cow in Black confirmed it. Reacher smirked. Leaving them in the FedEx pack was smart, made them look urgent. But you forgot the label. FedEx bills by weight. That packet weighed 1 pound 1 ounce. Label said 2 pounds 9. So either FedEx scammed the hospital, or you ditched half the files. My money's on you cherry-picking the evidence. Kept the accidents, trashed the beatings. Missed the collarbone, though. Or maybe you left it 'cause you knew I'd spot the scar. Silence. The lantern hissed. Broken arm, jaw, teeth. Bet there's a stack of files rotting in some bus station trash, Reacher said. Not near the courthouse. Not your place. You're slicker than that. Walker stayed quiet. The candles wavered. Reacher grinned. Still, gotta hand it to you when I doubted Carmen. You pivoted fast. Even when Eugene turned up, you played shocked. Not 'cause you cared about Al. Because you didn't expect him to surface so soon. You didn't see that coming, did you? You took 10 seconds to cook up the R's angle, but in all that thinking, you forgot one crucial thing: fear. 2 out of 3 odds should have had you sweating bullets. That was a real threat, and you barely flinched. Most people would have been terrified. Walker stayed silent. Reacher pressed on. You got Sloop sprung on a Sunday, no small feat. But it wasn't for his sake. You wanted him dead on a Sunday, so Carmen would take the fall and rot in jail all week before anyone could see her. 5 full days for you to twist the screws. Still, Walker didn't speak. Too many mistakes, Hack, Reacher said, shaking his head. And sending goons after me. Come on. Like Copernicus said, what were the odds they'd actually be any good? Bobby leaned in, eyes locked on Walker, realization dawning. You sent people to kill my brother? His voice was barely a whisper. No, Walker snapped. Reacher's wrong. Bobby's stare hardened, like Walker had just confessed. Why would you do that? You were friends. Walker finally looked at Reacher, defiance flickering. Yeah, why would I? What's my motive? Reacher smirked. Something Benjamin Franklin once said. What the hell does that mean? You wanted to be a judge not to serve, but for the perks. Poor kid turned greedy, hungry for power. But first you had to win an election. And what sinks a campaign faster than old skeletons rattling in the closet? Walker shrugged, but Reacher wasn't done. You, Sloop, and Al were thick as thieves back in the day. Did some shady stuff together. Then Sloop gets locked up for tax fraud and starts thinking, how do I get out? Not by paying up. By blackmailing his old buddy Hack, who's running for judge. He calls you up, threatens to spill the past unless you pull strings. At first you figure he won't talk it, implicate him too. But then it hits you. Rumors don't need proof to ruin you. So you cave. You funnel campaign cash to the Ish's Sloop walks, but now you've got a bigger problem. He's got leverage. And Al's in the mix too. Suddenly, your shiny judgeship is hanging by a thread. Silence. Silence. Then Reacher dropped the hammer. Franklin said it best. 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. The room froze. The lantern hissed, candlelight flickering. Alice finally whispered, "What was the secret?" Reacher's voice turned grim. 3 Texas boys growing up wild. Started with armadillos, easy targets, protected. But who cares, right? Then they got bored. Moved on to coyotes. But that wasn't enough either. His tone shifted, darkly amused. Guess they needed bigger prey. Bobby's face paled. Walker's jaw clenched. The unspoken truth hung in the air, heavier than the Texas heat. They come out after dark, rolling in that beat-up truck, covering miles of empty desert like predators on the prowl. And then they level up bigger targets, real excitement. Wait, what? Migrants, Reacher said. Desperate families, invisible in the night. Just trying to cross. And who cares, right? Do they even count? Perfect prey, they scream, they scramble. Almost like hunting actual humans, huh, Hack? The room went dead quiet. Maybe it started with one girl, Reacher continued. Maybe it was an accident. But she died. Then they waited, sweating it out. No consequences. No one cared. So why stop? It turned into a game. The ultimate rush. Way better than jackrabbits. That rusted-out truck became their hunting rig, 1 behind the wheel, 2 in the back, stalking for hours. Bobby claims Sloop came up with the idea. Said he was a natural. I bet they all were. Got real good at it. 25 times in 1 year. That was Border Patrol, Bobby cut in. Nope. The report wasn't a cover-up. Didn't smell like one, and word is, it was legit. Sergeant Rodriguez confirmed it. Guys like him, no. The investigation went nowhere because they were chasing the wrong guys. Not rogue agents, just 3 local punks, Sloop Greer, Al Eugene, and Hack Walker. Out for kicks in that same truck still rotting in your barn. Boys being boys, right? Silence. Agrisontree don send. Most attacks were in Echo County, Reacher said. Weird, right? Why would Border Patrol go that far north? Simple, they didn't. 3 Echo boys just took a little road trip south. Another pause. The killing stopped late August, Reacher pressed. Not because they got spooks, they didn't even know about the investigation. School started. They packed up for freshman year. Next summer. Too risky, or they'd moved on. Then, 12 years later, Sloop's locked up, panicking, and drags it all back up. All eyes locked on Walker. He looked like he might pass out. Felt unfair, didn't it? Reacher said. Ancient history. Maybe you never even wanted in. Maybe they pressured you. But now it's gonna wreck your life. Take everything. So you made calls. Made choices. 3 can keep a secret if 2 don't talk. A candle sputtered out, smoke curling. No, Walker choked. That's not how it was. The lantern flickered, shadows twisting. Then how was it? Reacher asked. I just wanted Ellie. Temporarily. Hired locals had campaign cash to burn. Watched her a wink. Went to Sloop, told him to back off. He didn't care. Said take her. Hated himself for what we did. Married Carmen as punishment. Beat her like she could see right through him. Ellie, too. Taking her wasn't leverage. So you hired more guys? Walker nodded. They handled the Watchers. Then Al and Sloop. It was forever ago, Reacher. He shouldn't have dug it up. We were dumb kids. Swore we'd never talk about it. Like it never happened. The silence was suffocating. Reacher locked eyes with Walker across the dimly lit room. You were behind the wheel tonight, he stated flatly. Walker gave a slow, reluctant nod. It would have ended with you two. I knew you'd figured it out. Why else swipe those files and drag us into the desert? His voice cracked slightly. So yeah, I took the truck. What's one more midnight drive? I've done it plenty. A heavy silence settled between them. Walker's throat worked as he swallowed hard, his eyelids fluttering shut. But I chickened out, he admitted, his voice barely audible. Couldn't do it again. I'm not that guy anymore. His hands trembled slightly, betraying the weight of his confession. Reacher's gaze never wavered. Where's Ellie? He demanded. Walker just shook his head, helpless. Reacher pulled the chrome star from his pocket, turning it over in his fingers. This thing legit? Walker cracked an eye open. Technically, he muttered. Good enough, Reacher said. You're under arrest. Walker's protest was weak. Please, no. Got a gun on you. Reacher pressed. Another nod. Pistol. Right pocket. Misses. Greer, Reacher said, nodding toward Walker. Rusty didn't hesitate. She reached into Walker's pocket and he leaned slightly to help, like he'd already given up. The gun she pulled out was compact, a blued steel Colt. .38, snug in her palm like it belonged there. Reacher's voice turned razor sharp. Last chance, heck. Where's Ellie? I swear I don't know, Walker insisted, his eyes flicking to the gun in Rusty's hand. They use motels. Never the same one. Safer that way, they said. How do you reach them? Dallas number. Probably a burner. Bobby cut in, frustration edging his voice. Phones are dead, man. Reacher didn't blink. He raised Alice's pistol, leveling it at Walker's face from 2 feet away. The candlelight glinted off the barrel as his finger tightened on the trigger. You ready to die, hack? Walker didn't flinch. Yeah, he whispered. Then make it right. Where is she? I don't know. Walker's voice broke, his eyes crossing as he stared down the barrel. Reacher exhaled sharply and lowered the gun, letting it thud against the table. The room stayed frozen until Rusty's hand lifted, the little revolver wobbling in her grip. She swung it wildly before settling on no one in particular. Sloop wouldn't hurt a woman, she murmured, her voice brittle. Those were just accidents. Reacher's laugh was harsh. He beat Carmen for 5 years, Rusty. Broke her bones, split her lips, and that was after the desert. After 25 bodies. Her whole body shook. Liar. The gun trembled in her hand. Point that at me, Reacher warned, and pulling the trigger will be the highlight of my day. For a heartbeat she hesitated, then pressed the barrel to her own temple, the metal tangling in her stiff hair. A second later she whipped it toward Walker, the muzzle inches from his forehead. You killed my boy, she hissed. Walker didn't move, just whispered, "I'm sorry." No safety on a revolver. No hesitation in a double-action trigger. The hammer clicked back. Rusty, no. Reacher barked. "Mom." Bobby yelled. Alice's voice cut through the tension. "Stop." The room held its breath. The hammer fell. The pistol roared to life with a deafening blast, sending a jet of fire into the dim candlelight. Walker's skull erupted like a shattered melon, fragments spraying into the air, hollow points from a Colt Super Auto, Reacher's instincts supplied. The muzzle flash set Walker's hair ablaze, leaving a charred crater between his eyes before Rusty fired again. The second bullet punched through the same path, and Walker collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Rusty kept the gun raised, steady as a statue, and emptied the rest of the cylinder into the air. 3, 4, 5, 6. One shot splintered the wall. Another shattered the glass of the old Coleman lantern. The fifth hit the kerosene reservoir, spraying fuel across the wall in a 10-foot arc before igniting in a brilliant flash. The sixth shot, dead center of the flames. Rusty kept squeezing the trigger long after the gun was dry, her finger twitching mechanically, the hammer clicking on empty chambers. Reacher's attention snapped to the wall. The kerosene, thick and stubborn, dripped and ran like liquid fire, licking up the dry wood with greedy blue tongues. The flames climbed fast, racing along the seams between the boards, bubbling the faded red paint before peeling it away. The ceiling caught next, fire spreading in a slow, hungry arc. The room stirred air, rushing in to feed the blaze, candles flickering wildly in the sudden draft. "Out!" Reacher barked. Alice was already up, but Bobby stood frozen, mesmerized by the flames. Rusty sat rigid, still working the trigger like she hadn't noticed the gun was empty. The clicking was lost under the fire's hungry crackle. "Get her out," Reacher shouted. "We don't have water." Bobby yelled back, panic edging his voice. "The well pump's dead without power." "Just move," Reacher snapped. Bobby didn't budge. The fire had reached the floorboards, paint blistering in its wake. Reacher kicked chairs aside, flipped the table onto the flames, a useless barricade. The fire skirted around it, relentless. Above, the ceiling was fully engulfed. Walker's body sprawled near the window, his scalp still smoldering from the muzzle flash, the stench of burning hair thick in the air. Reacher lunged, grabbed Rusty, and shoved her toward the door. Alice was already in the foyer, yanking the front door open. A rush of damp night air surged in, feeding the fire at their feet. Reacher half-dragged Rusty outside, where she stumbled onto the muddy ground, but kept the gun raised, finger still twitching on the trigger, like some broken toy. Walker's Lincoln sat beside the Jeep, caked in grime from the road. Reacher turned back, smoke chokes the foyer now, a thick rolling mass. Bobby was doubled over near the parlor door, coughing violently. Inside the room was a furnace, flames devouring everything in their path. The heat pressed against Reacher's skin like a living thing. No time left. The house was coming down. Flames roared from the doorway, licking up the wooden frame as smoke billowed into the night. The heat shattered the mirror, fracturing Reacher's reflection into jagged pieces. He coughed, lungs burning, then lunged forward and seized Bobby by the wrist. With a sharp twist, he yanked him backward like a cop hauling in a suspect, dragging him through the blaze and out into the cool darkness. Bobby stumbled down the porch steps, his voice raw with panic. "It's all going up," he shrieked, staring at the inferno behind them. The house groaned under the fire's assault, windows glowing like jack-o'-lanterns as beams snapped inside. Steam hissed from the rain-soaked roof, mixing with thick black smoke. Bobby's face was wild with disbelief. "What do we do now?" he wailed. Reacher shot him a cold smirk. "The barn's still standing. Seems fitting." Without another word, he grabbed Alice's hand and bolted for the Jeep. The storm had passed, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. The driver sat motionless, the silence pressing down like a weight. They weren't coming back. He could feel it in his bones, an emptiness the rain had carved into the world. After minutes of staring at the motel door, he finally stepped outside. The parking lot was slick, the air sharp with ozone. No footsteps, no voices. Just the gurgle of drains and the steady drip of water from the trees. He turned back inside, gaze settling on the sleeping girl in the bed. "You're driving," he said abruptly. "North. Now." She scrambled into the driver's seat as he adjusted the mirrors, maps rustling in his lap. Outside, the red house was fully engulfed, flames clawing at the eaves. The maid stood frozen in the yard, her face blank in the firelight. "Go," he ordered. The tires spat gravel as they peeled out, the Jeep fishtailing past Walker's abandoned Lincoln. Reacher didn't look back. The maps trembled in his grip as he flipped to Pecos County. "Faster," he muttered. The dome light flickered on. Something's not right. 4 hours had bled into 5, then 6. He paced, jaw clenched. It wasn't hesitation, just the grim acknowledgement of what came next. He wasn't heartless, but necessity had its own rules. The do not disturb sign swayed as he locked the door, the chain rattling into place. Solid, unbreakable. Alice white-knuckled the wheel, fighting the Jeep's sloppy steering as it swayed like a drunk on a tightrope. Every pothole threatened to send them careening off the road. Not ideal. But then again, nothing about tonight had been. Reacher barely glanced at the fuel gauge, keeping his focus on the map instead. He tilted it toward the dim glow of the overhead light, studying the terrain with the precision of a military strategist. His fingers measured distances like a seasoned scout. "You ever explore this area for fun?" he asked, barely looking up. Alice kept her hand steady on the wheel. "Yeah, once. Took a trip to the McDonald Observatory. Amazing views." Reacher's eyes flicked back to the map. The observatory was deep in the Davis Mountains, way too far southwest. 80 miles out, he muttered. No way they went that far. Why not? Because Walker wouldn't risk it. He needed to keep Carmen close, either to scare her or to move her fast. 30 miles max, probably less. Alice frowned. "You really think they'd hide near some tourist spot?" "Absolutely," he said, tapping the map. "Places like that are perfect, just enough activity to blend in, not enough to draw attention." She shot him a skeptical look. "You're seriously narrowing this down in your head?" "Like some human GPS. Worked before." "Yeah. What's your success rate?" He ignored her, eyes locked on the road ahead. Alice's grip tightened as she glanced at the fuel gauge. "Oh crap," she hissed. "We're on fumes." Reacher didn't flinch. "Keep driving." "You kidding?" The needles buried past empty. "Trust me." She pressed the gas harder, the Jeep groaning like an old man climbing stairs. The engine sputtered, choked, then caught again, probably sucking sludge from the tank's bottom. "Reacher, we're gonna be walking in about 30 seconds, Alice snapped. "Not gonna happen." Another mile passed in tense silence. Then, just as the engine gave one last shudder, Reacher pointed. "There's a ride." A beat-up Crown Vic sat abandoned on the shoulder, antennas bristling like a cop car gone rogue. Alice slammed the brakes, skidding to a stop behind it. This was theirs. How'd you know it'd be here? Simple math, Reacher said. Walker left it as a backup. They came in 2 cars, ditched one, then he doubled back later to stage his little performance. Alice yanked the door open. Keys better be in it, or we're hitchhiking. A quick search confirmed it. They left the Jeep wheezing its last breath, doors hanging open like a surrender flag, and climbed into the Crown Vic. Reacher stretched his legs while Alice adjusted the seat, already plotting the next move. The desert night swallowed the Jeep behind them as they rolled forward, the new engine humming with possibilities. The engine roared to life, and they were speeding down the highway in under a minute, hitting 60 before she even adjusted the mirrors. Tank's almost full, she said, gripping the wheel. Handles way better than I expected. He gave a quick nod, sinking into the plush seat. The car hugged the road like it was built for speed, sleek, steady, exactly how a full-size sedan should feel. Funny, he mused. I'm sitting right where Al Eugene did. She shot him a sideways glance. He grinned. Step on it. No one's gonna pull us over. We look official. She pushed the needle past 75, then 80. He flicked on the dome light and spread the maps across his lap. All right, where were we? He asked. McDonald Observatory, she reminded him. You weren't impressed. Too remote, he agreed. He angled the map under the light, squinting at the tiny print. Focus, Reacher, make it click. What's at Balmeria State Park? He asked. Only 30 miles southwest of Pecos, close enough. It's a desert spring, she said. Crystal clear water, great for diving. Not the right vibe. Nah, he muttered, scanning northeast instead. Monahan's sandhills. Nothing but dunes. Like a mini Sahara. That's it? People actually visit? It's striking, in a barren kind of way. He fell silent, tracing routes with his finger. Fort Stockton. He tried. Just another town, she said. No better than Pecos. Then, after a pause, though the old fort's kinda cool. He zeroed in on the map. The ruins sat north of town, marked as a historic site closer to Pecos, maybe 45 miles out. What's the story there? He asked. Military outpost, she said. Buffalo soldiers rebuilt it after the Confederates wrecked it. IT-67, if I remember right. Route 285 looked promising smooth, straight, the kind of road that wouldn't draw attention. He shut his eyes, letting the hum of the tires lull him. The Crown Vic was a cocoon of warmth, almost too comfortable. Old Fort Stockton fits, he murmured. You think they went there? A mile passed before he answered his own question. Not the fort itself, but close. He cracked an eye open. Put yourself in their heads. What were they? I don't know, she admitted. Professionals. Blended in like wallpaper. Think like them. Be them. He leaned forward. You saw them and thought sales team. Rusty thought social workers. L. Eugene bought the FBI act. Why? Because they looked harmless but authoritative. Middle class, clean cut, driving a car that screams respectable family sedan. She chewed her lip. Okay, now add a kid to the mix. What's the play? What? Now you're the all-American family on a road trip. Not the loud touristy type, more subdued. Maybe a teacher's family. Or tax accountants. Out-of-state plates, but where's the destination? She frowned. There were 3 of them, though. He smirked, eyes still closed. Uncle tagged along. Picture it, quiet, polite, the kind of people who visit historical sites instead of theme parks. The tires hissed against wet asphalt. So where would that family go? Think about the same question they must have asked themselves: where do you disappear? Where's the safest spot nearby? Picture a well-meaning, bookish, middle-class family with their 6-year-old girl. Where would they drag her for some educational outing, even if she's too young to care, and everyone secretly rolls their eyes at how painfully wholesome they are? Old Fort Stockton, Alice answered. Bingo. You parade the kid around learning about black cavalry soldiers, even though you'd lose it if she ever brought one home. But you're driving a Ford, not some flashy luxury car. Practical. Which is just a nice way of saying broke. You hate wasting money on motels, on gas, on anything. So you roll in from the north and stay somewhere cheap but not sketchy. Just far enough from the tourist traps to get a decent rate. Reacher opened his eyes. That's where you'd stay, Alice. Is it? He nodded. A place crawling with families just like yours, budget conscious, trying to do the right thing. The kind of spot A recommends in their dull little guides. Somewhere you blend right in, where no one remembers you 5 minutes later. And only a half-hour drive from Pecos if you hit the gas. Alice gave a half shrug, half nod. Solid logic. But did they follow it? I hope so, Reacher muttered. Because we're running out of time. Something's off. I think she's in serious trouble now. Alice stayed quiet. Maybe the others were supposed to check in, he added. Maybe this guy's sweating bullets. So this is a wild gamble. He didn't answer. Do the math, she pressed. A 45-mile radius covers over 6,000 square miles. And you're betting on one tiny dot in all that. Reacher stayed silent, chewing it over. Roll the damn dice. They were smart. Careful. Their priorities were obvious. They saw the same maps we did. That's how they'd play it. But are you sure? He shrugged. Never 100%. But it's what I'd do. Trick is, Alice, think like them. Works every time. Every time. Mostly. The sleepy crossroads loomed ahead: the gas station, the diner, the school. Pecos straight, Old Fort Stockton to the right. Well, she pressed. He stayed quiet. Well, she snapped again. He just stared through the windshield. Decision. She demanded. Nothing. She slammed the brakes, skidding on the wet pavement before stopping dead on the faded line. Well, roll the damn dice, Reacher. Take the turn, he said. Meanwhile, the driver decided to clean up first. No rush, the kid was out cold, the door locked. He peeled off his clothes, folded them neatly, and set them on the chair. Stepped into the bathroom, yanked the shower curtain aside, and cranked the water. He unwrapped a fresh bar of soap. He loved motel soap. The crisp paper, the sharp scent bursting out. The shampoo smelled like strawberries. Conditioning shampoo, the label red. He balanced it on the tub's edge, then stepped into the spray. The road northeast out of Echo twisted through the hills, hugging the Coyanosa Draw. Suddenly, the big Ford didn't feel like the right choice anymore. The sedan felt like a bloated whale, sluggish and unsteady beneath them. Rainwater rushed across the asphalt in thick, muddy streams, forcing Alice to wrestle the wheel just to keep them at 40. Her knuckles were white, her usual sun-kissed complexion now washed out and tense. You good? Reacher asked, watching her grip tighten. Are you? She shot back. Why wouldn't I be? You just took out 2 men, watched a third die, and saw a house go up in flames. He turned his gaze to the window. Civilians. Casualties. Ancient history, he muttered. No point crying over spilled milk. That's one way to look at it. Got a better one? Does any of it even bother you? Only that I didn't get answers first. That's it. A beat of silence. Then abruptly, he shifted gears. Tell me about that rental of yours. What's that got to do with anything? Bet it was a dump. Cheap, temporary, probably filthy when you moved in. She exhaled sharply. Took me a week just to scrub it clean. Greasy stove, sticky floors, yeah, bugs. A whole damn infestation. Roaches. Like something out of a horror movie. And you got rid of them? Obviously. How? Poison. Now tell me how you felt about that. Her grip on the wheel tightened. You seriously comparing people to bugs? He shrugged. Nah. Roaches are just doing their thing, no malice. Walker's crew. They chose to be scum. Then they chose to mess with me. So I don't lose sleep over it. And if you do, that's your problem. The road twisted, silence stretching between them. Finally, Alice spoke. You're ice cold, Reacher, he considered it. I'm practical. And decent enough, all things considered. Most folks wouldn't agree. Yeah, well, most folks haven't been where I've been. The rain eased as they neared the interstate. Reacher traced their route in his head. I-10, then north on 2085 toward Pecos. Alice frowned. Ruins are the other way. Monahans. Trust me. They stayed on 285. Easier access. She didn't argue. We need a plan, Reacher said. For taking this guy? For after. Getting Carmen back. You're awfully sure of yourself. No sense planning to lose. The road straightened, and Alice punched the gas like she was desperate for open highway. Habeas corpus, she said. We file an emergency motion. Lay it all out for a judge. That'll work. It's literally what it's for. 800 years of precedent says yes. Fine. One catch, though. What? We need a witness. So try not to kill this one. If it's not too much trouble. Reacher leaned back, letting the hum of the engine fill the silence. A new thought nagged at him. Money. The crew was gone. No backup. No payday. Just him, the road, and whatever came next. The job hunt had failed again. That familiar pit in his stomach returned, heavier this time. He wasn't the type to blaze his own trail. He thrived in the background, where someone else called the shots. But now, back to square one. The wad of cash hidden under his mattress wouldn't last forever. He needed a plan, and fast. Hot water pounded against his scalp as he leaned into the shower spray. Maybe he should take the girl back to Elle. He had connections, people who handled adoptions, or worse, if the price was right. 6 years old, blonde-white, she'd fetch a decent sum. Blue eyes would have been a bonus, but hey, she was still marketable. The real question was logistics. The Crown Vic was history, but renting a car was easy. He had fake IDs, paperwork, the works. But a rental meant witnesses, some delivery guy seeing his face, maybe even hers. Too risky. Stealing was cleaner. He'd done it before back in his reckless days. A white sedan from the motel lot would blend right in common color, common model. A Toyota Corolla, maybe. Generic, forgettable. He could stash the kid in the trunk, swap plates, and be halfway to California before anyone noticed. Hell, he could flip the car too. Extra cash. The idea settled in his mind like a weight lifting. Rinsing off the last of the soap. Meanwhile, the girl stirred at the sound of the shower. For a second, she thought it was rain, but no, just the man next door. She tugged the sheet over her head, then pushed it back down, listening. No thunder. No storm. Just water hitting tile. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and stared at the window. Dawn was creeping in. Down the road, Reacher studied the map. The route curved past Fort Stockton, then straightened toward I-10, a tangled web of highways. "That's our spot," he muttered. 20 miles north of the bridge. We'll drive it, see what they saw. Alice pressed the gas, the car lurching over rough pavement. The tires hummed, the suspension groaning. Somewhere ahead, a stolen car and a bad decision were waiting. But for now, the only sound was water falling in the shower, pooling on asphalt, rushing toward whatever came next. She pushed herself up, sitting in the dim room. The curtains were open, letting in a sickly yellow glow from the streetlights outside. Rain streaked the glass, distorting the reflections. The room was empty, no surprise there. He's still in the shower, she reminded herself, shaking off the last dregs of sleep. She kicked the tangled sheet away and spotted her clothes neatly folded on the windowsill. Moving silently, she slipped out of bed, snatching her underwear first. She yanked the t-shirt over her head, arms twisting into the sleeves, then tugged on her shorts, double-checking they weren't backward. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she fastened her shoes, ears straining for any change in the steady rush of water from the bathroom. She padded carefully across the rug, avoiding the creaky linoleum, pausing just long enough to listen, still running. The hallway was darker, the door at the end looming like an exit from a bad dream. The chain lock dangled just out of reach, taunting her. Stretching onto her tiptoes, she managed to slide it sideways until the end dropped into the slot. But pulling it free? Impossible. Gritting her teeth, she pushed higher, balancing precariously, fingers clawing at the stubborn hook. Come on, the chain finally gave, clattering against the doorframe with a sound that made her freeze. No movement from the bathroom. The lever lock was worse, stiff, unyielding. She twisted with both hands, knuckles white, until it finally snapped back with a loud click. The shower had stopped. Her breath caught. Too late. The door would scream when she opened it, metal hinges groaning like the ones at that diner near her old school. Outside, the I-10 stretched like a concrete monster, its massive overpass cutting through the night. Beyond it, Fort Stockton's orange streetlights flickered under the thinning clouds. At least somewhere still had power. She didn't have time to think. The door would betray her. He'd hear. He'd come. And then run. Alice slammed the gas pedal to the floor, her knuckles white on the steering wheel as she shrieked through the sharp curves of the highway interchange. The speedometer needle trembled past 90 as they blew past the city limits, the sign for Pecos flashing by 48 miles to go. Reacher craned forward, his eyes darting like a predator's, scanning both sides of the road as dilapidated motels and roadside diners blurred past. This could be a dead end, Alice muttered, her voice tight. Reacher just shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. He twisted the faucet off with a sharp jerk, the shower curtain rattling as he stepped out, water dripping from his shoulders. He grabbed a towel, roughly drying his face before wrapping another around his waist. The mirror was fogged, but he caught his own reflection, jaw set, eyes sharp as he raked his fingers through his damp hair. His watch clicked into place and he left the used towels in a heap on the tile. 2 fresh ones went with him, one slung low on his hips, the other draped over his shoulder like some kind of makeshift armor. The bathroom light spilled into the dim motel room, casting a long golden rectangle across the carpet. Then he froze. The bed was empty. Just rumpled sheets, a dented pillow where her head should have been. His pulse spiked. He lunged for the window locked tight, then spun toward the door. The chain dangled loose. The deadbolt was disengaged. And there on the cracked concrete walkway lay the Do Not Disturb sign, kicked aside. Barefoot and half-naked, he bolted outside. The humid night air hit him like a wall, thick with the scent of wet earth and blooming jasmine. He spun in a frantic circle, scanning the empty parking lot. Where the hell did she go? A kid her age wouldn't think she'd just run. Probably toward the highway. He took one step, then stopped. He couldn't chase her like this. He needed his damn clothes. Back inside, he grabbed his boots, yanking them on without socks. The desert stretched beyond the windshield, barren and endless. "Turn around," he snapped. Alice didn't argue. The car skidded violently. Gravel sprang as she whipped them back the way they'd come. "Slow down," Reacher growled. "Now we're hunting." Meanwhile, Ellie held her breath, pressed flat against the narrow closet shelf. Dust tickled her nose, but she didn't dare sneeze. She was good at hiding, better than most kids. Up here, between an old wire hanger and a crumpled plastic bag, she was invisible. The shelf dug into her ribs, but she didn't move. Stay quiet. Stay still. It was the only rule that mattered. Alice balanced on the narrow shelves, her fingers gripping the rough wood as she climbed higher. The makeshift ladder creaked under her weight, sending a fine layer of dust swirling into the air. She pinched her nose to stifle a sneeze. One sound could give her away. Below, the man paced, his shadow stretching across the floor. Was she high enough? He wasn't towering, but one glance up and he'd spot her. The car rolled past the first motel, its neon sign flickering weakly in the rain. "Too obvious," Reacher muttered, eyeing the empty parking lot. Alice kept driving, tires hissing on wet pavement. The next place had a U-shaped layout, cabins tucked behind a row of dripping trees. She slowed, scanning for movement. "Drive through," he ordered. 3 cars here, 3 there, not enough. 16 rooms, 6 cars. They'd stick out like a sore thumb. She exhaled sharply. "So, what's the magic number?" 8 cars minimum. 2/3 full means people come and go without noticing strangers. His logic was cold, precise. Alice rolled her eyes but kept driving. Then footprints. His own, dark and wet on the asphalt, trailing behind him like a breadcrumb trail. But hers, nowhere. A grin tugged at his mouth. She hadn't left. She was still inside, hiding. Back in the room, he played along, checking under beds, behind chairs, even inside the flimsy closet. Nothing. Just dust and a forgotten grocery bag from some Cleveland store. For a second, doubt crept in until he spotted the slight wobble in the closet's top shelf. "Gotcha," he whispered. Outside, the 3rd motel sign swung in the wind, its old-fashioned script barely readable. "Canyon, maybe, with that pretentious little squiggle." Reacher smirked. Fancy spelling wouldn't save anyone tonight. The gold-embossed lettering caught the sunlight as he turned the envelope in his hands. "Classy," he remarked, running his thumb over the raised print. "Someone's got style." Alice shifted in the driver's seat. "We going in or what?" "Damn right we are." A narrow driveway cut through a patch of struggling landscaping, brittle shrubs and sun-bleached flowers that had clearly lost the battle against the Texas heat. Still, someone had tried. "Not bad," he muttered, more to himself than to her. The layout was familiar. A central office flanked by 2 rows of cabins forming a U around a cracked asphalt lot. Alice cruised the loop slowly. 20 units total, 12 occupied a mismatched lineup of sedans and SUVs baking under the midday sun. 2 Chevys, a trio of Hondas, a couple of Toyotas, and a lone Ford Explorer that had seen better days. 2/3 full minus 2, Reacher noted. Alice tapped the wheel. This the spot. Silence. He shoved the door open before she'd fully stopped, the thick air hitting him like a wall. The scent of damp earth clung to the humidity, mingling with the distant gurgle of overworked drains. The office windows were tinted dark, but he could make out a tidy counter inside, brochures fanned out in a display rack. No vending machine, just shadows and paperwork. He jammed his thumb against the brass night bell and squinted through the glass. Movement flickered in the back. A man emerged, smoothing down sleep-mussed hair. Reacher didn't wait. He slapped his borrowed deputy's badge against the pane, the metal clicking sharply. The guy flinched, then flicked on the lights and fumbled with the lock. Inside, Reacher bypassed him entirely, scanning the brochures. Old Fort Stockton. Some meteor crater out near Odessa. Nothing sketchy, nothing useful. He jerked his chin at Alice. This is it. The clerk hovered, eyeing their car. You with the police? Register, Reacher said. Tonight's check-ins. Now. The guy hesitated, and Reacher's patience snapped. His hand dipped into his pocket, coming up with the HK in one fluid motion. Tick-tock. The ledger hit the counter with a thud. Alice leaned in, her shoulder brushing his. What names are we looking for? No clue, Reacher said. Match the cars. 5 columns per page. Dates, names, hometowns, vehicle models. Standard motel admin. But his gut tightened. Something was off. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the silence was suffocating. He checked everywhere under the beds, inside the closet, even behind the flimsy drapes. Nothing. Unless. The bathroom door creaked as he pushed it open. His reflection stared back, the mirror now clear of steam. One sharp yank of the shower curtain. There she was. Pressed into the corner of the tub, her sneakers planted firmly, her knuckles white where they dug into her mouth. Her eyes were enormous, unblinking. Changed my mind, he said lightly. Decided you're coming with me after all. She didn't speak, just shrank back as he reached for her. It hasn't been 4 hours, she whispered around her fingers. Try 6. Her breath hitched, but when she opened her mouth to scream, nothing came out, just a dry, soundless gasp. Mommy's advice wasn't gonna save her this time. The motel register showed 20 cabins in total, 16 currently occupied. 7 had arrows marking returning guests, while 9 were fresh arrivals. 11 cabins listed specific car models, and 4 were grouped in pairs, likely families or groups sharing rides. You didn't check these people in? Reacher asked. The night clerk shook his head. I come on at midnight. Not my shift. Reacher studied the page, his expression hardening. Then he exhaled sharply. This isn't it. I screwed up. Alice frowned. What do you mean? Look at the cars. He tapped the list with the barrel of his gun. 3 Chevys, 3 Hondas, 2 Toyotas, 2 Buicks, 1 Saab, 1 Audi, and a single Ford. There should be 2 Fords. Their Crown Vic and the Explorer parked outside. Bam, Alice muttered. Reacher clenched his jaw. If this wasn't the right place, he was out of leads. No backup plan. He scanned the register again, same handwriting throughout. Who fills this out? The owner, the clerk said. She does everything by hand. Reacher closed his eyes, replaying Alice's slow walk around the parking lot. He thought about every roadside motel he'd ever stayed in. Right, he said. Guests give her their info, she writes it down. Maybe she glances outside and jots the car, make herself especially if they're distracted, counting cash or whatever. Could be. Like I said, I'm never here for that. She's not exactly a car expert, is she? No clue. Why? Because there are 3 Chevys listed but only 2 in the lot. I bet she mistook the old Explorer for a Chevy, maybe thought it was a Blazer. That angular shape, you know. He pressed a gun to the word Ford. This is their Crown Vic. They're here. You sure? Alice asked. Positive. I can feel it. The rooms were 5 and 8, not next to each other, but in the same wing. All right, Reacher said. I'm going in. He turned to the clerk. Stay put. Don't make a sound. Then to Alice. Call the state troopers. Get that judge on the line. Need a key? The clerk offered. Nah. I'm good. He stepped outside into the muggy night. The cabins stretched in a neat row, each door identical. His boots left faint damp marks on the concrete walkway. No windows faced the front, just like every budget motel he'd ever seen. Standard layout. Door, narrow hall, bathroom and closet, then a boxy room with 2 beds. Cheap furniture, and a rattling AC unit. Cabin 5 had a Do Not Disturb tag tossed near the door. He stepped over it. If you're hiding a kidnapped kid, you don't pick the room closest to the office. Obvious. He moved to number 8, pressed his ear to the door. Silence. He kept walking, rounding the U-shaped building. The 2 cabin blocks faced each other across a patch of desert landscaping spiky plants, jutting from gravel. The air thick with the scent of dry earth and engine oil lingering from the parking lot. Somewhere in the distance, a truck rumbled down the highway, its headlights cutting through the dark like a fleeting escape plan. The dim glow of yellow lanterns cast eerie shadows across the carefully arranged boulders, giving the motel courtyard a strange, almost zen-like atmosphere. The crunch of gravel underfoot made stealth impossible. Every step echoed like popcorn in a quiet theater. Reacher moved methodically past rooms 10 and 9, then dropped into a crouch beneath window 8. The AC unit roared like a jet engine, drowning out any sound from inside. He risked a glance through the glass. Nothing. The room was pristine, untouched, as if no one had ever set foot in it. A cold jolt of suspicion hit him. What if they'd booked multiple rooms as decoys? Cheap enough to scatter a few red herrings. He abandoned caution, sprinting past 7 and 6 until he reached 5. Then he saw it, a wiry guy in nothing but 2 white towels, yanking Ellie out of the bathroom by her wrists. The harsh bathroom light framed them like some twisted crime scene photo. She thrashed wildly, but the guy had her pinned. On the credenza, a silenced 9mm glinted under the lamplight. Reacher didn't hesitate. He snatched up a jagged garden rock the size of a Thanksgiving turkey and hurled it through the window like a wrecking ball. Glass exploded inward, and he dove in after it, the shattered frame clinging to him like some kind of deranged trophy. The guy barely had time to gawk before Reacher had him by the throat, slamming him into the wall. A brutal left hook to the gut folded him like a cheap lawn chair. One savage kick to the head later, and the guy was out cold, lights out. No, encore. Reacher turned to Ellie, chest heaving. You good? He managed between breaths. She nodded, eerily calm. He was gonna shoot me. Outside, thunder rumbled like an afterthought. Not anymore, Reacher muttered. The room fell silent, the only evidence of chaos being the rock sitting smugly in a sea of glass. He chucked it back outside, where it landed with a satisfying crunch. 3 knocks later, Alice appeared in the doorway. Ellie studied her with quiet curiosity. "She's helping your mom," Reacher explained. "Is Mom okay?" Ellie asked, voice steady. "She will be," Alice promised, then glanced at the unconscious guy, sprawled like a discarded rag doll. "Is he?" "Breathing," Reacher confirmed. "Barely." The damp night air curled into the room, thick with the scent of rain and something sharper, fear, maybe, or just the metallic tang of adrenaline. Ellie stood there, unshaken, like she'd seen it all before. And maybe she had. The guy was out cold, but probably just concussed. At least that's what Reacher hoped. Alice lowered her voice. "State troopers are on their way. I woke up, my boss dragged him out of bed. He's scrambling to get a judge for an emergency hearing first thing. But he says we need a clean confession from this guy, or we're looking at delays." Reacher gave a slow nod. "We'll get one." He grabbed one of the man's dingy towels, twisted it into a makeshift noose, and hauled him across the floor into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, he emerged to find 2 state troopers, waiting, a sergeant and a trooper, both sharp in their tan uniforms, their cruiser idling outside. Reacher grabbed the driver's clothes from the chair and tossed them toward the bathroom. "So?" the sergeant asked. "He's ready to spill everything," Reacher said. "Full confession, no coercion. But he wants you to know he was just the wheelman. Not one of the shooters." Reacher shook his head. "But he saw it all go down." "What about the kidnapping? Wasn't there for that?" "His job was babysitting the girl after. And he's got plenty more to say, years worth of dirt." The sergeant exhaled. "If he's talking, he's looking at serious time. He knows. He's fine with it." Almost relieved, the cops exchanged a glance before heading into the bathroom. Reacher heard shuffling, muttered words, the sharp snap of cuffs. Alice turned to him. "I need to get back, got a habeas corpus writ to prep. It's a nightmare of paperwork." "Take the Crown Vic," Reacher said. "I'll stay with Ellie." The troopers hauled the driver out, cuffed and pale, already babbling. They marched him straight to their cruiser, the motel doors swinging shut behind them. A second later, car doors slammed, the engine growled to life. Alice stared at Reacher. "What the hell did you do to him?" He shrugged. "You said it yourself, I'm not a nice guy." She left to fetch the night clerk with a master key, and Reacher turned to Ellie. "You holding up?" She rolled her eyes. "Stop asking me that." "Tired. Exhausted. Your mom's on her way. We'll wait here. But let's switch rooms, this one's got a broken window." A small laugh escaped her. "Because you threw a rock through it." In the distance, the Crown Vic's engine rumbled to life, tires crunching on gravel. "Let's try room 8," Reacher suggested. "Fresh sheets, no bloodstains. Our own little hideout." She took his hand and they walked down the damp walkway, his strides long, hers quick and small. The clerk met them with the key, and Ellie dove straight into the bed by the window. Reacher stretched out on the other, watching until her breathing steadied into sleep. Then he folded an arm under his head and tried to rest. Dawn came too soon, blazing hot, the metal roof popping under the sun's assault. Reacher swung his legs off the bed, stepped outside. The horizon burned white, last night's storm clouds dissolving into nothing. No downpour today. Just another dry, brutal morning. He slipped back inside. Ellie was still asleep, sheet kicked off, shirt riding up to reveal a strip of sun-pink skin. Her legs twitched like she was running from something, even in her dreams. Her arms were stretched high above her head, fingers curled slightly, a posture some military shrink had once told him was a dead giveaway for feeling safe. Kids sleep like that when they know nothing's gonna hurt them, the guy had said. Safe. Yeah, right. This kid had been through hell, and yet here she was, sprawled out like she didn't have a care in the world. Most grown-ups he knew would have been a mess for months after what she'd endured. But not Ellie. Maybe she was too young to really get it. Or maybe she was just made of steel. Either way, he didn't have a clue. Parenting wasn't exactly in his skill set. He shut his eyes, only to snap them open half an hour later when Ellie yanked his shoulder. "I'm starving," she announced. "Join the club," he muttered, rubbing his face. "What's your poison?" "Ice cream." "For breakfast?" She nodded, dead serious. He sighed. "Fine. But eggs and bacon first. Kids need actual food, not just sugar." He dug the phone book out of the nightstand, flipping to the diner section. Found one closer to Fort Stockton, and sweet-talked them into delivering with the promise of a fat tip. By the time Ellie emerged from the bathroom, scrubbed and wide-eyed, breakfast had arrived: scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, buttered toast, and, because he wasn't a monster, a giant bowl of vanilla ice cream drowned in chocolate syrup. Breakfast worked miracles. The coffee kicked his brain into gear, and Ellie perked up, shoveling food like she hadn't eaten in days. They propped the motel door open, letting the warm morning air roll in, then dragged chairs outside to wait. And wait. And wait some more. Reacher sprawled like a man who'd spent a lifetime killing time, while Ellie sat rigid, treating the whole thing like a military operation. Around mid-morning, he called the diner again. Same order, same gluttony. They killed time, naming the scraggly trees lining the lot, counting cars, swatting at flies. The road stayed quiet, just the occasional rumble of a pickup or the groan of an overloaded farm truck kicking up dust. Then, just past 11, Reacher spotted the Crown Vic materializing through the heat haze, its fake antennas bobbing like fishing rods. "Hey kid," he called. "Showtime." Ellie scrambled to his side, shielding her eyes. The car rolled to a stop, and before it even settled, Carmen was out, stumbling around the hood. Ellie launched herself into her mother's arms, the two of them spinning in a messy, laughing, tear-streaked hug. Reacher took a step back, giving them space. Some moments weren't meant for spectators. Alice rolled down the window, resting a hand on his shoulder. "We good?" he asked. "For us, yeah," she said. "Cops have a mountain of paperwork, 50-plus homicides across 7 states, including the old case here and what went down with Sloop and Walker. They're hauling Rusty in for shooting Walker, but given the circumstances, she'll walk." "What about me?" "They asked about last night. I told them it was all me." "Why?" "Because I'm a lawyer," she said, grinning. "Called it self-defense, and they swallowed it whole. The car in the lot was mine, and so was the gun. No question about it, they would have grilled you way harder if it weren't for that. So we're in the clear, especially Carmen." Reacher glanced over. Carmen had Ellie balanced on her hip, the little girl's face pressed into her neck like she was breathing in pure happiness. She wandered in slow, lazy circles, then suddenly lifted her head, squinting against the bright sun, and flashed a smile so full of pure joy that Reacher couldn't help but grin back. "Has she got any big plans?" he asked. Alice leaned against the car. "Moving up to Pecos. We'll sort through Sloop's mess. There's gotta be some money stashed somewhere. She's thinking about getting a place like mine, maybe working part-time, even mentioned law school. You tell her about the Red House." Alice chuckled. She laughed like it was the best news ever. I said it was probably nothing but ashes by now, and she just kept laughing. Honestly, It was good to see. Ellie tugged Carmen's hand, leading her around the parking lot, chattering non-stop as they revisited the trees she'd examined earlier. The two of them looked like they belonged together, Ellie bouncing with excitement, Carmen glowing, relaxed, stunning. Reacher pushed off the car. "You hungry? Here. Got a spot at a diner. They might even have something green on the menu. Tuna salad works for me." He ducked inside to call in their order 3 sandwiches, plus another 20 slipped to the server for good measure. When he stepped back out, Ellie and Carmen were scanning the lot for him. "I'm starting a new school soon," Ellie announced. "Just like you did when you were little." "You'll crush it," Reacher said. "You're sharp as a tack." Carmen hesitated, then let go of Ellie's hand and moved closer to him, suddenly a little unsure. But then she smiled, threw her arms around him and squeezed tight. "Thank you," she whispered. He returned the hug. "Wish it hadn't taken so long." "Did my clue help?" "Clue? I left one for you," she said. "In the confession." He stayed silent. She stepped back, took his arm, and led him just out of Ellie's earshot. "He made me say I was a whore." Reacher nodded. "But I faked being nervous and messed up the words. I said street stroller." Another nod. "I remember. But the right word is streetwalker, isn't it? That was the clue. You were supposed to catch the mistake stroller, walker. Get it? Walker. As in hack walker, pulling the strings." Reacher went still. "So how'd you figure it out?" She just grinned. Then took a scenic route, I guess." Looping her arm through his, she guided him back to the car where Ellie and Alice were already laughing. "You gonna be okay?" he asked. Carmen nodded. "But I feel guilty. People died because of this." Reacher shrugged. "Like Clay Allison said." "Thank you," she repeated. "No hay deducts Sinora." "Senor," she corrected with a smirk. Carmen, Ellie, and Alice headed inside to clean up before lunch. Reacher watched the door swing shut behind them, then turned and walked away without a word. It felt right. No goodbyes, no awkward attempts to make him stay. He jogged to the road, turned south, and trudged a sweaty mile before a beat-up farm truck rolled up, driven by a grizzled old guy with more gaps than teeth. The man barely said a word the whole ride. At the I-10 interchange, Reacher waited on the westbound ramp, baking in the sun, for over an hour before an 18-wheeler rumbled to a stop beside him. He circled the massive hood and looked up at the cab. The window rolled down, blaring Buddy Holly over the diesel growl. The driver, a guy in his 50s with a Dodgers shirt and a scruffy beard, leaned out. "Los Angeles," he shouted. Reacher shrugged. "Anywhere's good."